He was clearly a cute, silly little skeleton, but he dreamed of becoming a righteous knight, revered by all. Yet, as an undead, he was seen as evil incarnate, forcing him to hide within heavy armor. His name is Gray, a wandering undead in the abyss who one day encountered a strange human. At first, the man was terrified and swung his sword, beheading him. But as an undead, he couldn't die as long as his soul flame remained lit. After a few days, the man realized Gray wasn't dangerous, so he gave him clothes and taught him about the world. But one day, with no food in the abyss, the man's life was coming to an end. He told Gray that if he ever returned to the surface, he must never betray the beauty of this world. With those words, the man turned into a skeleton, his soul fire merging into Gray's body. And so, without his companion, Gray wandered aimlessly through the abyss, a place of constant danger where one misstep could mean annihilation. To survive, Gray disguised himself as a specimen in the lab of the Great Fiend Blue, a plan that worked, allowing him to secretly learn magic from the fiend. But one day, Brutu, too busy to deal with it himself, tried to turn Gray, who was still posing as a specimen, into an undead soldier to run errands. This scared Gray out of his wits, so he wreaked havoc in the lab and made his escape. And as he fled, he conveniently took some treasures with him, enraging the great demon Brutu. Jaylee was determined to turn Gray into a real specimen, leaving Gray with no choice but to venture into human society. To his surprise, the humans there wanted to destroy evil on sight. Luckily, Gray met a cursed spirit inside a black cat. He tells Gray that spirits in human society are symbols of misfortune and death, and they will do everything to destroy him. A bringer of misfortune. Just then, a fleet appeared at the harbor, led by the daughter of a duke. Her name is Arin, and she's on her way to Count Casper's estate to ask for aid. Seeing how much the people revere Arin, Gray can't help but ask why these fragments of slaughter are so welcomed. Scrap metal? They're knights. Knights are the embodiment of justice and light, so people will naturally support them. Hearing this, Gray immediately says, "If I become a knight, I won't be afraid of humans anymore." And so, Gray Len somehow found a suit of knight's armor, and even a book titled A Knight's Guide to Success. But the black cat said, "Wearing armor won't make you a knight. Don't let cheap novels mislead you, and if you want to be a knight, you'll need a war horse. Do you really think there's a horse in this world fit for an immortal mage? And can you please be serious?" Hearing this, Gray immediately fell into thought. It seemed he really did need a horse. Immediately he chanted, "I am the immortal mage, Gray. Heed my call and awaken, great spirit." As the incantation echoed, another magic circle filled with strange symbols appeared, and in an instant, a skeletal horse burst forth. The mighty Teneros. Meanwhile, at Count Casper's castle, Aen arrives with his men, seeking Casper's help in inheriting the title. But Casper says, "The king has decreed that the duke's title will be inherited by this younger brother. How could I dare disobey?" Aen retorts with disdain, "My father only ever had one daughter, me. Isn't the king's sudden creation of a bastard son just a ploy to seize the Beckia family's territory? Enough. Aen is the king now, and you will abandon the Beckia name to marry my son, or you'll lose your life. Casper, so you've finally revealed your true colors? Then there's no need for further discussion. If that's the case, let's use the continent's oldest method to establish a new contract. A knight's duel, where the loser must unconditionally obey the winner." Back at their lodgings, Erin's subordinates questioned her decision. "We only have 20 knights. We can't possibly win a war of attrition." Arin said, "There's a mercenary group nearby. We can temporarily grant them knighthood. We might still have a chance." The scene shifts back to Gray, who has transformed himself into a wandering knight. Led by Black Cat, they head to a nearby tavern. Black Cat says, "The tavern is where knights frequent. If you order me a fish, you'll attract the attention of the Red Crane mercenary leader as soon as you walk in. That kid looks promising. Go ask if he wants to join the Red Crane mercenaries." Gray was overjoyed, realizing they actually saw him as a knight. But then Black Cat asked, "Do you have any money?" Hearing this, Gray quickly took out a silver coin, saying, "I was so busy taking the Archmage's treasure, I only got 1 silver coin, but if we're short on money, maybe we can get some from that gambling table." Soon, Gray used magic to clean up at the gambling table. He won a good amount of coins, but as he prepared to leave the tavern, he was ambushed by 18 people. "Hand over all your money, kid, or you'll regret ever coming to this world." Faced with their taunts, Gray said nothing, instead mounting Teneros, who with a few charges sent them sprawling. Even Black Cat was stunned by the sight. Just how powerful was this horse? It turns out Gray had cast an enhancement spell on Teneros, making these commoners no match for it. The next day, Gray confidently listened to his comrade's praise. With your skills, this tournament will be a piece of cake, right? Hearing that, Gray immediately blushed. Wait, are they really going to grant me a knighthood? Definitely. To participate in the tournament, that young lady has granted each of us a temporary knighthood. Hearing it was temporary, Gray was immediately disappointed, as he wanted a permanent knighthood. Soon, the tournament officially began with an announcement from the host. Although most of Aen's knights are capable of fighting multiple opponents, Lord Caspa has hundreds. Even if they take on 3 at a time, Aen still can't win. Fortunately, they'd temporarily recruited mercenaries as backup. Everyone, this competition is crucial for the Bache family, so I hope you'll all do your best. Huh? We'll do our best since we're getting paid, but we can't guarantee results. Seeing their laziness, Horace was furious, calling them a motley crew. But then, Gray suddenly stepped forward and asked, Uncle, if I beat them, will you grant me the title of knight permanently? The next morning, the garrison buzzed with excitement, the crowds whispering, I heard the Lord is going to fight some big shot from out of town. But with his build? Are you stupid? It's a competition between their knights. It's been a long time since our salty fishing port has been this lively. Within the crowd, people gathered in small groups. Bass leads his group in with excitement. See, this is the martial arts competition I was talking about. Someone's paying us to participate. He gave a thumbs up to a member saying, with your skills, this competition will be a piece of cake. Gray, still unconvinced, asked suspiciously, they'll really grant me a knighthood? Bass, with a hand on his chin and a hint of hesitation, quickly replied, Of course. I heard you can't participate without being a knight, so that young lady gave us each a temporary street knight title. Gray was taken aback, his disappointment evident even behind his mask. Huh? Just temporary? I want to become a real street knight. His eyes lit up, his ambition echoing in his voice. Meanwhile, inside the tent, a plate of fresh fruit was laid out, and Casper leisurely enjoyed it. He picked up a grape and popped it into his mouth. After eating it, Casper rudely spat the seed out. He glanced at the bustling scene beyond the curtains, saying, Look at this excitement, niece. It would be quite embarrassing if you lost. I was only thinking of your family's reputation, or rather, yours. In stark contrast to his excitement, Anne coldly retorted, The family's reputation is none of the Duke's concern. Casper, sensing the change in tone, stared blankly. Huh? Why aren't you calling me uncle anymore? It feels so strange. She bit her lip, her face etched with worry. If I lose, I will, of course, honor our agreement. If I win, I hope the Count won't try to weasel out of it. Casper smirked, his eyes betraying his cunning nature. Representing Casper, a close aide stepped forward to announce the rules of the duel. Mounted and foot combat in a round-robin format. Each side would send forth a knight, and defeat or surrender would mean elimination. The victor must accept the challenge of the opposing knight, and decide whether the next battle will be on horseback or on foot, until one side's knights are all eliminated. If Count Casper loses, he must swear allegiance to Lady Elam. If Lady Elam loses, she must accept the Count's son's marriage proposal and hold the wedding immediately. He spoke, set down the paper, and gazed at the crowd. Next, I invite the knights guarding Count Casper to the arena. There are so many knights. I'd wager there are 100 or 200. He scanned the crowd and continued. Next, the knights of Lady Elam. Please enter the arena. In stark contrast to the fiery atmosphere from before, everyone was shocked by the size of Aaron's team. Why so few? Only a few dozen? How pathetic. How can a few dozen fight against hundreds? This noble lady is truly an idiot. Oh well, at least we get to watch the drama unfold. I'll bet 5 coins on the Earl's victory. Casper, knowing the odds were in his favor, feigned a condescending smile. Those are just the foolish words of commoners, don't mind them. I know you want to prove yourself, and I won't let you lose too badly. Anne didn't bother arguing with him, and instead asked if the mercenary H had arrived, to which he was immediately reassured. Don't worry, they're waiting outside. Without waiting any longer, the duel begins, and the knights clash intensely from the very first moments. The clash of metal echoed with a deafening clang, attacker versus defender in a thrilling match. Casper's soldier left his head exposed, and he paid the price, falling in defeat. In the first match, Elam won and Casper lost. Immediately, 2 more fighters replaced their comrades and charged forward. A heavy spiked club is swung high, and Ain's blue knight slams the weapon into his opponent's gut. The deadly attack quickly decided the outcome. In the second match, Elam won and Casper lost, but when the third knights entered, the situation gradually changed. Round 3 saw Casper victorious and Elam defeated, while round 4 left uneasy at the rapidly shifting tides. Damn it, numbers are definitely not in our favor. My lady, let me go. I can take down 10 of them. Though tense, Ayn betrayed no urgency, reassuring him. There's no rush. Go and get the mercenaries. The host didn't expect this move and asked, dumbfounded, Huh? She intends to use mercenaries to wear down Casper's forces? Anne hadn't made a rash decision. She calmly explained, We have limited manpower and must allocate it carefully. Upon hearing the order, Bass was ecstatic. Gentlemen, the noble lord is calling us up, so let's not embarrass ourselves. His group's knights were ready, some eagerly awaiting the order, others sharpening their weapons. So soon? It's only been a few matches. The host, who orchestrated their entry into the match, earnestly implored them. A handsome man spoke, his tone laced with complaint. This match is crucial to the Bia family. I hope you can help our master achieve victory. Easy for you to say. There are only about 40 of us mercenaries. Facing hundreds of opponents, one mercenary voiced his displeasure, stating they would do their best, but couldn't guarantee victory. The host, already disliking mercenaries, was now being openly judged and cursed under his breath, humiliated to have to rely on this rabble. While he was still figuring out what to do, one of them spoke up. I have a question. Gray boldly raises his hand, cutting to the chase. Hey, can you knight me? The host was taken aback. Didn't the young lady already grant you the title of street knight? Gray looked at him, eyes shining with hope. No, I don't want a temporary title, but a real knighthood. The host, not wanting those mercenaries on his level, clenched his fist and cursed, Give him an inch, and he'll take a mile. But just then, N stepped forward. Wait. With a gentle yet dignified tone, she explained that knighthoods are earned through merit, not given freely. If he could defeat 50 men for her, she would grant him the title. What? Gray didn't see that coming. Aen's request has Gray stunned, and even the cat looks perplexed. 50 people? Is she kidding? This woman is clearly making things difficult. So it glared and whispered into its master's ear. Gray refused, but the host grinned, giving a thumbs up in agreement. Deal. The cat froze in disbelief, eyes wide and mouth agape. Aen sighed in relief, her shoulders relaxing beside the dumbfounded host. That's refreshing. I'll await good news from you. Let's go. Host was dazed, and it took him a moment to understand. Huh? Oh, yes. Behind them, they could hear the sound of kicking and the kitten's high-pitched curses. Are you stupid? What's going on in that brain of yours, idiot? Gray calmly explains that it's just 50 people, as if it's nothing. Why so tense? Tendas can take down 100 guys. The cat was speechless, muttering Tendas's name like a lost soul. On the field, the two knights of Casper and Aen are still fiercely fighting, not forgetting to throw taunts at each other. Hey, brother, look over there. They're still fighting. Until now, they've both chosen infantry battles, meaning Tendas can only enter the arena if you win one. Do you even know swordsmanship? The clueless master foolishly asks. Huh? Not at all. The cat froze, immediately lamenting, I knew it. I need to figure something out quickly. I can't believe you're relying on those mercenary thugs. No wonder the family has fallen so far. N slowly sat in his seat, returning the malicious taunt. Whether we've fallen or not remains to be seen after the competition. Outside, one of Pass's men called to him. Boss, the young lady wants you on the stage. He waved excitedly. Understood. Pass's expression slowly changes, his grin fading. The fun and games are over. With the blade drawn, the frivolous smile is replaced by an arrogant sneer. Time to get serious. His demeanor and aura startled Count Casper for a moment. Bass entered the match with the supreme arrogance of a strongman, and the well-trained knight soon yielded the stage to him. Pass's swordplay was swift and decisive, piercing his opponent's chest with ease as if he were merely playing a game. His opponent instantly collapsed. Bass celebrated with a cheerful whistle as his mercenary group and the audience below cheered wildly. Bass, you're amazing. Take down another one. Add another name to the list. Inside, Casper was growing impatient. He trembled with rage. Damn it. Who is this mercenary? He's won 5 matches in a row. His aide reported that the Red Scorpion mercenary leader was out, and Casper calmly assessed his opponent. Just a mercenary, acting so high and mighty. His worried face quickly turned sinister. Put that name up there. Those mercenaries need to learn the consequences of defying the Count. The audience below buzzed with anticipation. Bass is indeed strong. The Earl's knight is nothing but trash before him. I bet Pass could win 10 more matches. But then, the powerful footsteps of a newcomer silenced the crowd. Shh, keep it down. The Earl has sent another knight to the arena, but the audience is collectively horrified. Wait, who is that? What is this? A giant? Even Aen and host didn't expect such a cruel move from Casper. Anxiety grips them both as the knight emerges, a towering figure of intimidating size. He grins menacingly. Let's have some fun, buddy. Bass, intimidated by his opponent's size, which was 3 times his own, scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, indeed. But to his surprise, the man wasn't scared at all. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He thought, I need to find that young lady and raise the price. Meanwhile, on Gray's side, he collapsed in frustration. This sword is too difficult to use. I wonder if there's magic to make a sword dance on its own. But even the kitten is at a loss, telling Gray he should just give up. The sun climbs higher, adding to the intensity of the competition as dust motes dance in the arena, and the crowd falls silent in anticipation. That guy is a terrifying monster. The referee continues the competition, Count Casper versus Miss Elam's knight. The booming voice amplified the tension as the 12th match began. As soon as the signal was given, the giant lunged at Bass, but his agility and smaller size allowed him to quickly evade the attack. Bass doesn't hesitate this time. He draws back his arm, preparing to strike, then slashes in a wide arc to maximize the blow's impact. But little did he know, it was like a tickle to the giant, whose eyes lit up with a sinister grin as P's sword shattered against his steel-like back, leaving him disarmed. His eyes widened as if to confirm what he was seeing, and Pass's mind went blank. Is this a joke? As the giant turned to chase after him, Bass quickly spun around. This isn't good. He needs to get out of the way. But before he can even move, he pales as a dark shadow engulfs him. The giant roared, bringing his sword down on Pass, severing the necklace he wore, sending it flying into the air. Ian and Hose couldn't look away, despite their fear. Pass was the first gladiator to cough up so much blood, staggering backward before being hurled to the edge of the arena. Pass's abdomen was still gushing blood. The fabric there dyed a dark red. His mercenaries rushed to his side. Bass, are you all right? Casper gloated, reveling in Ain's fighter's defeat. Excellent. This is what happens when you face me. It was only then that Pass groaned, clutching his head and trying to sit up, feeling the cracks in his body. Nearly all his bones were broken. He shakily braced himself on one leg, looking in dismay at the giant swinging his mace. This situation calls for the lady to pay double. As the giant swung his mace, Bass swiftly leaped away. He goes all in, using the broken blade to its fullest potential. Though the broken tip lessened the blow, the blade's sharpness remained, and Bass aimed for his opponent's vital spot. His eyes burst with blood, teeth bared in agony. A blinded fighter's power greatly diminished. He clutches his face, screaming, "Damn it, my eyes!" Bass intentionally landed far from his opponent to avoid any further mistakes. Then he lunged forward, gaining momentum, turning the tables on him. He returned the favor tenfold. Unable to accept this humiliating and painful end, he hissed, "You cheated, you bastard!" But no one could save him. He fell face first into a pool of blood. Bass, his back turned, glanced back and said, "I'm not a bastard, just a man who found love in this salty fish port." The super mercenary Pass has won, and the crowd is relieved, but they don't forget to taunt him. Bass coughed up blood but remained defiant. Seeing the severity of his condition, Anne ordered Host to take him below and find a doctor. "He's on patrol, yes, miss. The battle has raged since sunrise, and now the sunset casts an orange glow over the town." Cat regards Gray with utter dismay. "Why aren't you watching the competition? What are you sneaking around here for?" Gray awkwardly replied, "I'm making a weapon. I can't use a sword, so I want to make a weapon I can use." Though the cat had little faith in him, it urged him on. "All right, but if you don't get there soon, the match will be over." He looked up at the darkening sky and was startled. How did it get so late? "I'll be there soon." The battle between Elam and Count Casper raged until nightfall. By this point, Elam had suffered heavy losses. 4 dead, 7 seriously injured, several surrendered, and only 6 left to fight. Though Count Casper's forces were weaker individually, their overwhelming numbers left 61 still standing, each one sneering at their opponents like their master. As his comrades fell, one man raised his hand resolute. "I'm next." Meanwhile, Bass leisurely watched the drum unfold from the rooftop. My. The knights under Miss Elam are certainly brave. But 6 against 61. Even if one person could take down 10, they'd still be outnumbered. It doesn't take a genius to see they can't win. As he sat eating and watching, the host called out to him from below. Still chewing a mouthful of pastry, he replied, "What does the knightly lord want with me?" Host scowled up at him, asking why he was being sought out, when more than half of his mercenaries had surrendered mid-battle. "Where's your knightly spirit?" Bass shrugged, nonchalantly propping up his chin. "Please, sir. You yourself said we're mercenaries, not knights. We're only responsible for fighting for you in exchange for money, not for giving our lives." Pass's reasoning left Host speechless, shaking with anger. "This kid? Calm down. I'm not here to argue." Host tried to regain his composure, deciding to shelve the matter for now. He asked, "There's someone in your group who crossed the sea, claiming he could take on 50 men and always carries a cat. Where is he?" Pass, suddenly remembering, shrugged and held up his hands, replying with a smile. "Are you talking about Gray? Maybe he got tired of waiting and went to feed his cat." Host sternly warned, "I'm not joking with you." The situation grows more tense as the referee announces that Count Casper's side has won again. With that, Miss Elam's side is down to only 5 people. We can't let Casper win continuously. The referee is still enthusiastically commenting, "It seems this match will quickly determine the winner." The host, filled with determination, was about to step onto the field when a deafening sound stopped him in his tracks. The host is startled, turning to see what that sound was. Someone is entering the arena, power gathering beneath their feet. Moments before, the camp's gate began to shake. In less than a second, it collapses, creating the noise from before, and the crowd stares in stunned silence. Fully equipped and ready for battle, Gray's eyes are sharp as knives, and his voice is firm. "How many men does Count Casper have left?" Casper, who had been leisurely sitting, lost his smile as the glass in his hand shattered. Anne knew this was her man, but was still surprised enough to stand up, her big, sparkling eyes slowly losing their anxiety. A smile creeps across her face. "This one's interesting. Gray not only broke down the gate, but he's carrying the massive thing on his shoulders. And he's still got the strength to taunt them." The men under Count Casper Host were planning a suicide charge, but now, witnessing Gray's incredible power, they stand frozen in place. But he urges them on. With over 50 opponents on his side, Gray is given the go-ahead, and he happily agrees. "All right, seems I got back just in time. I'll head straight into the fray then." With that, he hurled the massive gate forward. It sliced through the air with a whoosh like an approaching storm, piercing the arena like an arrow and embedding itself in the ground, a dividing line that sent nearby gladiators flying. The Casper gladiator trembled, clutching his shield as Gray perched atop the gate, a sly grin on his face. No more playing around. Gray stands up, releases the chains on his spear, and announces, "I'm ready, let's begin." Before Gray even laid a hand on him, he dropped his weapon, knelt down, raised his hands, and cried, "Greetings, I choose to surrender." Gray didn't bother to mock him. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. That works. From above, he called out, and the next chosen fighter wept and wailed in despair. "I don't want to go out there, are you kidding me? Fighting that monster is a one-way ticket to the afterlife." All the proud gladiators from before are now desperately trying to pass the buck. You go, or better yet, why don't you go? Weren't you supposed to be strong?" The Earl is watching. Gray Codon stood alone, gazing at the chaos he'd wrought, and Casper, unable to contain himself, clenched his fist and cursed, "I absolutely will not allow this." Gray's actions at the gate have alarmed the entire town, and people are flocking to see what's happening. "What in the world is this? It looks like the Count's main gate. Who is that? What's his name?" Casper wasn't exactly thrilled to hear this. He clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. "Damn it, how did things turn out like this?" His aide whispered in his ear. "My lord, this is bad. The knights who resigned refused to fight. However, we still have a chance if we change the competition to a horse battle." Casper repeated, "Jousting." He sighed wearily. "It has to be done." Gray waited impatiently, anxiously looking down. Is the next one coming or what? This is taking too long. Finally, someone steps forward, the young knight Casper, standing below like an orator. "Your strength is truly admirable, and as the organizer, I'm eager to see your equestrian skills. Perhaps everyone wants to know if your riding skills are as impressive as your strength." This sudden proposal flusters Gray. Horsemanship? Seeing through the Earl's deceit, Anne grits her teeth in anger, standing up to point out that Casper's rules state the winner decides the next round's method. He's resorting to sophistry. Don't be so inflexible. If she refuses the horse battle, my men won't fight, and the competition will drag on forever. This wasn't the outcome she wanted. How could the upright and honest N possibly retort Casper's sardonic mockery? So he calmly made his proposal. "Brave knight, will you accept the challenge of a horse battle?" Gray hadn't prepared for this, and unsure of what to do, he scratched his head and stammered, "If I accept the horse war, will you send all of your knights to fight me?" Anne was shocked by his request, hardly believing her ears, and Casper was equally stunned by Gray's audacity. "All of them, meaning everyone on my side, will fight." Gray retorts, hands on his hips, stating that if they can't even handle half the fighters, he won't be able to reach 50. The host snapped, "Are you crazy? How can you face so many people alone?" Casper, confident in his numbers, readily agreed. "Of course, it's a deal. An excellent proposal." The host began to formulate a plan, a desperate attempt to stop this absurd match, but a voice extinguished his hope. "Ray, isn't it?" En steps out, looking up at the knight standing high above, causing the host to pause. "My lady, you're placing your faith in Gray, so you must be confident he has this in the bag. Right?" He seems surprised to see her out here. Oh, not wanting to disappoint Ain, he lightly punches his chest, affirming, "That's right, I'll bring you victory." Ain's heart eased, and she said softly, "That's good. Show the Count your power. Ray, may the Holy Spirit be with you." Ray leaped from the gate, hurtling downward, grateful for her blessing. As he prepared to land, a horse's hoof from Dovey became his support, and the crowd stirred, whispering, "Look over there." All eyes turned upward as Gray's feline companion soared through the starry sky to meet him. The people stared, transfixed by the surreal scene. A horse on a rooftop. Gray gracefully reached for the reins, preparing to land on his horse, while Casper impatiently urged the servants to hurry. "Have our knights advance," his aide quietly responded. "Yes." Then turning outward, he shouted, "All knights, prepare to charge!" A troop of soldiers is led into the arena. The knights spur their horses forward, followed by the rest. Whether they can regain their honor depends on this battle. To defeat that man. End this farce. The kitten, intimidated by the opposition's high morale, looks stunned. "Hey Ray, what's going on?" Casper's forces are huge and unpredictable. A bald man, seemingly the leader, frowned and roared, seeing this as their chance to turn the tables. They readied their spears, poised to strike with surging force, as the bald leader charged forward, blade aimed at Gray, who swiftly dodged the blow. He looked at him, eyes unwavering, completely resolute. Since they attacked first, he didn't hold back, drawing his wooden sword and striking decisively, then pulling the reins to charge toward the next opponent. The bald man, likely not expecting to be knocked out in a single blow, looked resentful, but then he was stunned to realize he was completely unharmed, though still shaken, and rubbed his chest. Watching Gray ride past, he wondered, what is he doing? Doesn't he know how to use a sword? Gray confessed frantically like a child. "Sorry, I just wanted to try it out." Meanwhile, the little cat whined, saying Tendas could take care of these little horses with a single paw. The bald knight, enraged beyond measure, bared his porcelain-white teeth, his cheeks flushed with shame, and roared, "You dare mock me? I'll kill you." The little cat sat across from Gray, eagerly offering advice, saying, "This is great. You've angered all the knights. Now what do we do?" Gray lowered his head, looking troubled. If he couldn't use a sword, he'd have to resort to the old ways of the sorcerer. The kitten is naive, the old ways of the warlock. Gray interlocks 4 fingers, pointing the remaining 2 straight together, casting a multitude of spells. Quadruple strength, quadruple armor, and quadruple swiftness. The bald one catches up to Gray and raises his sword menacingly, but he stops. A perfect opportunity. Everyone attack. Little do they know, he's leading them into a trap. This time, it's no experiment. Blood flowed like rivers as Gray's immense spiritual power claimed lives, and he spurred his horse straight into Casper's knights. Wherever his horse gallops, death follows. Chaotic sounds fill the air. "Get out of the way." "What is that?" "No, we can't stop him," one of them said, trying to reassure the others. "Don't panic. This kid is good at riding. He's sneakily aiming his spear at Tendas' neck, hoping to kill the horse. But little does he know, Tendas also carries spiritual energy, so his spear doesn't even touch its skin, and he's kicked straight in the stomach, causing him to vomit blood. Tendas' kick sends him sliding, as Gray seizes the moment to ride on, the remaining knights scrambling out of his path. "Damn it, are you kidding me? Get out of the way or you'll be thrown off." He's laughing like a maniac. Tendas is having way too much fun. The man lay pitifully on the ground, coughing violently. He looked up at Gray's figure and muttered, "That's terrifying." A true monster. Bathed in the soft glow of the full moon, Gray's majestic figure sat astride his horse, both imposing and romantic, as the painful reality caused Casper to lose his composure, screaming that something must have gone wrong. The host is overjoyed for Gray, who has truly done it. En picks up the sword that Ban Gray dropped. She called out to Knight Ain, who respectfully presented the insignia with both hands, while Gray bashfully accepted his sword, unable to meet her gaze. "Oh, thank you." Ain lingered for a moment, and Gray prompted, "Also, I fulfilled the bet to defeat 50 people in the competition. Can you grant me the title of knight?" Ain smiled at him. Today, she can finally rest easy, a gentle smile gracing her pale face. "Of course, I will fulfill my promise and bestow upon you the title and rank of knight," as the audience erupts in cheers, celebrating Gray's victory. In the spring of 1753 of the Holy Calendar, a great knight was born in the southern yacht kingdom of the CL continent, a knight who would change the world. Some were angered by this, while others cheered wildly. But he himself was completely unaware of all this, too busy tearing up while everyone else was beaming. Why are they throwing me up in the air? Have I been exposed? When did this happen? Will they crush my bones? A young man, face beaming, excitedly shouts, "Hurry to the other side of the wall!" His friend wondered what all the commotion was about. Near the city, crowds gathered, cheering like they'd met a golden idol as a rain of gold, silver, and jewels fell from the city walls. The surrounding citizens cheered. "The knight who defeated 50 men yesterday is handing out gold and jewels. Long live the knight." While the people rejoiced, the kitten stood frozen like a statue, eyes wide, muttering, "I'm telling you." With disbelief, she turned and asked, "Ray, what are you doing?" He was showering the poor with treasure, scattering gold from the ramparts with a smile. But to understand this, we have to go back to the previous night. Gray kneels before Lady Erin, who is as cool as a goddess. During the knighting ceremony, the silver moonlight symbolizes good fortune. "We met under the moonlight, so I bestow upon you the title of Silver Moon Knight." After the ceremony, she said, "Forgive the simplicity of this oath. I hope you'll stand by my side from now on, my knight." He valiantly replied, "Yes, I will fight for you." He then walked into a vast and magnificent palace. The servant led Gray to a room, introducing it as, "The room the young lady has prepared for you," addressing him as the esteemed Silver Moon Knight. "Get some rest," she said. He nodded in response. "Yes." Gray stepped inside, looked around at the luxurious room, the large bed, the silk curtains, the scented candles, and sighed. Philosophy, this world has truly gone mad. The cat had already sprawled out on the bed, lazily wagging its tail, while Vu Yu had truly become a knight. Gray smiled softly, but suddenly his laughter grew more and more frantic, startling the cat, who turned its head, its eyes filled with a judgmental look that belied its dignified appearance. He jumped up and down like a child receiving a favorite toy, cheering, "I'm a knight now! I'm a knight now!" He was so excited that he ran back and forth in the room, as the kitten, resting its chin on its paw, thought to itself that his laughter now had a hint of witchcraft to it. After a while, Gray calmed down, took 3 deep breaths, pulled out a book, and nodded. "I can't get too excited. As a knight, there's still so much I don't understand, so I must study hard." He sat upright in bed, flipping through the pages like a student before a final exam, as the cat curled up beside him, lazily waving its tail, saying, "Study, study. Just be quiet. I need to sleep." Hearing this, Gray picked it up, pleading, "Don't sleep. I still need your help as a strategist." He flipped through a few more pages, pointing at the book and reading aloud like he was giving a presentation. The knights in the book always shared their treasure with the poor. Confused, he turned to the kitten and asked, "So, where do you find the treasure? And who are the poor?" Back in reality, inside the study, Ain was approving documents with a serious expression when 2 subordinates entered. Still writing, she asked without looking up, "What do you 2 want with me so early in the morning?" Abby Robot. Head Abby spoke first, her voice full of dissatisfaction. "Forgive me for being blunt, my lady, but are you really going to use that gray fellow?" Ain calmly replied, as if she'd heard something completely ordinary. "You've seen his power for yourselves, haven't you? I need his strength. He offered a series of reasons, but we don't know his true identity, nor his past. He didn't even lower his hat during the oath ceremony. If he were sent by the king, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now." "Is that so?" Taken aback by the question, he was speechless. Ain sighed softly, advising gently, "If you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Abby Robot is the butler I trust most, and I hope this won't be brought up again." He could only bow his head and reply, "Yes, lady." Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the door burst open, and a knight rushed in, gasping, "Terrible news, Lady Aaron." His face was a mask of panic. "The Silver Moon Knight. The Silver Moon Knight." The next words froze everyone in the room. "He robbed Count Castor's treasury and is now scattering money from the city walls." Upon hearing this, Ain's temple throbbed, and she snapped the pen in her hand in 2. The snapping sound made host Abby and the knight turn their heads in unison. Ain braced herself on the table, took a deep breath, and emanated a dark aura like a final boss about to unleash an attack. Everyone was afraid, asking with concern, "Are you all right, miss? You don't look well." She replies, "I'm fine. Is Gray still on the wall?" "I'm going to see him," she declared, prompting desperate pleas for her to reconsider. "Please calm down, miss. Put down your sword." En never considered himself a standard lord. The clash of swords filled the air with a sharp intensity, as En earnestly practiced with his father, who instructed him with a firm voice, "Good. Pay attention to your defense. Be careful. Suddenly, his father unexpectedly changed his attack, causing Ain to slip like a banana peel. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately struck the decisive blow. En landed on her rear, her sword sent flying. He smiled, saying, "What's wrong? If En falls at this level, she can't possibly become the next Duchess of Bel, but En possesses a quality that even she is unaware of." She struggled to her feet, panting, while inside, Ain was seething, muttering, "What do you expect from a girl who's not even 10, old man?" But on the outside, she played the innocent role to perfection, worthy of an Oscar. "Let me try again, father." That's her specialty, acting innocent. Back in reality, En leads the way down the mansion hallway, followed by Host. Her face darkens, her heart filled with resentment and blame. What is that knight doing? Does he really want to cause trouble for me at a time like this? Meanwhile, that sly fox Casper is avoiding her after losing the duel, refusing to sign the contract. She imagines Casper collapsing and herself grabbing Gray by the collar, wanting to beat them both to a pulp. Her face was now as dark as an approaching storm. Host and Abby, standing behind her, broke out in a sweat, certain that was what she was thinking. Meanwhile, on the city walls, Casper was jumping up and down, questioning and criticizing the thieving knight for what he had done. Gray, holding the bag of jewels, put on a pitiful face and said, "I'm just sharing the treasure I found with the poor. Every knight does that." Casper clenched his fists, angrily shouting, "Treasure? That's my treasure, all mine." He pointed and cursed, "You're just a petty thief." He looked down at the bag in his hand, asking sadly, "So these treasures already have owners?" Annoyed, he retorted, "You should have written your name on it. How else would I know it was yours?" Enraged, the old man couldn't believe he was being blamed. Abby, now at the base of the wall, hearing the loud argument, says, "It sounds like they're really going at it." He worriedly advises, "My lady, we should stop Gray before things escalate." Of course, besides trying to put on a show, En also had a quality indispensable to a lord. En looked up at the city walls, thinking, aren't Gray and Casper a golden opportunity? That's the uncanny ability to seize opportunities in the blink of an eye. On the walls, the atmosphere was as chaotic as a fish market after closing. Enraged, Casper pointed at Gray and shouted, "Enough! I won't argue with you anymore. Bring out your master." His voice boomed like thunder, but then rhythmic footsteps echoed from the entrance. En entered with her retinue, her words immediately striking fear into him. My, isn't this a rare sight? Chu Casper actually seeking me out. With a gentle smile, she said, "You've been avoiding me? I thought you didn't want to fulfill the oath." Casper June, visibly terrified, turned and stammered. Seeing things were getting out of hand, he tried to regain composure with an explanation. "How could that be? But Gray was faster, cheerfully waving as if greeting an old friend. "Lady Ain, Knight Gray greets you." Ain waves back with gentle grace. "Hello, Gray." Casper, standing beside her, was about to bite his collar in anger. The untamed knight with no manners. Ain stepped forward and said, "That's right, Uncle Casper." She bowed slightly and whispered in Casper's ear, her voice polite but deadly. "You understand, right? If you refuse to fulfill your oath, I have the right to strip you of your position immediately." Casper's face went pale, as if drained of blood. Gray, standing nearby, was utterly confused while Casper glanced at him, and in that instant his mind raced. So that's it. He paled, falsely accused. "You intentionally sent him to rob my vault." Ian smiled, asking, "What are you talking about?" "I just found out about this myself. My knight is rather clueless. I'll compensate for the losses he caused at full price." Every word she spoke was calculated, striking right at his pride. "After all, unlike some people, I value my honor." Annoyed, he throws the contract down and turns to leave, saying, "Fine. You wanted the contract, here it is. Don't think that taking a few troops from me will let you stand against the king." She watched him go, a smirk on her face, and replied, "This is no longer your concern." Gray, standing behind her, asked in a panic, "Milady, have I done something wrong?" He trembled with fear, but she replied, "No, you did very well." She smiled wickedly and muttered, "That old fox has completely forgotten. I don't have the right to strip him of his position until I become Grand Duke. This is all thanks to the pressure Gray put on him." Host and Abby, pale as ghosts, cried out in unison, "My lady, you're speaking your mind again. Be careful." And reminded, composed herself and said, "I apologize. I lost myself for a moment. Anyway, Ray, you did a great job this time," she warned, "but taking other people's property is wrong." "I'll make up for it this time, but if it happens again, it'll come out of your salary, understood?" He dejectedly nodded in response. "Okay, all things settled," and coldly ordered, Now that we have the contract, there's no need to linger in this dreary port. Gray, pack up. You're coming back to White City with me tomorrow. He immediately responded, yes. Gray stood at attention, watching her leave, then picked up the kitten and whispered, by the way, what's a salary? He muttered. This? The cat tilted its head. His eyes held the weariness of a lifetime. Though he'd suspected it before, he glanced at En riding ahead and sighed inwardly. What was he supposed to say? Birds of a feather flock together? Only an unreliable lord would accept a knight as mentally unstable as Gray. His future looks bleak. As the sun began to set, En rode ahead, leading the troops onward. Gray rode behind, glancing around in surprise at the sheer number of soldiers on the road. So, we have this many people? Why didn't we see them during the competition? The kitten lazily explained from his back that these are just regular soldiers. Only knights were allowed to participate in the previous competition. He looked at the soldiers in armor standing before him, thinking, not to mention the 1,000-man squad he got from Casper by exploiting the contract. As the large army marched on, a sense of unease filled him, a feeling that something bad was about to happen. That night, under the bright moon, the army halted and set up camp, but as everyone rested, frantic shouts echoed from below. Sir Gray, Silver Moon Knight, Sir Gray. A soldier rushed over, relieved to see Gray sitting on his horse, stroking a kitten as if enjoying a spa. Silver Moon, I've finally found you. Why are you looking for me? The soldier replied, I'm not sure of the specifics, but Lord Host ordered you to Lady Arin's camp. In the main camp, Host stood with his arms crossed, veins throbbing on his forehead. Unable to hide his frustration, he exclaimed, My lady, I still can't accept this. That's why I need trustworthy messengers to deliver this news, and no one is more reliable than you. So what exactly can't you accept? The host asked with concern. Sending me and Abby Robot out? Wouldn't that leave only Gray with the young lady? What if that kid has ulterior motives? Ayan slams her pen down, breaking the silence. All right, we're back to Gray again, so let's talk about reality. If Gray had dark intentions towards me, could you stop him? Anne calmly observed their expressions, sighed softly, and spoke with a philosophical air. You can't, can you? So, instead of staying by my side, why don't you expand our forces as envoys? Just then, Gray gently stepped in, looking as innocent as a new student reporting for duty. Did you need something, Host? Instantly, the temperature in the tent plummeted. Both Host and App turned their heads in unison, their eyes icy and filled with a murderous loathing. Gray trembles under their deathly gaze, wondering what he's done wrong. Why does it feel like they're both targeting me? But unexpectedly, Host approaches and places a hand on his shoulder. He spoke in a warm voice, entrusting her safety to him. Did Gray startle him? With that, the Host and Abby Robb left the camp. And so, Gray was left in the middle of the camp in a full-blown panic, constantly asking himself, why was he called here in the first place? Who is safe? Is it the young lady's pet? What should he do? He stood frozen, turning to look at Ayn approving documents, planning how to ask without sounding stupid. Or maybe I should ask Lady Ayn. She seems nice enough. Let me think how to bring it up. Milady, where is your safety? Then he remembers the cat sleeping outside the stables and wants to bang his head against the wall. Why is Black Cat sleeping outside at a time like this? Someone, please help me. Sensing his worry, she spoke up. Are you very anxious? Suddenly hearing a voice, he jumped. No, I'm not worried because I don't know what to do at all. Ayn, resting her chin in her hand, wondered aloud if he didn't know what to do, offering a simple explanation that Gray was grateful for. Simply put, just stand guard here and defeat anyone who tries to sneak attack me. She rested her chin in amusement, marveling, You really are an odd one. Ray. Her next words struck him like arrows to the heart. Refusing to remove your helmet, ignorant of the knight's oath, are you not from this land, or perhaps not even human? This is far too suspicious. Under normal circumstances, even I wouldn't accept a knight as suspicious as you. Sweating bullets, Ray nervously replies, What are you talking about, lady? Of course, I was born and raised in this country as a knight. Ayn noticed the blatant avoidance in his eyes. She reassured him, You don't need to be nervous, Ray. I'm not telling you this because I doubt who you are. On the contrary, I just want you to know that whatever your past was, whatever you've done, from the moment you swore loyalty to me, you became my knight. Meanwhile, outside the tent, the kitten sleeping soundly on the horse's back suddenly opened its eyes, startled as it saw a dark shadow flying in the sky. Ayan's voice still echoed within him. I will settle your past, ensuring you won't be harmed because of it. That is all. Gray was deeply moved and praised her. My lady, you truly are a wonderful lord. If I had a tail, I'd be wagging it right now, swearing eternal loyalty to you. And smiled, considering the thought. Too easy, but she turned serious again, ending the small talk. Abby Rob's group has been gone for a while now, she hinted, leaving him confused and tilting his head in bewilderment. Gray, prepare yourself. We're about to have guests. And as soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword slashed through the tent, and a masked figure in a purple robe appeared above Aaron. A smirk crept across his face, his crimson eyes gleaming, and in a low, crazed voice he declared, "White-haired, blue-eyed woman. Target confirmed. Extermination commencing. Dunya, an assassin organization based in the southern Yak Kingdom, will kill anyone for the right price, from royalty to the weak and innocent. Within Dona, the assassin known as Yu Kuai is the most terrifying of all. While other assassins may simply work for money, Yu Kuai is purely evil, taking pleasure in murder." At that moment, the ghostly specter appeared above Aaron, his terrifying red eyes declaring that the white-haired, blue-eyed woman was the confirmed target for elimination. He grinned madly, licking his lips like a fiend from a film, and proclaimed, "Cry, tremble, your fear is my delight." He barely finished speaking when a powerful force struck his face. Delicious. The demon crashes from the tent after Gray smacks him in the face with the sword's hilt, revealing pink underwear with adorable ducklings that would embarrass any assassin. Gray emanates a murderous aura, vowing to defeat anyone who dares attack the young lady. Ian is stunned and calls out, "Ray!" The fiend, clutching the sword that wounded him, was still bewildered as Ain scolded, "Swords aren't for throwing." Gray scratched his helmet sheepishly. "Sorry." The ghoul regained his composure, smiling as he complimented, "You have a fine night, young lady." Gray immediately rushed forward, shielding her. "My lady, be careful. Please stay behind me." His eyes narrowed with caution. Why did this human possess a greater bloodlust than even a great warlock? Gray stared at the demon clenching his sword, radiating a palpable bloodlust, and wondered, is he also a warlock? Not a necromancer, or perhaps he's simply killed too many. Suddenly he lunges forward, his sword a whirlwind. Gray was stunned, fear gripping his heart. Too fast. He couldn't even see the attack. He's been hit. He's dead. Ayan was stunned, unable to believe it, as blood splattered and the ghoul's gleeful laughter echoed. Did the knight feel it? "You've already been cut in two," Gray shouts, regaining his senses, while Aaron looks on in disbelief, and the demon continues to laugh maniacally. Suddenly, Gray began to weep, though his smile remained. Then, with tears in his eyes, he turned, and his smile vanished, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. He looked down at his broken sword in disbelief, frozen like a statue as he raised the shattered blade. Suddenly, Gray's ultimate form appears, radiating deadly intent, but the demon is too busy staring at his broken sword in disbelief. How could my precious sword be broken? Suddenly, Gray's expression shifts, tears welling, a look of heartbroken despair washing over his face as he cries out, "Didn't you say you cut me in two?" "You liar, I was actually scared. How embarrassing." He couldn't take it anymore. Gray shed crocodile tears and swung his hand, shouting, "You liar!" The ghoul saw the hand coming and gritted his teeth in shock. The demon's eyes widened as the hand approached. Bracing himself, he thought, a slap? What an idiot. But just as he smugly thought this, Gray's slap landed. With an attack like that, I can block it with ease. It turns out Gray used the secret technique, eightfold Colossus palm strike, a blow that sent the demon flying, spinning in the air. He was knocked senseless and confused, wondering what was going on, while Anne watched them like a play, thinking, do these two really not understand the situation? She replayed every detail, analyzing the situation. That foolish assassin broke his sword in the first move, then proudly swung the broken blade dozens of times. She wondered if it was her problem or theirs that Gray hadn't noticed. Disregarding it, Anne sighed and gave an order. "Forget it, it's fine." Gray threw him outside. "There's no point in leaving him here." He immediately replied, "Yes." Gray dragged the ghoul's legs and suddenly said, "But miss, your question stunned her. Did you know from the start that assassins would come?" She continued to approve documents as she replied, "After all, one comes every 3 days on average. Since the hosts aren't by my side, I figured they'd be here soon." Gray was stunned, asking again. 3 days, he thought in fear. This is worse than when I was hunted underground. The ogre was thrown from the tent, and N asked suspiciously, "Didn't they tell you that my situation would lead to your loyalty?" "I didn't know," he says. "They only told me you could knight me." Ain clutches the paper in his hand, adding, "Even though it's not new, I should still tell you." In short, it's about money, power, or perhaps just pure fear. She chuckled bitterly, adding that for these reasons many people wished she would simply disappear. The root of all this is simple. 2 months ago, the Grand Duke of the Bia family died unexpectedly. After the Grand Duke's death, he left a will stating that his only daughter, Auron, would inherit his title and property. But suddenly a son named John appeared. But regardless of whether the Grand Duke truly had a son, according to the law, illegitimate children have no right to inheritance. The problem is that this illegitimate child was brought forth by the king, who has the power to grant him legitimate inheritance rights. Because the illegitimate child is a son, his inheritance rights still don't supersede Ain's, despite the Grand Duke's will, a transparent scheme. The king seeks to seize the Bia territory through this bloodless method, and some, fearing his authority, dare not offer aid, even knowing the truth. Seeing an opportunity, some sought to kick her while she was down. In short, from the day her father died, many hoped this mere 16-year-old girl would simply disappear. So assassins were just a fact of life for her now. This is the Bia White capital. The soldiers on the city walls looked down and said, "That's a herd of horses galloping towards us, led by Auron." As soon as they saw her, the soldiers on the walls cheered with joy. "It's Lady Auron. Lady Auron is back. Open the gates and welcome her. This is great." Beside the city walls, Sally appeared, smiling in admiration. Well, she really did survive and return, as expected of Lady Anne. Leaning against the wall, she anticipates Anne's arrival, saying she's heard Anne has become even more indifferent and has found a valiant knight. She looked down, her hair blowing in the wind, and muttered, "Interesting. I really want to see if he lives up to the rumors." The city gates opened, and Anne led a majestic cavalry into the city. Soldiers stood guard on either side as the surrounding citizens whispered about them. That's the real Lady Auron, and beside her is the Silver Moon Knight, said to be worth 100 men. The kitten on horseback suddenly turns its head and asks, "Hey Gray, did you understand what Lady Anne was saying last night?" Gray sweats, embarrassed, and admits he didn't understand much. All this talk of illegitimate children and inheritance is beyond him. He pointed out one thing he understood: defeating the king. Otherwise, the knight title he'd worked so hard for would be lost. The kitten, filled with disappointment, muttered, "I guess that's true." Gray looked around at Bao and the water fountain, taking in the buildings lining the streets, the magnificent palace before him, the crowds gathered along the road, and the children playing. By the fountain, a clown juggles balls as people sell fruit. Gray watches the people and whispers, "This place is so lively. I like it here. There's a feeling of being alive." Anne, who had appeared beside her, spoke up. "Perhaps I should take that as a compliment," he exclaimed, surprised. She looked around and smiled. He was right. Baeksong is a lively place, so I must protect it. Remembering something, she turns and asks, "Right, Gray. After things are settled, I'll prepare a new battlesuit for you and your warhorse." "Do you have any requests?" Grad asked. Anne began to list the specifications for the new battle armor, and the more she talked, the more his head spun. "After all, you're a key figure in Bia now. Your attire must reflect that. The armor's design, materials, and weight. If you have any requests, let me know. I'll cover the costs of forging the armor, so don't worry. I don't understand much of this, so I'll leave it to you." She muttered, "You're so easygoing." Hen stared ahead and spoke again. "Oh, and one more thing. After everything's settled, I'm inviting all the nobles in the city to a ball. After all, I need to let everyone know that I've returned alive with my troops." She turned to him. "So, be my escort knight." Her next words struck him like a bolt of lightning. "You'll be attending the ball with me." She smiled encouragingly at the one who could fly with the wind, believing that many people were waiting to meet him. "Prepare yourself." Suddenly, soft white feathers appeared in the sky as the angel Catherine, with her massive wings, surveyed the castle below and mechanically stated, "Target confirmed." An immature warlock. Her eyes locked onto Gray as he rode his horse, requesting permission to engage, but the order came from above. According to the White Robe Accord, signed with the warlocks, observe him for now, and do not engage unless he harms a human. Catherine responds like a programmed machine. Understood. That night, in a lavish castle, amidst ornate patterns and luxurious rooms, a brand new suit of armor is displayed like a limited edition item. The little cat stands beside Gray, gazing at the gift before him with sparkling eyes, showering the iron armor with praise like some ancient text. "How foolish, I love this armor," the kitten beside him asked with an appraising look. "So you really can make armor just by measuring the outside? That young lady spoils you too much, doesn't she?" Gray retorted, hands on his hips, earning a look of utter disdain from the kitten. Still, his lady was a wonderful lord. The cat couldn't resist any longer, going straight for the heart. "Is your precious lord telling you to get ready for the ball tonight?" Gray was crushed, muttering with a gloomy face, "So what exactly is a ball?" The kitten kindly explained, "A ball is a party where people gather and dance together." Gray then asked, What is dancing? The cat stood up and demonstrated, waving its arms and legs as if to illustrate. It's like this. A giant question mark appeared on his face, but he followed along, moving his arms and legs with the seriousness of an ancient ritual to summon a god. After swaying for a while, he concluded that it looked like some kind of mystical rite. As they transitioned to the next move, he exclaimed with delight, "Cool, I like dancing." As the two figures and a cat danced like they were performing a rain dance, a voice called out from outside. "Sir Silver Moon Knight, are you ready?" Gray frantically called out, "Wait, please wait a moment." He hastily donned his armor, cracked open the door, and asked with eyes full of worry, like someone forced to socialize, "What's going on?" With a graceful smile, the maid replied, "Esteemed knight, I am Lady Arin's personal maid. If you are ready, please follow me." "The young lady awaits." She gestured, offering guidance. "This way, please." He nodded shyly. "Okay." The servant approached a door, pulled it open, stepped inside, and made an announcement. "My lady, the Silver Knight has arrived." Gray peeked inside and was instantly stunned. Wearing a galaxy blue gown, Ain spoke, "You may leave." She turned slightly, revealing a face adorned with exquisite makeup and meticulously styled hair. Gray blushed at the sight of her. The dress perfectly accentuated her figure and complexion. The dress sparkled with precious diamonds, and Gray, stunned and blushing, wondered what level of quality it was. "What rank is she?" Gray clasped his hands, imagining himself in a robe made of such luxurious fabric, and became incredibly excited. What magnificent fabric, perfect for a mage's robe. And approached the hallway, asking softly, "Are you ready?" He nods. "I'm ready." Hearing this, she reached out her hand and said, "Then let's go downstairs." Gray nodded in response. "Yes." But he didn't move, just stood there blankly. Ain's hand remained outstretched, and the atmosphere froze. He asked, confused, "Didn't you want to go downstairs? Why aren't you moving?" The cat on his shoulder, annoyed, claws at his head, telling him to help her down, but Gray still doesn't understand. Why does she need help? Is she crippled? The kitten is furious, fur bristling. Just help her down. Meanwhile, Anne has been waiting with her hand outstretched for so long she's about to snap, but she maintains her composure and wonders. "I think I'm allowed to be angry now, right?" Gray finally steps forward and takes Ain's hand. Together, they head towards the staircase, where Gray, gazing intently at Anne, offers a compliment. "Your dress is beautiful today," he said, and she coldly replied, "Thank you." Gray blushed, his voice softening as if about to confess, but his words shook the very foundations. "Can I wear it?" Anne pondered this. Snapping out of it, Anne turns back and asks, "What did you just say?" Gray gave her puppy dog eyes. "Can I wear it?" Stunned, she asks, "Not that. You want to wear a dress?" As they walk together amidst the stairs, Gray asks hopefully, "Is that not allowed?" Anne froze, but he's a man. Gray, hearing this, scratched his head in confusion. "Huh? I'm a man," and was swept up in a whirlwind of philosophical introspection. Gray was just as stunned as the angry kitten scolded, "Goth, do you want to expose us? Change the subject, quick." He frantically waved his hands, explaining, "Well, it's not that I really want to wear them. Just forget I said anything. I'm fine with my armor." Anne stared at Gray, piecing together the clues. He didn't want to remove his helmet, refused to take off his armor, avoided talking about his past, and liked pretty dresses. Could it be? She gaped, imagining the beautiful face behind the mask, and wondered, not Gray, but Gray? Below in the banquet hall, nobles gathered in groups, conversing. A servant near the staircase, upon receiving news, announced loudly, "Lady Aen has arrived." Just as he finished speaking, Gray's hand appeared, grasping Aen's, and together they descended the stairs, appearing before the crowd. As soon as they saw her, the nobles bowed to Lady Arin, while a few younger ones stared intently in one direction. The crowd murmurs at the sight of Gray. Is that the Silver Moon Knight? They say he single-handedly defeated Count Casper's knights, 1 against 100. Some even saw him uproot a large tree with one hand. And is that a cat on his shoulder? Ayan takes the wine offered by a servant, smiles, and greets everyone, welcoming them to the Bia family ball. As the 13th heir of the Bia family, I hope everyone enjoys tonight and that our families continue to maintain good relations. At the same time, she raised her glass and declared, hoping to use this opportunity. With that, she finished her drink. Hoping to resolve past misunderstandings, Sai approached Atut, covering her mouth as she giggled. "Grandpa, Lady An is targeting him." He calmly replied, "It's all right." Gray noticed him as well, asking, "My lady, who is that old man?" It seems she's paying him special attention. Hearing his question, she introduced Count Gruglu of UA. Gruglu is a prestigious family with a long history, possessing great wealth and military power, and is the top target to win over in order to deal with our king. Unfortunately, he already turned me down. The band begins to play. Below, guests danced in pairs, but Gray asked with great concern, "Doesn't that spell trouble?" She nonchalantly replied, "It's fine. If he comes tonight, there's still a chance." Ain approaches Ace and bows. "Long time no see, esteemed Guru Glu." Sly smirked, watching her, as Atut returned the question with a relaxed smile. "It hasn't been that long, barely half a month, has it?" Ayan nodded with a faint smile. With elegant composure, she approached and softly inquired, "Won't Uncle Gru invite En for the first dance?" He bowed courteously, delighted, and extended his hand to take hers. Gray is stunned as he sees Atut leading her away. Why are they leaving? I have to follow her, but just as he moved, Sally blocked his path, her voice gentle but firm. "Wait," she asked with a smirk. "That's a dance for the master and Miss Erin. What would you be doing there?" The simple question hit its mark, leaving Gray frozen and stammering. Can't I follow? Of course not," she retorted. "If you really want to dance," Sai suddenly offered her hand, tilting her head with a grin, "then I can dance with you." Sir Knight. Gray and the kitten stared blankly at her hand, silent. Confused, Gray turned to his savior and asked, "Why is she reaching out to me, too? Her leg is also sprained. How can she dance with a sprained leg?" The kitten nonchalantly glanced away, replying, "I don't think her leg is sprained." Then it quietly advised, "But thinking of your good lord, I suggest you keep your distance from this girl." Gray immediately became alert and ready to leave, replying, "Okay, let's do it." Seeing this, she smiled, a dagger hidden within. The cat grabs his head, yelling, "Idiot! I wasn't talking about physical distance." Suddenly, tears streamed down Sly's face. She broke down, collapsing to the ground, asking why he would do something so awful. Did His Excellency not find Sly beautiful enough? The cat watches, horrified. This girl is a master, while Gray is completely lost, not knowing what he did wrong or why she's crying. It frantically grabbed Gray's head, ordering him to stop her before they got into serious trouble. Panicked, he asks, "What do I do?" The kitten suggests he deny everything and say that Lady Sai is the most beautiful woman in the world. He hesitated. "But I think Lady Ain is also very beautiful." The cat scolded him. "Who told you to tell the truth? It's just to coax her." Women really do like being coaxed. Gray had no choice but to obey, kneeling before Sally and offering his hand with a sincere tone. "No, Lady Sai is the most beautiful woman in the world." Sally was stunned to hear that. "Huh." She placed her hand on his and asked, "Sir Knight, would you care to dance?" Gray turned in a panic, asking, "What do I do now?" The kitten replied, "There's no escape dance." Gray reluctantly takes Sally's hand, pulling her up, and says, "It would be my honor." Sally smugly thought, "Oh, finally it's over, though a bit embarrassing. Silver Moon Knight, I wonder what you look like under that helmet." The cat could see right through her, thinking gleefully, "Enjoy it while it lasts, dancing with a fool. You'll soon know what's coming." Golden cries echoed through the Bia family palace. "You stepped on me!" Sally's pathetic scream drew everyone's attention. "He stepped on me again." Ananut smiled awkwardly at Sally's cries. "You stepped on me again." Gray was on the verge of tears. "Sorry, it's my first time dancing like this." Sai replied, trembling, "It's okay. It's actually my first time, too. My first time dancing with someone in armor who's also stepping all over me." They reached the center of the dance floor. "Don't rush," Sally instructed. "You'll learn how to lead me." Gree stammered, "But you're a better dancer than me. You should lead." Sally pouted at his response. "This isn't about who's better. You're the man. You have to lead. Understand?" Gray broke out in a sweat, utterly confused. Why did Lady Ain and she both say he was a man? Could he really be a man? Gray stretched his legs and continued to dance, his face beaming with joy. Dancing is really fun. Seeing he got it right, Sally praised him. "That's it, you learn fast." Ace looked towards the dance floor and asked, "That's the Silver Moon Knight. I heard he's incredibly strong, able to uproot a large tree with his bare hands, but why is he wearing armor on the dance floor? Surely this place is safe." Anne replied, "You jest. If this place isn't safe, where is? It's just a habit of his." Speaking again, Gruglu asks Aaron to seriously reconsider his previous request. He smiled, saying, "Aaron, I don't deny your talent as a lord these past 2 months." He explained that while Aaron is outstanding, it's still not enough. Gruglu only supports those certain to win. the Gru family's ancient creed and the reason for our 1,000-year legacy. Aen glanced at the dance floor and said coldly that it was a pity. As the dance ended, Gray smiled happily and Sally patted his chest, praising, "You learn quickly, boy." She pointed to the gate and suggested, "It's too stuffy in here. Take a walk with me." He immediately agreed. And so, Gray escorted Sally out of the castle and they headed towards the stairs. Sally chuckled, revealing a horrifying purple bruise on her foot, and sighed. "Oh, it's definitely swollen." She sat by the fountain, her voice heavy with sadness. "This is a problem. With my foot like this, I can't dance anymore." With tears in her eyes, she confronted the culprit. "Hey, you stepped on my foot like this. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Gray lowered his head pitifully and said, "I'm sorry." Sally sighed and shrugged. "I'm not asking you to apologize. I'm asking if you could find some medicine and apply it for me." Gray asked hesitantly about the ointment, and she nodded, urging him on. "That's right, like some kind of ointment that Ms. Thuong has." The little cat, perched on his shoulder, suddenly covered its mouth and snickered, saying that she wanted him to apply the medicine for her. "I see right through it. This girl wants to seduce you." Gray wondered if she meant flirt. The little cat explained softly that she was teasing him so they could fall in love, then have children, and then he would be completely imprisoned. Gray heard another incomprehensible phrase, "have children," and the little cat quickly said, "Oh, sorry. That word is too difficult for a dead spirit like you." Gray knelt before Sel and asked, "I don't quite understand, but she wants me to help Sister Shang, right?" Seeing him suddenly kneel, she was shocked. Her face flushed as she asked, "Well, what are you doing?" With one hand, Gray lifted her foot while the other channeled holy healing magic. Sally stared at the light in astonishment. "Oh my God, it's magic." Oblivious to her shock, the magic-wielding knight Gray continued to heal her, when suddenly Matthew appeared, dropping his bouquet in stunned disbelief at the sight of Gray holding Sally's foot, muttering, "What are you two doing?" He trembled, tears welling up, having chased after Lady Sally out of concern, only to find a knight holding her foot. Enraged, he pointed and shouted, "Are all the knights of the Bia family so shameless? I'd like to challenge you to a duel." Gray was thrilled to hear that. "A duel would be nice," he says, but before he can finish, the cat kicks him in the head and scolds him. He irritably reminds him, "Are you stupid? Her family is who Lady Aen wants to win over, and fighting with them over her will cause political problems. Explain yourself quickly. Say you were only healing her to protect her honor, and she'll vouch for you." But before he could finish, Sai blushed and exclaimed, "Oh my, 2 boys want to duel over me. I'm such a sinful woman." The cat clutched his head, muttering, "Is she crazy?" As feathers drifted down, Catherine, who had witnessed everything, murmured, "Indeed, that magic was divine. A necromancer who can use divine magic? How interesting." Inside the brightly lit palace, the banquet continues. Aen, hearing the commotion, turns her head in confusion. "It's a bit noisy out there. What's going on?" Just then, a knight rushed in, panicked. "Lady Aran, something terrible has happened." The Silver Moon Knights seemed to have offended Lady Sel of the Gru family, and frowned upon hearing this. "Is the Gruglu family's timing just a coincidence? Take me to see what's happening." The knight hastily replied, "Yes." Outside the serene garden, Maddie's sky-rending scream suddenly echoed. Silver Moon Knight. Not planning to explain anything? Gray, confused, asks, "What is it you want me to explain?" Maddie was furious, ready to explode. "Stop playing dumb!" he shouted in front of everyone, demanding an explanation for the humiliation of Lady Ciel. Gray was sweating bullets, turning to the kitten for help. "What does humiliate mean?" "It means bullying." "Then why didn't he just say, bullying?" "How strange." Seeing he didn't answer, Mathu pressed on. "You can't explain it, can you?" He went to Sai's side and arrogantly said, "Miss Sai, tell everyone what this bastard did." Sai, true to form, smiled gently and explained, "I think you misunderstood. She just found it strange. Who is this guy?" And now she's lifting her skirt to show off her smooth, scar-free foot, like she's in a commercial. Her Grace, the Silver Moon Knight, was merely healing my injured foot, and it's truly amazing that it leaves no scar. Mathieu disbelieves it and mutters, "Is Lady Ciel trying to get him out of this? Her kindness will only hurt her." He angrily points at Gray, placing the blame. "There's no medicine in the world that can heal wounds instantly without leaving a scar. Col must have been deceived." Hearing this, the surrounding nobles gossiped as if watching a live broadcast. Indeed, there's no such medicine. He dares deceive the Earl's daughter. This knight is truly insidious. Hearing the whispers, Gray looks around in bewilderment. He cried out in fear, wondering why everyone was using words he didn't understand. How terrifying. The cat in his arms was furious, but that wasn't the point. If he didn't explain soon, he was done for. Just wait and see society ruin you. Just then, Aen, along with his men and Atut, came out and asked what everyone was doing here. As soon as he saw her, it was as if he'd seen the light, and he cried out, "Miss." This tall knight is afraid of society and is starting to cry like a child whose toy has been taken away. "Miss, everyone is saying things I don't understand." "Mommy, someone's bullying me," Mathieu immediately accused, seeing her arrive. Lady Aen's arrival couldn't have been better timed. The Bia Knight's character truly leaves much to be desired. Sensing trouble, Aen demanded an explanation. So, what exactly happened? He immediately embellished his account of what he'd witnessed. "When I arrived, I saw the knight from the Bia family getting physical with Miss Say." Aen, fearing his rage, stopped him. "Don't get worked up, uncle. Let's hear what he has to say first." She turned and called for Gray. Gray steps forward to explain. That was when I accidentally injured Lady Sai at the ball, so I simply helped heal her." After hearing this, Aen turned to Lady Sai, the other person involved. Sally, resting her chin in her hand, pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. "Sir Knight, why don't you use that one more time in front of everyone?" he asks. "That one?" She reached out excitedly, saying it was the instantaneous healing. Gray worriedly lowered his head, hesitant. Clenching his fist, he sadly replies, "I'm sorry. I can't use it a second time anytime soon." Inside the armor, Gray removes his glove, revealing his injured hand, filled with worry. He knew using holy magic would instantly burn his hand, taking days to recover. If his other hand burned too, he wouldn't be able to control the armor with his puppet technique. Ma angrily points at him, scolding, "What do you mean you can't use it? That's ridiculous. I bet you threatened Lady S. Lai to keep her from exposing you." Hearing this, Atut's expression darkened as he said coldly, "So, the intimidation comes from the strongest knight of the Via family. Aen, before you ask for my help, I hope you can manage your subordinates." Aen bowed in apology. "I'm very sorry, Uncle Grugru, but I trust my knight." Her aura shifted, her eyes sharpened, and she declared with a murderous intent, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly, and if I find someone is causing trouble and slandering the honor of the Baya Knights, I won't easily forgive them." Yima flinched at the angry look, and Atut turned away in fury. "Is that so? House Gru will not involve itself in your family's affairs. Let's go." Sally was startled when she was called. But no matter. The next morning, an army marched towards White City, a vast force equipped with armor and supplies. Standing on the city walls with N, Host happily exclaimed, "Excellent lady. The Countess has sent troops to assist us. Now, the forces of all three Bia County Earls are gathered in White City, and the situation is turning in our favor." An watched the approaching troops, a seed of doubt taking root in her mind. Was it just a coincidence that he arrived so soon after her return to White City? Below, Phil leads the troops with a proud look. Remembering something, she quickly asks, "That's right, Host. What was the background of the person who targeted Gray that you investigated last night?" He replied that it was the young master of the Min family, one of Miss Sai's ardent admirers. Anne, still suspicious, asks, "Is that so?" as she suspects the attack on Gray may have been motivated by simple jealousy. Hearing her tone, Host asks, "Is there anything else that concerns you, my lady?" She shook her head. "Nothing for now. Let's go greet Count Phi." The city gates opened, and N led the charge on horseback to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome. Uncle Phi, my niece, am I not too late?" She smiled in response. "No, uncle, your timing is perfect. Nay." Remembering something, he began to inquire, "Has that old Gru taken a stance yet, Arin?" Sweating, she hesitated, but Phi saw her expression and immediately understood, his tone laced with displeasure. "So that spineless fool isn't going to take a stand this time either? Just tie him up and beat him," and smiled awkwardly, asking him not to do that. Suddenly, the old man burst out laughing, slapping Aen on the back, causing her to cough up blood, but he continued to laugh. "Pay no mind, I'm just joking." Aen gave a sheepish smile, saying to the chuckling elder that he still loved to joke around as always. Suddenly, he stops laughing and says in a serious tone, "Aen, some people just don't understand reason. You have to make them feel real pain before they know what choice to make." Anne nodded with a smile, thanking him for the advice, but before that, she glanced back with curiosity, noticing the slightly suspicious carriage. "Uncle, what's in that carriage?" He followed her gaze and replied, "Oh, that's my son Jimmy. He's not well." The doctor said he can't be exposed to sunlight, so the carriage is covered in black cloth. It would be dangerous to leave him behind if a civil war breaks out, so I brought him here." She stared intently at the carriage and asked, "Is that so? Poor Jimmy, may I visit him?" The old man chuckled. "Of course." Anne immediately turned her horse around as the soldiers guarding the carriage called out, "Lady on, this way." He lifted the curtain, alerting the occupant inside. "Young Master Jimmy, Miss Anne of the Bia family is here to greet you." He nodded in response, and upon seeing Anne, he immediately bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Miss Anne. I'm Jimmy Phil." Anne returned the greeting with a smile. "Hello, Jimmy," Anne said apologetically. "I'm sorry for dragging your father into this mess." He replied, "It's all right. This was my father's wish." After greeting him, Anne turned to offer a compliment. "Phi has such a lovely son." He replied with a happy laugh, "Indeed. Everyone who meets Jimmy says the same." She offered, "You must be tired from your travels. Let's get you settled in the city." He replied, "Well, if you insist." As time passed and the sun began to set, Host excitedly said in Aaron's study, "With the Countess's support, we've gained another key player." Phi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the situation seems to be improving." Aaron rested her chin in thought. "Is that so?" Sensing her unease, the host asked, "My lady, you've been repeating yourself all morning. Is there something you'd like to share?" She voiced her concerns, noting that Phi's timing seemed too coincidental. Furthermore, his son Jimmy is extremely adorable, but doesn't resemble Phi at all. More importantly, even hidden under a hood, I saw it. Jimmy has white hair. In the halls of the Bia family palace, a man walks to a room and throws open the door, much to Phiu's displeasure. "What are you doing here? I thought I told you not to come looking for me in Bia." He hastily knelt before the count, begging for another chance. I can't believe En would risk offending the Gru family just to protect that knight. He pounded his chest, promising, "Please, just give me one more chance. I will make sure that Silver Moon Knight disappears from the Bia Estates camp." In the morning at the Bia Estates castle, Ray was scribbling something on a piece of paper. A cat sat beside him, wagging its tail, and asked, "Gray, what are you doing?" He smiled and replied, "I'm listing the things I need to do after becoming a knight." He picked up the book and sat up, recounting, "During the knight initiation, Lady Anne had me recite some oaths. To bravely resist the strong, defeat all wrongs, and fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. To help anyone who asks for my aid, to never harm a woman, to aid my fellow knights, to be sincere to my friends, and to be loyal to my love until death." Gray controls the ironclad puppet, puts on its helmet, and says, "Warlocks don't usually swear oaths, but we abide by them. And so, I must hasten to fulfill these vows, starting with the simplest, to aid those who ask for my help. With a city as big as White Clarity, there's bound to be someone in need." "Wait, you want to go into the city now?" It looked up and advised him. "Gray, I wouldn't advise going into the city right now. Why do you ask?" Before the kitten could finish, a tomato struck him squarely in the head, as Ray stood frozen in place. A woman stood in her house, yelling and throwing tomatoes. "Notorious rogue knight! How dare you ride so brazenly in the street?" She continued to hurl tomatoes, shouting, "Evil, degenerate, woman-beating thug, get out. You're not welcome here." Gray wiped the tomato off his helmet, puzzled. "Why do I get the feeling people don't like me very much? It wasn't like this when I entered the city." The kitten, hidden beneath his cloak, replied, "I don't think this has much to do with you personally." It shrewdly pointed out that since the night of the ball, someone had been spreading rumors about him in White City. "Clearly, this isn't about you, but about the Bia family," it gently advises. "So these people are just deceived by rumors, thinking you're a bad person. Don't be sad." Gray is taken aback by this. "Why should I be sad?" The kitten continued to remind him. "Even these people, believing everything they hear without checking if it's true or false." He suspected the feeling was somewhat pathetic as he walked away, and the demon mage clicked his tongue in annoyance. Daniel smirked, impressed by Gray's composure. "Not bad, not getting angry even now." He grinned. "No matter, the other side's trump card is ready." Gray continued on horseback, admiring the city around him. "The streets of White City are certainly lively," he remarked, but lowered his head in disappointment as he felt the judging eyes and whispers. "Aside from the strange looks I'm getting, everything else is fine." Kitten urges, "You should obediently return and report this to Miss Annie." As he rode on, he heard the sound of footsteps echoing behind him, and a child's voice calling out from afar. "Sir Knight, please wait," and cried out through her tears. "Sir Knight," the boy pleaded on his knees. "Please save us, Sir Knight in shining armor." Gray was deeply moved at the sight of the child, finally getting a customer, and regained his spirit, shouting, "No problem, leave any difficulty to me." The angry kitten scolded, "Idiot! You should have asked what happened first." A horse-drawn carriage approaches a gathering of people, and the driver seeks guidance. "My lady, the road ahead is blocked by people. Shall we take another route?" Sally asked from inside the carriage. "What's going on?" The coachman replied, "I don't know, but it seems to involve the Silver Moon Knights." At that moment, Gray pulled the boy onto the horse, saying, "I see. So your sister was kidnapped by thugs, and they asked you to find me for help?" The boy pointed, shouting that they were in the alley ahead, as the cat irritably warned, "Hey, this is obviously a trap. Are you really going?" Gray muttered to himself, "But the boy asked for my help, and besides, this plot is aimed at me. The more you tell me to stop, the less I can stand idly by." Inside the alley, a group of teenagers sat on stacked crates, laughing. "Huh, that knight is really dumb for coming." Fang, holding a girl hostage, sneered, "What an idiot." Gray, witnessing this, was confused. So they're thugs, but just a bunch of kids? Anne jumps off her horse and shouts, "Nania, I've brought the knight in shining armor. Let my sister go." The boy grabbed the girl next to him, saying, "I know. I'm a man of my word." Suddenly, he threw her away, shouting, "You better catch her." The boy shouted in shock, "Sister!" Gray immediately spurred his horse forward. He reached out and caught the falling girl, holding her close as he asked, "Are you all right?" The girl sobbed in fear, "No, I'm okay." He stopped his horse before the children, muttering to himself, then asked suspiciously, "Are these kids trying to ambush me unarmed?" Fang smirked confidently as Anne worriedly called out, "Sir Knight." The boy lowered his head, his face darkening as he mumbled, "I'm sorry." The boy ran to the alley's entrance, shouting, startling Gray, "Help! A Bia Knight is kidnapping people." Fang joined in the cries, saying that the evil knight wouldn't even spare children, and the girl in Gray's arms began to struggle, shouting for help, to be released and to not be touched. Gray was stunned by the scene. "Wait, what's going on here?" The townspeople rushed to block the path, shouting, "Over there! Don't let him escape." I thought it was just a rumor, but he's actually targeting children. One man gripped the rope, snarling, "Get off your horse, you vile knight!" Gray could only stand there, resigned. "No, I've done nothing wrong." A woman embraced the child, comforting her. "Poor thing. Don't be afraid. We'll protect you." Having successfully slipped away from the crowd, Anne snuck into a nearby deserted alley where Fang immediately spotted him and called him over. "Anne's over here," the boy excitedly boasted, eager to report the situation to the young master. Another kid agreed, saying they could get a lot of money and the priest wouldn't have to work so hard, and happily prepared to run to his friend. "Good. I just feel bad for that knight." The boy was quickly grabbed by the collar and yanked backward. Cell smirks, having overheard everything, so the kid knows it's wrong, huh? And panicked and struggled in vain. "Who are you?" Sai grins, introducing herself. "Who I am doesn't matter. Tell me about the young master who's offering you all a fortune." Anne was on the verge of tears, caught red-handed, while Gray was also tearing up. An annoyed villager snapped back, "No crying. If you're a man, own up to what you did." Even the kitten was meowing in protest. "What did I do to deserve this, meow?" The villagers buzzed with gossip, but wasn't this knight supposed to be powerful? Aren't we taking this a bit too far? What's there to be afraid of? If he dares to lay a hand on us, we'll lead him straight to the castle. Sai confidently stepped out of the crowd, ready for the young lady to deal with him and banish him from White City. Upon hearing this, the people turned their attention to her, and Sly smirked, noting how lively the atmosphere had become. The crowd quickly recognized her, stammering, unable to speak. It was Lady Sai, and her name only fueled the commotion. "Isn't Chelly the girl who was bullied by that knight in the rumors? It is her. I saw her at the conference. She's the Earl's daughter. I've seen her too. This young lady has a good temperament. She's even courteous to commoners like us. Why would an Earl's daughter come here? Did she come to discipline that knight too?" Sai's bright smile made everyone blush. "What's with the crowd? Is there some kind of event going on?" The kidnapper immediately simpered. No, not Miss S. We're teaching that nasty knight a lesson for bullying you." Sally feigns innocence, covering her mouth. "Evil knight, are you talking about Gray, the Silver Moon Knight?" She cleared her throat and offered an explanation. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. The Silver Moon Knight never bullied me. On the contrary, she helped me." The kidnapper awkwardly retorted, but rumors spread like wildfire, saying that at the ball, this guy was caught red-handed by my mother bullying a girl on the street. Sally hesitated for a moment, then softly requested to meet the girl who had been bullied. Hearing this, the crowd quickly parted to let the victim come forward. Here she is, but the woman helping her up looked sad. "Lady Jueli, she's right here. If you don't believe me, just ask her. We all saw that knight grab her. It was awful." Sally quickly moved closer. "Are you the little girl who was bullied?" The girl sadly nods. Yes, yes. She gently stroked the girl's head to comfort her. So small, so pitiful. She must have some terrible memories. The girl continued to remind her. Lady Sai, don't let that night deceive you. Sally immediately threw off the wig. Stunned, the boy froze in place as Sally feigned surprise, exclaiming that he was indeed a boy. The nearby townspeople were stunned, their mouths agape. What? What's going on? Why is it a boy? S then laughed loudly, explaining that everyone had been deceived by these children. The boy quickly looked around as if to clear his name, saying, It wasn't me. I just wasn't there. She turned and ordered her assistant to bring the others, and he quickly obeyed. Yes, lady. The crowd murmurs, Aren't those the kids who were screaming for help earlier? These children are merely victims of the rumors, Sly says, gently reassuring them. So, after believing the rumors, they put on this cruel performance? And sadly lowered her head and squeaked. Yes. The confused citizens scratched their heads, gossiping idly. What was that all about? Just a malicious prank? Then, did we arrest the wrong person? No, they wrongly accused the Silver Moon Knight. Sai quickly looked up at the people. So it seems everyone was manipulated into blaming an innocent person. Seeing this, they looked embarrassed, unsure of what to do. Oh, sorry about that. Don't just stand there, untie the knight. She then turned and cheerfully added, That's right, and there's something else. As I understand it, when Lady Elam bestowed the Silver Moon Knight title upon Grey, she also granted him the title of Baron and a fiefdom. Sel loudly proclaims that they have unjustly attacked a baron and insulted his honor, so he has the right to punish them all, right? The people immediately play dumb. Is that so? But we didn't know the truth of the matter. Yes, ignorance is bliss. Grey's eyes began to water with sorrow. Do I really have the right to arrest them? Sai nodded innocently. Yes, you do. He glares menacingly. Very well, you dare insult my knightly honor, I must punish you. They cowered and retreated in fear. Please wait, we were wrong. Your Excellency, Baron, this won't happen again. Please forgive us. Grey acts without hesitation, charging forward with incredible speed. It's too late. Forgiveness isn't granted by mere words. He quickly scribbles on the board. You'll pay the price for this. Grey confidently held up the board and made his demand. Grey says he's a good knight, and if they carry him on the board through the places they just went, he'll forgive them. Huh. Sally tried her best to stifle her laughter. Unable to contain herself, she burst out laughing. Grey, you're so amusing. Meanwhile, he continued to lecture them seriously, dumbfounding everyone. Really, is that all we have to do to be forgiven? Of course. A knight always keeps his word. They scrambled over each other to receive their punishment. Then, can I go first? Can I go first? Can't we all go together? Sir Knight, of course, we came together, so we'll leave together. Wonderful. Pio crosses his arms, looking down and sighing. Is this the result of giving him another chance? Grey chuckled to himself as he walked. Silly miss. He showered her with praise, saying that thanks to her help, he was finally able to clear up the misunderstanding with everyone. Thank you. Sai leans forward, happily replying, Same here, same here. Haven't you helped me before? She takes a light step forward, adding that he should report this to Lady Elam. Grey turns, listening intently. I didn't say anything in front of everyone before, but Sally's words cause him to freeze. The one who framed you is the young master of the Bia faction, the same one who confronted you at the ball that night. His goal is likely to separate you and Elam. You two better investigate his background. This girl is definitely not simple. But didn't the Gru family refuse to join the Bia faction? Something's not right. Grey, ask her why she's telling you all of this. Grey asked, seeking confirmation. Why are you telling me this? Sally awkwardly scratches her face. Is that right? Getting too close to you could drag the Gru family into war. She then laughs heartily. But because I find you so interesting, I don't mind telling you. Grey was stunned and confused. How interesting. This girl is strange indeed. Sally then broke the awkward silence. All right, Knight, let's part ways here. I still have to go to the theater, and you should hurry back to town and report to Elam. Grey blushed and waved back. Okay, goodbye. Before they could say goodbye, Mao suddenly realized something. He darted from the alley and ambushed his target, quickly grabbing their mouth in a surprise attack. The two guards shout in alarm, My lady! Mao grits his teeth, glaring and threatening. Stay back, don't come any closer. He's taken Seely hostage. I'll kill her if you don't comply. She wearily turned to glance at Mathu. How could he? He looked down awkwardly, trying to threaten her, as if she was very surprised. Miss Sally, quickly bring your weapon to my neck. It's clear I did all this because I didn't want you caught up in this battle. And now she's gone and helped that foolish knight out of a jam, who's constantly complaining, I've been completely abandoned by that great lord. Feeling wronged, Mathu shouts back, demanding to know why she helped him. Does he want to drag the Gru family into war? What's so great about that foolish knight? The guard, unsure of what to do, shouts out in frustration, Is this guy crazy? The demon slowly pointed and said, Crazy? Yes, I'm crazy. I am crazy. He's become incredibly sinister and cruel. Even if he can't sow discord, eliminating that foolish knight will surely please the master. He points at the knight. You there, knight. I know you're strong, able to uproot trees with your bare hands. Cut off a hand and a foot, and I'll release Sai. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Sally, though weary, inwardly scolded him, realizing he had indeed lost his mind. He's not my knight. Why would he do that for me? Gray remained silent. Keep attacking with your words. Hurry up and act. Aren't you a knight? You wouldn't just stand by and watch me die, would you? Gray slowly responded, I understand. If I cut off an arm and a leg, you'll release Lady Sella. He placed his hand on his other arm, saying he agreed to the condition. Mati was speechless. It was just an arm and a leg. Gray confidently picked up his weapon and shouted back, hoping he would keep his promise. The two guards gasped in unison, Sir, Silver Moon Knight! Matthew laughs maniacally. You're the real madman. Gray looks down at himself and confesses, I'm not crazy. He then hurls his arm at his opponent. Mathieu, the knight whose arm was devoured, falls backward as two guards seize the opportunity and rush forward. Now's our chance. Pin him down. Lady Sai, please step back. Sally warily eyed the scene, suspecting the severed arm was nothing more than empty armor, as Gray chuckled endearingly. I retracted my arm into the armor. Pretty convincing, right? Our leader's perceptive, and this guy's quick on the uptake. She approached him courteously. Sir Knight, I must thank you again for saving my life. He scratched his head sheepishly. It's nothing. All knights would do the same. The demon wasn't giving up and retorted, You think suppressing me will keep you safe? He glares, reminding her that it's all her fault. Ma angrily recalls everything, saying if she hadn't helped that night, the Gru family wouldn't have faced such disaster. Then you can weep over your grandfather's corpse. Sai strokes her chin, looking at him thoughtfully. Etut wearily opens his eyes as Daniel and his comrades eagerly look on. He's finally awake. He brandishes the knife in his hand, flailing it wildly. Our esteemed Count Gruglu. Daniel continued to scan the surroundings before commenting. Your building has a great location. No neighbors, lack security, and breaking in was a piece of cake. He casually tosses the knife in his hand, implying they have plenty of time before being discovered. Ace then cuts to the chase, asking, What do you want to say? Daniel stalls, ever the provocateur. Don't you want to know who we are or why we've taken you? Ace calmly states the truth. If they wanted to talk, they would without him asking. If you don't want to talk, asking won't do any good. But I don't think you're here to kill me. Daniel chuckled at that, spinning the knife in his hand. You're certainly confident. He wearily swung his knife behind him without hesitation. Perfect, because I'm too lazy to talk to you either. He throws the knife, seemingly on purpose, so it barely misses Ace's head. Daniel glared down, his voice stern, and commanded, Write a letter to your territory at once, ordering them to send reinforcements to the Bia family. Resisting the king? Ace bluntly questions the Bia family's support. Aren't you Elam's people? Daniel stood up, annoyed, and approached him. Do you care who I work for? He lowered his face, enunciating each word. All you have to do now is obediently write a letter, understand? But Ut remained steadfast, his integrity unwavering. I refuse. Enraged, Daniel grabs his collar, shouting, You think you have a choice? Do you still think you're some high and mighty earl? If you don't write the letter, I'll kill you and everyone in this mansion. Unafraid, the earl glared back. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Ut begins to reverse the psychological attack. If you kill me, you won't get the letter. You won't get my seal. After I die, my son will immediately inherit the title according to my will. That testament was notarized by the archbishop himself. Not even the king can interfere. Hearing this, Daniel fearfully released him. Why would Piao send someone as easily provoked as you to kidnap me? Do you need to call him for instructions on what to do in this situation? He looked visibly flustered. Meanwhile, in the BAN study, she calmly explained, Uncle Phi, regarding our troop deployments, she quickly went over each issue, including the formation aimed at the king, which we need to discuss. Okay. Blue Hair opened the door and announced, Excuse me, Miss Anne, a word. He bowed his head solemnly. An envoy from Count Fiu has arrived outside the city. Phi quickly turned back to say, My envoy, I apologize, but it seems I must be absent for a while. Anne casually replied, It's fine. And so he left with green hair and watched him go, thinking about the envoy. She then ordered Abby Robot to send a message to Jose, telling him to take a team and follow Uncle Phi's envoy. Abby immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, Phi is now outside, leaning against the railing. Annoyed, he clutches the paper, deducing my involvement from a few words. A true old fox. After a moment of thought, Gru orders, "Return and tell them to do this. That old fox won't dare disobey." Blue Hair acknowledged the order, yes. Phil then returned to Aaron's room where she looked up with delight. "You're back? What happened?" Phil waves his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just some minor issues in the territory, nothing to worry about." Ayan's eyes narrowed as if she'd anticipated this. "So that's it. Just something in the fiefdom, was it?" She then put her hand on the table, playing with her fingers. "Oh, right, Uncle Phi. There's something I forgot to tell you. Having entered a state of combat readiness, Arenvair imposed martial law on Bakthan, and without my orders, the city gates are to remain closed at night. So I'm curious, how did your messenger from Fong get into Bakthan?" Hearing this, Phi blushed with embarrassment. That night at the Gru estate, the bald man looked out the window anxiously, wondering why the envoy hadn't returned. He stared in disbelief at the approaching figure and turned to report to the team leader. "Someone's back." Daniel peeked out to see if it was the messenger. He shook his head, saying it wasn't, but he recognized her. The bald one clarified that it was Gru's daughter, Sally. Sally announces her return at the gate, naively stepping inside. "Why is it so dark? There aren't even any candles." Sally, holding her kitten, loudly announces her return, wondering if no one will welcome her home, and walks inside, annoyed. "I told you not to hire servants from White City." Sally continued to nag, oblivious to the ambush, saying they should be fired. Behind her, Daniel closed the door with a sinister grin. Sally was quickly gagged and kidnapped. Daniel, still smug, looks up and laughs, thinking himself fortunate. Ace turns to Sai in surprise. She winks, signaling something, but Daniel, oblivious, confidently steps forward. "Gregory, this is unfortunate for you. It's true I couldn't do anything if you hadn't written that letter." He smirks, acting like he's in charge, but his granddaughter is another matter. "Everyone knows how much you cherish your niece." Daniel then makes a condition. "What should I do with your niece if you don't write the letter?" Atut gritted his teeth in anger. "You son of a bitch. If you lay a hand on her, I'll tear you to pieces." At that, Daniel grabbed Sai's hand. "Tear me apart? Look at yourself." He's holding her like she's an object. "Hey, old Duke, what could you do if I did something to your granddaughter right in front of you? Pounce and bite me?" He curses in frustration. "How dare you, you son of a bitch." Daniel chuckled as he removed the tape from her mouth. "Guess if I dare. By the way, shouldn't I remove the tape? How can I get excited if you don't moan?" Sai gasped for breath, sweating with fear, then stuck her tongue out playfully. "You're terrible at threatening people." Sally's words hit him where it hurt. "I don't think you should threaten anyone, or the boss will scold you for threatening like crap, you idiot." Daniel slapped him hard, silencing him, and his grandson's fall made Ace scream. Daniel smirks. "Looks like the young lady's picked up some habits from her grandfather. Rude and stubborn." He and his teammate step forward, ready to show her if he's bluffing or not. Sai sits up, eyes blazing. "You dare!" Daniel remained unfazed, only smirking. "I know you well." The kitten quickly pounced from above, clawing at his face and causing Daniel to scream in pain. "What the hell?" He clutches his face as he starts to bleed. "Where did this cat come from?" The kitten immediately grabbed the necklace, raised its hand, and shouted. "Gray!" A matrix appears with a command. "Come here, quick!" Daniel, forgetting his injury, was worried. "What's going on?" Back in time, Gray hides far from the building. This is her villa. Sally realized it. It's late and there are no lights on. Something's wrong. He quickly moved to step out, deciding it was time to go in and save them. She immediately stopped him, and Sally glanced over to explain the situation. There are at least 20 rooms in the mansion, including 4 hidden ones, and if we don't know the exact locations, we risk alerting them, and they're holding hostages. Gray looked over, concerned. "So what should we do?" She points up, laying out her plan. Let me go in alone. If there are bad guys, they'll definitely catch me. Could you please sneak in after me when the time comes?" He turns to the kitten on his shoulder. "It might not work. This armor is too conspicuous. But if you have a specific location, I can go straight there." Gray gave it to Sally as a gift, so she took the cat with her. She was bewildered as the kitten on her shoulder turned and hissed in annoyance. "What do you want me to do? If I wait until I know the location to report it, it'll be too late." But he remained calm as if nothing had happened, saying there was no need to go out and report. Gray immediately presents a pendant, telling them to wear it. The confused kitten blinks. "What is this?" He earnestly explains to them that it's a one-time use charm. When they reach the location, they should smash it on the ground and call his name, and he'll be teleported there. Now, Daniel is utterly flustered and terrified. What's going on? How can someone just suddenly appear out of thin air? Despite the painful slap, Sally smiles contentedly, convinced this must be magic. He truly has some connection to the divine. Gray appears, majestic and valiant. Every sin can be washed away, every soul cleansed, and where the sun shines, darkness cannot exist. He raises his hand, ready for battle. I am Gray, the Silver Moon Knight, and I will punish you in the name of the gods. The deity's messenger stood nearby as a soldier whispered, Boss, that's the Silver Moon Knight. Daniel gritted his teeth, annoyed. I know. He shouts, trying to intimidate him. What's there to be afraid of? Daniel looked at him with disdain. He was all alone now. And so, he immediately ordered the team to attack all at once. One of them lunges forward, taunting him. Take this! The blade nearly reaches Gray's face, but he remains still, until it's almost touching his eye. He effortlessly sidesteps the attack, and Gray immediately retaliates with a swift kick. He lands a powerful kick, daring him to block the axe, sending the soldier flying and leaving Daniel stunned. Unafraid, he shouts to his team, Advance! I'll flank him and take the hostage. Gray smirks, daring him to try, and swiftly dodges to strike Daniel. He looks in pain at his trembling hand. Before he can react, chains fly out from all directions. What's this? It turns out Gray had already attacked and bound Daniel. Chains lash out, ensnaring even the soldiers as Gray turns Daniel's entire team into puppets. After taking a beating, he cries out miserably as Konatut rushes to Hansi. Are you all right? Look at your wrist. She gently squeezed his hand tighter. I'm okay. What about you? He chuckled in response. It's all right, but Ace can't help but turn back and think. Meanwhile, his gaze was as serious as a bullet. This night, Ace was lost in thought. He appeared suddenly in midair, and the knight quickly pieced things together, summoning chains of light. Even a fool knows that's magic, and only a saintess can wield magic. How did Holy Knight N manage to recruit a saint, and why keep it a secret? Ace stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps I need to reassess the Besser family and Ain's capabilities. Meanwhile, a frustrated Granger asks the naive Sai what their plan is for them. Sally rushes over excited. Let me do it. Leave this to me. She smirks confidently, and Sally begins to interrogate him. Your name is Eddie Daniel, isn't it? He was shocked and startled. How do you know that? She simply shrugged. I know a lot of things. Because I go out a lot, I can gather quite a lot of strange information. Sally stood up gently with an extremely calm demeanor. For example, your family lives at 38 Sohora Street, including your blind mother and a younger sister my age. Hearing this, Daniel began to panic and shout. Don't involve them. My work has nothing to do with them. Sally was bewildered. Why would I do that? What did they ever do to me? She raised her voice, explaining, I just want to tell you the truth. Whoever sent you to attack the Gregory family, and for whatever reason, you've failed. You will all become witnesses to expose the mastermind. Even I know who you are, and the one who sent you probably knows even more about your family. She smiled innocently, raising her hand. So, I'm giving you two choices. First, you can tell me who's behind this. The second option is for you all to bite your tongues and end it here. That way, your families will be safe. Daniel, filled with anger and confusion, chose the second option. If I resist him, my family is sure to die. I hope you'll keep your word and spare them. As he finished speaking, he bit his tongue and bled profusely, his mouth overflowing with blood like a waterfall. The soldiers turned around in a panic. Captain! Sally, half-lidded, watched on. Brave, aren't they? How touching. She suddenly noticed Ace had been standing still the whole time. Sally approached, asking, What's going on? Ace quietly looked down and explained, The bees are waiting to send someone to pick us up. That N is quick-witted. He chuckled, offering no further explanation, as it seemed she suspected Felder's messenger. Sally wasted no time, suggesting they head down without delay, not wanting to keep them waiting. She decisively suggests to the Count that it's time to talk to N, as host nervously signals below to search carefully and ensure the Duke's safety. Well, understood, Ain asked sternly. Do you have anything to explain? Lord Foe, Pyo awkwardly waved his hands in refusal. Explain what? Didn't I already tell you? Some only realize the right choice through pain. And lowered his head, hiding his expression behind his hair. But I never asked you to do that, he retorted immediately. I didn't object either. Pyo continued to explain all sorts of reasons. I thought you'd thank me for doing it for you. Don't look at me with such cold eyes. I guarantee that after this, that old fox will come to you to negotiate. Arin, you're not like your father, and to help you, I have to take great risks. I'm helping you because you're still weak. You should be thanking me, and cuts him off right there. You've taught me a lesson. Aen leaves in anger. That scoundrel. Does he think we're fools? He reiterated everything through gritted teeth, explaining that his plan was to have the Gregory family send troops to aid the Bishayor family. But wouldn't that just cause a misunderstanding between the two houses? We should be thanking him. What a shameless guy. Ain stepped forward, gently reassuring, "Stay calm." Abby Robert turned her emerald eyes to her teammate. Attacking him now would deter other families from joining us, and Felder would be the only one happy. After that, they changed the subject as they walked. More importantly, is Count Gregory okay? Thanks to Gray, he's all right. Horace brought him to the castle, and they're in the waiting room. Gray seems to be everywhere. Apparently, Fader targeted him, and he sought out Gregory for clues. At Ewenvit sat resting with a bandaged arm. She's here. Anne enters, announcing, "Sorry I'm late." Lord Gregory. He offered a polite smile. "No problem. Ace quickly gets down to business. Have you discussed this with Fair?" Anne nodded slightly. After that, he and she slowly conversed. His purpose, he explained, was to help me get assistance from your army. I can't tell if he's sincere. I fear he's a pawn of the king. After hearing this, At commented that he wasn't simple. If we move against him, it could lead to civil unrest, and that would give the king a legitimate reason to send in troops. But why do you suspect him so much, Sumo? N nodded in agreement, because of the son Felder brought with him. Jimmy has white hair, which is quite unusual. Only the Bai family in Isaac's kingdom has white hair. He hesitantly guessed that she meant Jimmy could be the rumored illegitimate son, as Atut constantly voiced his suspicions. But why would Fear bring him here? Wouldn't this give me the perfect opportunity to kill him? She sighed in frustration. I don't understand either. We can only wait and see what happens. Now, Phi stands before the door to an unfamiliar room, and without hesitation, he pushes it open, revealing a dark space lit only by the light from outside. Jimmy glanced over as if expecting him. Why come to see me at this hour? He tilted his head and smiled faintly. Having some trouble? Drifting father remained silent, looking down with sorrow. Drifting sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Jimmy offered a cold, distant smile, saying, Spare me the formalities. I don't care for them. He lowered his gaze, feigning gentleness, and asked what had driven him to seek help. Piao nervously recounted everything. The Silver Moon Knight had been thwarting their plans since the sea border incident. Jimmy stroked his chin, nodding repeatedly as Phi continued, explaining that the knight was strange, with an unknown origin, and always acted like a child. But in reality, he's steadfast, unshaken by humiliation, and strong enough to defeat 100 men at once. He emphasized the last point as most important. He's very loyal to En, making him a troublesome character. Hearing this, Jimmy smirked with delight. He understood. He waves his hand dismissively, saying, You want the Silver Moon Knight gone, right? It's strange how a flock of bats just appeared out of nowhere. All right, I'll help. Wings sprouted from Jimmy's back, and he was enveloped by the fallen. I was very curious about him. The Fionayan grinned with delight as they swarmed out, filling the sky. Thurine grabbed one, causing it to shriek, but she fearlessly held it tight in her palm. New target. An immature dragon demon. Requesting permission to eliminate. Permission denied. Like leeches, if they don't harm humans, leave them be. Annoyed, Catherine clicks her tongue. They're quick to find fault. Just observe from a distance. Hey, did you just click your tongue? I'm pretty sure you just clicked your tongue. She released the bat, letting it fly back, her tone turning gentle. No, you must have misheard. I just think you're protecting these little devils too much. First calendars, now vampires. Soon this place will be crawling with demons. Catherine sadly looks to the sky, bound by the covenant to only watch from afar, unable to act. Vla, annoyed, kept trying to calm her down, saying, Catherine, if we don't follow the rules, how are we any different? Everywhere you look, there are signs that demons are about to swarm the earth. Everyone is summoned to the conference room. Ayan solemnly proposes, I want to hear your opinions on the deployment of the defense line. Phi said sternly, With that old fox's army, I can expand the defense line a bit. Ut closed his eyes, feigning deliberation. No problem, just don't put my troops with yours. Who knows when you'll stab me in the back. Hearing this, he felt a surge of displeasure. How can you defy the king without trusting your own allies? Jimmy rushed out, excitedly shouting, Father! Father! Phi turned reflexively toward Jimmy. The old man hoisted his fake son up and began to act. What are you doing here? If you're not feeling well, you should be resting in your room. Jimmy played along perfectly, complaining that White's father hadn't played with him at all since arriving in the city. White forced a smile, feigning remorse. I'm sorry, Jimmy, I'm very busy right now. Can you play with someone else? He said, clearly annoyed. I want to play with the knight. Jimmy quickly pointed at Gray. There he is, the knight, and with that, Jimmy took the oil lamp and led the way. Gray descended into the basement with suspicion, asking, "Jimmy, weren't we going to play? Why are we going down here?" He lowered his head, hiding his eyes behind his hair, leaving only a smile. "Don't worry, we're almost there." Jimmy stopped and turned to announce, "We've arrived at the underground arena. No one will bother us here. Silver Moon Night." Sai peeked out from behind, curious. "An underground arena? This is a maze beneath the city? What can we even do here?" Jimmy irritably reminds her that he only invited the Silver Moon Night, not her. She immediately defended herself. "Don't sweat the small stuff. I was just bored in the meeting room and wanted to play." Jimmy irritably took a few steps forward, muttering under his breath, "Fine, I'll play along. This way. The game is simple. It's called Warrior and Dragon." Jimmy chuckled without turning back. Long ago, there was a dragon living in a labyrinth. It kidnapped a white-haired princess living in White City, enraging many. He leaned his head back and began his antics. Eventually, a knight slayed the dragon. A good story, isn't it? That's the eye of the illusionist. They both immediately fell under his spell, and Jimmy pointed at Sally. "You are a warrior, and you are a dragon." Jimmy continued his hypnotic chant, declaring them enemies. He smirks, giving the order from this moment on. Gray lowered his head and drew his sword, as Jimmy, holding a lamp behind him, announced, "The battle for the princess between the warrior and the dragon begins." Suddenly, Gray hesitated. "I have something to say." He scratched his head, looking bashful. "I don't want to be the dragon. Can I be the brave warrior?" Hearing this, Jimmy froze in place as Gray continued to ramble on. "Being brave also means being handsome, right? It suits a knight like me better." He's baffled and annoyed as he thinks, what's going on? His ultimate technique failed? Jimmy gritted his teeth, feeling bewildered. No way. This spell shouldn't fail unless my opponent's magic is stronger. But he's just a human. The kitten quickly jumps up and shouts for him to be quiet. "Who gave you the right to call yourself a cat knight?" It was annoyed and made a fuss. "You're just this great dragon's mount. Now lie down." Meow Gray said, confused, and quickly tried to comfort him. "What's wrong with you?" The kitten, witnessing everything, made Jimmy rethink things. He hadn't failed, but rather targeted the wrong subject. He took a deep breath and scratched his head. "It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Let's try again." Jimmy hypnotizes again, making heart symbols, which annoys the cat, who orders him to lie down, but he remains unmoved. Gray grew increasingly confused by the display, and he gripped the demon in his hand with frustration, causing it even more discomfort. "Stop it. I'm a dragon, Meow." Jimmy angrily retorted, "Don't ignore me. That move is embarrassing." He was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Damn it, magic really doesn't work on him? How strange. Sally slowly approached from behind, causing him to worry. "What? Is that the girl who came down with me?" Jimmy looks down at her hand, clutching a brick. Sai's eyes are now chillingly cold. "Princess, take cover behind me." Jimmy breathes a sigh of relief. She's hypnotized, but why am I being called princess? He suddenly realized his mistake. The dragon kidnapped the white-haired princess from the white-haired city. That's the story I made up before using magic. Sally stepped forward, posing as a knight. "Princess, get behind me. I'll free you from this evil dragon." Meanwhile, Gray and the kitten continued their relentless squabble as Sally raised a brick high without hesitation. She slams it down on the knight's head, and Gray desperately begs for mercy. With a thunderous crash, both he and the kitten lay motionless on the ground. Sally turns, giggling wickedly. "Princess?" Her eyes turned vacant, her smile more twisted as she spoke of our love nest. Jimmy, now terrified, began to tear up. He screamed helplessly, "No, stay away from me. Someone help." It's said that all day long the echoes of a child could be heard underground, and as dusk fell, darkness descended upon the palace. People rushed in, shouting, "Doctor, doctor, it's an emergency." Ayn turned back, curious and stern. "Gray, I need an explanation." She emphasized each word, looking towards the bed. "Why? Why did Mrs. Sai fall into a coma after going out with you guys this afternoon?" Gray bowed his head and politely reported, "Not only her, sir, but he even went after my pets. Even my cat is like this." After hearing this, Anne rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. According to Gray, they were just playing games. Abby immediately went inside to give a reminder. The doctor has a diagnosis. He whispers into her ear that Miss Say and the cat seem to be afflicted by dark magic. "We should summon a priest," Anne thought seriously, arms crossed. Jimmy's dark magic? Why isn't Gray affected? Perhaps Gray was protected by the gods and was unaffected. In other words, Gray can deal with Jimmy? Dora, in her bat form, brings a container of food, flying straight through the open window, quickly returning to her human form with the food in hand. Smiling brightly, she says, "Master J, I brought food." Seeing him under the covers confuses Dora, and he gently pulls them down, causing her to approach in bewilderment. Joe bit his lip as if he was about to cry. "Dora?" Her voice was as grating as ever, and she looked blankly, not understanding what was happening. Dora jumps up and down, making a fuss. "Oh my God, why is Master crying?" "Who bullied Master? I'll kill them." Zhao quickly signaled for silence, saying they'd be discovered if they weren't quiet. He sadly crawled out of bed and confessed. "A girl threatened me with a brick and hugged me in front of everyone. It was embarrassing, so I must take revenge." Hearing this, Dora covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. To be embraced by a girl, complaining after enjoying it so much. Zone clenches his fist in frustration. "If you're here to laugh, get out." He gritted his teeth with a vengeful attitude. "It's all Felder's fault. He asked me to do this. If this happens again, Anne will get suspicious. Damn it. Why isn't my magic working on this night?" Dora quickly transforms into a being of fire to comfort him. "Master Joe doesn't need to complicate this. Just give the order, and I'll kill Gregory, the Silver Moon Knight, or even N himself." Jay was momentarily touched, but then smacked her on the head, calling her an idiot. He sleepily explained, "Listen, we can't kill humans because of the treaty stipulations. We've been operating quite openly lately, so angels may be watching us. We'll be in trouble if we're caught." Dora objects, annoyed. "But angels are so stupid. If I don't attack humans, they won't do anything." Catherine sighed heavily, leaning forward as the voice on the other end continued to warn her. "Catherine," he worriedly reminded her, "smart angels shouldn't be angered by the words of a vampire. Can you put the sword down? Don't be impulsive." Catherine casually cleans and cherishes her sword. "Huh? What did you say?" "I'm just cleaning my sword. I'm not being reckless." He shouts in annoyance. "Light swords need polishing?" Dora continued to defend himself. "Master, I understand, but we're currently in a stalemate and things aren't going our way." Joe takes a bite of his food. "It's all right. I have a plan to eliminate the Silver Moon Knights. Have the king send me the Dark Soldiers." He sputtered, his voice cracking with distress. "Dora, why does Siwu smell like alcohol? I hate alcohol." The girl casually approached and confessed that she took blood from a drunkard, causing an uproar. "What? You couldn't get blood from a pretty girl?" The girl innocently reminds him that killing addicts is how he avoids detection. "Even northern vampires drink pig's blood. Would you like to drink pig's blood, Master?" Hearing this, Joe sobbed, on the verge of tears, and then burst into loud cries like a child. "My blood supply is dwindling." Dora quickly patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Don't cry. The future vampire lord mustn't cry. Our master is our hope. He must endure both bitterness and sweetness to become strong." The next morning, Joe opened his eyes wide, confused and bewildered. Gray cheerfully propped herself up, looking at him. Z startled awake and shouted, "Why are you in my room?" His face was blank and utterly pale as Gray playfully waved. "I'm here to play with you, and told me to take good care of you." He quickly scanned the room, his eyes darting around. Ayan said yesterday's game was too dangerous, so today they'd play house. Without a second thought, Gray grabbed Joe. "I'll be your father, and we're going out for some sun." Upon hearing this, he panicked and lost his composure. The sun. Gray turns to his son, confused. "What's wrong?" "The path to becoming a vampire lord will likely be difficult, as people now roam the inner city." Suddenly, a citizen shouts, drawing attention, "Hey, look, it's the knight!" Joe hides behind his pathetic weapons, tears welling. He and Gray ride slowly into the inner city. The crowd immediately parted and greeted him. "Welcome, Silver Moon Knight. Would you like some breakfast?" "No, thank you." He whimpered and wept, unable to resist, his heart screaming with injustice. "Damn it, how did I end up like this?" The events quickly replay as Gray opens the window. "Son, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were afraid of the sun." Joe continued to whine, burrowing under the covers and closing the curtains. "Then don't blame me." Gray closed his eyes, thinking, "My sweet Jimmy, a knight's son shouldn't be cooped up inside. As your father, I'll help you get outside." Ro stubbornly accepted the role, ignoring his father. "Don't talk to me, get out of my room, or I'll scream." He enthusiastically limbers up. No, she told Dad to watch him all day today. Gray clenches his fist, showing his determination. "So, shall we go out with Daddy?" Little Jimmy goes out to explore, and Joe angrily shouts, "What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Just don't listen to her." Before he could finish, a punch flashed past his face, and the wall behind him exploded, leaving Joe dumbfounded. Gray glares, his eyes full of menacing sparks. An unruly child needs discipline, doesn't he? Little Jimmy wants to be taught a lesson, and Ro is left speechless and drained. This madman made a hole in the wall with a single punch. What kind of power is that? Damn, he toyed with me. I'm so scared. He reluctantly gets on the horse. filled with resentment. "Just you wait, you stinking knight. I'll get my revenge someday." Fang hurriedly pushed his friend out of the alley. The Silver Moon Knight emerged, speaking his piece as Anne struggled in protest. "Why me? It was your idea." The kid retorted, "But you tricked him." Gray heard the commotion and quickly turned around, calling out even as the kids ran away. The Fang kids were sad and regretful, not daring to do anything. They'd been found out. But Gray simply warned them not to go into dark alleys, as it could be dangerous. Anne was frozen, unsure of what to do. The boy gritted his teeth, his body trembling, while Anne burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Sir Silver Moon Knight, we're sorry." Gray was confused, but the children continued their confession through tear-filled eyes. "We're sorry for deceiving you," the boy confessed everything. "We were all taken in by the church, but since the war, their finances have been troubled. So we listened to bad people and tried to harm you for money. But you forgave us and donated all your wealth to the church. We admire you as a true knight." Gray blushed, embarrassed. "I only did what needed to be done, like any other knight." Anne also shyly confessed her true feelings. "You were the only one who helped us." So the boy clenched his fist with determination. "When we grow up, we want to be great knights like you." The other kids chuckled gleefully, agreeing with enthusiasm. "Please watch us." Gray bowed his head solemnly in confirmation. "So, you really want to become knights, huh?" Fang and Andong Than replied. "Of course, we want to." Gray was beyond excited and clenched his fist. "Then why wait until you're older? Join me and become knights." Hearing this, the two were shocked and speechless. "Really?" Gray quickly ordered the kids. "Why don't you come with me to the cathedral?" The children immediately followed in elation. "Fantastic, we can become knights right away. By the way, who's that riding with you? And why is he wearing armor too?" He gently strokes the child beside him and introduces him. "Allow me to introduce my son, whom I adopted this morning." Little Jaime, Anne, are surprised and a little jealous. "Adopted? He's adopted. How lucky." Gray boasted with confidence. "He's my son." Hearing this, the children happily begged with longing. "I want to be your son too, Sir Knight," he exclaimed. "Okay, from today on, you're all my sons." Din, trembling, stepped forward to ask. "Sir Knight, what's going on?" Gray casually asks. "I want these children to become knights, Reverend. Please be a witness." He chuckled awkwardly, pointing inside. "So they're playing with the kids." "The knight is a good man. Of course, we'll go into the church," Dian whispered as the door opened, revealing several people praying. "Wait a moment." Gray looked up, stunned. "A worshipper? This is the first time I've seen someone praying in a church since arriving in White City." It was a white-haired girl, completely covered, a sight that gave Gray a sense of foreboding and familiarity. Catherine turns and greets him. "Silver Moon Knight, is it?" "What a coincidence. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Catherine." He immediately broke out in a sweat, realizing this feeling could only be Anne, and the children shouted in unison with humility, integrity, compassion, courage, fairness, sacrifice, honor, and loyalty, as all three bowed their heads in unison and shouted clearly. "We are willing to face the strong. We do not serve God, but we always stand for what is right. We protect the weak, even at the cost of our lives, and we keep our promises until death. We are the brave who stand against injustice. We do not condone immoral acts." The children continued their oath under Gray's watch. "We will not bully anyone. We help those in need. We do not harm women. We always stand shoulder to shoulder with our fellow knights. We always trust our friends." He watched the children perform the ritual, knowing these vows would stay with them until death. Always loyal to Sir Gray, his enemies are our enemies. To harm him is to harm us all. Gray immediately and decisively brought his sword down. "I, Gray Silver Moon Knight, accept this loyalty. I grant you titles and vow to protect you until my last breath." Hearing this, the children blushed with pride, cheering with joy. "From this day forward, we are all knights." Gray raised a finger, adding seriously, "Don't get too excited. A knight must always train." He closes his eyes, lecturing like a teacher. "I will provide you with armor and horses, then we train. But before that, we need a name and banner for the team." Anne and Pong stared blankly, their eyes suddenly lighting up. "You're so thoughtful." "Sir Gray is like a true knight commander." You quickly correct the children. "What did you say? Now that I'm the commander, don't call me sir, call me commander." Gray sighed, looking down. "These kids really—" He hesitated, remembering the angel from before. Never doubting his choices and never regretting becoming a knight, as Gray entered the church to find only Catherine. Though he'd prepared for this day, he didn't expect it to come so soon. He glared at her back until she turned around, concealing her presence, but he could still tell she was an angel. Gray was suddenly flustered, unsure of what to do. What should he do? "Is she going to kill me? I need to find a way out." Catherine quickly reassured him. I won't do anything to you. She calmly explains, after all, you haven't broken any laws or harmed anyone. I'm just curious about you, so come over here and let's talk. Trembling, Gray sat beside her and fearfully apologized. I'm sorry. Catherine coldly looked up and asked, I want to know why you want to be a knight. It doesn't suit a lich, does it? Gray was stunned by the question. Why do I want to be a knight? He enthusiastically rattled off his reasons. Because it's cool and I can create a great story about myself. Everyone around me will respect me, and there's nothing better than respect. Hearing this, Catherine rested her chin on her hand and remarked, How naive. Does he not realize he's a lich? But she immediately turned serious. Hey, you think being a knight is cool, but it's not an easy path. One day, if you're no longer respected, even doubted by your master, you won't find happiness in being a knight. Only confusion and pain. She straightened up and asked for confirmation. So you still want to be a knight? So Gray departed, pondering the cryptic words. How could being a knight possibly be painful? I don't understand. Besides, N is a good master. She doesn't doubt me. Sir Angel should learn about her before speaking to me. Din hurriedly chases after the knight. He continued to shout after him, Sir Silver Moon Knight! Gray turned back, puzzled, his horse following suit as Din caught up, panting. Thankfully, you haven't gone far. He smiled warmly, surprising Gray. The pastor calmly explained, I've come to thank you, knight. Thanks to your help, the mischievous children have begun to take the Bible seriously. He frankly confirmed his admiration, saying, I admire you second only to God. A pious knight like you deserves the saint's blessing. Hearing this, Gray blushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing ordination, Gray immediately clasped the priest's hands. You mean you can help me be recognized by the gods and become ordained? Gray continued to pour his heart out. This means so much to me. Din interjects, reminding him of the truth, and suggests setting that aside for the moment. I think you should move the rest of the church away from this city. War is coming. Leave so the children will be safe. He then gave a mysterious smile. Honestly, I can't care for those children without your knightly subsidies. Children are always loved by the gods, so you won't abandon them, will you? As soon as he finished speaking, Gray sped off. I get it. You need money, right? I'll go to the tavern. He blankly bid farewell, a sense of confusion washing over him. What? Why the tavern? Dora worried, seeing Joe's dazed expression, tilting her head in confusion. Is he even alive? He replied weakly. Of course you are. Dora was confused and extremely curious. Why so down, master? What happened now? Zoe says weakly, You can't imagine what I went through today. He wearily opened his tired eyes as that dull-witted knight came to my room this morning, saying he wanted to be a paladin. When I refused, he punched a hole in the wall and threatened me. Then he put me in armor and left me in the sun all day. The worst part was when he dragged me to church. I never thought I'd see the day. Ron cried out in anguish. Do you know how the statue of God in the church was smiling? It was as if he was sneering at me for being there. Dora could only cover her mouth and giggle. This brought him to the verge of tears. Everyone's laughing? How dare you do this while I'm suffering so much? The girl hugged him tightly, comforting him. You're so cute, Z. Don't be sad. Dora will give you a hug. Z stopped crying and shouted angrily, Let go of me. Stupid, stinky Dora. Let go. Dora suddenly turned serious, reminding him that if he's in trouble, he should ask the king for reinforcements. Zahn pursed his lips in displeasure, refusing. I don't want to. I can't become the Bloodlord if I keep relying on others. He reassured his ally, Don't worry about me. I'll endure it for the sake of the Blood Clan's revival. The hardships I endure today are gifts that make me stronger. No one can stop me from becoming the Vampire Lord. Dora happily nods in agreement, believing nothing is impossible for her master, John. Inside a tavern, the crowd roars in celebration as drunken patrons laugh and cheer. Hey, that knight's got skills. Looks like another sucker's about to get fleeced. Gray cheered. I won again. No way. I just shuffled the deck. He looked confidently at his bulging money bag. This should be enough. Gray boards the carriage, eager to leave, not wanting to keep the pastor waiting. A drunkard then ran out, calling, Hey, Sir Knight, wait a moment. He held his beer and pleaded, You've taken all my winnings. Give me a break. Gray innocently asked, How much do you need? The drunk casually offered a number. 50 or 100 silver coins. Gray nonchalantly agreed, handing over a large bag of silver with a reminder. Hey, no more gambling, okay? Gray's words were overheard by some unsavory characters. I can only give you this much, as I have donations to make to the church. He happily nodded in agreement. Thank you so much. They quickly exchanged knowing glances. Then, one by one, they came begging. Sir Silvermoon Knight, we need money too. My mother is gravely ill and needs treatment. My child needs tuition money. Can you help us? People begged until morning, saying their families needed to buy houses. Gray left, bewildered, not understanding. It wasn't just the pastor. Everyone needed money. I need to find a way to make more money in the days to come. He held the 2 coins in his hand, realizing he only had 2 coins left. But no matter, the pastor will love it. Soon, Gray returns to the church, and excitedly teared up at Gray, happily raising a flag to show off. We've come up with a name for our team, the Silver Page Invincible Squad, and we stayed up all night making this flag. All his worries fade away. Fantastic. We'll train from now on and become the city's #1 knights. Anne looks around unconsciously, then asks if the Lord's son isn't coming. Gray scratched his head, suddenly remembering. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. I'll head home and bring Jimmy back with me. Dora spoke softly as she approached. Master J blankly refuses, saying, "Leave me alone." The girl smiled faintly and asked, "What's wrong, Master?" Hearing the question, Joe looked even more dumbfounded. "Me?" He took a deep breath and recounted everything. First, he had to practice horseback riding under the sun. Third, I have to learn swordsmanship under the sun. But that foolish knight is worse with a sword than I am. Then he reads books about knights, dances, and does housework. And why is that idiot knight so obsessed with women's clothing? Why doesn't he just go and wear them himself? Dora Jiang stifled a laugh and turned away, finding the situation truly pathetic. Joe wearily sits up. "I can't take it anymore. I want to kill that knight. Tell the king to take action, Dora." The innocent girl confirmed, "But you said not to act too soon." He shouted back in annoyance. "I've changed my mind. Screw the plan. I want that knight dead." And so, Dora bowed her head to carry out the order. Understood, Dora will make the arrangements. A swarm of bats appears and flies into the sky as a soldier rushes into the city to deliver the news. Urgent news, he shouted with great urgency. King Bedelu has sent letters to all his subjects, and Anne and Atut listen intently to the orders. Rulers who read this send your troops to assemble at the capital, Lon, she remarked blankly. It seems the king is preparing to start a war, and Joe is saddened once again. He wants the kids to practice riding, but he doesn't have enough horses, so he's making me be one. He laughs miserably, unsure of what to do. I'm going to die soon. Dora, terrified, took a few steps back, trying to calm herself. Calm down, master. I'll remind the king again. The soldier immediately ran up and shouted. Breaking news. The king is personally leading his troops straight to the border of House B's territory. Anne grew more confused and irritated. Does that 6th prince underestimate us? Meanwhile, Z grew smaller and more withered, like a straw. I'm ready. Come and take my head. This puts Dora in an even more difficult position, master, and then the soldier rushes in with more news. Breaking news. The king has announced the army will advance during the rainy season. Anne thoughtfully considers the situation. In short, the king has decided to cross the swamp during the rainy season, endure troop losses marching through the snowy mountains, and travel day and night. She holds a serious meeting with her 2 generals. What do you 2 think? Pyo nonchalantly gestures. Has the king lost his mind? Heo nervously urged the troops onward through the night. He silently leads the army, with Dora constantly reminding him. Move faster. Is Heo growing flustered? He sighed, explaining that they were already moving as fast as they could, or they wouldn't have the strength to fight when they reached White City. Dora anxiously reminds him, Your Majesty, do you no longer desire immortality? Upon hearing this, he hesitated for a moment and then lowered his head, rubbing his temples. I understand. The winds are rising, but he remains steadfast. I'll find a way to move faster. Meanwhile, N dons her full armor, preparing herself without fear. Abby stepped inside to announce that the army had assembled. N turned and nodded. I'm coming. She slowly ascended, the door before her shining, beckoning her forward. Without hesitation or fear, Anne confidently strides forward as 10,000 soldiers gather. Raising her sword high, she proclaims, People of House B, the shameless king seeks to steal our home with his vile methods. The soldiers looked up, listening intently. We must fight. Take up your swords, for behind us are our families, and there is no turning back. Meanwhile, at Ute and Phil listened intently, hoping glory would shine upon House B. The host glanced sideways. Meanwhile, Anne and Fang cheered with excitement. Awesome, leave it to the Duke. His master is not like that, he said, puzzled. Why are there children here? Where's the commander? Mac rushes over to comfort them. Wait a minute. Lord Horace. Host turns to look at Mac. He awkwardly explains that these children were brought by the Silver Moon Knight and belong to his team, and confidently affirmed, That's right, master. The boy confidently introduces himself and joins the formation. We are members of the Silver Page's Invincible Squad. The host was beyond annoyed, speechless with anger. Then, Gray led the kids to meet N. They remained silent, and N lowered her head, saying nothing. She calmly turned to Han Gray, asking if he had recruited these children for his team. Gray nodded in agreement. Indeed, they have great potential. Host quickly steps forward to confirm whether their parents have agreed to let them join the battlefield. Anne and Feng naively confirmed with confidence, "Don't worry, Duke. We're orphans, and the pastor let us follow Sir Gray." Ian was taken aback, while the orphaned Feng clasped his hands to his chest, declaring, "We're going to the battlefield to become knights. We're not being forced." Anne looked dumbfounded, but then approached them, patting their heads in congratulations. "I have high hopes for you both, but first let me have a word with your commander." "Understood." They cheerfully bid Gray farewell, promising to meet him on the battlefield. "Okay, see you later." As soon as the door closed, Ain gave a stern order. "Ray, take those kids back to the church," she continued, leaving him bewildered. "I'll have someone take care of them." Gray raised his hand in protest. "But they are members of my team," Anne sternly reminds her. "Knight," she approaches the window and looks up. Perhaps one day they will become great knights. That's why I can't let them participate right now. The battlefield is a place where it's easy to get hurt, even lose your life." Gray remains firm in his conviction, saying that with him there, no one can harm them. Anne scoffed. "With you around?" She turns to him, scolding him. "Do you even understand what a battlefield is? Have you ever even seen armies clash?" Gray retorted. Of course, he knows the battlefield is where knights earn their glory. Chapter 33. Anne explained somberly. The battlefield is a chaotic mess. This is where life and death are decided in an instant, and where knights make their names, a paradise for knights to increase their achievements and glory. And so, evening arrived, and they rested at the Tenda's camp. Gray sighed in helplessness as Tendas turned to Han with concern. "Hey, buddy, it's been sulking as a reminder. How long are you planning to stay here?" Gray sadly looked at the kitten in his hands. "I think I upset N, and she told me to reflect on myself. This cat hasn't woken up yet, so let me stay here a little longer." Tendas chuckled. "You made that nice girl angry. Tell me so I can laugh. I mean, share with me." Gray sighed, looking down. "Then keep obsessing," Ayan said, throwing the book to the ground in frustration. "Are glory and fame the only things you care about?" She rebuked sternly. "I won't stop you from seeking fame or glory, but don't drag the children into your desires." Ayan's words chilled the host to the bone. The battlefield is a place of bloodshed and sacrifice. Glory isn't earned by killing the most people. Isn't the reason we wield swords to protect the young from war? Don't you understand? Gray was clearly naive and flustered, but they're not children anymore. They need to grow, yes, but they're knights now, and I can protect them on the battlefield. They also helped her win, so there's no need to worry. Ayan immediately grabs his collar, demanding protection. What will he use to protect them? He can defeat 50, but what about 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? She continues to imagine every scenario. The moment 10,000 people rush him, he'll be crushed instantly, and when he falls, no one will protect the children. No one will protect the children. Only death awaits them. Gray immediately cuts her off. But he calmly explained, "Death isn't so scary. Don't worry, if they die, I'll just turn them into..." Ain's eyes widened in shock. "What? What did you say?" Ray sadly continued, explaining that N kicked him out and reflected on her actions. "I don't even know what I did wrong." Tendas bowed his head solicitously. "I think I understand a little why she was angry. Why is that?" He slowly explained the reason, and the two argued back and forth. "Do you understand what it means to live?" "I don't understand. What does it truly mean to be alive? Can I even call this living? I don't think so. If I were alive, I could eat carrots. I could eat them all day long, but now I can't, even though I can move. But an undead doesn't need to eat. I only need to maintain my soul. When I was alive, I sometimes wished I could be a bird, sometimes a fish. With magic, I could fly like a bird, swim like a fish. But it's different. If you live, you can taste, smell, and feel warmth. But a spirit can feel nothing. You're just a consciousness. You can't fully understand it. No matter how hard I try, I only understand a little. Is that why Ain is angry? I guess there's no way to fully understand." Tendas sighs, then his eyes light up. "You should go to the tavern and try using magic to taste the food. You might get addicted." Gray agrees enthusiastically. "Tenos, you're a genius." And with that, the two skip off happily. "Let's go to the tavern and eat. Let's have a drink together and order 2 carrots for me, okay? From this day forward, I will gather life experience. That's right, learning how to live is the first step to becoming a great knight." The woman's desperate cries echoed, begging him to stop gambling, drawing Gray's attention. Glancing at the frustrated drunk, clutching his money bag, he yells, "You wretched woman, that's all the money our family has left." She sobbed and pleaded, "You're already drowning in debt and lost 2 fingers. Don't gamble anymore." The drunk gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Fool, I have to go back and win back my losses, or I'll beat her. Gray steps in to intervene, saying, "Hey, you can't hit a woman." The drunkard looked up blankly. You're that knight from the other day." He immediately put on a pitiful act. "There you are. It's all your fault for giving me too much money to gamble with. Now I've lost everything and I'm missing 2 fingers. You're responsible, so compensate me. Give me money or you're no knight at all." Gray calmly agreed. "All right, I'll give you money, so stop bullying women." His wife quickly interjected. "Don't give him any money, Sir Knight." She sobbed. "He lost 2 fingers because of gambling. I'm afraid he'll be beaten to death next time, so don't give him any money." The drunkard awkwardly reminded him while feigning silence. "That ignorant woman doesn't know anything, so just give me the money, okay?" Gray then held out 2 coins, saying he only had 2 left that he forgot to donate to the church. "Take it," the drunkard sneered down. "Are you kidding me? Are you sure you're not lying?" "This is all the money I have." The drunkard irritably throws away the 2 coins. "This is absurd. Everyone knows you're a baron, a nobleman. How could you not have any money?" "Look at my finger," he said, grabbing the knight's collar. "It was cut off because of you. Aren't you going to take responsibility?" "What kind of knight are you? Stop it," the wife pleaded, trying to intervene. Gray stared at the drunkard's face for a long moment, then glanced at the weeping wife, his head bowed in sorrowful contemplation, wondering why he was so helplessly frozen. Why is everything like this? It's nothing like the books. It shouldn't be this way. Meanwhile, the prince trained day and night as the stables stirred with the resounding news. Urgent news. H looks up tense. Breaking news. King B's army has crossed the snowy mountains. The soldier urgently reports that they are approaching the B family's territory. Anne slowly paced back and forth in the room. This day had finally come. She looks up and explains everything. "Let me give you a brief overview of the current situation. Little Sixth is waiting in the west of the territory, just across the Great River. According to intelligence, the king's army numbers around 40,000, while we have 20,000. With support from armies across the country, the king could even mobilize 100,000. Aen's gaze hardened. "Their forces greatly outnumber ours, and once they cross the river, we'll have no chance to defend." Ut added seriously, "However, war isn't just about numbers. We still have a chance." He raises 3 fingers, saying that victory hinges on 3 crucial elements: timing, location, and manpower. Ut quickly reported the details. The 6th Prince's army has been on the move for half a month. They must be exhausted, and it's the rainy season in the B territory. If he hesitates for 2 days, the heavy rains will cause the Great Western River to swell, making it impassable and negating his advantage. He confidently states that his army has traveled a long distance from the capital, Lan, and is unfamiliar with the area, and they will surely be disoriented by the muddy riverbanks caused by the rain. "So he'll lose his land advantage," Atout quickly suggested. "As for us..." "But wait, you're the leader, so you should say more." Arin looked up with affectionate eyes. "It's all right. Gregory wasn't wrong." Before the alarm, Ain explained the strategy. "I've had men occupy the high ground on both sides of the west riverbank. The priority now is to break down the 6th Prince's army before his forces can regroup. We'll crush them in one fell swoop." She quickly departs with her troops, knowing now is the perfect time to strike. Only by capturing the king can they hope to win. Ian softly turned back to remind them that tonight would be a sleepless night, so they should accompany her in battle. Piao cheerfully tilted his head up confidently. "Hey, we're in the same boat now, so we're in the same camp, right? That thick-faced dreamer?" Without another word, she quickly heads out. "Let's go." Abai coldly rolled her eyes. "By the way, after the announcement, Gray still hasn't shown up at the barracks. Should we send some men to look for him?" And hesitated, then sighed. "Gray, forget about him. He's struggling with his own thoughts. If he wants to go to the battlefield, he will volunteer. Otherwise, we shouldn't force him." He leaned in close to the captain. "Understood. There's one more thing to report, sir." "What is it? Tell me everything that happened." Sigh. "The woman who fainted a few days ago has woken up, and she has a secret she wants me to tell you. The child named Jimmy knows mind-manipulating black magic, and he may not be human. If that's true, this is no longer a war between humans." Ian turned back, confused, not human. The tavern was still bustling with people, but the beer drinkers were silent and pensive. Everyone looked dumbfounded at the knight. Wasn't there an announcement? Why is he still here? They must have other plans. I just don't want to get on his bad side. Gray, unconcerned, simply sighed, only to be struck in the head with a fishbone. Ouch. Gray looked up at the cat, annoyed, and cursed, "You mangy cat." It immediately jumped down to confide in him. "I only fainted, and you've already gotten into big trouble." The cat nonchalantly explains, "Forget any for now. What you did for that drunk was wrong. Giving him money only fuels his gambling addiction, and when he loses, he'll blame you." In the end, you didn't help him at all. I'm just following my knight's oath to help people. But somehow it turned out like this. Hearing that, the cat could only sigh, calling him an idiot as it jumped to the railing. The human world is complicated. Come here, I'll show you. The kitten quickly pointed the knight in a direction. See that woman? According to your knight's oath, you should help, right? But judging by her clothes, she's probably a prostitute. If you teach her bullies a lesson, she won't be able to make money. It then pointed to the musician, who was being mocked but still smiled and apologized to the drunks. But if you help him, he won't be able to sing in the tavern anymore and will have to leave to find work elsewhere. Rigid, serious thinking can sometimes lead to worse outcomes, and the person you help may end up hating you. He looked up one last time, asking, "Do you want everyone to hate you?" Gray sadly admitted, "I don't. But what should I do?" The bewildered soldiers turned. "Did you hear something?" It sounded like horses' hooves, and they were coming from over there. The bewildered soldiers cried out, "It's the Silver Moon Knight." The fake Gray rushed over, asking, "Where is Miss Ain?" "I have important news to report." The soldiers point the way. "She's over there." He immediately pulls hard on the horse's reins. "All right, everyone move out of the way." "What is it?" The soldiers scattered in fear, sensing danger. What's wrong with him? It must be urgent. Ain senses something is amiss. Speaking of which, is this the first time he's ridden a horse other than Teneros? A guard stepped forward to announce. The Silver Moon Knight has arrived and wishes to report something important. Ain casually turned, thinking he probably didn't want to miss an opportunity to build his reputation. "Bring him here." Gree strode forward without hesitation. Ain innocently asked, "So, what do you want to report?" He didn't answer, remaining silent. Ain clicked his tongue and turned away. "Forget it. Once we cross the river, I'll let you scout ahead on your own." The imposter Gray quickly locked eyes on his target, drawing his sword. Immediately, the fake Gray moved to restrain Aaron, who was caught off guard. Taking a hostage, the imposter Gray made his demands clear. Abby cried out. If they wanted to save her, they had to burn the ships and abandon any hope of crossing the river. "In this battle, you're only allowed to defend," and grits her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, I didn't account for this." The fake Gray lowered her head and asked, "You don't seem happy?" He mocked with a contemptuous laugh. "Who told you to let a mysterious figure join, and to let him become one of your closest aides, making it so easy to impersonate you?" Rushing forward, A gritted his teeth. "We burned the boats as you asked, now release her." Hearing this, he sighed in relief and turned back. "Good, if she dies here, war won't happen, and that's not my intention." Gray then throws her forcefully towards them, and Aby rushes to catch her. He ran to the volcano's edge, ordering them to halt, as Aby called out a warning. "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Aby awkwardly hugs Aaron tightly. Damn it, he was on the verge of tears. "Please, let nothing happen to you," and opened his eyes and warned, "It's just a scratch. It won't kill me. Go find Gray for real." After that, Gray dejectedly walked out of the tavern, sighing towards his horse. "I'm sorry, Teneros. You tried to teach me about life, but I have such a headache right now." Gray naively asks, "Hey, cat, what did you do when you had a headache when you were alive?" It indifferently shrugs. "Probably sleep." Gray walks on in despair. But a lich doesn't need to sleep, so how can he? The kitten closes its eyes, refusing to answer. "Figure it out yourself." The soldiers quickly noticed and rushed over. "He's here." They rush in, filled with rage. "You wretched fiend, you won't escape!" Every soldier glared at the knight, convinced he was the one who harmed Lady Erin. Gray stared back, bewildered and innocent. "Wait, there must be some mistake. How could I have hurt Lady Ain?" They wouldn't listen, saying we'd find out the truth in the dungeon. Then a scream echoed. "Hey, wait a minute. What in the world is going on?" Then the two were thrown into prison. Gray sat hopelessly, devoid of energy, as the kitten peeked out from the straw. It hastily announced, "I know why they've imprisoned you." Gray looked over in surprise, asking, "Why?" The kitten explained in a high-pitched voice, "Someone impersonating you controlled me and ordered me to burn all the ships." Now everyone in White City is panicking, unsure if the imposter is really you, and Gray clenches his fist in frustration. "Impersonating me, damn it. Who could it be?" "I have to get out of here and explain to Anne." As she finished speaking, Anne hurried forward. "I don't think you need to leave." She coldly walks forward, her guards behind her, as Anne lowers his head and speaks. "What explanation could you possibly offer? Speak." Gray's eyes light up at the sight of his master. "Miss Ain." He sadly closes his eyes in remorse, begging her to listen. "I'm the real Gray, not an imposter," she stated sternly. "Do you have any proof that you're the real Gray?" he asked innocently. "I don't have any proof, but could I dance for you?" Annoyed, the kitten swats at him, wondering why he'd dance. She meant for him to take off his hat. Hearing this, Ain sighed in relief, believing the man was genuine, and Gray pointed triumphantly. See, she recognizes me. I told her she'd be a good master. Confused, it cried out, how can this be? Is she acting on emotion? The prison door then opened. Gray eagerly approaches, asking, Lady Anne, where's the imposter? I'll go catch him and make him apologize to you. Anne coldly replied, I don't need it. She sternly ordered, Ray, Sally has just woken up, so stay and take care of her for the next few days, and keep an eye on Felder and Jimmy in the dungeon as well. Jimmy Gray stammered in confusion, Stay at the castle, but we're at war. I can help you. Anne turned and left, cutting him off. You don't need to do anything. The most suitable thing for you right now is to stay in the castle. She quickly pointed to 2 soldiers. These men know the most about what happened tonight. They constantly blamed themselves, saying it was their fault for letting him in. They suspected it wasn't him, but couldn't be sure, Anne sadly recounted. Unfortunately, this news spread like wildfire. He always wore a hat and never showed his face, so no one could be sure if he was really Gray or not. She emphasized with a serious tone, as many people were in a state of confusion. So please, stay in the castle until this is all over. I'll apologize later if I live in return from the battle. He looked down, heavy with sadness, but Ain angrily shouted that he had vowed not to let his master go to the battlefield alone. I don't need that oath. She turned away, annoyed. Your oath won't win me the war. An oath kept in defeat is meaningless. Ain grits her teeth and turns away, telling him she only needs him to stay in the castle and not wander around. Understood? Gray sadly lowered his head to the ground. I understand. After that, the entire city fell silent. Outside the houses, there wasn't a soul in sight. Sai exclaimed quickly, Isn't that the Silver Moon Night? Gray turned to Sai in surprise. Leaning against the railing, she confided, I hear the war isn't going well. The king is gathering troops while N can only defend passively. We'll have to use 20,000 men against 100,000. They're going to lose anyway. Sally rested her chin on her hand, looking over gently. What did you do to anger Lady Ain, her most powerful weapon? Gray sadly looks down and whispers that she doesn't believe he can help her win. I just wanted to help her and fulfill my oath. But she no longer trusts me. I want to help those I meet, but I don't know if I'm helping or hurting them. He recounted everything, lost in thought. I want to bring the young knight trainees to the battlefield, but they're not allowed in the army. Sally immediately objects. Ayan says that oaths are meaningless without victory, which isn't how he understands it at all. Gray hopelessly looks down at the ground. What is a knight to do with his oath? I just can't understand. She immediately gives a gentle smile, noting that he seems more mature than before her coma. Though things are chaotic, the truth is you saved me and the Duke, and I'm grateful. Deep in my heart, you're the greatest knight. That means everything you've done based on your oath has not been in vain. Really? Gray suddenly glances over, staring intently. He shyly moves his face closer. Sell. Really? He's suddenly brimming with confidence. I feel better after hearing you say that. Could you answer a few more of my questions, Mrs. Y? She awkwardly avoids him, embarrassed. Why is he so close? Sally immediately avoids eye contact, refusing to engage. She says she's not good at reasoning, so she can't help. She giggles. If you have any troubles, Seely gently suggests, you should go to the church. The pastor will advise you on such matters, as Din stealthily throws his anchor high. But it couldn't hold on to the wall for long, and the grappling hook fell to the ground in vain, arousing the suspicion of the 2 guards. What was that noise, really? They argue that they should go check it out, especially since this is a sensitive time. Din's head is now swollen, and he cries mournfully. The wall is too high. Climbing it is impossible. Din continued to lament, blaming himself for not evacuating with the others when the war was announced. Then Gray appeared from behind. The pastor. He startled, pleading, Don't take me. I'm not a spy, I just want to leave the city. He stared blankly. The priest wants to leave the city. Din realizes in shock. Why are you here? Silver Moon Night? Is there something you need from me? Gray sadly confides. I'm troubled and came to you for advice. He confirmed his confusion, perplexed. Dai sighed. All right, let's head back to the church. The rebel flags of war still fluttered in the wind as Mike rushed over, shouting, Urgent! The king's forces have begun their assault, landing 10 kilometers from our position. Despite losing some ships, they continue to advance, he frantically reports. They're moving supplies ashore and preparing to deploy their forces. Aram gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, he really has no intention of turning back. She steeled her resolve. They can't be allowed to land. Another soldier rushed up to report, Urgent! A group of the king's men are in the northwest, and the Fair and Caspa houses have betrayed us. They're advancing towards the king. Anne turns back in bewilderment. What? Isn't Felder locked up in the castle? I told Gray to keep an eye on Felder and Jimmy. Who exactly is controlling that army? Atut quickly suggested turning back, and he spurred his horse forward. Let's return to the city, at least we can use it for defense. But Anne refused and explained, White City is isolated. Returning would be walking into a trap, and the people would panic. Gregory set up some intercept positions to the northwest. Atwood anxiously confirms, And what are you planning? Without hesitation, she rushes off, heading north to intercept the Sixth Fleet. If we catch him, we'll have a chance to win. Din fearfully enters the opposite chamber. From now on, I'll be acting as your father confessor. So what do you wish to ask me? Gray honestly recounts his knight's oath, in which he fervently believes and openly shares his feelings. But now I don't know if I can believe in it anymore. I swore to protect Lady Unn from everything, but she's asked me to stay at the castle. Gray continues to pour out his heart, explaining that his oath requires him to help her, but also forbids him from disobeying her. So now I'm very confused. A knight's oath seems unrealistic, and when I try to connect them, they fall apart. Quickly understanding, Din offers some advice, analyzing the situation with a serious tone. I suppose you're trying to become a great knight and have everyone recognize you? Yes, that's the problem. Listen, nothing in this world can be universally recognized, not even the gods. That confusion is normal because you can't see the truth. And the truth is defined by the heart. Your own heart. Gray asks, confused, his heart? Aen's image appears, ordering them to drive the others back to the riverbank. He confirmed without hesitation, Yes, your heart. We often hear people talk about black and white, but the world is gray. It's hard to distinguish between the two in a gray world. But the answer is actually quite simple. The soldiers solemnly relay the order to regroup the king's forces back to the river to protect the citadel. Din repeatedly emphasizes that the answer is to follow your heart, break their formation, and clear the path for the gold-armored knights. He slowly unraveled each knot, saying that when something happens, people will tell you what to do. But don't forget that you're the one who decides what you do. You may not always be right, but you won't always be wrong either. Some may not understand your good intentions, but there will always be those who are grateful. Remember, the knight's oath isn't always meant to be taken literally, because the words on that paper are just the key to unlocking the message in your heart. He didn't hesitate to delve deeper, explaining that the knight's oath wasn't meant to imprison them, but to be believed in and understood, even if that understanding varied from person to person. Din raises his voice, expanding on the matter. Imagine how wonderful the world would be if everyone believed in it. Belief is the light that dispels the darkness around you and shows you the way. He concludes with a final, firm statement. So when you truly believe in the knight's oath, listen to your heart and do not doubt. Anne shouts in frustration, Sixth, I will defeat you, and whether it's right or wrong, my actions will be the ultimate proof of the knight's oath. Hearing this, Gray sat motionless, his head bowed. Right or wrong? Din was still deeply worried. I think he understood, right? Even though I knew what I was saying, I still went back to the church and gave him advice, so there shouldn't be any major problems. He was scared and sweating bullets. When will he leave? The Archbishop sent me a letter saying the king will arrive around noon tomorrow. It'll be too late if I don't escape now. Gree spoke up after a moment. All right, the pastor's name made him jump. Yes, what else do you want to ask? Shyly, he offered. What you said was wonderful. I understood it all. So, based on what you said, may I ask one last question? Dean forces a smile. Of course. What's the question? Do I mean... Gray opens up, explaining that even as an undead, a dead person can still sing, dance, and do whatever they want. So, what is the difference between life and death? He nodded after hearing that. That's a complex and thought-provoking question, much more so than the last. Din raised his voice, posing a question. I'd like to ask a question in return. If someone steals for a living, are they good or bad? Gray answers without hesitation. Definitely a bad person, he retorted. But if he targets corrupt nobles and gives the money to the poor, is he bad or good? Hearing this, he becomes flustered. He quickly concludes that this is it. Ande and the living are like the bad and the good. What matters more than status is the heart. No matter where you're born, if you intend to do good, you're all the same. There is no difference, understand? Gray sadly hangs his head, perhaps understanding a little. You're changing the subject, but weren't you trying to escape the city by climbing the wall? Damn. He changed the subject too fast. I was going to ask why he asked such a strange question. He sadly clasped his hands and begged, Well, I won't hide anything. As you can see, I'm fleeing the city. The Archbishop wrote to me saying that tonight the king will launch an all-out attack, and she cannot win. I know I shouldn't abandon the children, but I couldn't tell anyone because I'm bound by treaty to the Lord. So, as you understand, I followed my heart. Gray slams the table in frustration, standing up. He said N can't hold out until tomorrow. He turned and left quickly, declaring he had to get to her. Without hesitation, Gray runs off, declaring he vowed to protect her. Din awkwardly chases after him. Wait, let me come with you. He naively squinted his eyes. You want to protect Lady Ain? He tearfully refused. No, I want to leave this city, but the wall is too high to climb. Gray nods in agreement. All right, follow me. They ran for a while before stopping. Gray looked at the person in front of him in astonishment, the children's flag now visible. Anne smirks confidently. We heard everything. You're going to protect Anne, right? We want to come with you. We want to fight. Hearing that, the two felt ashamed, and Anne and the others immediately begged, saying it was their chance to prove themselves. Din awkwardly tries to refuse. What are you kids talking about? Stay away from the battlefield. Get back to bed. Now. Gray somberly states, I just spoke with Mu Sheng and realized that if I die, I won't be able to revive, so I'm not sure I can protect you all. Anne scratches his head, embarrassed. What are you thinking? The boy smiles brightly. We were ready to sacrifice ourselves the day you recognized us as knights. We're not kids who need protecting anymore, but knights who fight alongside you. Hearing that, Gray trembled. You guys almost made me cry. Well said. And so, Gray took the lead. Follow me, Silver Knights, and let us help our master achieve victory. Din hurriedly followed. Wait, are you really sending children into battle? He immediately protested. They're not children, they're knights. He confidently stepped forward, declaring they would find victory and the traitor. A soldier glanced at him, startled to recognize Gray. The soldier immediately shouted, I see him. He's at the church. Come here and get this damn traitor. D, you don't understand what's going on. Wait, there's been a misunderstanding about the betrayal, the soldier growled, brandishing his knife. Misunderstanding? Go to hell and explain it to my comrades. Why? Frustrated, Gray grabs the soldier, saying, You're always attacking me for no reason. He glared and asked sternly, What happened? Tell me. The soldier, unafraid, emphasized each word. You dare ask that? As images of the carriage flash through his mind, the soldier recounts everything. Didn't you personally kill the prison guards and Free Fear and his son? The fake Gray challenges him with soulless eyes. I am Silver Moon Knight Gray. Who dares stand in my way? Hearing this, he angrily grips his sword. Gray throws the soldier to the ground. It's the imposter again. He looks up in confusion. Gray, radiating murderous intent, decides he must kill the imposter before reaching N, or else more trouble will follow. Does impersonating me amuse you? My patience has reached its limit. A soldier hurriedly runs up to pursue. Report, he shouted urgently. Someone is chasing us. Gray feigned ignorance, asking, How many? The soldier nervously reported that it was just one knight, but he was the real Silver Moon Knight. Jay immediately lowered the curtain and looked down. What? That damn knight? Jay grits his teeth in frustration, saying they need to end him or things will go south. Gray confirms. We just need to stop him, right? Good thing we have a backup plan. Everyone, stop and kill the Silver Moon Knight. The kitten looked up, confused. They've stopped running. The fake Gray and his army quickly turn around. Gray stops, demanding, You, the knight leading this group, are you the one who framed me, harmed Ain, and killed the warriors of White City? He looked up with cold eyes and said, I want your name. Is that really the Silver Moon Knight? He removes his helmet without hesitation. I heard you defeated 50 heavily armored knights. The imposter Gray throws down his helmet without hesitation, and Shadow 1 immediately introduces himself. If that's true, then you're invincible. The horses quickly moved to overwhelm Gray, but he cheerfully challenged, Can you withstand many elite warriors equipped with high-quality armor? Shadow 1 confidently declared, I don't have a name. More accurately, I abandoned it when I chose this identity. However, as protocol dictates, you ask and I shall answer. I am the commander of Unit 1 of the Shadow Squad under the King. Mayoko grits his teeth in frustration, realizing they're up against the Knight Brigade. The enemy is ready. What about you? Gray simply responded with 2 cold words. Straight ahead. The kitten laughed gleefully. You've gone from a clumsy fool to a decisively cool one. He shouts excitedly. Let's kick their asses, Teneros. The soldiers retreated in fear, wondering what was happening. Number 1. Ghost quickly gives the order. Spears, form up. A row of spears immediately aimed at Gray, as Tendas grinned with confidence. This troublesome formation once gave me trouble, but now it just rises and falls powerfully. It's just trash. Another soldier quickly throws a rope. You, he exclaimed excitedly. Gotcha. But the soldier is sent flying. Shadow number 1 watches in fear as the knight attacks like a storm. The happy kitten stood next to Gu Yu, crushing them flat as Teneros approached the leader. But the number 1 phantom wasn't deterred and charged forward. Are you just relying on your horse to attack? Watch me cut you down. But he immediately eats a punch from the knight, and the number 1 phantom falls to the ground. He gritted his teeth in pain, enduring the blow. Such a terrifying fist. Even with thick armor, he still suffered internal injuries. Shadow number 1 continued to struggle, so he looked up at the man before him. Was this the real Silver Moon Knight? The number 1 shadow nonchalantly admitted, "I've lost. Kill me." Gray coldly refuses. "I won't kill you. I only want you to apologize to her and the city's warriors." The number 1 shade looked up, puzzled. "What? Are you making fun of me? This is war. Why should I apologize?" He emphasized each word. "I'm not joking. You need to apologize." Zone angrily kicks the door open. "Damn it, I've had enough. You failures." Fi quickly tries to calm him down, telling him to wait. "Shut your mouth, you noisy bastard, and don't touch me." He glared, visibly annoyed. "I'm out of patience. All of you die." Immediately, a purple aura envelops everything. "Wait," the immortal promised. Phantom number 1 clutches his neck in pain as the kitten stares in confusion. "What is that black smoke?" Gray explains without hesitation. "Dark magic steals life directly. That kid is definitely up to no good." Jay lets out an eerie laugh. "You don't seem surprised, do you? After all, you were able to resist my magic eye. All along, you thought it was the 6th bee who wanted to devour the bee family, right?" He coldly flies higher with the ominous bats, revealing that he was the one who wanted to devour the bee family all along. A descendant of the great Dracula, with noble blood flowing through you. You are the strongest I've ever encountered. But so what? In my eyes, you're just trash. Go to hell with your pathetic master and your worthless knight's oath. Joe happily sat under a barren tree, reading a novel. In the sunlight, the castle is shrouded in darkness, and from this clash of light and shadow, a legend is born. He excitedly read each line aloud. Beneath the castle gates, Count Dracula bowed and extended his arms to welcome his guests. "Welcome to my humble abode. Make yourselves at home." Closing the book, Ron was overjoyed. How foolish, our organization is the true vampire lineage. Suddenly, a flock of bats flew in. "Master J," Dora quickly appeared. "Madam asks how long you'll be away this time?" He irritably reminded her not to call him young master, as it sounded childish, and to address him as sir. "And I'm not going home," he rambled on. "I'm going to find a castle like our ancestors and then conquer the world." The girl looked confused. "But isn't your house a castle?" Jay immediately shouts, "Are you kidding me?" Who wants to live in a cliffside castle with nothing around? He continued to dream. "I want a castle with lots of servants," Dora innocently asks. "But how will he get a castle?" Zoe excitedly lays out his plan. "To the human world, of course. I have a plan. First, I'll find a nobleman with white hair like mine and claim to be his illegitimate son, then kill him and his family. That's it." The girl stares blankly, amused. What a wonderful plan. Master John is truly a genius. Back in reality, he confidently declares, "You really want to destroy the Biche family, which is me? You who inherited the noble blood of Dracula. Take your pathetic knight's oath and master to hell." John confidently gathers his power and says, he unleashes a massive fire blast, asking if he still wants to be his father, calling him a foolish knight. The panicked kitten cries out, "What the heck is going on?" "Gray, take cover. An explosion is imminent." Ro laughs triumphantly. "Serves you right. I told you not to mess with me. Now you're dust." He gloats, arrogant and verbose. "Though I killed you, no one is here to discover it today." He chuckled, admiring his work, glad no one witnessed your pathetic death. As the worried cat coughed, turning to look. "Gray, are you all right?" His armor is shattered into 100 pieces. It quickly plummeted to the ground, and Gray slowly crawled out of the armor. He slowly rose and asked, "I can." The surrounding soldiers, their souls summoned, began to stir. Gray finishes his previous statement, asking a question. He sternly commands everyone to stand. "Are you certain no one will know what happened today?" Seeing this, Zone began to whine. "Are you kidding me?" He burst into tears. "Why is there a calendar here?" The sky began to show the light of dawn, and En's army was ready. Host approached Han, asking, "Are you all right?" Ain wearily waved his hand. "I'm fine. Horus, how many troops does my side have left?" He was silent in thought. Host sadly turned to the others. "We've suffered heavy losses. Perhaps only 2,000 remain. We have no chance. Let's return to W City." An made his decision. Atut steps forward to remind her. "And Sir Gregory?" He angrily shouts, "Where is your knight? Where is this Gray you speak of? Why hasn't he appeared?" Ain wearily asks. "Gray, I told him to stay at the castle." "Stay at the castle?" At explained the situation with irritation. "Do you know how important he is, even if someone is impersonating him?" She cut him off. "Importance isn't the issue." Ain sighs, hanging her head. The king's mighty army is advancing. The final battle will be at sunrise. I only have 2,000 men left. We're doomed. Atut sadly wanted to say something, but he lowered his head. If you've given up, then our alliance is over. I can't let my entire family die with you. I'll surrender to the king when he massacres White City. En smiled softly. It's all right. You've worked hard, Gregory. The people of the city are also extremely distraught. What's happening outside? I heard Lady Anne was defeated. We should surrender to the king. Are you lying? Where's the Silver Moon Knight? He's supposed to be strong. They chattered endlessly, wondering if the king would massacre them all. Where could they run? What should they do? Sly is annoyed by the commotion around him. Let me out of the city. I have to find him. The soldiers tried to dissuade her, saying it was too dangerous outside, but she ignored them and screamed. Where's Gray? Didn't Lady Anne say he was supposed to protect me? With him, I could get out, right? They just silently looked at each other in sorrow. A soldier stepped forward, scratching his head. I'm sorry, Miss Say, but the Silver Moon Knight has left the city. He continued, recounting how they saw the Silver Moon Knight leave with a group of children before dawn, and they didn't dare stop him. Since he hasn't appeared on the battlefield, it's highly likely he's deserted. Sally sternly reminded them, unwavering in her belief. He's not the kind of person who would run away. A picturesque waterside scene unfolds. Beside the river, a beast diligently drank, unaware of the approaching footsteps. Just then, a voice echoed, The king must understand that I will not accept changing the heir of House B. Look at those who have fallen. Was it worth it? He rides forth to survey the battle's remnants, but its outcome requires the archbishop's witness. I shall secure victory with fairness and justice. I hope you will tell the truth to the gods. The archbishop looked into the distance with a sad expression. Fair and just. Let's hope so. Here, a figure emerges from the rubble, staggering forward. It was Ain, bruised and battered, staggering forward, clinging to a sliver of hope. Here it is, the year 11266 of the Fourth Divine Era, or 1752 of the Human Era in the Sen Kingdom of the IAC on the southern continent. A senseless battle had occurred, and now the soldiers were hunting Aran. Anne Berbera Beecher, you have no chance of winning. Think of your soldiers. Do you want them to die with you? Har arrives on horseback and commands, in the name of the King of Isaac, to renounce the Beecher heirship, and he will be spared. Darkness shrouds the oath. The corruption of virtue and bottomless greed herald a dark future, and Anne's lips curl into a subtle smirk. With a defiant smile, she looked straight ahead as Hare reaffirmed his claim. Of course, I keep my word. Anne couldn't help but burst out laughing. How amusing, don't you feel ashamed? Then she glared and shouted, Do you even remember the royal family's oath to the Bai family when they helped? Weren't you forbidden from interfering in the Beecho family's succession? Now look at what's happening. Her words cut like a knife, exposing a harsh truth. You are not the first in line. Your brother is. Aen's eyes flashed with anger. I don't care if I have a brother or not, you're doing this for your own gain. Her brow furrowed as she listened, falling silent, and sighed, heavy with sorrow. She cast a somber gaze upon the soldiers as Host rushed to her side, shouting, Even if you fail, we will follow you to the end. Anne chuckled softly, then complimented, Reckless. Host suddenly falters, clutching her weapon, but it's no longer needed. Anne hesitates, trembling like a leaf. The soldiers were deeply concerned, and the host, seeing her resignation, cried out in shock, but Anne, noticing her worry, gently stroked her head. With a warm, bright expression, she looked at Jose, and everyone was stunned by her resignation. Anne softly called Jose's name. Then she looked at Abby with a tender expression. Abby Robert. Then she softly looked at the soldiers and quietly called out, Sir Gregory. Anne offered a gentle, accepting smile. This is my final order. Please drop your weapons and leave. Hearing her command, Host gritted his teeth in displeasure. Seeing this, the soldiers began to comply, and one brave soul dropped his sword at her command. Seeing this, the rest of the soldiers dropped their weapons as well, and as they gradually complied, Ain knelt down reverently. Everyone came here believing in me, she realized as she began to kneel. No, wait. She recalled Gray's cheerful demeanor, thinking it was better that the fool wasn't here. With his abilities, he'll find a new master. And a satisfied smile crept across her face. Later, Aen shakily raised her sword, charging towards Pear, determined to fight to the death. Faced with her resolve, Hopper remained indifferent. Foolish girl, as you wish. Then he commanded, Soldiers, take your positions. Just then, a humble voice interrupted, causing Pear to frantically look around. Who's speaking? The voice echoed once more. Honest and selfless, he slid down the nearby mountainside, and seems to realize something. This voice continues to emphasize traits, courage, reason, and sacrifice. She was stunned by his sudden appearance. Gray. Gray appears, clearly stating his position. There are still those who keep their oaths for glory and belief. The Harper soldiers were terrified by his appearance, their minds reeling. It was Gray, the legendary knight who defeated 100 men. Don't be afraid, they only have 12 knights, and we have tens of thousands. Then Gray raised his sword high and declared, sword thrust forward, each word a vow of loyalty to Aaron Barbera Beecher. Whoever opposes her is my enemy. Whoever harms her, harms me. I will fight for her honor until my death. Then, Gray led all of his troops down the mountain to protect Aaron, as a cheerful jest echoed from the sky. Catherine, are you having fun? Catherine gently shook her head in response. Don't you find it amusing? That while humans disregard oaths, a lich holds them sacred. Seeing Gray's worried expression, she's certain the drama is reaching its climax. But what will become of the little lich? Meanwhile, outside the fortress, Pang and Dan observed the scene and marveled. It's so noisy on the other side of the wall. Everyone must be panicking. Feng couldn't help but feel a little worried. Why hasn't he returned yet? Something must be wrong. Hearing that, and firmly retorted, What are you saying? He's strong. Nothing could have happened to him. Din wipes his brow, admitting to himself that the Silver Moon Knight is truly admirable. After getting us and the children out of the city, he chased after the impostor alone. I need to learn from him, now that the children are safe from the battlefield. As Din was lost in thought, a soldier passed by, startling him. What the hell? Why are these knights emerging from the forest? Din quickly recognized the armor of the soldier in front. This armor isn't from the White City Knights or the King's men, and a troop of soldiers is in hot pursuit. Seeing this, Din fearfully shrinks back, realizing they're surrounded. He was afraid, but determined to protect the children at all costs, while An suddenly looked incredibly surprised. Realizing something, Anu tugs on Din's sleeve and explains, Pastor, don't worry, they're one of us. Din is taken aback by this shocking revelation. Immediately, the boy pointed to the flag on the soldiers' uniforms. Look, that's the flag we designed, he must be back. Din was shocked and stunned by this. Really? Where did he find so many people? And chuckled softly. There he is. Someone stepped forward and calmly announced, Yes, it is I. Gray steps down in front of Dean. I'm back. Priest, I've brought armor and war horses. Are you ready? The Little An Knights, hearing this, were excited and eager. Ready. Let's go. Din, stunned by the speed of events, tried to stop him. Wait, Silver Moon Knight, are you really going to take them? Gray responded decisively to his wavering question. Of course, I promised to take them to the battlefield. Now Gray bravely commands an entire company of soldiers, a knight who never breaks his oath. Advance. Seeing this, her clenched her teeth in anger, scoffing, What can a few knights do? Herper also gave a loud, uncompromising order. The knights in golden armor charge forward, and a soldier on the terrace points in disbelief. Hey, look over there! Seeing Gray's forces, they were filled with hope. It's the Silver Moon Knights. He didn't run, he came back. We're saved. Gray stared straight ahead, his tone resolute. None of you will leave here without apologizing to Cohen. Hare continued to scream, demanding their deaths. High above, Catherine, witnessing everything, asks, Master Bot, will Little L win? Abot bluntly replies that it's impossible. He may be strong compared to ordinary people, but against 10,000 his magic won't be enough. A shadow of sadness crossed Catherine's eyes as she watched Gray below, a thoughtful tone in her voice. Either he knows he'll lose and charges on anyway, or he's young and blindly courageous. I thought I'd be leading the Anda army, but I'm only leading children. Sensing the intensity of the battle, the kitten bares its fangs. This is insane. Gray rides forward, his will unyielding. I know one truth about the gods. They never use the undead army to fight. What a load of crap. It would have been nice if you'd kept up the lie that you couldn't maintain an army for long. See over there? 10,000 of them. How are we supposed to win? I don't know if we can, but the king must apologize to Lady Erin. Suddenly, Anne, who was following behind, ran into trouble, crying out in fear. I've lost control. This horse is harder to ride than in practice. I can't hold the reins. Seeing this, Gray immediately reminded him, Don't say you can't. Believe in yourself. He gripped his sword tightly and declared with conviction, We are all knights of the Silver Mane. The gods will bless us. Witnessing this, Catherine was momentarily stunned, hardly believing her eyes as boundless power descended upon Gray. The power divided, gathered, and crashed down upon Gray, who stared at his palm in awe and shouted, This is divine blessing. Amazing. I feel so full of energy. The Archbishop was stunned by the sight. How can this be? He pondered for a moment, then the realization hit him. That miracle is something only a holy knight can perform. Catherine, watching from above, was surprised and a little proud. Oh my, El, you've done something amazing. That power surges forward, scattering Here's soldiers. They desperately raised their shields to block the onslaught of power. Hold the line. We have to stop him. Are you kidding me? They're unharmed by spears and swords. He's too strong. He's beyond our capabilities. The kitten frantically shouts, "Oh my God, are you insane? Your whole body is burning. Why use such a large-scale holy light?" Gray firmly explains, "It's not burning, it's sublimation. We are being blessed by the gods. You're dying, and so is Teneros. Don't you care if he wants this or not?" Oh well, Teneros isn't afraid. As Gray charged forward, he wondered in disbelief, "Damn it, am I the only normal one here?" Herper was stunned by the unbelievable sight, unable to believe that there was a holy knight under Aaron when he heard the urging to advance. Silver Moon Knight. You owe me a lot of money. Don't lose to those bastards. Take them down. The soldiers were terrified, wondering who let him up there. The townspeople are all here. We couldn't stop them. Sally is cheering Gray on as well. "Gray, I knew you wouldn't run. Use your magic to blow away the king's army. You are the pride of Y. Crush those bastards." Even Dian, watching from the city's edge, felt a surge of joy. Holy magic. It's truly holy magic. He is a messenger of the gods. Anne stood tall amidst the resounding cheers of the soldiers. It's a miracle. The Silver Moon Knight, blessed by the gods. To defeat the demon king is the will of the divine. Magic is magic. Catherine and Abos watched from above, utterly stunned. Holy magic is a miracle, and humans are as foolish as ever. That lich will burn to ashes. Eventually, they'll see that armor is just a pile of ash. Catherine burst out laughing when she heard that. We taught them, didn't we? That only the righteous could wield holy magic. When demons descend to earth, a hero wielding holy light will save the world according to the will of the gods. Abbas suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, Catherine, what are you doing?" Catherine flew down to Gray and whispered, "Does my El remember me?" He stammered in shock for a few seconds. It was the angel from the church. Catherine looked at him with the warmest gaze. "Let me help you." Suddenly, a burst of power emanates from Gray's chest. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from Gray's back, shocking the two soldiers in front. What now? I don't know, but the horse isn't on fire anymore. Witnessing this transformation, Gray stammered, "The gods acknowledge me?" Catherine gently shook her head. "No, but at least an angel is on your side." That brilliant power suddenly erupts forward. Witnessing this, the archbishop fell from his horse in shock. An angel. The holy knight has a guardian angel. He sobbed and wept in astonishment. The miracle knight. He carries the will of the gods. That means this war is unjust. The gods do not approve. Witnessing this, the surrounding soldiers cried out in astonishment. It was magic indeed. Ha-Oh gritted his teeth, trembling with fear. "Damn it!" He pointed at the soldier in front and barked, "Why are you standing there? Attack! What about the holy knights? So what if they're angels? There are only a few of them. Attack!" The archbishop suddenly stood up and issued a warning. "Stop. Do you understand what you're doing? Now I suspect you're being controlled by dark forces." He attacked the archbishop with his sword, yelling, "Shut your mouth! Did I invite you here to defend the enemy?" With Catherine behind him seemingly giving him a signal, Gray decisively charges forward. Understood. He spurs his horse forward. Taking the opportunity, Gray charged straight toward Harper, who, seeing the obstacle before him, exclaimed in frustration. But it doesn't end there. Gray appears behind the archbishop and softly asks, "Are you all right?" The old man turns pale with fear. He then loudly commanded, "Warriors of the Isaac kingdom, do you see? Your king has been seduced by the dark forces. In the name of God, I command you." With those words, the soldiers turned to stare at Herper, ending the battle at once. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in frustration. "What are you looking at? The enemy is on the other side. King Herperbet of the Isaac kingdom. In his youth, he was renowned for his courage, leading an army to victory against a neighboring force against all odds. He became a hero of the Isaac kingdom, famed for that battle, and countless young men joined his army out of admiration. In those days, everyone rejoiced under Har's rule, but every hero meets their end. Seeing the soldiers standing still, the archbishop roared, "What are you waiting for? Drop your weapons." They spoke with fear and trepidation. "But your grace, we swore an oath to the king to never commit injustice." The archbishop pointed at Gray, his voice filled with reverence. "Behold the holy light, the holy knight, the angel." He sternly warned, "Do you know who you're defying?" "That's a god you're defying," Din shouted, grabbing his weapon and charging forward defiantly. "If you still want to fight, then I will take to the field for the sake of the gods. Listen closely. Those knights, protected by the holy light and fighting so bravely, are just children of 12 or 13 years old. Even children fight for their homeland and gods, so why are we adults afraid to rise up for our faith? The people of the city were stunned by this. What? Those knights are children? Are they the kids who follow the Silver Moon Knight? The people grit their teeth in anger. The pastor is right. How can we watch children fight? We fight for the gods as well. They cried out to end this meaningless battle and to obey the will of God, and the soldiers of Har were stunned to hear the people's unified voice. At that moment, the two leading soldiers exchanged glances as the people chanted, "Always obey the will of God." Then, the two men knelt on the ground, offering their final respects. "Forgive me, Your Highness, but I can no longer fight for you. I respect our oath, but I cannot wage war against the gods for it. After all, our oath didn't include fighting against the gods. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I can't fight anymore." Hearing this, the other soldiers threw their weapons to the ground in agreement. "Me too. I'm sorry, Your Highness." Seeing their disobedience, Buer was furious. "What are you doing? Are you swayed so easily?" A soldier kneels before Gray, his voice full of remorse. "May the gods forgive me, for I am guilty. I am guilty of not reporting the king's relationship with the vampires." Hearing this, Hare couldn't help but shout, "You wretch, what lies are you spouting?" Another soldier knelt firmly, confirming, "He's not lying. I also saw His Highness consorting with a vampire. It was a little girl with white hair. If I'm lying, may I be condemned to the deepest circle of hell and my family forever cursed by the gods." Then the other soldiers shook their heads in dismay. Good heavens, it seems the king has truly been seduced by dark forces. We fought a meaningless war. We fought against the gods. Overhearing the soldier's cold dismissal, Her could no longer contain his rage. "You." He noticed the soldier's eyes burning as they stared ahead. "What are you looking at? Don't look at me." He stood tall, defiant. "Get rid of it. Who said you could look at me? I am the king, the commander. You must listen to me. Don't look at me like that. I only seek immortality. I did what was right. I did what was right." His eyes widened, his mouth agape with terror. "Don't come near me." Heo's desperate, tragic scream echoed. "Get away. What are you doing? I am the king. I'm not wrong. I am the king." Seeing this from behind Gray, Catherine nodded in satisfaction. "It seems it's over." Gray surveyed his surroundings, then asked faintly, "Did I win?" The kitten beside him leaped, hugging his cheek in joyous celebration. "You won, you idiot. It's a miracle, believe me. Now you're the greatest knight in the kingdom of Isaac, maybe even the world." Gray paused, his tone incredulous. "Is that so?" He dismounted his horse. The soldiers looked on, watching his every move, as Har's former troops stood by in stunned silence. The soldiers parted, clearing a path for Gray, and En was stunned as he approached. He approached her gently, calling out her name with familiarity. "En." Gray gazes at her with a mix of longing and regret, apologizing, leaving En stunned in disbelief. Gray knelt before En, his voice filled with loyalty. "I was late, and I failed to protect you better. Please forgive me." Anne's heart trembled at his sincere apology. Seeing her tremble, Gray was at a loss, but Anne shook her head, touched and sobbing. "No, you arrived just in time, my knight." The soldiers cheered at the sight. "We won, we won, we won. The gods bought 5, and Lady Anne bought 5. The people joined in the joyous atmosphere, thanking the gods for their victory. Sly, watching from the rooftop, was happy to see it all. It was a happy ending, after all. The princess and the knight lived happily ever after, though a hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes. Congratulations, congratulations. It's the summer of 11266 in the 4th epoch of the divine calendar, or 1755 in the human calendar. In the Battle of White City, Isaac Kingdom, the Knight Gray made his debut in human history, single-handedly defeating 10,000 of King B VI's men, a miracle in human military history. After the battle, B VI was imprisoned, awaiting the Pope's judgment, and his allied nobles shared his fate. With the Holy See's support, An became the heir to House Beecher, officially inheriting his father's title and becoming the Grand Duke of Beecher. After a string of good news, Anne's trusted confidant Gray was appointed the second Earl in the Beecher territory. In just a few months, he rose from commoner to Earl through his own merit. His story spread across the continent, becoming the ideal knightly role model. He became a role model for other knights. In October of that year, Archbishop Anthony III reported to the Holy See on the causes and consequences of the city's battle. In November, Gray was recognized by the Holy See as a paladin, one of only 5 in the entire continent, 4 of whom were trained by the Pope himself. Gray was the sole exception, and despite his recognition, the Holy Order never summoned him, leading many to question why. Meanwhile, back in the capital, a struggle for the throne was brewing. The sixth emperor had 12 children, and they began vying for power. However, the city of Y remained untouched by the power struggles, and after all that had happened, life became peaceful, bringing joy and contentment to everyone. It's so peaceful. Now that everything's settled, no one would dare attack this territory. It's all thanks to Silver Moon Knight and Miss Ayan. Our status is not what it once was. Speaking of N, it feels like we haven't seen her in a while. Where has she been? This is Viscount Host, who spent 5 days and nights calculating damages and compensation for the families of the deceased. This is Earl Abbey Robert, who spent 7 days and nights handling the city's economic and diplomatic issues. And this is the one who handles the most complex tasks, all the big and small matters of the city. After 9 straight days and nights of work, Grand Duke Un felt like he was ascending to heaven. Exhausted, Host suddenly wondered why they hadn't asked Gray for help. N muttered vaguely, "Gray." After a moment's thought about Gray, Ain shook his head in dismay, wondering if Gray could even handle paperwork. "Forget helping, I just want him to stop causing trouble." Just then, someone burst through the door. "Your Grace, we have an emergency." He gasped for breath and continued. "The Silver Moon Knight. He sold the castle you gave Gregory and is now throwing money around." Anne, upon hearing this, was so enraged that he snapped the quill in his hand. Hearing the noise, the three turned to her with fearful expressions, then offered a helpless, almost surreal smile, just as she expected. Seemingly losing her composure, Grayon shot up and roared, "Is he still at the castle? I'm going to see him." "Please calm down and put your sword away." Meanwhile, in paradise, Catherine and Abbas walked side by side into the celestial realm, where a voice echoed, "First-class angel Bot, second-class angel Seatherin." Hearing the familiar voice, Catherine and Abbas knelt reverently before the divine being, as its ethereal tone echoed. "I heard you helped a Laren," the angel said respectfully. "This was my decision, my lord, and Bot had nothing to do with it. The situation was dire. Without divine intervention, that little lich would fade away, consumed by his faith." The deity found this most intriguing. "Belief in us sounds intriguing." Catherine seriously recounted that the lich had a strong belief in the gods and was willing to sacrifice himself for that belief. "You may not know this, but he's also a man of his word, a great knight who cherished his knightly oath, so I made a pact to become his guardian angel." The god solemnly asked again, "Have you thought this through?" "Remember, a lich's lifespan exceeds even ours." "I have thought it through," Catherine affirmed without hesitation. His identity, an angel in name only. December, and Y City is blanketed in snow. After a year of hard work, everyone finally has some time to rest, sipping hot soup by the window as they watch a holy night frolic in the snow. Gray excitedly ran out to play in the snow while the cat frowned, unimpressed. "You're celebrating a bit too much." Gray continued to revel in the freezing white snow with an enthusiastic look. "There's no snow underground. I've only seen it in books, and now I can finally touch it." The kitten could only sigh and shake its head in dismay. "Now you're a holy knight. What would happen if you rolled around in the snow all day like a child?" Gray asked, bewildered. "Why can't I roll around on the ground? I thought you said people would serve me if I did, so I wanted to try it." The kitten calmly explained the difference to him. "I'm a cat, and you're a holy knight. Even if you roll around on the ground, people won't." At this moment, the people brought clothes and pastries to Gray with great care. "Sir Knight, don't catch a cold. Here's a blanket, and please have some hot soup. I have warm water for you." Gray was deeply moved by their kindness. They actually came, "You're amazing, little cat." The kitten was furious, flailing its arms and sending snow flying into Gray's face. "My case is different from yours." Seeing the kitten more angry than sulky, Gray Woover asked, "Do you want a snowball fight?" "That's great." Suddenly, a look of guilt washes over his face. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you," Sally said sweetly to Han Gray as she approached. "It's okay, good morning," Gray replied politely. "Good morning. Does Miss Sai like rolling around on the ground and playing in the snow?" "Of course not." Sai made her intentions clear. "I have something I want to discuss with you in private," she whispered softly. "Would you walk with me?" Gray nods without hesitation. "My pleasure." And so Gray and Sally strolled together through the thick snow. As they walked, Sally shivered and complained about the cold, so Gray offered her the fur blanket. "Do you need a blanket? I just received it as a gift." Sally nods, thanking Gray. "Thank you. I don't mind using it." Suddenly she stopped and stared at Gray. The two walked and talked happily. "I heard that because my grandfather bought your castle. Miss Ain gave you a portion of the seaport as your territory." "Really? That happened?" The kitten on Gray's shoulder spoke up. "Of course he did. While the townspeople celebrated in the streets, you were busy throwing gold around like a madman." Hearing this, the kitten angrily reproached Gray. "Are you crazy? Did you really sell the castle you were given?" He nonchalantly shook his head. "I don't need it." Just then, N walked into the cheers of the crowd. "Count Bai, the woman who makes you listen, has arrived." She approached, her face dark and filled with sorrow. "Gree, I heard you sold the castle I gave you?" Gray trembled in fear, sensing Ain's murderous aura. "Yes, my lady," N was taken aback by his response. "Do you need money that badly?" The kitten quickly spoke up, trying to explain for Gray. "No, I don't need the money, but my little knights and the people of the city do. I don't think I need a castle, so I'll just you wait, you're going to get scolded." But instead of being angry, Ain was gentle. "I see. The recent battle caused many losses, but I'll only compensate the families of the deceased, ignoring those economically impacted and left to suffer." "Gray, are you helping me solve this problem?" The kitten was quite stunned to hear that. No, there's no way this guy's brain could come up with that." N smiles warmly at Gray. "I won't let you suffer for selling the castle to help me. I'll take care of this. Furthermore, I will grant you a portion of my territory." Gray, moved by her boundless generosity, rushed forward in tears. Lady Owen truly is a wonderful ruler. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, the frightened kitten hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, Gray, what are you doing?" N was stunned by his behavior. Suddenly, a subtle smile crept across her lips, prompting Host to rush over and ask, "Han, are you all right? Oh, you're not going to faint. Are you sure?" I also rushed over, full of worry. "If you faint, I'll have to work alone with that idiot Host." Ain clutches her head, exhausted. "It sounded like a crash, but I'm fine. I just collided with some armor." She then looked at Gray and made a firm decision. "By the way, Gray, I wanted to ask you about your future plans. It seems you haven't thought about your future, have you? You're a holy knight, one of only 5 in the world. As a holy knight, you should have grander ambitions than staying at the Bauman's residence. Even the kingdom of Isaac isn't enough for you. If you want to leave, I can." Hearing her condition, Gray's cheeks flushed red as he replied that he wouldn't leave. This answer leaves her stunned. Gray insists that she doesn't understand how powerful a holy knight is, but he's certain that he is her knight. She is his master, and they have a vow to uphold. He will always follow her. Hearing his heartfelt words, Ain sighed knowingly, then lovingly stroked Gray's head. "I apologize for holding someone like you back with this oath, but if my knight has spoken, then I shall try to keep it as well. No matter who you are or what you do, from the moment you took that oath, you became my knight. I will reward you fairly and never abuse you." So that's what happened. After hearing Gray's story, Sally found it interesting, not bad, even romantic. And as they walked, she spoke her mind. "I want to ask you something personal, and I hope you'll answer honestly." Gray nodded in agreement. "It's okay, go ahead and ask." Sally chuckled, amused. "I didn't expect you to stay. Are you planning to become a member of the Beach Guild?" Gray was curious as well, wondering what that was. A type of knightly title. The kitten then froze and rushed forward, shouting, "Stop, this conversation is too dangerous. Stop." Sel was also surprised and curious. Why was Gray standing there, explaining so frankly? "I'll explain when it's just us. Just answer, and you'll remain a knight, not a Bishial member. From now on, just answer as I say." Hearing this, Sai lowered his head and nodded in understanding. So, he has no intention of becoming a member of the Bai family? In other words, there's nothing between him and Lady Owen. Am I understanding correctly? Say yes. Gray, frozen like a statue, replies with a short, serious, "Yeah." Hearing his agreement, Sally is overjoyed. "So there's still a chance I can be your partner." Gray just went with the flow and casually nodded. "Yeah." Suddenly, the kitten warns him, "Wait." Frustrated, she berates Gray. "What the hell are you saying?" This idiotic knight is suddenly being scolded and cursed, so he indignantly defends himself. "You told me to say yes. What else could I do?" Sally couldn't help but laugh at Gray's ridiculous expression. "I can't believe you'd say that. You're too kind." After a hearty laugh, Sel wiped the tears from her eyes and spoke softly. Never mind. I won't tease you anymore. Now back to the main point. Upon returning to the palace, someone called out Gray's name. Inside the room, a man listened in silence. At first, I thought he had some connection to the priesthood. I never expected him to be a holy knight. Upon hearing this, he turned his head. "Do you understand what that means?" The man watched Sally calmly eat her pastry. At that question, Sally faced Sai, who frowned in confusion as the man approached and gently sat down. "If he didn't sing, that means he doesn't belong to any family." He glared and sternly instructed Sally. "If he becomes a member of the Gregory family, you know what to do." Sally cheerfully recounted, then asked Gray, "So, that's the story. How about you go on a date with me?" Surprise, surprise. Gray and the kitten were utterly stunned. "What is a date?" This girl is strange. How can she say that with a straight face? Seeing Gray's silence, Sally explained, "Don't worry, you just need to shop and eat with me, then I'll report back to the chairman." Gray remained seated, a serene smile on his face. Though he doesn't quite understand, he agrees to go with her, prompting a curious frown from Sally. "I shouldn't ask, but do you have a lot of free time? Didn't Ms. Ain assign you any tasks?" Sally paused for a moment, then recounted, "And tasked me with patrolling and helping those in need." He was kicked out, and after chatting for a while, Sally made a suggestion. "All right, let's go." And just like that, she takes him for a walk down the street. Sally even picked out a feminine light pink dress for Gray, and then they went to watch the pigeons in the square. After a stroll, Sally takes Gray to a sweet shop on the street, eyeing a sundae on the table as she says, "I like this one." This berry forest explosion is amazing, and Sally offers it to Gray. This is the shop's most popular dessert. It's incredibly soft and delicious. Seeing his lack of reaction, Sally asked directly, worried. He didn't seem okay. "You don't like it?" She glanced at the ice cream on the table and shook her head. "Not exactly." A look of hesitation crossed Gray's face. "I'm just figuring out how to eat it. Damn, I need to develop magic to help me eat this." Just then, someone approached Sally and Gray, a woman concealing her face, who asked with curiosity, "Are you Sally Gregory?" Hearing this, Sally's expression suddenly soured. Trouble had arrived. The woman was Eliza, the eldest daughter of Count Fernandez. Sally forces a laugh, breaking the awkward silence. "What a coincidence, Eliza. What brings you to White City?" She laughs haughtily. "Isn't it obvious? I've come to congratulate Erin on her successful inheritance. You know, Sai, you're not a child anymore, wandering the streets and doing nothing." Sally, realizing she was misunderstood, pointed at Gray and quickly explained. No, I work with a knight," Gray introduced, playing along, "and I am a knight." Eliza would always nitpick with arrogance. "You're 16 now. Watch your words and actions at all times, and don't bring shame to the family." She then bowed slightly. "I'll take my leave now. Enjoy your meal." Sai waved goodbye. "Have a good one." As soon as Elisa left, Sai sighed in relief, leaning back in her chair as if a weight had been lifted. Finally, she was gone. Gray, still focused on his ice cream, wondered who she was that could make Sai so anxious. Sel awkwardly explains, "Well, how do I put it? She's a relative of mine." Because they were old families, the Gregories and Fernandez had a close relationship, so their children grew up together like siblings. Elisa approached and sweetly called out, "Sel, over here!" Sally approached, stunned. "Elisa, this is—" Elisa introduced it as a secret place. Sally bit her hand nervously. "It's not dangerous in there, is it?" Eliza chuckled. "You'll have to go in to find out. Come on, they were very close until one day." Sai was surprised to see her at the house. "Eliza, you look beautiful in that dress." Eliza glared at her. "Don't tease me. I don't want to wear it." Eliza pouted, lamenting, "I don't understand why they want me to wear this heavy dress as I grow up and have to learn how to lift it, and even how to speak softly." "Polite," my mother said. "That's how noble girls should be." Sai naively suggested that if she didn't like it, why didn't she just act as she always had? Eliza began to lament, saying she didn't understand why she suddenly couldn't be herself anymore, that the adults said strict etiquette training would increase the dignity of both her and her family. Wearing beautiful dresses and speaking politely is part of a girl's life. Since Eliza became the perfect noble lady, she has always been beautiful, elegant, and charming at parties, like a gorgeous yet fragile ornament. Living without purpose. Is that what my future holds? To become the pride of my family and marry a stranger for reputation, without an ounce of joy. Why is his image surfacing in my mind? Sally and Gray now stand before the castle gates. He asked worriedly, "Miss Sai is here? Should I escort you inside?" She shook her head, refusing. "I can manage. You should head back." Seeing that she didn't need him, Gray turned to leave. "Goodbye, then." As soon as he left, her face fell. Sally watched Gray's retreating figure. Gray is truly remarkable. There's always something extraordinary about him. If I can avoid it, I shouldn't drag him into my personal affairs. An announcement echoes from within the castle. "Grand Duke, there's a letter from the capital, Lon, from Erin's side." She said seriously, "What does it say?" Gray entered and handed her the letter, explaining that the civil war ended yesterday with Prince Benedict II's victory. That day, Duke Arin, Count Gregory, and the Holy Knight Gray were invited to the coronation ceremony, leaving him puzzled as he exited the room. "What is the capital, Lon?" The kitten explains. "It's the iconic city of the Isaac Kingdom, and it seems a big event is about to take place." Meanwhile, Selly's grandfather reads the letter with a puzzled look. "Strange. Besides Ain and Gray, they've invited me as well." As Sally listened, Voover replied, "You're allies with Lady Ayn, Grandpa. I'd bet 5 trillion donuts that they're trying to get to Anne through you." Meanwhile, after reading the letter, Anne immediately gives an order. "We should head there, and don't let your guard down. Prepare to depart in a few days." The soldiers immediately acknowledged the order. Understood. The sky turned to night as footsteps echoed through a deep forest cave. Dora, inside, turned to see who approached. She immediately stood up, blocking Ro. "Young master, be careful. Someone's coming." Seeing Dora's fear and caution, Gray quickly spoke up. "Teneros, don't worry, it's me." Seeing that it was him, Dora retorted even more harshly, "If it's you, I'm even more worried." Jay then gets up and asks, "What are you doing here? Are you here to kill me?" Dora stood her ground, declaring, "I won't let you lay a finger on him." Seeing Dora's firm stance, Gray was a little sad. "Why do you think I came to kill you?" He then took the items out of his cloth bag, saying, "I'm here to return these." Z frowned in confusion. "This armor. What do you want?" Gray immediately recounted, "Remember when you killed the warriors in the city?" Z stammered back defensively. "So what?" He recalled Catherine's image and continued, "My guardian angel. Catherine said your actions were a grave violation of the covenant between the gods and the bloodkin, and she could have killed you without warning. But I used my position as a holy knight to say you would follow me to atone for your sins." Joe, upon hearing this, burst into tears and screamed at Gray. "Are you threatening me?" Gray shakes his head, denying the accusation. Joe's face still showed resentment and humiliation, on the verge of tears. "I just thought, if an L can become a holy knight, then a vampire can too." Gray embraces Joe and Dora, declaring they're now members of the Silver Mane Squad and will accompany him to the capital, Lawn. Though Z and Dora clearly disapprove of the affection. "This is humiliating. I'd rather die. No, let us pray to the gods together." January 1754, according to the human calendar, Duke Bichet's son, Ayn, set out for the capital, Lawn, with the knight Gray. Midway through their journey, they encountered a mist, and N ventured into the forest with Matthew. On the way, he had an idea. Venturing into the fog was dangerous. "There's a village ahead. I think we should rest there." Seeing the fog thicken, she reluctantly agreed. "Let's do that." And so Gray went along, looking utterly dejected. Walking beside him, the cat noticed and asked, "What's wrong? You seem distracted." Gray hesitated, finding the fog strange, but the cat reassured him. "It's just fog. It seems strange because you don't see it underground, right?" Though he heard this, he still hesitated. But suddenly the fog thickened, the wind grew stronger, and rocks fell from the cliff walls. Ray, alarmed, questioned his warhorse. "What's wrong?" "Teneros, what's wrong?" He stroked its head and instructed, "Why haven't you said anything? Is he out of power?" From within the thick fog, a voice called out, "Gray, Gray, Gray, where are you?" Hearing this, Gray was momentarily confused. That voice. Recognizing it, he called out, "Anne, I'm here." Hearing his voice, Anne approached with a less than friendly expression. "There you are, Gray." She looked at his gentle face and warned, "Don't go anywhere." Anne warns him sternly, "You're making it hard to find you." Suddenly, Gray senses something is amiss. When did N put on armor? She draws her sword and attacks Gray without hesitation. Seeing that chilling scene, he broke out in a cold sweat. "N, what's going on?" Ain dismounts her horse and calmly approaches Gray, who seems oblivious to the danger. Her expression shifts and an eerie laugh echoes. "Simple. I don't need you anymore, so disappear." Gray wonders why N is being so sudden. Seeing Aaron's strange behavior, the cat immediately orders Gray to retaliate. "Are you blind, you idiot? She's going to kill you. Fight back." Hearing this, he was stunned and horrified. Retaliate. Seeing Gray hesitate, the kitten slowly analyzes the situation. "Think about it. The battle is over, so she doesn't need you anymore. And you're one of only 5 holy knights in the world. If you don't leave, everyone will only pay attention to you, and no one will care about the Grand Duke." Seeing the situation grow dire, the cat affirmed with certainty, "She needs to eliminate you." But Gray had his own reasons, and the kitten wasn't that kind of person. Seeing him hesitate, the cat was extremely worried. "Don't waste time. Look what she's doing. Fight back." But Gray refuses. "No." Aen's sinister gaze remains fixed on him. Gray endures the beating, still convinced he swore not to harm her. Hearing that, N couldn't help but laugh. "You believe in oaths?" She drew her sword, muttering, "Tsk." Then Aen struck, knocking off Gray's helmet. The cat could only watch and sigh, while Aen remained indifferent to the scene unfolding before her. Gray's true face is revealed, leaving her stunned. This was the face hidden beneath the helmet. Upon seeing her true face, Aen burst into laughter, saying, "How amusing. A god-acknowledged being is all the more reason to eliminate you." After her laughter subsided, she glared and gave the order. Do it. Immediately, the soldiers joined forces, following her command, hacking away at Grey's armor until it was destroyed. At that moment, En charged forward, landing a decisive blow on Grey. And just like that, En severed one of his arms, sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing this, En simply remarked, "And it is so easy to cut down." The cat, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but shout, "Damn you, Grey, fight back! She's going to kill you!" He still tried to stand, asking what if he refused. The cat was furious. What a respectable pushover. En chuckled darkly at his resolve. "If you respect your oath so much, then obey me. Go to hell." Faced with En's terrifying expression, Grey could only sigh, collapsing to the ground as he looked at her questioningly. "And do you really want to kill me?" En answers directly. "So what? Are you afraid to die?" Hearing her decision, Grey is saddened, but accepts it. "Very well, if you wish to kill me." Hearing this, the kitten beside her was utterly stunned, and En hesitated slightly, sensing Grey's resolute sacrifice. Grey unleashed his power, pointing to his chest. "Then strike here. If the soul fire is extinguished, I'll disappear." Ain, enraged by his attitude, couldn't bear it. "You?" She drew her sword decisively, raising her voice. "You think I don't dare kill you?" But An hesitated, trembling, unable to act. Seeing her hesitation, Grey assumes she won't dare, because this illusion can't do what I want it to. If you won't act, then it's my turn. Grey then summons his power. He then aimed directly at En and loudly asked, "I don't care who you are or what your purpose is, but I won't let anyone insult my master, and from now on, don't invade my consciousness." After being attacked by his power, En finally woke up. Then she smiled faintly, cryptically, "A failure." Then En walked over and slapped Grey hard on the back, startling him and the kitten. Seeing it was her, Grey tried to calmly ask what was wrong, but Ain was puzzled by his panic. "You scared me when you shouted. What's wrong? You were standing still and didn't hear me calling you. Are you all right?" Grey awkwardly climbed back onto his horse, stammering, I'm fine. By the way, is the fog gone?" En looked around, surprised. "The fog? It's a beautiful day, isn't it?" En wondered, hearing his nonsense. Did he fall asleep on horseback and start dreaming? All he could do was force a smile. She observed him and figured he must be exhausted. "There's a village ahead. Let's rest there tonight." Grey accepts without hesitation. All right. Grey was curious as things returned to normal in a strange way. What is going on? Strange sounds echo from the cliff face above, where two demons are talking. Geld couldn't help but laugh with excitement, unable to believe that the flame was being burned by a spirit. "Tavia, you were too careless," Tavia retorted angrily. "Shut up, you oaf." He suddenly realized that the lich was more steadfast than they had imagined, and Tavia nodded in agreement. "I can't imagine where this thing came from." Zoda watched Aaron's army move on, then asked cautiously, "What do we do next? Expose him?" Tavia chuckled, thinking it was the worst idea. The demon lord was trying to bribe those old geezers in the sky. She chuckled with dark allure, thinking it would be better to let him expose himself. Goda stands akimbo, radiating arrogance. It seems his guardian angel has returned. Suddenly, they both sensed something was off. Annoying. Let's go. It's just a second-rate angel anyway. Joda gritted his teeth in frustration. I could kill her with one hand. Tavia sarcastically sighed. If you want to start a war between heaven and the abyss, be my guest. Realizing her mockery, Joda was frustrated but helpless and gave the order. Understood, let's go. After moving, Ain's army temporarily stayed in a simple house. Grey stood by the window, lost in thought, but was relieved to see Catherine. She's back, she nodded slightly. Catherine's expression suddenly turned serious. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Without hesitation, Grey Woover chose, I want to hear the good news. Catherine landed gracefully and revealed, the good news is the gods have approved me as your guardian deity. As she walked away, she continued, from today forward, you are officially a holy knight recognized by the gods. Hearing this, Grey couldn't help but rejoice. But before he could celebrate, Catherine hurriedly spoke up. The bad news is, Catherine hesitated, then announced that his identity was unconfirmed, so he couldn't participate in the Holy Order's activities, isolated from them, and without their help if there was ever a crusade against him. Of course, if you're not attacking or being attacked by humans, it doesn't matter. She bowed her head with an apologetic look. Sorry, that's all I can do. Grey paused for a moment, then cheerfully asked, Is that all? Catherine looked at him. Wasn't that too much? Grey shook his head, still smiling as if nothing bad had happened. It's okay, as long as I'm not exposed. Catherine sighed, seeing his carefree attitude and thanking him for his help. He's so simple and positive, like a child. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened, and Catherine pointed, and loudly asked, "Wait, Gray, why do you have the aura of a demon on you?" In Lion, the capital of the Isaac Kingdom, a parade makes its way down the street, drawing crowds of onlookers, their murmurs filled with awe at Gray's imposing figure. Is that a holy knight? Amazing. Finally, the AC Kingdom has its own holy knight. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. When I grow up, I want to be a holy knight too. The people in the neighboring countries must be so jealous. Gray glanced over, and images of the past flashed before him. Koirine remarks with a hint of disappointment, "I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon. Ray, your mind has been tainted by demons, yet you feign ignorance. Was it a demon who led me into the fog and impersonated Ainch?" "It seems you've already made contact," Catherine said. Gray confidently replied, "Don't worry, I sent her packing." She was weak. Hearing this, she sighs. Then, Catherine explains in a low voice, "You should know that there's a non-aggression pact between angels. Demons and L, we call it the Silver Membrane Treaty. Because of the treaty, those demons won't hurt you. They will tempt you and twist your faith. Many holy knights have fallen before." Unafraid, Gray affirmed sternly, "I will not be tempted, no matter how sweet their words may be." She tilted her head and smiled. "All right, I believe you. Either way, be careful. Your next enemy might be human." Gray couldn't help but feel confused. "Humans aren't demons?" Catherine replies, "Now that you know they exist, they won't approach you anymore. They might target you by manipulating humans. There are quite a few devil worshippers in the world." He immediately asks, how can he identify a devil worshipper? She also replies that it's hard to say. Unlike holy knights, demon worshippers don't have magical powers. Catherine continued, "So they're no different from ordinary people. All I can say is be careful of anyone who approaches you with ill intentions." Gray listened and replied, "Understood." Benedict simply smirked, for the holy knight of the IAC Kingdom had finally arrived. He continued, "And the Grand Duchess of Bia, Anne, is here as well." Anne knelt. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness." Benedict chuckled. "I'm not king yet. The official inauguration is still a few days away." She then wondered, "So this is why you invited our holy knight?" He then approached Gray. "Indeed. So this is the holy knight, Gray? I never thought I'd receive a greeting from a holy knight." At the same time, Ain bowed his head and explained, "Your Highness, even though Gray is a holy knight, he is still the Earl of Bia, so he must still pay his respects to you." Then Benedict raised an eyebrow, asking, "Isn't it strange for a holy knight to only hold the title of count? Don't you think?" Hearing this, she bit her lip, thinking to herself, "He's testing me." She knew this would happen, but she didn't expect him to ask so directly. Aeon immediately questioned, "Your Highness, what do you mean by that?" He smiled slightly, impressed by how well this little girl read the situation. Benedict then turned to those below, announcing, "Everyone, the feast I've prepared awaits you." Gray surveyed the surroundings, marveling, "What a beautiful place." The kitten on his shoulder spoke up, "This is the king's residence." Then he turned with a puzzled expression. "I'm a count, huh? Why did the king ask such a strange question just now?" It explained that he didn't think you were bad as a count, but that you weren't good enough to be its master. Gray wondered in confusion, "Why isn't Lady Anne a good master?" The kitten just shrugged. "How would I know?" Anyway, his attitude towards Anne was obvious even to a blind man. And then he suddenly realized something. "I see. You mean Gray is offering his own conjecture. This king is a demon worshipper, which is why he's targeting Anne." He then angrily affirmed, "I'll grind him to dust." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait! Hold on!" His angry outburst made Gray stop in his tracks. He looked up at the angel as he recognized her voice. Gray then wondered, "Why should I stop? Isn't the king a follower of demons?" From afar, Catherine replies, "Gray, you need to understand something." She sweats as she explains. A follower of demons is definitely evil, but not everyone evil is a follower of demons. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, "Why do I feel like I'm teaching a child?" Then, Catherine questioned, "You've been in human society for quite some time. Have you ever studied the human hierarchy? Listen, as a holy knight, your actions represent the holy order and the gods. Benedict II is king, the head of this country, and represents the AC Kingdom." She then said sternly, "If you hastily kill him, everyone will see it as a divine directive. If the king is innocent, your actions will show that the gods want war with humanity." Gray worriedly pondered this. That serious? Meanwhile, Catherine warns that's how human society works, and even if the king is a demon worshipper, he can't act directly. He looked puzzled, tilting his head up. "Why is that?" She gently replies that like he has a hat, the king is a demon worshipper wearing a king's mask. Without it, he's just a demon worshipper. When he wears the mask, he's the king. You can only deal with him once you remove his mask and prove to everyone that he's a devil worshipper. Gray smirks. I understand now. You're clever, Catherine. I'll go tear off his mask. Hearing this, she angrily retorted, In the end, you still don't understand, do you? The silver moonlight shines down, while inside the castle the lights remain on. Upon seeing N and Gray, everyone gasped in awe, wondering if that was the Holy Knight. And isn't that the kingdom's first ever Grand Duchess? They chattered on. That Holy Knight must be head over heels for her. That's the only reason he'd serve her. The whispers continued, unbeknownst to me. It's strange for a Holy Knight to acknowledge a Grand Duke as his master. With cold eyes, she glanced at them, annoyed by the gossip. Meanwhile, Benedict announced, Welcome, the Grand Duke of Bia. If everyone is ready to begin the party, may I have the first dance with the Grand Duke of Bia tonight? Aen smiles, accepting the honor, while Gray watches in stunned disbelief. With teary eyes, he wondered, why did Lady Unn leave me alone again? At that moment, the kitten appeared beside him. You can't just follow Lady Unn around forever. You should also interact with others. Gray, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, but with newfound determination. All right, and he'll gain more life experience. Then he starts looking around for someone. Gray's eyes landed on a girl, and he happily approached her. Just then, a voice called out, Holy Knight! A graceful girl curtsies slightly. Hello, But before she can finish, another girl suddenly jumps in. I'm Andrea. Can we talk for a moment? She exclaimed, startled by the shove. Hey. Another girl gently asks if he'd like to dance with her. They're fighting over Gray, just wanting to be his dance partner. She's a terrible dancer. Dance with me instead. What did you say? I'm a bad dancer? I'm the best dancer here. Watch me. The Holy Knight trembled in fear at the sight, while the girls began to hurl insults. Get lost, you bitch. Shut your stinking mouth. Gray sweats, wondering, what's wrong with them? How scary. Even the cat couldn't hide its surprise. You're super popular now. Suddenly, a girl approached and grabbed Gray's arm. Oh, Holy Knight. Seeing this, the others immediately jumped in, begging him to dance with them. Surrounded, he felt dizzy and drenched in sweat, unsure whether to dance or not. Then Gray shouted, I'm only dancing with Sally Gregory. Sally's eyes widened in shock. The crowd immediately erupted in whispers. Who was Sally? The Gregor family? The girls stopped fighting and spoke up. It seems she's with the Bia family. Their eyes quickly lock onto Sally. A duke's granddaughter, that girl? While the others glared at Sally, Gray cheerfully asked Miss Sai for a dance. With a burning fire in her eyes, she smirked. Sir Knight, who do you take me for? Hearing that made him blush. Mistaken? I wanted to dance with you. Sally forced a smile, barely containing her anger. Dance, you say? Very well. She quickly stepped forward, saying she would dance with him, and Sally grabbed Gray's wrist, pulling him away. The scene shifts to the two dancing together as music plays, and Gray blushes as he comments. Lady Sai dances well, while you just stand there with a cold look. Be quiet. Benedict observes this, remarking, Are the male and female roles reversed in this dance? His dancing technique is quite interesting. Aen, standing nearby, covers her face, hesitant. He has a taste for the bizarre. Then he glanced over, remembering the man always wears a mask. Has no one seen his face? Even I haven't. Benedict laughed upon hearing that, finding it quite surprising. Even though they don't know what he's like, the girls still flock to him. Then he smirks. Don't you think so, Anne? Aen coldly replies, Your Highness, I don't know what you're talking about. Benedict then suggests they go somewhere to talk. Inside a room, he spoke in a low voice. I want to make a deal and borrow one of your people. And immediately named someone. Ray. Benedict smiled slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, you are clever. His status is lower than mine, he continued, but everyone knew Ray only listened to her. Therefore, I hope you'll break your oath and let him pledge allegiance to me. She lowered her head slightly. Your Highness, you should understand that this is not something I can decide on my own. At that moment, Benedict smirked. Don't refuse so quickly, hear me out. Giving him up will bring prosperity to House Bia, and you'll have my backing. And of course, you could also seize the unclaimed lands around the territory. Two great benefits for House Bia. Your father might not have been able to do that, Anne calmly replied. Your Highness, as I said, I can't make decisions on my own. I take it this is your understanding? Benedict's expression darkens, a smile playing on his lips. Arryn, is that what you want? He continued in a low voice, to possess him once and for all. Anne frowned at his words, questioning him. Your Highness, what are you saying? Benedict rested his chin on his hand, looking at her. Don't pretend you don't understand. My intentions are as clear as day. Then he smirked. A knight on horseback with a guardian angel and holy light facing 100,000 men just to protect the girl in his heart. What a romantic story. Her hands trembled as she gripped her skirt, while Benedict continued to provoke her. Could she really say her heart wasn't moved? Everyone sees you and him as a couple. What else could it be if you don't want to keep him by your side? Those eyes seemed to become more sinister, as if he belongs only to her. He retreated, and Ain spoke up. I know you deny it because you're his master, the Duchess of Bale. You can't marry him, nor can the Holy Order's knight marry you. Otherwise, one of your reputations will be tarnished, affecting the honor of the Bia family. Then he lowered his voice, saying she now had an opportunity as the royal family's reputation had plummeted after the Battle of White City. Benedict frowned, glancing at the neighboring kingdom that was threatening to invade, while the young men refused to enlist. Aen calmly offered, If the neighboring kingdom invades, I will assist you. Benedict slams his hand on the table, saying promises are worthless. Then he booms, My father swore to protect the Bia family, but he attacked them in the end. I don't need promises. I need a holy knight, especially one not tied to any family. A smile crept across his face. Imagine a holy knight becoming a national hero for bravely fighting invaders, then returning home to propose to the woman he couldn't before the war. Everyone would bless them. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He'd gain even more fame. She gets him. And I successfully defend the country. Benedict sighs in frustration at her silence. Everyone benefits. Cut to the outside. After their dance, Gray and Sally stand catching their breath as she glances behind her. Seeing the girls' attitudes, Sel wondered why they were still glaring at her. With no king present, the noble ladies didn't hesitate to show their disdain. Sally frowned slightly, thinking to herself, They're not really targeting me. A girl of the little one. In other words, I'm just taking the heat for Aaron right now. I should talk to her about this later. Suddenly, Gray spoke to Han. Is Sally tired? Are you okay? Hearing this, she replied, I'm fine. Sally then asks, Why do you want to dance with me today? Meanwhile, Sally wondered if N had told him to do this. Meanwhile, he blushes, admitting that he's only ever danced with her, and she's the only one who's ever taught him. I'd be afraid of looking like a fool dancing with them. Hearing this, she countered, Are you actually scared of something? Never mind, come here, I have something to tell you. And then Sally sternly reminded her, Gregory is a sly old fox who devoured 7 families without bloodshed, while Benedict continues to tempt Anne. You should know the only reason he helped you in the Battle of W City was because he saw your knight was connected to the Holy See. If he's still alive, you still won't be able to control the true power of the Pia family. He won't stop. It's hard to escape his gaze, so I invited him to the capital, Lion. I can help you control him. Sally explains to Gray that he shouldn't accept any girl's dance invitation. The king is trying to use a honey trap to separate him from A. After hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder why he would do that, as she put her hand to her chin in thought. After the Battle of Y, the royal family's reputation plummeted, while the clergy's soared. To stabilize the country, the king had to restore balance. And then Sai pointed to the person before him. As the holy knight who ended the Battle of Y, he's now a symbol of the Holy Order. Benedict continues to manipulate Ain, as another holy knight appears in the Bia territory, and the Holy Order, now exceedingly arrogant, is paying close attention to the Isaac kingdom. He raises an eyebrow and smiles faintly. To take over a country, all they need is a reason involving a holy knight. The Holy Order has always been like this. Sally continued to explain things to Gray. I think the Holy Order will interfere soon. If they want more influence in the kingdom of Isaac, they'll ask you to leave N and serve the king. He lowered his head, muttering, But I don't like this king. He might be a follower of... Seeing this, the cat quietly cautioned him, Stop, Gray. Don't drag ordinary people into this. But she retorts, It's not a matter of liking or disliking. The Pope's authority is great enough to make you a holy knight. So what will you do when he gives an order? Hearing this, Gray hesitated as Benedict smirked and suggested, Think about it. You're a smart girl. Meanwhile, Gray appears deep in thought before finally speaking. Catherine, the gods want me to leave Ain. Catherine calmly replies, The gods don't force anything on anyone. They simply want everyone to live according to their own will. Hearing this, Gray asks seriously, So the gods aren't forcing me to leave Aran? She reveals, But the Pope could use the god's name to manipulate you. Then he looks up. I'm sure none of the gods want me to break my oath. Besides, there's a demon hiding among us right now. Catherine frowned slightly, but then hesitated and replied. Just then, wings descended from above as Catherine declared, Most importantly, she asserted gravely, there are demons among us in the castle, as 2 figures sat on the railing. Meanwhile, a small foot landed as Wei Yuan approached the 2 demons. It's not often you 2 ask for my help. Zoda grinned upon hearing that. Surprised, Tavia grinned beside her. Who else would be suited for this kind of mission? She looked up at the sky as she heard those words. Vivian then eyed Catherine's back, noting she was just a second-rate angel, and immediately warned her to be careful when facing her. She reassured him, "Don't worry." Then Vivian jumped down, confident that a second-rate angel couldn't stop her. Meanwhile, Cytherine shivered, breaking out in a cold sweat as she turned around. The image of a luxurious mansion appeared before her, where Vivian was knocking on the wooden door. He loudly urged, "Miss Erin, it's urgent. Open the door." The door opened, and Erin, with an icy expression, gestured, "It's you, Grigori. Come in." Startled by her disoriented state, he asks, "Why are you still wearing your party dress?" "Wait, have you been up all night?" she asks, her voice low. "I'm fine. What's wrong?" Upon entering, he immediately spoke. 4 days ago, the neighboring country's army began moving towards the kingdom of Isaac. The king requested Count Donner send reinforcements, but the count refused. Anne listened, then said gravely, "Continue." Anne rests his chin in thought. This news is 15 days old, but has only just been revealed. He continued, "The royal authority is plummeting, and the king desperately needs help. He wants to make a deal with the church and ask for their assistance, but the church doesn't want to interfere in the internal affairs of a kingdom." And then Audit raised his teacup to his lips, saying, "So I think the king will either go to Grey or meet you directly." Hearing this, Anne reveals, "You're right. He told me everything last night, and when he received this information, he was shocked. Has the king revealed his hand? Does he intend to steal Grey from her grasp?" "Where's Grey?" She lowered her head and replied, "The archbishop invited Grey to the church early this morning." Ace calmly asks, "The church has close ties to the king. You let Grey go there alone?" Then he reassured her, "Don't worry, it'll be all right." And she hesitated, saying he wasn't alone. Cut to the Pierce Church, where Grey and Sally stand before a magnificent sight, prompting him to exclaim, "Amazing! It's huge. Much bigger than the one in Hawaii City." Then Grey excitedly turned to the person next to him. "Fancy meeting you here, Sally. What a coincidence." "You were invited too?" Sally replied with a forced smile. "What a coincidence." Rewind to the previous night as Sally slept, her door suddenly opened and a voice echoed, "Sally, wake up!" She was still curled up in bed with her eyes closed. "I can't eat anymore." But when Sally got a clear look at the figure before her, she was startled. It was Annie, and then said in a low voice, "I want to ask you for a favor." She drowsily looked up. Back in the present, Sally, burning with anger, thought to herself, "She's asking me for another vague favor? Just you wait, I'm going to write you a death note," Grey thought to himself. Sly's really going for it. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. "Sir Holy Knight," Din shouted as he ran. "Sir Holy Knight." Then he put on a cheerful face. "It's me. Do you remember me?" Grey recognized the pastor who taught him to listen to his heart. Hearing this, the pastor looked puzzled. "It's nothing. Just a conversation I had with the Holy Knight before." Then he gestured. "The archbishop is waiting. Let's go in." He simply replies, "Okay," and Grey ascends the steps, entering the cathedral. The archbishop, seeing him, opened his arms and said, "Welcome, our Holy Knight." The others echoed, "Welcome." Seeing him, Grey cheerfully said, "Greetings, Archbishop." At the same time, the old man looked down in surprise. Then the archbishop cautiously inquired, "This is the Grand Duchess of Bia. I thought I invited her along with the Holy Knight." Sally politely explained, "Lady Anne wasn't feeling well, so I came in her place." "You can call me Sally." The archbishop hesitated upon hearing this. Sel and the others whisper worriedly, "Has she discovered our purpose?" But the archbishop calmly reassures them, "Stay calm." He then declared that if this girl was a replacement, then she should be treated as a duchess of the Pia family. As a teacup shattered on the floor, Atut shouts, questioning her decision to involve Sai in this matter. Why would she do that? With a calm expression, En replied, "Both the king and the church want to use my emotions to steal Grady. I need to make it clear to them that I can't do anything. The decision rests with Grey. Sally is smart and will help Grey avoid the sly foxes." He continues to shout, "Who cares? The point is you dragged her into this." "She's only 16, a child," she said softly. "Don't you want that?" Gregory, Sally, and Grey growing closer, with him becoming a member of the Gregory family. Anne then asserts that if he wants the benefit, he must accept some risk, causing the ace to sigh and sit down. "Aaron, aren't you going to make a move? Everyone can see Grey is always by your side." She simply chuckled. "It's not about whether I make a move, but that I don't want to trade Grey to the king just for my feelings." Anne quietly added, "Every choice depends on Grey. Otherwise, I'll become a betrayer of my oath." Meanwhile, inside the cathedral, Grey exclaimed, "Amazing! It looked grand from the outside, but it's even grander inside. His eyes sparkled with delight as he noticed the ancient symbols on the walls. So beautiful. I can sense the magic emanating from them. The Archbishop, hearing this, offered, "If you're interested, I can have someone give you a tour of the cathedral." Suddenly, Sai speaks up, explaining as he walks, the center of the church isn't just for prayer. It's also where the powerful exchange secrets, and the powerful are those with high authority. With that, she turned her head and asked, "Am I right?" The old man hesitated upon hearing this. "That's right." At the same time, Sai slowly moved forward, adding, she glanced up at the painting on the wall, prompting the Archbishop's curiosity. "Has Miss Sally seen it before?" "Huh," Sai honestly replies, "Abosin, a saint who was executed by the people over 1,000 years ago. I never expected to see it in a church." "What, executed?" Meanwhile, the old man looked up. "Yes." And then the Archbishop recounted how Abosin was a devout saint who supported radical religious reform. This offended the nobles and commoners of the time, and the situation became so dire that the Holy See had to abandon its protection of him. He continued, "At one time his name was forbidden to be spoken. Centuries later, when things had calmed down, the Holy See did everything it could to restore his honor." The Archbishop lowered his voice. "The Pope said his past actions are an important lesson for posterity. This painting was commissioned by the Pope." Sai frowned slightly. "It's a pity that even the gods gave up on protecting him. Did he close his eyes because the gods wanted people to live as they pleased?" She laughed. "So the gods choose ordinary people over those trying to do their best for them?" The Archbishop immediately became wary. "This girl is mocking us. This conversation isn't going to go well." Meanwhile, in an alley in the capital, two old men are chatting. "What a lively day. That holy night is cooler than I thought." Suddenly, something streaks past at the speed of light. Witnessing this, one man turns, confused, wondering if something just flew by. His companion, sweating, assures him it must have been his imagination. The golden light continues to surge, followed by Catherine's appearance, and the light vanishes with her. With a bewildered expression, she thinks, "I lost the trail." Then Catherine shouts, "If you're here, reveal yourself." "Why hide?" Vivienne scoffs at this. "Don't want to play hide-and-seek anymore? How lame, Angel." Catherine gritted her teeth, communicating telepathically, "Why are you hiding your presence like that?" She casually replies, "I'm not hiding. I'm right next to you. Can't you see me?" Hearing this, she broke into a cold sweat as the voice began to taunt. "Well, if you admit you can't see me, then I'll show myself." Catherine relents. "Okay, I admit it. I really can't see you." And as soon as she says it, a figure appears. "That's right. A child who knows what's good for them is a good child." Vivienne smiled slightly upside down. "Hello, little angel." "I am the ghost, Vivienne." Catherine recoiled at the sight of her, but tripped. Catherine lost her balance, sweat pouring down her face, and Vivienne couldn't help but laugh. "Such a strong reaction. I wouldn't eat you." And Catherine, after falling, cried out in pain. She then sat up and questioned, "So you're the demon who attacked Gray's consciousness?" Vivienne calmly smirks, explaining, "Don't blame me. They just changed the mission." Catherine was confused by this. "A replacement?" Vivienne smiled. "We're colleagues now. Let's help each other." Catherine questioned, "What do you want?" Vivienne looked down. "To become your guardian demon, of course. And I just came up with the term, guardian demon." Catherine frowned, gritting her teeth at the arrogant figure as a golden halo appeared on her wrist. Catherine, ready to fight, angrily growls, telling her to stop joking around as Vivienne watches with amusement. Hey, you want to fight? Do you want to break the peace treaty between heaven and the abyss?" Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and broke out in a sweat as the Archbishop's voice echoed. The Bible, chapter 46, verse 12, states that the gods love this world. They sent their most trusted angels down and transformed the most devout followers into clerics. And because they love this world, the gods must humble themselves so as not to disrupt it. Those blessed and imbued with holy light are tasked with conveying the gods' love to all, as Gray sweats with a bewildered expression. Huh? At that moment, a kitten appeared, wondering, "Did you understand any of that?" He answers honestly, "Probably not. He's a worse speaker than you, Father." Suddenly, Gray hesitated with an unreadable expression, but Sai questioned him in a low voice. "Sir, why would the gods favor a world where so many are non-believers? And isn't the Holy See just proof of humanity's ignorance for not following the faith?" The Archbishop responded, "I'm not forcing anyone to worship the gods." But she retorted, "So, you're saying Mr. Abbasin was executed for nothing?" The Archbishop immediately denied it, unable to entertain such a thought. Gray could only bury his face in his hands, exhausted. Why was the atmosphere between the Archbishop and Mrs. Sai like this? How long were they going to argue? I want to go to town and meet my fellow knights." She looks at him and gently reassures, "Calm down, Archbishop. You should keep a cool head," the old man has already answered. Next, the Archbishop spoke, saying that a holy knight should heed the divine will, perform the church's duties, and spread the gospel to all. Sally also voiced her opinion. A holy knight should heed the divine teachings of knighthood, uphold their vows, and demonstrate God's love for humanity through their actions. Then they both shouted, "Which opinion do you, holy knight, find more correct?" Seeing this, he seemed confused. "Huh? They're asking me?" The kitten beside him flusteredly replied, "Of course they are, you idiot." Gray glanced over. "Should I state my opinion?" He suggested nervously. "Don't. Where's your guardian angel? Ask her." He replied, "I haven't been able to reach her since last night, and I don't know where she is." The kitten suggested playing it safe, telling them you don't have an answer yet. "If you voice your opinion now, you'll probably offend them." Gray thought to himself, "I understand." Then, looking thoughtful, he said, "I apologize, but I need to go back and think about it carefully. Can I give you my answer later?" They both wondered why he needed to think about it. And the Archbishop immediately questioned, "Don't you want a bigger role in spreading the faith?" Gray sweats, bowing his head. "I can't decide so quickly." The old man is thunderstruck. "What?" Sigh covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Then the Archbishop asked sternly, "Can you tell me why you need to think it over?" With arms crossed and head held high, he exuded confidence, stating that every word and action of a holy knight represents the divine, so he must always be mindful. "I always remember that I carry a divine mission on my shoulders." The Archbishop froze. Diane looked bewildered, and she was shaking, trying not to laugh. Upon hearing this reasoning, the old man covered his face with his hands. "Then please return and think carefully, and then give me your answer. I await your reply." Gray happily gives a thumbs up, saying, "Okay, no problem." Outside the church, Sally stretched, relieved. "See? One word from me is worth more than all your arguments." Meanwhile, Gray wondered why Sally was arguing with the Archbishop. She turned around, hearing that. Did he really not know why? Next, Sally spoke up. "Remember what I said last night?" She continued, "Although the Archbishop was rather roundabout today, it can be understood that he wants you to leave her and serve the king. Since I'm the one who took your place, it's obvious I have to oppose them," he remarked after hearing that. "Is the Archbishop really in league with the king?" "Indeed," Sally replied as they walked. "You understand the problem. That's why I'm with you this morning. And right now I'm pretty angry." She smiled. "Why else would I wake up early to accompany you in the dead of winter, only to go to bed at midnight?" Suddenly, Gray made an offer. Compensation? Sally was surprised to hear that he would treat her to dessert and clothes shopping back in White City. "That sounds good. You're not as dumb as you look. Are you asking for another date?" He happily replied, "Because I know you like these things." And then Sally remarked, "You're quite perceptive." He scratched his head, embarrassed. "I'm embarrassed," Sally said, adding that sophistication is what attracts every girl. But Gray just kept waving his hand. "Sally, please stop trying to flirt with me." Sweating, she nodded, a thought forming in her mind. Is there something wrong with his brain? I suddenly feel bad for Anne. Meanwhile, the Archbishop wondered what the girl's relationship was to the Holy Knight, to which Dee replied, "You mean Lady Sai? I don't know, but they were quite close in Y." The Archbishop wondered, "Is she betrothed to the Holy Knight?" Gennon quickly denied it. That can't be the case. He then gazed into the distance, saying, "The Holy Knight is not as naive as the rumors suggest. Do you talk to him often?" He paused, then said, "He only comes to the church to donate and play with the children. We don't talk much." Din added, "I think he brought Sally along as a way to show his attitude, as well as Ains, and wouldn't care what his future holds or if he's comfortable with another woman." The Archbishop stated sternly, "That's the problem. We have a devout and powerful Holy Knight, yet we know nothing about him. And the person closest to him, N, has a bad relationship with the royal family." The Archbishop stroked his beard. "Perhaps I should ask the Pope for help with this matter?" Din, standing behind him, wondered, "Why didn't you ask in the first place?" He calmly replied, "If the Pope gives direct orders, no one but him will be able to control the Holy Knight, and a Holy Knight without freedom or control would be terrible." The Archbishop glanced back. "When the Holy Knight returns, find an opportunity to speak with him and persuade him." He sweated as he received the order. "I understand. Don't worry. I'll handle this." At the same time, Gray offered, "Sally, I'm heading back to my room and then to the market. Would you like to join me?" Sally immediately refused, saying, "No, I'm a little tired, so I think I'll rest." Hearing that, he hesitated. "See you later, then." She waved goodbye, thinking to herself about him. Sly blushed, thinking to herself, "Why does it feel like I'm raising a pet? He needs my protection. Where can you find someone as simple as him? I want to tease him all day long." But then she frowned and ruffled her hair, telling herself to calm down. "What are you thinking? You look like a villain." Gray wondered to himself as he walked, now that his role as the king's pawn is over, what will become of him? He cheerfully whistled and pushed open the door, but the scene before him made Gray flinch. Two kids sat gloomily in chairs, while Catherine stood with her arms crossed and a furious expression. Vivian, toying with the halo above her head, excitedly announces, "Our holy knight is back. Hello, from today I'm your guardian demon." Hearing this, he cried out in terror, "A demon!" And then Gray threw his sword, yelling, "Die!" Before Vivian could speak, the sword struck her face. Vivian and Catherine were both hit, their faces turning red. Vivian then wondered, "Is throwing swords all our holy knight knows?" Catherine retorts, telling him to scram if he's annoyed. Gray, enraged, lifts a table, throws it with incredible force, and sends it flying toward Vivian. Here it comes. She couldn't help but sweat at the sight, tension already rising between them. What followed was a chase between the two, with Gray attacking and shouting, "Stop! Don't run!" But he didn't stop and threw a punch forward. The demon runs. Vivian looks down and smirks. "All right, I won't run anymore." Then she uses Catherine as a shield. As expected, the blow landed squarely in Catherine's stomach, but she seemed to enjoy it. Nice. But upon witnessing the scene, Vivian's eyes widened in surprise as Catherine coughed up blood from the blow, and Gray panicked after hitting the wrong person. "Catherine, I didn't mean to," he stammered, but Catherine coldly questioned, "Are you too calm now?" Vivian calmly replies, "I'm always calm, but our holy knight is a little too hyper." At the same time, Gray says sternly, "Catherine, if we fight together, we can defeat this demon." But Catherine immediately refused. "We can't do that." Gray, upon hearing this, questioned her loudly. "Why? Isn't destroying demons what the gods want?" Vivian smirked. "You're wrong. Heaven and the abyss have a truce." Then, wiping the blood from Catherine's lips, she added, "If you attack, I'll be violating the treaty." Next, Vivian licks her fingertip, telling him to think carefully, only to burn her tongue, leaving Gray in confusion. "Why a truce? We should fight evil, not bargain with it." Catherine calmly crossed her arms. "We once thought the same." Vivian smirked, and the two sides fought for over 10,000 years, remaining evenly matched. Then she raised her hand slightly. "If you want to break the treaty and fight me here?" Vivian smirked confidently. "I wouldn't mind either." At that moment, Gray's entire body was pulled violently toward the ground. His eyes widened as he wondered what was happening. This terrifying pressure. Suddenly, Catherine grabbed Vivian's horns and sternly said, "You didn't come all this way just to bully a little L, did you?" Vain sweating, Vivian replies, "Of course, we're bound by a treaty after all. Besides, I'm here to be his guardian demon." Gray then loudly declares, "I refuse." Hearing this, Catherine sighed. "Gray, don't be so quick to refuse." She even tilts her head, suggesting, "Yes, at least consider it." Then, Vian spoke, "Imagine a demon raised in the demon world, knowing nothing of good or evil." She continued, "Now it stands before you. This is a chance for it to experience good and a test for you." Then Vian put on a cute face. "Why don't you try reforming that demon?" She continued, "Tell me, is there any book about a lich becoming a holy knight?" He sat up abruptly. "No. But you still became a holy knight," Vivian retorted, pressing the issue. "Likewise, is there a book about a demon losing its light?" Gray answers powerfully. "Not a chance." Vivian smiled, her aura shining brightly. "That's right, no book says that. Now you have the chance to change a demon, so why don't you want to and refuse?" Gray thought it sounded reasonable, but suddenly the kitten jumped out, saying, "Don't trust her. It's a trick. A con," it scoffs. "Have you forgotten my faith in the light?" The kitten continues, saying she's only pretending to lure you out. Suddenly it takes flight, surprising Vian, a cat-like demon, and he raises his hand in confusion. "Kitty," she warns, a smirk on her face, "let me remind you, cat spirit-like demons are not covered in the demon, angel, and lich agreements." Gray, I think she has a point. If L can join the light, so can demons. A true holy knight must change the demon's nature. At that moment, Catherine spoke up. "Kitty, I have a word of caution for you as well." She raised her eyebrows, reminding him that angels hate demons as much as they hate devils. Hearing this, the kitten thought helplessly, "How did I get dragged into this mess? I just want to be a normal cat." It then cried out in anguish, prompting an angry shout from a nearby woman. Where's that cat making such a racket so early in the morning? The kitten trembled and curled up. Catherine then offered her advice. Gray, I advise you to keep her by your side. She calmly explains, we can't just cast her out. It's better to keep her under control than to let her run wild. After giving some reasons, Catherine asks, right? Hearing this, he points at Vian with a disgruntled look. I really have to reform a demon? Catherine shrugged, if you can do it, be my guest. And then Gray decided, all right, I agree to let you stay by my side. Catherine simply replied, that settles it. But Gray added, you must promise not to harm anyone. He then pointed to the two children hugging in the corner, learning from them, saying that even dragon demons only drank pig's blood, which made the girl tremble. That's right, we only drink pig's blood. It's delicious, the boy agreed. Hearing this, Vian laughs. Simple, I don't even drink pig's blood. Catherine frowns, wondering who just licked her blood. Gray lowered his voice. From now on, you are my guardian demon. She immediately asked, tell me what I have to do. As he opened a book, he replied, as my guardian demon, we'll be working together. Then Gray said, we must pray before meals. He continued, go to church every weekend and in the evenings study with me as Catherine lectures on faith and justice. Catherine then gently preached morality, followed by diligence and hard work. Vivian tilted her head, listening intently as Gray said sternly, no matter what you say, I know your true goal is to seduce me. We'll see if you succeed or if I change your nature first. Next, Gray looks down and says, if you don't accept these terms, I don't want to hear another word from you. Vivian simply shrugs and asks, but how can a demon pray in a church? You don't think the gods would be angry? He calmly replied, why can't a demon pray in a church? My cat, my skeletal steed, and even these two little vampires attend church every weekend. And the gods are quite pleased. She had no argument and could only offer a strained, sweaty smile. Catherine chimed in, indeed, I can only imagine how pleased they'd be to see a demon praying. Vivian turns and smiles. You're not trying to get revenge on me, are you? Catherine chimes in cheerfully. Of course not, but if you want revenge, I'm happy to oblige. Meanwhile, Gray smirks. So, would you like to join our loving family? Vivian covers her face in exasperation, then looks up. All right, next Vivian shouts, I accept the gods. This will only make me stronger. Cut to the capital, Lion, the king's residence. We see Benedict propping his head up with a bored expression. The archbishop couldn't persuade the holy knight, and the young man below began to sweat. Yes, your highness, he said he needs more time. The holy knight doesn't seem to agree with us, but if there's an opportunity, we'll try to persuade him again immediately. Upon hearing this, he immediately questioned, when will that opportunity arise? The man nervously replied that the archbishop hadn't specified. Then a deep voice echoed, must I wait again? Meanwhile, Benedict slammed his hand on the armrest, then turned to the archbishop. His voice strained and said that the coronation was only 2 days away. If you can't get the holy knight to swear allegiance before my coronation, don't expect any support from me. The other person seemed troubled by this. But 2 days isn't enough time. I heard the holy knight returned to his room after visiting the church and destroyed everything, meaning he's furious. If we try again, I fear Benedict will just fly off the handle and yell, that's your problem. He angrily roared, it took you fools 12 years to convince my father to carry out the Holy Order's reforms, and now you want me to accept such reforms again? How dare you? You wretches want the benefits without paying the price? Then, Benedict commanded in a low voice to return at once and tell the archbishop that he only had 2 days, a message that made the man sweat. Yes, your highness. At the same time, he let out a sigh. At that moment, a small hand rested on Benedict's shoulder. Don't be too hasty, Benedict. Things don't always go as planned. Susan gently reassured him, we must be patient. We've waited years and succeeded. He then looked back. Susan then confided in Benedict, I don't want to wait any longer. I've waited too long. She asked curiously, what about Aaron? Aside from the oblivious 8-year-old, I've eliminated all other candidates for the throne. Benedict confessed, worried about N. Hearing this, she wondered, what about Aaron? He speaks of his worries, a girl with a grudge against the royal family and a sharp mind. With a powerful army and loyal holy knights at her side, if she intended to seize the throne. Cut to the horse temple, where the stable door seems to have been struck with great force. A man witnesses this scene, utterly astonished. Despite working with horses for so long, I've never seen one so fierce. A soldier behind him wondered, can you stop that horse from fighting? The man immediately refused, saying he couldn't do it. That horse belongs to the holy knight. Haven't you heard the rumors? That horse could kick the asses of 100 men. The soldier hesitated, but the king's horse was among them. And so the man made a decision. Very well, he would have to send someone special to care for it. Suddenly, a small figure appeared, sweating as he watched the king's horse being dominated by another. Is that a holy knight's horse? Tendas grimaced and gritted his teeth. Unbelievably, none of these horses pray like I do. From today on, all of you will pray and become good horses fighting for what's right. Then, pointing a hoof forward, he shouts, "Always pray every Sunday and before you eat grass. Got it?" Hearing this, the other horses replied in unison, and Boots marveled at the sight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man emerges from a building, refreshed from a drink, when he notices a figure sitting in a dark alley. And that person was none other than Vivian. Her pale thighs were a sight to behold. His eyes fixed on Vivian, he began to approach her. "Hey, little girl, it's getting late. It's not safe to be out here alone." Vivian looked over at the voice just as he grabbed her small arm, noting how thinly she was dressed. "What if you catch a cold? Come home with me, I have a big warm bed." Touched, Vivian glares. "You dare lay a hand on me? That one still doesn't know their fate. Don't hold back, girl." She throws the book into his face, sending him flying back. Her expression is terrifying. I'm really annoyed right now. In Vivian's hand is a rather formidable-looking weapon. She then charged fiercely towards him, venting her anger with a roar. "Bastard," Catherine's instructions echoed. "Tonight we'll study a very important chapter in the Bible. Make sure you memorize it for Mai's test." Gray, standing next to her, raised his hand in agreement, saying, "Okay." Meanwhile, Vivian glared and cursed, "Memorize my ass." "It was so hard to memorize, and I was just starting to get it, but you ruined it." "I'm sorry," the person pleaded, as the sun rose to begin a new day. Gray stretched as he opened the curtains. A beautiful Sunday, time to train the knights in the capital. Then, turning back, he asked, "Do you want to go out?" With a weary look, Vivian replies, "Let's just go, damn it." Her face pale, she suggests, "I don't want to remember last night. Let's just go outside." Seeing this, Catherine offered comfort, acknowledging his efforts despite him being a demon. Gray then approached the door. If we fear something and don't try, how can we ever hope to change the world for the better? Suddenly, Gray turns around, startled, while Benedict smiles. "Hello?" The moment he sees who's outside, he slams the door shut. At that moment, Gray turns back, puzzled. Is he part of your scheme? Wei Yuan immediately denies it, claiming to know no one. Catherine glanced over. "Outside is the king of the Isaac kingdom." Vivian questioned angrily. "What does he have to do with me?" he asked, frowning. "He's not a demon worshipper?" Wei Yuan confirms. "What? I don't even know who he is." Gray broke out in a cold sweat, then pressed his ear to the door. "Isn't he a devil worshipper?" the people questioned from outside. What could this mean? He doesn't want to look at me. Surely that's not the case. Was he just surprised? Benedict turned back to explain. "Have you ever seen anyone slam the door in the king's face out of surprise?" And then Gray slowly opened the door, asking cautiously, "You are the king, right?" He replied, "That's right, it's me." Once again, he slams the door shut, or so it seems. Was Benedict losing patience? He pushed the door open and shouted, "Enough games, Holy Knight, I have something to say." Gray shouts out in fear, "Wait!" Vivian frowned, looking puzzled. What's going on? Catherine, standing nearby, blankly replies, "Right away." "Forgive me, Holy Knight. I was simply in a hurry. Please pay it no mind," Benedict stammered nervously. "Actually, I came to invite the Holy Knight to see the knights play with me." Gray seemed curious at that. "A night play," he said cheerfully. "Yes, I heard you enjoy night novels, so a theater in the capital adapted one into a play." He starts to get interested. This sounds interesting. Gray then sweats, thinking that if he goes to the night play with him, he will know better whether he is good or bad. Benedict then asked if he would accompany him, and after some thought, Gray excitedly agreed. "All right, let's go see that night play." A man is punched in the face, and the woman points at him. "How dare you defy the Count?" Apologize to him now, but he immediately retorted, "As a knight, I will never bow before evil." The woman scoffs, "You call yourself a knight?" Gray, witnessing this, jumps to his feet. Damn it, are they ganging up on a knight? Meanwhile, Catherine and Vivian secretly followed, while he was engrossed in the drama. "Go forth, knight, draw your sword, and take what's yours." Vivian munched on popcorn, remarking, "Not bad for a third-rate play." Catherine agreed, saying it was better than anything in the heavenly realm. Vivian chimed in, saying it was even better than the demon realm's Devil Princess play. Finally, the announcement rings out. The play has come to an end. Thank you for watching." Gray clapped and cried. "That was amazing. So touching. I never thought I'd see a successful knight's journey adapted into a play." Benedict chuckled. "I knew you'd enjoy it." At the same time, he snapped his fingers, signaling, "Now for a surprise for the Holy Knight." Tato stepped outside, clicking his tongue in annoyance. "I heard someone wanted to speak with me." Suddenly, his eyes widened and he broke out in a sweat. As for the audience, Gray scratches his head, dumbfounded at the sight of him. "You are—" the man hesitates. "I'm Toto." Hearing the name, he froze, and then Gray excitedly spoke up. "The author of How to Become a Successful Knight." He quickly reached out and took Totu's hand. "I'm a fan of your work." Meanwhile, Tu was still bewildered. Benedict laughs heartily at this. "That's right. The Holy Knight is a fan of yours, Turt. He's shocked to hear it." The Holy Knight happily agreed. "Mr. Turt, I want you to write a special novel for me. A novel about the Holy Knight Gray." Benedict continued. "Since you are the main character, you can add your thoughts and intentions to it. He will rewrite it. Do you like my gift?" Hearing this, Gray blushed. "Oh, really?" Turtle grins. "I'll do anything for money." The man replies, "Then this is the kind of novel I want." Cut to Aine's residence, where Ute's voice echoes. "Count Fernandez has invited you to a party tonight at his mansion in the capital, Lawn. He says that a noble's party in the capital might be grander than the king's. Countess Tanger has invited you to a tea party tomorrow afternoon, and there will be no fewer than 50 guests." Matthew looked puzzled at this news as Count Tangiane took a sip of tea and replied, "He refused to support the previous king's army, so why is he in the capital where the king resides?" The boy, sweating, explained, "No, he's not here, but his wife and son are." Matthew continued, "So, in total, we have 32 invitations from noble families, all wanting you as a guest." After hearing this, Ayat calmly said, "It seems the nobles in the capital are stirring, and the Baya family is at the center of this vortex." He hasn't stopped. "It's not just the capital's nobles, but perhaps the entire kingdom of Isaac. All the invitations are for before the king's coronation, and none of them include the royal family." Anne looks curious. "What does Gregory mean?" she asked, and Atut calmly explained. "These parties are reluctant, born of the crown's waning influence and the encroaching armies of neighboring lands. A storm is coming. If I weren't your ally, I'd throw a party and invite you, just like them." At that, she raised an eyebrow in question. "Why?" he asks gravely. "To test your intentions, to see if you'll protect the throne or seek revenge on the royal family." Anne crosses his arms, thinking that if they think that way, so does the king. Then he asks what she will do. He mused that the nation's future rested in her hands. Would she make House Bia a loyal family, or overthrow the king and become his successor? "What kind of story do you want? What will that story be like?" "All right. Once upon a time, there was an immortal mage living underground. He had never seen the sky, and his world was nothing but lava. One day, he made a grave mistake, angering another immortal mage. He had to escape the underground and climb to the world above, and when he saw the clear sky for the first time, a thought occurred to him. It was beautiful, and it wanted to live there, so it donned armor and became a knight. Though difficult, he kept his knight's oath to stand for what is right, earning the respect and love of the people. Finally, the gods accepted him, much to Toter's surprise. "Wait, let me get this straight," he asked Gray. "You said an immortal mage wanted to become a knight, and everyone loved him?" Gray replied curtly. "Correct. Turt restates the story's details. Then the gods found out and had an angel burn him to death, right?" "That sounds awful," Gray happily explains. "You misunderstood. The gods accepted him, and he became a holy knight." The two fell silent, unsure of what to say. Toth put the paper down and called out, "Hey, holy knight," he continued, "are you trying to make me a laughingstock? No matter how wild your imagination, no one wants to see an evil immortal mage pretending to be good and becoming a holy knight." Atut explained his concerns. "I don't like war, but you possess the greatest power in the nation." He lamented about that power. Because of that power, everyone fears and is wary of her. Ayan, standing by the window, begins to speak. The first thing Benedict did upon ascending the throne was lower taxes and abolish outdated, unjust laws. She always looked out the window, even when talking to At-U. "He's a good person," Ayn said. But Art responded with a rebuttal. "No, it's because he has no other choice. He doesn't have the support of the nobles, so he has to do everything he can to win over the lesser nobles and commoners." Ayan continues to praise him, saying a hero cannot stand against kindness, leaving At-Ut speechless with surprise. So she was talking about Gray, a holy knight who represents the gods and wields his sword to banish the darkness, and his sword cannot be pointed at a good king. She ordered her subordinate, Abby Robert, to reject all invitations, replying that she was tired. Ayan suddenly asks Gregory if he's been receiving many invitations, telling him to do as he pleases and not let her decisions influence him. Ace remained silent while Gray walked alone down the road. The angry kitten punches Gray in the head. "Are you crazy? Do you even realize what you just said?" Catherine worried about what Gray had done. "Gray, I also think there's something wrong with the way you do things." Vian didn't seem to care much. Is that so? I think it's normal. Gray looks up and explains, Catherine, I understand your concerns. He began to explain, but everyone believed me and I was wrong to deceive them. The divine said, if I don't hurt people, they will accept me no matter who I am. Gray hopes for a brighter future, a day when he can finally remove his hood and reveal his face to them, hoping for acceptance from them, from the world. He dreams of being accepted by everyone. That's all I dream of too. Catherine was silent, lost in thought. Catherine began to question him, so when he was recognized by the gods, he wouldn't mind revealing his identity to them. She asked to be sure of Gray's intentions, believing that divine recognition would one day lead to acceptance by all. He would reveal himself then, Gray stated simply. Indeed, he naively asks. Is that not allowed? Catherine hesitated, but Vivian sarcastically remarked, keep dreaming. She began to criticize Gray, a holy knight who lacked confidence. Vivian mocks Gray's actions, asking why he even calls himself a holy knight, enraging Catherine, who lashes out at her. Don't fill his head with nonsense, Vivian calmly retorts. Inciting him? Isn't that what even the gods think? Catherine asks, frowning. You're making things complicated. Do you know what happens when he takes off his hat? Vi sarcastically comments on Gray's situation, implying that no matter how good and just he is, he's still an insect unworthy of sunlight. Fernandes greeted him with a smile. Ha ha ha, brother. I knew you'd come. Fernandes cheerfully replies, how could you not come? After all, we're incredibly close. Suddenly, Ace's tone turned serious as he wondered about the party's organizers. This party isn't just for nobles, there are plenty of merchants too, Atut mused. Wealthy merchants sometimes tire of ordinary pleasures, so they're happy to spend money for a taste of nobility. He pressed on, asking about future endeavors. Were they planning some sort of fundraiser? Fernandes retorted, come now, are you pretending not to see my intentions? Ace recounts what happened before coming to the party. Before arriving, the Grand Duchess wanted me to tell you that she has no interest in the Golden Goose and doesn't want to do anything that infringes on the royal family's interests. Fernandes was pleased to hear this. That's good, we need her to remain neutral. As Atut explains, the problem is she doesn't seem to like staying neutral, Fernandes asks curtly. As for him, he hesitated. Fernandes spoke seriously about what was to come. Anne is just a little girl. She's too young, so we should focus on those who can influence her. Ace remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing Ace frown, he quickly added, don't frown. I'm not forcing you to agree with me. But you want to meet Count Tangi? Atut asked, puzzled. Is Tangios in the capital? He replied. Who knows? On the rooftop, Catherine and Vivian sit together? Vivian speaks first. You called me out here, only to say nothing and sulk. Was that too much? Catherine questions Vivian's actions with Gray. Are you trying to expose Gray's identity? She denies it, but it was his idea to begin with. I was just supporting the idea, Catherine shouts angrily. He's just a child. He knows nothing. He doesn't understand the consequences, but you do, Vivian calmly retorts. Oh, so you do know he's just a child, she retorted. And you're leading a clueless child down your chosen path, not caring if he's weary. Aren't you ashamed to turn him into a tool to spread your faith? Vian retorts, turning her logic against her. It's a shame his faith seems different from yours. He doesn't believe in gods, but in his own dreams. She's hinting at Gray's dream, one he created himself, or perhaps one you helped him create. Vian outlines what Catherine intends to do. Do you want him to wear armor forever, lost in a holy knight's dream, no longer himself? Vivian continues. You and I both know that everyone must wake up from even the most beautiful dream. Gods aren't what he thinks, and faith isn't beautiful at all. She envisions a future where Gray becomes aware of his own actions, a day when he lifts the veil himself and steps out of the illusion she's woven. She wondered when that day came, whether he chose to remain a holy knight or return to being an ordinary immortal mage. Either way, one of them would achieve their goal, and it wouldn't be a total loss. Even though Viognier simulated the worst-case scenario, Catherine, upon hearing that he would be disillusioned and realize that faith wasn't as beautiful as he thought, could only hope that the child would still be able to see the warm sunlight instead of sinking into darkness. The cat and Gray converse, as the cat questions Gray's impending actions. You really want to show Ain and everyone else your skeletal body? Gray thoughtfully explains his actions. It's one of my goals, and I know it's difficult now, but if I stay on the right path, it will be possible in the future. The kitten inquires about Gray's next move, asking, so what do you plan to do? He also hesitated about my next intention, which I don't know, but as long as I stand for justice, my chivalry will never fade. Benedict wonders about his current mood, finding it strange. I was having fun at the theater, but now it's gone? The servant explained. Perhaps you're being influenced by the holy knight Benedict's orders to the servants. Never mind, go ahead and approach him and ask about his hobbies. Make him feel like I'm his soulmate and that he's always happy to see me. He assumes he can control Gray. If I could control a holy knight, all my problems would be solved. No one wants to fight a holy knight, the servant obediently replies. Understood, Your Highness. A pair of black wings appears above. Those were the demons Tavia and Zelda, and Zoda excitedly said, "The stage is set." Hearing this, she ordered them to get to work, explaining the preparations. Vivian is keeping the angel busy. Now it's our turn to shatter the sweet dreams of the little immortal mage. Hearing this, he chuckled, "Justice is paramount." Ah, to explain justice, it will never be absolute. Justice may be the greatest motivator for holiness, but sometimes it's the greatest obstacle. A nearby man seeing this wondered, "Hey, what's going on?" Ah, can justice still be called justice when it brings chaos? The fat farmer gestured to Bop, telling him to go check on them. You clean the stables yourself. Seeing this, Bope had no choice but to accept. All right. Outside the stables, a servant wonders about the silence within. Strange. Why is the stable so quiet? A soldier approached and loudly announced to those inside, "Hey, the prince and holy knight are back. Someone go take care of their horses." "Where is everyone? Hurry up." Upon hearing that, Bope trembled and replied, "I'm coming." Sally skipped down the hallway, surprised by someone. Seeing two priests ahead, she wondered, "Father?" Sally cheerfully greeted them. "Hello, Father. Are you looking for Gray?" The pastor asked again, "Do you know?" "The priest is looking for Gray, is he?" "Do you know where the holy knight is?" "I've been waiting outside his room for quite some time now," she retorted, figuring he must be out if he wasn't in his room. Gray is currently with the king's men, and Sally explains, he's not the type to stay put. Gray and the kitten wait for someone as the soldier continues to call for the stable boy. Where is everyone? His Highness and the holy knight have returned. "Quick, bring the horses," he shouted, rushing out in a fluster. "They're here." The soldiers, seeing this, cried out in alarm. "Wait!" The soldier was cut short, fear gripping him as if something was blocking his words. "What's going on? I can't speak," he thought worriedly. "This isn't good. Something big is happening." Gray hands his horse to Bob. Seeing Bob run out, Benedict scolded, "You brat, what are you doing here?" Bob burst into tears. "Your Highness is awful." Gray was surprised and wondered what was happening. "Huh? What's going on?" Even the kitten is confused. "I don't know. But it seems we're in trouble, and Sally's side has a favor to ask of the priest." Could Ms. SL ask someone to help me find the holy knight? I have an urgent matter to discuss." She immediately asks what it is. The urgent matter concerns the king's close aide, leaving the pastor speechless. "It's me," Sel said, leaning against a pillar of logic. "Look at the facts, Reverend. I don't know where you get the confidence to think you can persuade Gray, so she starts talking about him. I was there when the war broke out. I know he had nothing to do with the priesthood when he charged onto the battlefield. You don't actually think the Holy Order knighted him, do you?" The pastor was taken aback. "But everything we do is in the name of the gods." Sly laughed when he heard that. "Gods? Have you even met them? Is all of this because of Gray?" The priest huffed in annoyance, while Bope, trembling, explained his side. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I'm the only one in this temple." Gray stared blankly at the trembling boy, asking, Why are you shaking? Are you cold?" The kitten nuzzled its head against him and whispered, "It seems so." The boy was wearing such thin clothes in this weather, so Gray immediately gave him his cloak. Here, he drapes the cloak over the boy and asks, "You're not cold anymore, right?" Bop is bewildered, "Huh?" Seeing this, Benedict shouts, "Holy Knight, don't do it." He wonders, Why not?" On the rooftop, Catherine and Vivian watched on as Catherine wondered. "That child?" Vivian asks. "Don't you know?" "Allow me to explain." She tells of the boy, the 12th son of the previous king and Benedict's youngest brother. She explains the boy's background, the sole survivor of the coup. Catherine, surprised, asks, "What?" Benedict dismounted, explaining, "Holy Knight is just a child in the horse. Pay it no mind. You should return to your chambers and allow me to bring you a gift." "You'll surely like the gift," Gray slowly explained. "Look, the boy needs help," he wondered. "You want to help him?" Gray didn't answer right away. Suddenly, Catherine telepathically warns Gray to leave immediately and not get involved any further. "It's a demon's trap." He hesitated, questioning Catherine, but she explained, "Don't worry about it. It's a trap set by the demons." Gray, confused, refused to leave. "I don't understand. This kid is a demon worshiper." Catherine remained firm, telling him not to get involved. She tries to warn Gray, "Listen to me. I'll explain later. Just leave now." Gray simply replied, "Understood." Seeing this, Benedict sighed and ordered his men, kill him now, starve him, or throw him in the river." The soldiers responded in unison. Booth struggles to break free, crying, No, brother, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Meanwhile, Sai is explaining things to the pastors. Although Gray is naive, he's not stupid. Gray wonders about his brother, while Sally believes he has his own agenda. Vivian is surprised by Gray's actions, while Catherine tries to stop him. Gray, stop! What are you doing? Two guards suddenly take notice as his sword plunges into the ground, radiating light. Sally explains that once Gray makes up his mind, no one can stop him, leaving Catherine in stunned surprise. Sally explains, not even a god could stop him. Gray sternly waves his hand, ordering, "Release the boy." Gray appears with a shout, stopping everyone in their tracks. He tilts his head, seriously questioning, "What are you doing?" Caught in the act, Benedict forces a smile. "We were just having our fun." But Gray didn't hesitate to call him out, seeing the child looked unwilling to play. He angrily strode up to Benedict. What did this child do wrong? He was utterly helpless and could only let go. No, he didn't. Gray, faced with this, grew even angrier and shouted, "Then why did you want to take his life? I can hear everything." He directly ordered the guards, overriding Benedict, to put the boy down immediately. They didn't dare utter a word, and gently released him. Gray hugged the boy tightly, constantly reassuring him. "It's all right now, kid." The boy looked up hesitantly and spoke. The holy knight, not paying much attention, asks the boy directly for his name. Bope was still a little shy to say his name. Bope Sape. Seeing the boy's hesitation, Gray continued to reassure him, "Don't be afraid, Bope. No one can hurt you." With Bop now protected, tears welled up in his eyes, but that only made Gray want to stand up for him even more. "Your Highness, I don't understand why you're targeting this child. If you can't stand him, he'll come with me and become one of mine." Those words struck him like a bolt of lightning. "What? Become yours?" He directly pressured Benedict. "Yes, if you don't want him, I'll raise him. I'm very good at raising children." He gritted his teeth in anger, but still had to soften his tone. "No, that won't do." Gray turns sharply, his presence overwhelming. "Why not?" Startled, Benedict made up an excuse. "Because he's my brother." Hearing this, he unhesitatingly picked Bope up, not forgetting to warn him. "A brother is someone you're related to by blood, right?" "Damn, that's strange. The siblings I've met in Y City always helped and supported each other. I've never met a brother who bullies his sibling. Your Highness, are you truly a brother?" Benedict is stunned by Gray's verbal attack. Is he mocking me? However, he casually denies it with a mocking tone, asking why he would be sarcastic. "I just wanted to know if you were really his brother." He's stuttering now that I've called him out. You even publicly exposed Benedict's true colors. Seeing your behavior and your desire to kill the child is enough proof that you're not his brother. After the outburst, Gray turns his attention to Bope. "All right, Bope. From now on, you're my little brother. I never had one before. Not willing to give up, he chased after them." "Stop, you can't take him." He turned back, giving Benedict a sharp look. "What now?" Despite being at a disadvantage, he stubbornly tries to hold on. Then out of nowhere, Catherine interrupts, "You're being unreasonable." First, he wanted to kill the child for no reason, then claimed him as his brother. "If he doesn't want to care for him, I will." "Why wouldn't you allow it? When I ask why, you won't say a word. What do you want exactly?" Benedict was left speechless by her retort. Suddenly, the kitten stepped in to dissuade Gray. "Gray, stop. You're still upset and want to argue, but he's being unreasonable." However, Gray listened and quickly turned away, saying if there was nothing else to say, he was leaving. He watched him go, reaching out as if to stop him. What did he want? Benedict, unable to control himself, spews vulgarities, saying, "It's not about what the church wants. They're supporting that brat to create a puppet regime." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, yelling, "Damn it, gather all the troops in the capital of Lion immediately." Meanwhile, Catherine had also received the news. "Grow, this is a huge mess, and you're just casually chatting? What's going on?" She says it's a demon's trap, but all I see is a king trying to kill an innocent child. Gray's grip tightened. "As a holy knight, I can't stand by and watch it happen." Vian chimed in, seizing the moment. "Right. How could you watch an innocent child be killed?" She wanted to curse at his naivete, but bit her tongue and told him to leave. "Gray, listen to me." Catherine's expression then turned serious. "Human society, especially that of nobles and royalty, is far more complex than you realize." She glanced at Bob's pitiful face. "This child is the king's brother, meaning he's a legitimate heir to the throne." Catherine couldn't help but imagine the close relationship between the boy and Benedict. Therefore, besides the current king, this child is next in line to the throne, but he doesn't understand and even wants to argue. So what? The current king is about to be officially inaugurated. Why would he harm the child once he's on the throne? She fell silent for a long time, and Catherine, not wanting to hide anything, told him everything. "Because of you, I said from the beginning that you were a holy knight and a representative of the gods. To the king, your helping the child meant the gods wanted him on the throne, so he wants the child gone immediately." The moment he helped the child, he fell into the demon's elaborate trap, and finally, understanding dawned in Gray's eyes. "They want to exploit your kindness, yet you continue to reassure yourself. But I don't want the throne. And furthermore, why does he speak of killing his own sibling so casually?" The kitten, by his side, couldn't help but sigh at Gray's naivete. "Gray, the crux of the matter isn't as simple as you think. It's the king's perception that matters." It slowly dawns on him. The king saw the child as a threat to his throne and needed to eliminate him. That's how the throne is protected, the kitten's words constantly targeting Benedict. Kings have done this for millennia, so neither Aine nor Catherine would say it's wrong. Gray can't accept the truth just yet. He bowed his head, hiding his unease. This just didn't make sense. "I can't accept this." Each step fades into darkness. This world was never logical to begin with. This isn't the first time King Benedict has killed his own brothers. And not just his brothers, the king even killed anyone who threatened his throne. Bam! The only survivor was an 8-year-old child, and he was the killer. Gray couldn't believe it as he stumbled backward. How could the Pope be on the side of a murderer? Saying this, Catherine's eyes unconsciously lowered, for the king brought stability to the country. According to her, figures walked in the snow-covered streets. After claiming the throne, he lowered taxes and implemented reforms. Many go hungry, Catherine recounts the people's hardships, the homeless barely surviving the harsh winter. Gray, helping Bob today, will raise the king's suspicions, and if he thinks negatively, he'll send troops to the church immediately. A war against the king and the gods would devastate the country. Once war breaks out, many innocent people will die, a catastrophe that can be avoided by handing this child over to the king. She descended, trying to persuade him. "I know this child is innocent and blameless in all of this. So, after it's killed, can I take it to heaven?" Gray hesitated, tilting his head up higher. "Catherine, what is heaven like?" Catherine's words conjured a beautiful, dreamlike world. A warm, happy place. Free from sorrow. Gray pressed on. "Is there snow there?" She replied softly. "No, it's warm all year round." He then conjures images of delicious childhood ice cream, wondering if there's good food there, like the ice cream he shared with Miss Sy. This time, Catherine denied it, saying, "Angels and spirits there don't need to eat." Hearing this, Gray thought of the kitten's happiness, wondering if there were fields of flowers, beautiful dresses, cats, and night novels there. But her silence was enlightening. "There isn't one? So how is heaven any different from the underground where I used to live?" Catherine was completely speechless. Gray's eyes softened as he looked at Bob, realizing the child wasn't much younger than he was. The boy's eyes widened as he faced him, so much he had yet to experience, just like me. Gray sees his former self in Bope, and Catherine agrees that the boy is blameless. "I don't want to see him die." Hearing this, she wanted to remind him even more about the gate outside. So what would he do if disaster struck because of this boy? Gray was ready to carry him through the blizzard, answering Catherine. "The disaster isn't the boy's fault, it's your madness, and it's just a hunch anyway." "Right?" Knowing she couldn't say more, Catherine let him be. "I couldn't persuade you, but there is a way to resolve this situation." Gray, processing the information, grew curious. He then went alone through the snowy night to the church, saying they needed God as their witness. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the Lion Capital Army's central camp, soldiers quickly gathered. However, they all hesitated to advise Benedict as they saw him ride out. "Your Highness, you want to fight a holy knight? A holy knight, no less." Benedict's face twisted with rage. "Silence! I will kill anyone who tries to steal my throne, even a god. If he doesn't want war, he'll give the relic back to me now." In the church, the goddess statue was illuminated once more. Catherine and Gray knelt devoutly before the statue, Catherine bowing her head in reverence. "Forgive me for disturbing you, but this humble knight wished to save a child, and doing so may spark a war between the papacy and the king. It would shatter the very foundation of our faith." Meanwhile, he silently professed his devotion to the goddess. "Please forgive my decision to save the child, Your Grace. I know it will cause great trouble, but I cannot pretend to be blind like those wretched demons. That tramples on my faith." Catherine, not to be outdone, speaks clearly, still enjoying herself with Vivian. "This is a cunning trap set by the demons, exploiting the power of humanity. If the gods interfere in human affairs, it will be misconstrued as the Holy See always being against them. It would destroy the religious influence the churches have built for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Gray values his pride and honor, unaware that Benedict has led his forces into the city. This child is innocent, and I swore an oath to help any vulnerable person in need. Many may see oaths as childish, but I do not. A knight must uphold their oath. And she begins to plead for Grey's sake. When war breaks out, this League Knight's identity will likely be exposed, a righteous knight who doesn't deserve such an end. When caught in the devil's trap, things take an unpredictable turn. Outside the window, the noise has attracted Oren. It's so noisy outside. What's going on? His prayers continued to echo throughout the building, but no one seemed to notice. Justice is always right, whether it's a small matter or a large one. As long as one person opposes injustice, that is justice. If faith in God can't bring justice and salvation to this child, how can we bring it to the rest of the world? Ace asked, frowning at the person behind him. What is it? What are you planning to do? Fernandes was a little worried and didn't want to act rashly. Of course not. My army isn't in the capital. Meanwhile, Catherine clasped her hands in earnest prayer, asking for guidance. Should I stop the Lich Knight? Grey held hope in his heart for this plea. Lord, I do not fear death, for it is mine origin. I only fear the collapse of my faith. And so he will fight to the death for it, bowing deeply to show his sincerity. I know the price of this faith, and even if that price is my life, I won't regret it. Outside, snow falls, but Vivienne sits high above, gazing at the scenery, too proud to bow her head. My name is Vivienne, and you will call me Sister. Seeing the boy stammer, Vivienne directly questioned him. Vivienne, aren't you cold? I told you to call me Sister. I'm much stronger than them. Bope only listens to me. It was then that the boy opened up. Will the Holy Knight really protect me? She nonchalantly affirmed, Don't worry, he'll do what he says. Boot continued boldly, But my brothers are strong. He commands a large army. Vivienne then interjected, The Holy Knight is very strong. Haven't you heard of him defeating one single-handedly? Your father? Bope asked, still sounding a little worried. But an angel helped then. This time it seems the angels don't want to save you. Still, she patiently comforted the boy. Don't worry, they're discussing things inside. That knight is so stubborn. Vivienne was about to add another when she was interrupted by the noise below. And with the swift approach of horses on the paved ground, the army's rallying cry echoes. The church. Get out now. The royal army has surrounded the church. Unable to contain her excitement, she leaned back, thinking the little angel was right. He really was impatient, and the worst had happened. What will our holy knight do? The royal army suddenly appeared at the luxurious corridor, and as the doors opened, Sai was mercilessly shoved inside. Seeing her fall, Ain rushed to her side. Is Sally all right? Sally whined at the sight of her as a guard rudely barged in with an announcement. Grand Duke, Her Highness wishes you to remain where you are until matters are resolved. What is she so mad about? What is the king planning? Ain, more alert, quickly stopped Sally. Sally paused, glancing back with a questioning look. But what's going on? N could only give a vague answer. I don't know exactly. However, N suspects the king is making a scene because he failed to seduce Grey. Sally was taken aback by this news. What? So soon? Where is Grey? She glanced towards the window as if signaling, he's at the church. She froze instantly. Understanding Sel's concern, Ain quickly explained, Don't worry. They're atoning for their sins by becoming adopted children of the Holy Knight. The guardian angel has already accepted. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, so what do we do now? Before they could discuss it, Zoe rushed outside alone, saying, I'm going to take a look around. Everyone, stay put. If anything happens to you, that idiot knight will come after me. Meanwhile, a fist slams into a wall, fueled by rage. This is absurd. Ace is disgusted by this horrific event. The king hunts the Holy Knight, who is their only hope against the neighboring army. Fernandes, at the railing, is filled with questions. Damn it, the Holy Knight took the prince right out from under the king's nose. Why would he do that? It seems Ain isn't as neutral as he said, huh? Spurred by these words, he turns away, declaring he must return to Anne. The moonlight continues its duty, illuminating the beautiful night sky, while below a terrifying scene unfolds as a multitude of feet stand before the church. Inside, Grey and Catherine prayed in silence until she finally heard the goddess's voice. The angel looked up, as did he, the knight as well, both recognizing the voice at the same time. The goddess imparts her wisdom, reminding them that an angel's honor lies in faith, not power, and that the knight's faith is the purest of all. Don't stop him, or you'll turn him against us, knight, because of harsh laws I cannot help you with, but your faith will guide you. No one can stop you, but if you save the child, you must bear all the consequences. The statue didn't speak, but a gentle voice echoed in his mind. Perhaps his identity would be revealed. People will despise you, and everything you've built will crumble. Catherine frantically explains that faith always comes with bloodshed and sacrifice, like the battle between angels and demons. Grey also regains his senses. realizing that no matter his faith, the world still sees him as a monster. Ausen is one such example. The goddess waited a moment before reminding her. So, angel, trust in your knight and simply observe from afar, as we have for millennia. Catherine wavered at this, to only watch from a distance. Then the goddess continued to guide Gray. Sadly, even if you win, we cannot praise you. Do you still wish to continue? Gray remained firm in his answer. I will continue, without a doubt. Well, now that you're standing, your sincerity is clear. Lady Catherine, the gods have approved my actions. Catherine quickly made her request, but I can't help you like last time. Gray wasn't saddened, but even more optimistic. It's all right. El has his own way. A powerful blue flame suddenly erupts from his hand. I'll protect that child and prevent a war at the same time. She watched his actions, questioning in disbelief. Soul fire? Gray, what are you planning? In the darkness, the gloom of space intensifies. The royal banner flies higher, and a horse carrying the soul flame arrives, followed by a bone soldier with overwhelming force and a mysterious skeletal army. The flame in Gray's hand burns brighter, doing what even the gods could not. The legion of bone soldiers appears as well, as the Lord calls upon us, the #1 Spectre, to lead the charge north. He spurred his horse forward in a flash, heading straight for the capital, Lion. When a mysterious hand wearing a thorny ring suddenly appeared, Benedict grits his teeth, letting the mysterious figure speak. Give him a round of applause. Joe arrived just in time to hear those words, and Ace was already preparing his war horse. Vivian smiles mysteriously as she covers Bope with a blanket, while Gray remains expressionless at the announcement of the drama unfolding on stage. Zoda stands atop the church like a true arbiter, a confrontation between a righteous knight and the king. It's about to begin. Benedict, abandoning all composure, roared. The Holy Knight isn't afraid to threaten them in front of the people. If you don't want this 1,000-year-old church destroyed, get out now. The Archbishop has finally arrived. Wait a minute. The old man questioned Benedict, dumbfounded. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Why have you suddenly surrounded the church with soldiers? He was a little annoyed by the pretense that Benedict considered right. What's going on? I want to ask you the same question. He gets straight to the point, telling the Holy Knight to release Bope and he'll spare you. At this point, the Archbishop was still protecting his own. Prince Bob, no. How could a Holy Knight be involved with Bob? Your Highness, there must be some misunderstanding. Benedict surmised the Archbishop's intentions. A misunderstanding, meaning the Holy Knight's actions have nothing to do with him. The Archbishop immediately insisted it was a misunderstanding, saying they've always believed he was fit for the throne and prayed for his blessing. Let's remain calm and clarify this matter, he said, twisting the old man's words and ordering the soldiers behind him. Did you all hear that? The Archbishop has nothing to do with the Holy Knight's actions. He believes I am fit for the throne. The actions of the Holy Knights do not represent the divine. The Archbishop panicked as 3 spears were pointed at him. Wait, Your Highness. He was lifted like a pig, left to scream in vain. Wait, Benedict. The Archbishop is thrown down, useless and defeated. Now he stubbornly threatens him with faith, saying, You mustn't! If you destroy the church, you will be punished by the gods. But Benedict just calmly sneered, Punishment. His face darkened, increasing the murderous intent. I'd rather die than lose my throne, and now a chance to seize it lies before us all. The 2 soldiers guarding the Archbishop loosened their grip, and Don seized the opportunity to snatch him away. Benedict, having lost the hostage, could only grit his teeth and curse, but when he turned back to look at the boy's face, he panicked. After rescuing the Archbishop, Don asks about the situation. You're the Holy Knight's adopted son. Old man, what's going on? But he was just as confused as the boy. I didn't know the Holy Knight was harboring the prince. Suddenly, a call made Roan's horse stop. Hey! He looks up to confront Vivian. Hey, Miss Vivian, what's going on? She shook her head, laughing as she replied, Can't you tell? We are in conflict with the king, and he, at his boiling point, immediately orders an attack. Archers! At Benedict's command, the troops raised their bows and fired. Thousands of arrows followed, leaving him in awe as he faced a barrage of sharp iron points. Zahn quickly prepared to summon his power, but a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. Stop! The arrows had been flying like lightning, but then they all lost their trajectory and fell. They fall like rain from a clear sky, and Zahn can't help but marvel at the sight, his mouth agape. What powerful magic is this? After that voice, an iron foot emerged into the light, and the soldiers stared in unison. It was the Holy Knight. They looked at Gray, cheering wildly. The Holy Knight has emerged. Looking at the figure, Vivienne smirks triumphantly. It's the main character. The Archbishop glanced around, about to shout his name, but was stopped. Gray, you... Instead of force, Gray attempts to reason with him. Your Highness, the angel has told me that you killed your 6 brothers, and now you want to kill the last one. Bope. She also said that when you ascend the throne, you will bring stability to the country. I accept that explanation and promise to only take Bob and not steal your throne. He makes his offer step by step. Will you spare my youngest brother? But Benedict uses this moment to strike back. Promise? If I promise to hand over Bebop and not kill him, would you believe me? His emotions spiraling, he roared, I don't need promises, hand Bope over now. Gray only left a few words before mounting his horse. We have nothing more to say. Before leaving, he asked his adopted son a favor. Joe, protect Bop and the Archbishop. If necessary, use magic, but don't hurt anyone. I know you're good at hypnosis. Joe was busy helping the Archbishop, so he just mumbled in his throat, okay. Just as Gray spurred his horse, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Wait, just a moment. The kitten jumped onto Gray's shoulder, startling him, and then smirked as if to reprimand him. This is a major battle. Were you planning to go without me? He tried to send the cat away, saying it was too dangerous, but it kept finding excuses to stick with him. When has it ever been safe? He wondered aloud. I'm not even sure if I'm doing the right thing, but the kitten insisted. No one is always right. She smiled, offering encouragement. Go forward. Right or wrong, I'm always on your side. Gray nodded softly in reply. Thank you. In an instant, his voice grew several times louder. Benedict, if you have no intention of withdrawing, then I will judge you here and now. I will bring justice to your 6 fallen brothers, and to those who have suffered. Without hesitation, Ray charges headfirst into danger. Unfazed, Benedict draws his sword, scoffing. Justice? You mean puppeteering a child and ruling the country is justice? He brazenly reveals Gray's secret in front of everyone, saying his actions aren't divinely inspired, meaning he won't have the angel's protection. What will he do without help? What do you have to fight me with? Benedict taunts him. Come on, the holy knight Benedict sneered. Without the aid of angels, what are you? Gray readily admits, I may not have an angel's aid, but the gods still approve of this battle. He forcefully draws his sword with unwavering resolve. The gods do not oppose my choice, so you and I can fight for our ideals. Hearing this, he lost control and screamed, Shut up! What makes you so confident you can win? Gray, on the other hand, calmly retorted, Just try it. He threw a punch at Benedict, but he dodged it. Then Benedict hastily jumped on his horse and fled. But little did he know it was a diversion, and Benedict's forces used the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, Gray caught up to Benedict, a knight unafraid to face powerful foes with unwavering courage and faith, striking down all who stood in his path, never doubting his god with loyalty and integrity. With a single strike, Gray shattered his enemy's defenses, protecting the weak even if it meant his own demise. He relentlessly swung his sword, blocking every advance of the royal army, never committing an inhumane act. From above, a cold voice echoes as Gray casts 3 defensive buffs to withstand his enemy's strength and speed. Zoda leans back against a rock, silently assessing the situation. Defense buffs. How peculiar. Why would he use defensive magic? He should be using wide-range slaughter magic. Tavia, however, could guess his intentions because he didn't want to kill anyone. Hearing this, he scoffed, but she proved her point. Despite the relentless attacks, none of the soldiers were seriously injured. Tavia even predicted Gray's next move. He's weakening their weapons. The soldiers he strikes will be incapacitated, but their lives won't be in danger. Geld scoffs at this analysis, saying, How naive. Does he think he can win fighting like that? He probably won't even get close to the king. Now she feels like refuting his thoughts. Perhaps he doesn't know, or perhaps he simply doesn't care. Benedict stands behind it all, manipulating everything, wanting him dead. His sword-wielding hands paused for a moment. You want to? Gray spun his spear with imposing flair. Kill me? He hurled it towards him with terrifying force, a dream come true. Benedict paled at the sight of the light. Regaining his composure, he immediately commanded the next unit, crossbowmen. Quickly, large cannons were prepared on the rooftops. The leader signaled and shouted, Fire! Unleashing 3 simultaneous blasts. Gray couldn't avoid the attack, and the impact was followed by a blinding flash and a deafening explosion. The others relentlessly searched for him amidst the dust, near the stained glass church. The soldiers followed orders, peering through each layer of dust. In another corner, the cat's purple paws touched the ground weakly. Emerging from the dust, it gasped for breath. Hey, Gray, are you okay? The kitten is badly injured, and now, stunned by what it sees, it asks, Are you kidding me? It silently approached Gray's body, the kitten trembling as it desperately shook him. Damn it, move. It's nearly hysterical. Say something. Damn it. From above, the demon couple silently watched them, secretly sizing up Gray from head to toe. His ribs are shattered, his spine is broken, and his soul fire is fading fast. If he hadn't used all that defensive and weakening magic, he might have had a chance. Joda couldn't help but sneer. Foolish, even her slender hands angrily punched the wall as Ctharine bit her lip, regretting her actions. Damn it, I should have stopped him instead of just standing here watching. In the dust-filled space, the kitten's cries became even more pronounced. Bastard, wake up, are you teasing me? Despite the curious eyes, it stubbornly whimpered. I'll never call you an idiot again, just say something. The kitten used all its strength to lift Gray's hand. You're one of the 5 holy knights in the world, wake up. Tears welled in her eyes, but she stubbornly tried to wake him. Don't you want to avenge the chubby prince? At this moment, Gray's mind was free-falling into darkness. You said Lich doesn't usually swear, but when he does, he keeps his word, right? You must fulfill your knight's oath. Get up. Deep underground, there's a place where sound and light do not exist. A place filled with skeletons, fear, and madness. A human faces a lich. The ferocious lich lunges forward, and the blonde-haired man holds his breath, striking a blow that separates its head from its body. The white skeleton scurries to retrieve its rolling, babbling head. He suddenly realized the crux of the matter. The problem wasn't why a human was here, but that there was no way for them to return to the surface. He gazed thoughtfully at the ceiling, seeing only darkness where light should be. He lit a fire with the bones around him, sitting idly, lost in thought. A small sound from behind the rock caught his attention. He turned to see the skeleton he'd fought earlier approaching, clutching its head. They stared at each other for a moment, but Grey Noob, still shaken, pretended to cover its mouth from behind the rock. He stared speechlessly at the trembling skeleton, wondering, is it still following me? He studied it for a long time, then said, whatever. Grey was dressed in a vibrant red outfit and cloak as he stroked his chin, saying with pride, not bad. You look more human with clothes on. But Grey was uncomfortable, tugging here and there, which made him yell, don't take it off. You're a cat wearing clothes for the first time. He crossed his arms, looking puzzled. I don't understand why a glutton like you likes hanging around humans. But whatever, let me teach you how to act like a human. Grey just looked confused, so he asked then. Knowing Grey couldn't answer, he continued. First, do you even have a name? Of course not, how could you? Then let me give you a name. I don't know if you're alive or dead, so I'll choose a name that's half alive, half dead. Grey means something between black and white. Suits you, don't you think? And so began the human's journey with a lich to destinations unknown. He and Grey traversed a path of bones, holding a piece of candy, telling him, this is sugar. It's very sweet. Too bad you can't eat it. Grey turned red with anger, kicking him in the thigh, but the man just laughed. Ha ha ha. Anger is useless. Eating and drinking are privileges of the living. The little lich loved hearing about new things he didn't know. Swinging his sword, he told Grey all about the world. The sky was like a giant blue pot lid, endless and untouchable. And the sun is a massive, fiery sphere that rises in the east and sets in the west each day. When the sun goes to sleep, it sinks beneath the sea, which is as blue and endless as the sky, but within reach. But no one knows how deep the sea is. Through the human stories, the little lich was able to imagine the world of humans. Until one day he collapsed, exhausted, panting heavily, and said, his mind in turmoil, that he was sorry, but he needed to rest. Grey looked at him suspiciously, surrounded by towers of bones and swirling specters, as he lay spread-eagled on the ossuary. Ray lay on him in the same pose, and he looked up at him, saying, Ray, I don't think I can go with you anymore. I've wandered for too long, and honestly, I lost hope from the start. I feel like I'm lying on the ground with my sister, counting the stars in the sky, Grey asked his sister. His eyes drifted, as if searching for a memory. Would you like to hear my story? Long ago, there were twin siblings who relied on each other for survival. One day, a nobleman took an interest in the sister and kidnapped her. The brother was afraid and didn't dare resist the nobleman, instead comforting himself that at least his sister would eat well and not live in poverty like him. Little did he know, his sister couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped to her death. Damn it all. Driven mad, he sought to avenge his sister by killing the nobleman, but soldiers struck him down before he could even touch the man's robes. He was filled with regret and remorse, wishing he hadn't sent his sister to that wretched place. But no price in the world could ever compare. He closed his eyes and embraced Grey. Little Grey, if one day in the future the blue flames rise from my arm and engulf my body, burning away my human skin, if there's something you want to do or someone you want to protect, do it with all your might, even if your bones break. Don't be like the foolish brother in the story. A single moment of hesitation can lead to a lifetime of regret. Perhaps even after death, your soul will be cursed by regret and never find peace. A blue flame blazes on his chest. Gray falls into the abyss, his words echoing in their minds. Hesitate once, and you'll regret it for life. Even if your bones shatter, you must commit to doing your best. A blinding light flashes. Never give yourself cause for regret. The smoke dispersed, leaving the soldiers in shock as everyone present, including the cat on his body, stood stunned, the divine light on his chest shimmering like a miracle. The kitten meows for Gray as the fallen hangs upside down, silently gazing at the snow-covered city. Dora observed through the large window and reported, 4 at the stairs, 8 in the hallway, and 12 divided into 4 groups guarding the front gate in shifts. The king has them well guarded. En looked up and asked, "How many can you handle?" Her eyes fixed below, she replied, "I can't hurt them, as the Holy Knight reminded me, but I can put them to sleep for a while." "All right, do it," En said curtly. No sooner said than done. Dora leaped from the balcony, landing behind the guards. Did one of them sense something? Dora opened her mouth slightly, and a burst of light emanated from her, blinding the guards. Moments later, they slumped to the ground as if in a coma. After the girl spoke a single word, Robert tied a scarf and slowly slid down with Sally on his back. Dora continued with the plan. They would join forces with their troops stationed east of the city, and then, En added, they would head to the church to support Gray. Sally clung to Robert's neck, swaying like she was about to fall. Was that really necessary? Gray once defeated an army of 100,000 men. If we go there now, we might just be a burden. Meanwhile, Robert suffered in silence, unable to complain about his aching neck as En and Dora leaped from above. Aen ran out of the gate, saying, "Before, Gray defeated the 100,000-strong army, largely thanks to the guardian angel and the archbishop's support, but I haven't seen any holy light in the sky since then." Sally's voice echoed, implying Gray wouldn't have the angel's protection this time. Aen trusts her instincts, saying, "I don't know why, but I feel like we need to get to Gray as soon as possible." The other 2 landed safely, while Robert was completely out of breath. Sally continued, pointing to App Robert behind her. "Just getting to him isn't enough. We need a plan. And lend me this guy. I know of a secret passage in the capital." En turns around, questioning, "Are you sure Robert is all you need?" Sally smirked slightly. "Don't underestimate me." Huff, huff. Sally and Robert arrive at what looks like a black market, proving the Gregory family's extensive connections. Abby Robert stammered, "Go, Sally, this is—" Sally affirmed without hesitation. "Every city has an underground scene like this," Robert remarks, sounding like a black market. Sally reminds him, putting on an animal mask. "It is a black market. Remember to wear a mask. No one here is allowed to reveal their identity." Robert stammered. "How do you know so much?" She replies, "Because I am free." Robert asked again, "Where are we going?" Sally, already stepping off, replied, "There are many ways to leave the capital, as long as we're willing to pay." Soon after, she stopped near a man lying down, clasped her hands, and shouted for him to hear, "Hey, stinky scorpion, got a big deal here. Want in?" Lying on the boat, he lifts his head. "Oh, is rotten scorpion me?" Bass smirked. "Are you telling the truth? A big deal? That sounds interesting." Meanwhile, Gray continues to sink deeper and deeper, enveloped in blue flames. He assesses the situation, desperately seeking a solution. His ribs are shattered, but that's not the main issue. The real problem is his broken spine, and he needs to figure out how to deal with it. "I have to engulf my entire body in spirit flames. I can do this. I won't let myself regret it. But setting my own bones and drowning myself in flames are no small feats." Gray is in immense pain, but he tries to reassure himself. It hurts so much. I've never felt pain before. So this is what it's like? But it's all right. Pain is a trial that makes me stronger. Gray's body glows beneath his white armor, and he recognizes the light. "Oh, holy light, cleanse my soul." Inside the city, En leads a troop of soldiers, urging them onward. "Faster now." Bass urged from behind, "Your Grace, do you really intend to go to the church?" The king has surrounded the place with over 10,000 soldiers, and with just us. En simply turned back and asked, "Are you afraid?" Bass replied hastily, "Of course not. We're just worried about you. You're the Grand Duke of Beecher." Aen was sweating bullets. "He's my holy knight. If he dies at the king's hands today, what do you think will happen to the Beech family?" With that, she addressed the entire army. "The holy knight's existence is tied to the very survival of the Bai family. We must save him, is that clear?" The entire company resolutely affirmed. From afar, the brilliant light grew ever more dazzling. Aen stopped his horse, his eyes widening as he realized this was the holy light that had led them out of another place. "What's going on? Is this path okay? It's well hidden and meets your expectations." Sayla casually replied, "Not bad." She glanced back, thinking to herself that she was counting on Aaron next. Zelda suddenly looks down at Gray, surprised. Wait a minute. What is this? What is that golden flame? Wasn't Elle's soul fire supposed to be blue? Tavia is a little apprehensive. This is the first time I've seen this phenomenon, and my instincts tell me it's not good at all. A golden flame? It can only be. Vian laughs. What a life. Gray half kneels, bracing his sword against the ground as holy light radiates from him. The kitten's fur stands on end as it frantically looks around. What the heck is going on? Why is there a fire? Put it out. Someone put out the fire, quick. Gray gently stroked its head, then placed the kitten on his shoulder. The kitten was stunned to realize the effect of the holy light. Wait, this flame is healing my wounds. The doubtful soldiers whispered, What is that golden thing? Holy fire? Didn't they say the holy night wasn't blessed by the gods this time? Then what is that flame? Benedict gritted his teeth as the situation spiraled out of control. At this rate, the soldiers' morale would collapse. He then shouted, hoping to quell the doubts in the people's hearts. Benedict waved his hand, giving the order, What are you afraid of? He's badly injured. If we attack, he won't be able to fight back. Archers, prepare to fire. Undaunted, Gray raised his sword high, brandishing it beneath the holy light of humanity, declaring that all inhumanity would be judged, and no darkness would remain where there was light. I will judge you here. The soldiers are terrified. How can he still swing his sword? The crossbows are useless. He's a monster, will be incinerated by holy fire, Benedict roared. To rewrite history with your pathetic fear? Benedict then snatched a bow from a nearby soldier, aiming a sharp arrow at him. If you're blessed by the gods, then today I'll kill the gods themselves. An arrow flies, wreathed in energy. Just as it was about to strike Gray, who was bracing for impact, another arrow intercepted it, causing Benedict to stumble back. Where did that arrow come from? A soldier reports, This is bad, Your Highness. Benedict turns around. What? The soldier's face drained of blood. The Silver Mane Knights have arrived. Their leader clears a path and orders an attack on the enemy's hands and feet. Their main target is the king, so spare their lives. Another squadron followed, shouting their obedience. On the battlefield, one soldier's arm is sliced clean off, while another watches his shield get cut in two, crying out, My shield! The others scattered, desperately calling for help as Benedict gritted his teeth. How could this be? Where did these knights come from? Did he hide them in his spatial storage? Nearby soldiers urgently warned, Your Highness, they're coming. We must retreat. Catherine suddenly descended. Good, you're just in time, the bone soldier exclaimed, recognizing her. That angel. Zoda clicked his tongue from the rooftop. The Undead army. We forgot Lick's greatest power, the Undead summon. Tavia crossed her arms and added, The end is set. We don't need to delay any longer. Let's go. A boss, who had been standing behind them with his arms crossed, asked in a deep voice, Where do you two think you're going? Can I come with you? The two demons glanced at him. A high-ranking angel? When did he get here? A continued, Show them your contempt. It seems you've caused my student quite a bit of trouble. 3 old demons, Vivian included, bullying a young angel. Aren't you ashamed? Unbelievable. This is the first time in 10,000 years this has happened. Catherine leads the skeleton soldiers. Follow me. Hooves thunder over fallen soldiers as the seed of faith sprouts in a sincere heart, transforming within the knight L.N., who rides until King Benedict's forces flee. What in the world is going on? The kitten, anxious about Gray, who hadn't moved an inch, asked as she looked toward the center of the chaos. Gray, why aren't you moving? Are you all right? Unbelievably, after a long period of peace, a saint has been born, and Gray has completely lost consciousness. The skeleton soldiers quickly carry the wounded they'd previously impaled, shuttling them to a spare doctor. The Holy Knight killed no one. We must tend to our own wounds. And now they formally greet Aaron. Greetings, Grand Duke B. It is an honor to meet you. I am Vice Captain Koi of the Silver Moon Squad. Ayan wonders, Deputy Commander, isn't the Silver Moon Squad made up entirely of children? Kark, sweating, bluffs his way through it. We volunteered to join the Silver Moon Squad after the battle with the previous king a few months ago. Inwardly, Cass thought, She probably doesn't realize I'm the one who stabbed her, does she? And seemed to understand Gray's earlier request. So that's why Gray needed so much armor from me back then. She put that aside and inquired about the situation. How is Gray? Anne asked. His condition is quite strange, Kaz reported. I can't tell if it's good or bad. The angel is healing him and we're not allowed near. Anne gazed into the lie estate, clinging to a sliver of hope. Gray, you'll be all right, won't you? Gray's small body was carried out of the large armor. Holy light still burning on his chest as Catherine asked, Master Boss, What is his condition? Boss pondered, his body transforming into a saint, but the problem was the sacred fire, and Andrim's body were different. His body constantly repeating destruction and regeneration. Catherine's face and voice were filled with worry. Can't we do anything? Boss surmised. We can only wait for him to slowly harmonize the two. Or, Vivian interjects from upside down, external intervention could help him harmonize sooner. Evil demon, how dare you show your face? Vivian said with a bright smile. Why not? The kitten cried out in a panic. There are 2 angels here with me. I'm not afraid of you, so don't even think about hurting me. Gray. Vivienne denied it. Kitten, you speak as if I've hurt Gray before. She points out a fact, finger to her lips. How long will it take for the sacred flame and the gluttonous body to fully merge? Surely you angels know better than I do, right? Are you really just going to wait like that? Catherine is displeased. So you're offering to help? Even Bot thinks the problem isn't too big, so he's considering it. A cost color? Not bad. The kitten can't believe it. No way. So, you're planning on getting help from this demon? Catherine wasn't thrilled, but she answered anyway. It's all right. Demons wouldn't stoop so low as to sneak around to harm an unhatched lick. Catherine grabbed her tail while Vivian snatched the halo from the angel's head, saying, Let go, stop touching my tail. Boss agreed, and adjusting power was Sakibusa's specialty. He recalled Zelda bound in iron chains, and the main troublemakers already captured. Vivian, clutching the tail, began to whine, You angels are the worst. Catherine responded vaguely, Yeah. Are we bad enough for you? Give back the halo, aren't you hot? Quickly, help R. Vivian, hang the halo on her arm. I'm not giving it back. I need it. Without waiting, a black flame appeared in Vivian's dragon hand. Under the gaze of 2 angels, she places it upon Gray's head, her face devoid of emotion. Where light and darkness meet, a new life will be born, as it should be in the sanctuary of Grand Duke N. Beach. Ace rushes in, bursting through the door. Anne, what's going on? Is Sally with you? He was slightly taken aback by the scene in the room. Ayan adjusts Bop's clothes, while Dora stands quietly to the side, leaving Ut stunned. Prince Bop, are the rumors true? She ordered Gray. Gregory realizes the problem and throws a fit, calling her overly ambitious. Sally couldn't take it anymore. Ayan advised the ace to calm down. The 4 of them sat down to talk things over, and N listened to their account of the whole affair. So, Gray defied the king's orders to protect Prince Bob, and Ain states, Everything I've said is the truth. Aesut retorts with a lowered gaze. Nonsense. Didn't he know the consequences? Benedict is the king recognized by the Holy See. By doing so, Gray defied the Holy See, and at worst, he'll be condemned as a heretic and hated by the world. Boots is in despair. He hangs his head, utterly hopeless. I'm sorry, it's my fault. If only I were dead. N placed his hand on the boy's head, telling him not to apologize. Bop looks at her, the Grand Duchess, who, beneath her calm exterior, is tormented by shame and guilt. All her fault. If she had been born a son, the king wouldn't have been able to disgrace House B. If I don't fight for the family honor, no one has to die. It's all my fault, she gently tells Bope. The Holy Knight chose you, not your brother. Suppressing her tears, she thought, I'll prove to everyone that I'm not at fault and that I have my own honor. Ayan is really planning to rebel with Gray? I was just starting to feel relieved, but then he gave me this creepy smile. Forget it. Why not take a bite of such a big pie? I'll go crazy with you one more time. Meanwhile, the highest echelons of the Holy Council, the Privy Council, were in an uproar, each vying for power. What? Is this a joke? A holy knight is fighting against the new king of the Isaac Kingdom, a king whose legitimacy was recognized by the council. This story is spreading across the continent. What is he doing? Shouldn't he have informed us before acting? On the bright side, he's secured the Isaac Kingdom, allowing us to spread the true faith. But doesn't that also mean we can't control him? What will the other royal families think of this event? The Pope suddenly spoke, silencing everyone. Though they had been clamoring, the others quietly retreated in good order. The Pope then asked what the Archbishop of the Kingdom of Isaac had to say about this, to which a council member replied that Anthony Vian didn't know what to say in his letter. He has absolutely no control over the Holy Knight Gray. The Pope walked slowly. So, a revered paladin the Holy See can't control is fighting against a king recognized by the sea? Sounds like we're the heretics here. He looked up into the distance. I will seek an answer from the gods. Until then, do nothing. The Kingdom of Alan, Isaac's long-standing rival. The extras chime in one after another. The Holy See's announcement is interesting. It states that the Holy Knight's actions in the Kingdom of Isaac have not been verified by the Holy See, and they offer him no support. They're deliberately distancing themselves from the Holy Knight, but they're not calling him a heretic like they used to. Len Bonnet said, There's definitely something behind the Holy Night. A brown-haired man told the white-haired man, "Your Highness, the first thing the Silver Moon Knights did after entering the capital, Lan, was to treat the wounded. Though the battle was fierce, not a single person died," the silver-haired man reported to Lenbene. They then reorganized the capital's security without causing any disturbances, and they imprisoned those who took advantage of the situation. These knights accepted no bribes, were not tempted by beauty, and even refused food from the people. They were like incarnations of justice, dispelling evil and injustice, and the Holy Knight's reputation grew in the capital of Lan. Many city residents even abandoned tradition and wanted to crown him king. Sending troops now would be met with great resistance. Len Bennett propped his head up and said, "If I can be made king of Isaac today, I can be made king of Alan tomorrow." Then he waved a letter in his hand. "Do you know anything about this?" Bennett grinned. "The letters are from King Benedict, Count Fernandez, and Count Tanjus of the Isaac Kingdom, asking for our help against the Holy Knight's plot to seize their country, offering half of Isaac as reward. The nobles are in an uproar, is that so? This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. The capital, Lan, is an isolated city. The nobles are making their move, and the Holy Order wants no part of it. They've even ensured the Holy Knight has lost divine favor. It's well worth the risk, but the Silver Moon Knights are still a formidable force. Even though they're strong, there are only about 100 of them, and none are as strong as a Holy Knight. As for the Holy Knight, he's weakened after the battle with Benedict and hasn't emerged from his coma." Gray suddenly opened his eyes, and the guards rejoiced. The Holy Knight had awakened. "Thank goodness you're awake after 3 days. Gray went to see N. I didn't think I was out for so long. Anne must have had a hard time while I was out. She tells him, "Your armor was almost completely destroyed, so I had to replace many parts." Gray rubbed his wrist and replied, "No problem." And then asked him, "Good. So, do you know what's been happening these past few days?" Gray updates him, saying he knows all the reports. The Kingdom of Alan, King Benedict, Count Fernandez, and Count Tanjus have formed an alliance, blockading the entire capital of Lyon. Ayn coldly says, "Worst of all, the Holy See has abandoned you. Perhaps not branding you a heretic was their last act of mercy." Gray hums in response, knowing Anne bears immense pressure from all sides. She recounted, "While you were unconscious for 3 days, many people came and asked me about you. Some said you were cunning, your existence was a mystery, and no one knew your true identity. Some say he rebelled under the guise of protecting Prince Bob, but he had his own plans all along, evidenced by the sudden appearance of the Silver Moon Squad, who came from nowhere. They said you were a cunning schemer, perhaps hiding in the capital, and that you'd intended to seize the throne from the start. They want me to set boundaries with you, and the Holy Council has even requested that I bring you before an international tribunal." Aen's eyes turned cold. "Now I want to hear what you have to say." She turns to face Gray, seriously asking him, "Explain why, at this sensitive time, you've pointed your sword at King Benedict." Gray responds, "The king was wrong. He tried to kill an innocent child right in front of me. Not to mention he's the king and the victim is his own sibling. I can't stand by and watch wrong become right. I know some say it's to protect the throne, but Bob is a child who poses absolutely no threat. If someone wants to exploit him, Benedict should teach him to recognize those who would take advantage, instead of blaming a child who doesn't understand. Right?" Aen remained silent. Gray rubbed his fingertips together, looking like a sulky giant baby, and said, "I know this is naive of me, but I don't think I'm wrong. You know, Aaron, they were right about one thing. I have many secrets I can't reveal to you, at least not yet. But believe me, I don't intend to keep them forever. When will you get the chance?" Aaron giggled, covering her mouth. "Aren't you embarrassed?" Gray is confused. "What's with that reaction? Did I say something funny?" Aen didn't seem to mind, judging Gray to be more honest than she thought. "Gray, after what happened, many people told me to abandon you and return to White City. Do you know why I chose to stay?" Gray repeated, trembling. "Why?" Under the setting sun, Aen's eyes were clear as she replied, "Because I like you." His eyes widened, and he let out a gasp. Gray was awakened by happiness. "Wait, really?" And a light of love radiates around him in response. "I really like Anne, too. Her eyes seem to hold so much." Leaning against the railing, she says, "Is that so? That's good. Perhaps our definitions of like are different, but it doesn't matter." Gray was confused. Why did N seem so sad? N looked back at him, saying that Gray reminded her of herself when she was young. "Back then, I always wanted to change this rotten world." Young Ain passed by a street where slaves were being sold, and she grabbed the ropes around their necks. One of them asked, "Do you want to buy me, miss?" N stated firmly, "No, you're all free now." I wanted to be the world's greatest ruler, abolish slavery, create the best environment for children to grow, and let the elderly enjoy peaceful lives. But as I grew up, as I became the Grand Duke of Beachcho, all I did was receive reports from all over the territories and wear a mask to blend in with the world of the nobility. I was busy from morning till night. I almost forgot everything I wanted to change. In the end, I compromised, believing that sacrificing a few would bring happiness to many. That by turning a blind eye, I could buy peace for others. Aeon sighs, those things slowly stealing away his dreams. I always felt that somehow I had become the kind of person I hated most. So, Gray, I'm glad I never stopped you from doing anything. To you, he's like a child, a world of right and wrong, devoid of complexity and depth. But his actions were anything but childish. He'd even face death to defend what he believed was right. And most importantly, a bewildered Gray points to himself as she says he truly has the power to change the game and predict the future. Aeon smiles. So I think you can turn the world into a place where children grow up. The elderly enjoy life, and there is no more evil. Gray happily scratches his head. Your praise is too kind. Aeon steps forward, reverently taking his hand and kissing his knuckles as the holy knight Gray kneels, trembling. Lady Aeon, what is it you wish to say? Anne presses her face against his hand, closing her eyes. I want to see this world, even if it's just a dream. A pipe dream, even if I never see it in my lifetime. But for the sake of that beautiful vision, Anne's words echoed in Gray's mind. No matter what he hides, no matter what he faces, he wants to save Prince Bop. He wants to change the law, so let him do it. And even if the whole world is against him, she will always be by his side. He held her hand tightly and solemnly declared, I understand. Gray made a firm promise without hesitation. My lady, your knight will make your vision a reality. Even if it's just a dream, just an illusion, even if it takes my whole life, I will make it real. Hearing this, Anne couldn't help but smile, taking Gray's hand and placing it on her forehead as she whispered softly. And so it was. Unbeknownst to them, a third party overheard their conversation. Sai, overwhelmed by the information, dejectedly hangs his head, while Gray, flexing his muscles, brimming with vigor, agrees to the desire. Just let me do it, Anne. I'll make your dream come true right now. Anne raises her hand, saying, Wait. First, shouldn't we focus on the immediate goals? Gray wondered. Goals within reach? Aeon asked. You've been unconscious for 3 days, and though the Silvermoon Knights performed admirably, the Lion capital remains unstable. Furthermore, many wish to meet you. Gray is curious. Meet me, huh? Why Anne wouldn't just say it? I guess I'll find out when I meet them. I'll call them later. In the meantime, prepare yourself. Gray left with a huge question mark. Anne told him to prepare himself, but how could he if he didn't know who he was meeting? Suddenly, Gray spotted someone in the distance. It was Sally. Sally, clutching a vibrant red rose, seemed to have been waiting there for ages as Gray rushed toward her. Hello, Sally. How have you been these past 3 days? Thank you, Holy Knight, Sally said. The past 3 days have been peaceful, Gray muses. Is that so? That's good. Sally recognized it immediately. He seems pensive, doesn't he? For her. Gray was astonished and offered his praise. She knows? Fantastic. No wonder it's Sally. She reveals that she's here to solve his problem. Then she shoved the bouquet into his hands, telling him to hold on to it for now. Gray accepts the flowers, as Sai, now fuming, demands he give them to N and propose marriage. The cross-eyed knight asked as Deek Sai cursed, pointing at his chest. Damn it, can you do it or not? And has already confessed her feelings. What's wrong with your head? You have no sense of responsibility as a man? Just act like a man. Gray silently denies it. But I'm not a man. No, I'm not a man at all. He asked Sally what he should do, but now it was Sally's turn to be bewildered. What should I do? Are you really asking me that? She purses her lips. A moment later, Gray appears before N with a bouquet of roses, putting on an act. N, your presence has brought color to my life. My heart beats wildly for you. If you were by my side, you wouldn't have to worry about those sad eyes, would you? Anne was stunned. Yeah. She then asks Sally, who's disguised as grass and hiding behind Gray, what ridiculous game she's playing. Red-ribboned, sharp-tongued Sally inwardly laments, Oh no, how did they find me? Anne criticizes them both, saying, And you too, Gray. Instead of doing stupid things with Sally, why don't you prepare for the meeting? Sally blurts out, finally saying what's on her mind. No, she didn't react the way I thought she would. Aeon asked, stunned. What did you think I would say? Sally states the obvious. Of course, it's your wedding. In Aeon's imagination, she's the top, and Gray is shy in her heart. Let's just get married and have 30 kids. Meanwhile, Gray's thoughts drift to a more Canadian fantasy. So I have to summon 30 for you, Anne. Anne is silent, arms crossed, accusing Sally. You just told me you were eavesdropping on our conversation on the roof. Sally, caught red-handed, pouted and looked away. Why would someone as beautiful as me eavesdrop? I just happened to be passing by. Un replied, Don't worry, I'm not blaming you and it's not a big deal. Sally blankly pointed at Gray. It's not a big deal, but aren't you in love with this idiot? Gray points to himself. Am I the idiot? Sally can't believe he still doesn't understand her feelings, and Ain adds, So why are you so shocked, Sally? Ain seems to need a talk with Sally. Ray, head to the church's waiting room. I need to talk to Sally, so I'll catch up later. Ray agrees. Okay. Ain pours her some tea. Have a seat. Do you like tea? The servants rush around the horse, asking what the young lady is doing. It's dangerous. Please get down. Little Sally is trying to pull the reins. What are you all worried about? I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just learning how to ride a horse. I'm a good rider, aren't I? Aunt Ut scolded Sally for riding in pants, saying a noble lady should be ashamed. Her grandfather defended her, saying she was still young. Sally lowered her head, unwilling. Aunt Ut blamed her father for spoiling her. Noble ladies shouldn't ride horses. That was society's prejudice. Sally learned what was expected of her at 13. As the maids chattered about how magnificent she looked and how all the gentlemen at the party would notice her, Sally coldly replied, So what? Amazing, huh? How boring. And Elisa, she's becoming more and more dull. Sai slips away from the party, looks up and thinks, So all noble ladies become mere ornaments? Suddenly, she hears a sound from behind a pillar that chills her to the bone. Not a natural disaster, nor a man-made one. But why are the taxes in the southern town still rising? Young Ain, unaware of anyone nearby, picked up the paper, wondering, How would I know? Why didn't father tell me the answer? Sally discovers Ain, startled by his sudden appearance, and recognizes his cold, handsome face. The white-haired man is a member of the Bosch family. It's the young master. Sally points to the map, stating it's a topographical map, not an agricultural one. The southern region of Mount Alex is barren, hindering agricultural development. And since the mountain pass opened, many young people have left for jobs in the eastern city. Taxes in the southern region will plummet in no time. En stared at her in shock. Wait, you're the young lady from the Adis family? With arms crossed, Sai scoffed, surprised that the Bai heir was so ignorant. Even worse than her, much worse. Ain denies it, saying the young master isn't bad. A voice from above calls out to her, Ain has found her. Anne clicks her tongue, caught red-handed, and questions him with tears in her eyes. Why did you sneak away from the party? The Grand Duke is hotter than fire, Ain retorted, saying he had no time for parties with all the paperwork he'd been given. Sally discovers she's a woman, yet she handles paperwork and carries a sword at her hip. Back then, Sally asked her grandfather, Grandpa, does the Bai family need a young master? He replied, No, they only have a daughter and there will be no successor. So the scene shifts to En, jousting on horseback with Ap Robus. A fatal blow causes him to drop his sword. The crowd jeers, Ap Robus is a chicken. In the courtyard, Abby Robos shouted, Horace, let someone strong come and fight. Sally watched from above, genuinely impressed, but her hands trembled. She's really strong. I wish I could ride a horse and swing a sword or even be a man. If I even touched one of those things, my father would scold me terribly. Her grandfather advised, Sally, don't be envious. We are not like them. Sally replied, But she is also a noble lady. Her grandfather replied, She's the sole heir, so she's allowed to do anything. Sel quietly retorted, An heiress. He calmly explains that it's usually not the case, but the Beatrice family is an exception. Sally can only look on in admiration. How nice. I hate parties, I hate noisy places, and I hate being treated like a decoration. I hate the chains that bind me. I've always longed to break free. That's exactly what I want. But Sally attends the banquet, staring blankly up above. Ain, adorned in a dazzling gown, placed her hand on Gray, a sight Sally couldn't believe. But why is she holding hands with a man in armor? This is a party. Why is he wearing armor? Is she imagining Ain saying, I want to get married and have 30 children? Sally immediately dismisses the thought. No. It's just an absurd fantasy. Why should I care? She glanced over at En, who was greeting her father. Sally dances with Gray, but her heart isn't in it. A young girl can't defy the king. I know it's petty, but a part of me hopes she loses. Only then will she feel like I do, like a caged bird. I'm not a good person. I just want to ride horses and sing with someone I like, or who likes me. I want to roam freely, but the thought of being a noble's descendant weighs heavily on me. If I were her, I probably would have given up immediately. However, Gray came to the rescue. He knelt before Sally, apologizing for his tardiness. Please forgive me. A miracle has occurred. She had found a knight, someone she trusted. With a warm heart, someone dependable, always by her side. I tried to get close to them, and that's enough. Their world is something I can't interfere with. Her grandfather asked Sally, "You want to go to the capital, Lion, too?" Sally replied, "Is that not allowed?" He looked at her intently. "Do you know how dangerous the capital, Lion, is? After the Battle of Y, my father worried I'd get caught up in all this. They're rushing to find me a husband and want you to send me back as soon as possible." Sally sadly lowered her eyes, and her grandfather could only sigh. "This may be my last trip before I'm married. Everyone has their own path. Some are born with a set path, while others have the freedom to choose their own. They are free to choose what they want to do, to choose those they love." But back in the present, Sally asks why she gave up. Ian wonders, Sally impatiently asks again. She confessed her feelings but wants to give up, then paused, realizing what Sally was thinking. "She thinks he and I are a good match?" Sally shot up. "What else could it be? He's willing to face a 0.000 person for you, and you're willing to risk danger to help him. Your understanding of each other transcends the norm. What else could it be but a perfect match?" Ain calmly interjected, but Sally didn't understand the problem. "But what?" Ain said coldly. "He has provoked the Holy See. This is no longer just a castle siege. If it were just against the kingdom of Alan, King Benedict, the 3 Fernandez dukes, and Tanjus, I could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but he's touched the Holy See. If the Pope calls, all kingdoms will become his enemies. For my own feelings, I could turn the citizens of White City into enemies of the world." Sally understood, gasping softly as the magical threads around Ian represented the cage of her responsibilities. "I can be his support, but not his companion." Sally paled, terrified by this revelation. "Hey, stop it." Ian looked up, his eyes etched with weariness and pressure. "I am the Grand Duke of Bai, responsible for the lives of millions. Sally, I'm not as free as you think." Sally bit her lip, knowing all too well the feeling of being a caged bird. In the waiting room, Gray fidgets nervously, wondering who wants to meet him. Vivian fans the flames, mentioning they aren't exactly friendly. Catherine crosses her arms, stating this is a trial for him because he chose to draw his sword to protect the little prince. These two are literally the angel and devil on his shoulders. Vivian reassured him. "Don't worry, if you can't handle them, just tell me to hypnotize them." Catherine sternly replied, "Don't tempt him. Let him take responsibility." Vivienne smirks. "An angel abandoning her knight dares to speak of responsibility?" Catherine immediately retorts, "I didn't abandon him." And just like that, they were at each other's throats. Vian stated bluntly, refusing to help his abandonment. Catherine retorts, "Still better than you lot trying to trap him." Gray blurts out, "Looks like their relationship improved after I woke up." The kitten grumbles, "You call that better?" A knight opens the door and says to Gray, "Sir, those who wish to speak with you have arrived." Gray and the kitten wondered who they were as Weber Zinberman tipped his hat in greeting. "Greetings, great paladin. I am Weber Zinberman, chairman of the Lion Merchant Association. And just call me Weber." Erickson placed his hand over his chest. "I am Erickson, a judge from the capital, Lion." Carter, with his arm in a sling, spoke up. "I'm the captain of the detachment that split from the king's army. We were saved by a member of the Silver Moon Squad. My name is Couture." As if on cue, the crowd behind him clamored forward. "I'm Daniel, I'm Hanson, and I'm Baker. A one at a time, please, no need to rush." The 3 men, tense and worried since their arrival, spoke. "Sir Holy Knight, we've come to discuss something." Weber Jin Beemon said nervously, "After the conflict between you and the king and 2 other nobles blockaded the capital. Now the city is completely cut off. In other words, food supplies have become a major issue. Although the Merchant Association has reserved food supplies and is trying to sell them at the most reasonable price possible, the commoners are fighting, forcing the sales brother to hold out his hand to block them, lining up one by one." Weber Zin Beemon continued, "But with nearly 100,000 people in the city, this can't last. If the blockade continues, the consequences will be unimaginable." Weber said wearily, "Originally, the city had supply camps from the king, but after he left, they became ownerless. We can't touch them. Many refugees didn't survive the winter and have passed on to the gods, and the Silver Moon Knights patrol day and night. While it brings stability, it also causes anxiety and fear among the people, and I hope you can resolve it." Sit here pleaded, "Please forgive my impudence, Holy Knight. Many were injured in the recent conflict, and the number of soldiers with severed limbs is only a fraction of the whole. Dozens more suffered bone and internal injuries from being trampled in the chaos. We're critically short on doctors, and the wounded are deteriorating. At this rate, our troop numbers will dwindle, and worse, unsanitary conditions could lead to disease." A man slams the table, complaining that the market is in chaos, and a pile of gold coins can't even buy 2 bags of flour. Another woman covers her mouth and sobs. In the conflict, my husband took a rock to the chest and is now bedridden. Without him, our family, with its elders and children, has no support. What are we to do? An unemployed man says, many nobles have fled, and I've lost my job. My son was just born, and people keep blaming him and forcing morality onto him. What should we do? This is truly awful. It's all your fault, you jinx. Can't you ask the gods for help? The prince may be unfair, but we're starving. Do something. You're a holy knight, aren't you? Gray calmed the public, saying, I understand the situation. Don't worry, I'll resolve each issue one by one. Later, after they had all left, Gray finally relaxed, relieved it was over. All this trouble just to save one poor prince? Karine points out that human society is like a complex spell, and lacking a king is like missing a vital part of that spell, preventing it from working properly. Vivienne proves that evil is always the easiest path. Why not just destroy that magic flag and start over? Who cares what others think? Gray puts his hand on his thigh. Well, let's deal with these problems. I'm not running away. He muses, as if a little romance would fill him with life. There are so many problems to solve. Suddenly he's full of energy, all for Aaron's ideal world. Let's go deal with these problems. 50 kilometers away, at Count Fernandez's camp, people gathered around the fire, eating, drinking, and singing. Someone approached and said, Hey, change Kadai bro. The man asked, Is it time? The other guards laughed, wondering why they had to defend against a few hundred people. Little did they know, the attack would only come when the army of the Allen Kingdom arrived, the heavy sound of hooves pounding the ground. Someone said, What's that rumbling? It sounds like horses. Horses in the night? One man pointed to the army and said, Look over there. It's the Silver Moon Army, here to cleanse all sins. Souls will be washed clean, and no shadow will remain where the sun shines. The Silver Moon Army. The guards were terrified. Oh, Silver Moon Knights, the entire army is setting everything ablaze. The guards are scattering and screaming. The Silver Moon Army is attacking. There's the tent. Be careful, they're burning them. Defend, defend now. Gray is leading the charge on horseback. It was too late for them to escape. The Silver Moon Knights attacked like a storm. Run, we've been ambushed. Elsewhere, Fernandez couldn't believe his ears. What was that? You're saying the retreating forces in the northeast were attacked by the Silver Moon Brigade? Are you kidding me? The secret letter from our spy in the capital 2 hours ago said nothing about this. They moved 50 kilometers in just 2 hours? Fernandez waves his hand, ordering, Don't panic, gather everyone. The Silver Moon Army has breached our defenses. They're only a few hundred strong. Surround them. Bring up the crossbows. Let's instill fear in those knights. Gray seems troubled. A Silver Moon Knight signals to him, and Gray gives the okay. And so, before the real battle could even begin, they turned tail and retreated. The knights cheered, having achieved their initial objective, and prepared to withdraw. Meanwhile, the opposing soldiers were furious. Those bastards, running away because they can't beat us? Our side taunts them. Try and catch us, Fernandez orders. Enough, let them run. Put out the fire quickly before it spreads. Put out the fire. Luckily, only a few tents burned. Fernandez sat at his desk, writing to Benedict that the Holy Knight had awakened and was counterattacking, urging them to hurry. Another soldier burst in with news that would make any commander weep. It's not good, my lord. They're running southwest, under attack by the Silver Moon Knights, and they're burning. Fernandez is stunned. Didn't he retreat? The Silver Moon Army advanced elsewhere, leaving Fernandez bewildered. Had he simply circled around? How could he be so fast? Don't they need to rest? But then, more news poured in from all directions. This is bad. The Silver Army is attacking the southwest and northeast. They're attacking both, taking all the food and burning what they can't. We simply couldn't stop them, and all Fernandez did was watch as Sui suffered. He sits amidst his troops, exuding wealth while I'm kept spinning all night. You cowards are despicable. Face me head on. Gray sneezes when his name is mentioned, and a knight asks if he's all right. He brushed his nose. I'm fine. How are you all doing? The knight asked, a dark aura rising from him, placing his hand on his chest with satisfaction. I'm feeling incredibly invigorated. Not only am I surrounded by this amazing aura, but I'm not even tired. Much better than being human. He says, as Gray wonders what the Earl of Fernandez's group is planning and what they should do next. A terrifying light gleamed from his eyes beneath the helmet. Wasn't it obvious? It's not just Count Fernandez's forces gathered around the capital, is it? He knows Waza inside and out. Raising his sword high, he commands, continue the assault on every camp around the capital. Everything's been taken care of. Catherine floated high above, marveling at the sight. So that's how the Undead army operates. Vivienne hid behind her sorrowful wing. Catherine asks, Why are you using yourself? Normally, you'd be jumping up and down and bragging. Vivienne weakly replied, Shut up. I just accidentally recalled some unpleasant memories. I saw a demon and a lich fighting when I was young, and I can't forget that scene. They are the strangest race in the world, born from death with an infinite lifespan. But they don't know what they want and often laze around like rotten fish. But give them a reason to find something interesting, and they'll see it through to the end. They don't need to eat or sleep. The magic to summon the undead army is their unique magic. That army asks for nothing, fears no death or pain, and obeys absolutely. Most frighteningly, the El never stop until they're satisfied. A lich pounced, not stopping to play, while the demon ran for its life, screaming to stay away. VN continued, "That's why there's a saying in the demon world." Benedict was stunned, only to see Gray's eyes light up as he led the army behind him. "I'm here to play with you. A demon proverb says, it's better to fight 10 angels than to provoke one lich." The next morning, Robert frantically knocked on Aine's door, fearing something was wrong. That foolish Gray wandered off somewhere last night, and a disheveled Aine answers the door. The door slams shut, and when it reopens, it's the elegant N of old, leaving Robert speechless. She calmly says, "Good morning, Abby Robert," as Anne walks ahead and asks, "He said Gray went out last night. So where did he go?" Abby Robert said, "Where did he go?" "It seems Gray went around attacking all the camps around the capital, leaving frozen with confusion." Abby Robert said that while the camps suffered no major casualties, Aine was confused. But Abby Robert reports that Gray plundered their food and requests that I share it with the capital's residents, while Past lazes around as the soldiers diligently clear the snow. Abby Robert recounted the events of yesterday, culminating in the burning of their tents. Someone said that upon hearing of the attack on Fernandez's camp, Benedict intended to march straight to the capital, but unfortunately ran into the Silver Moon Army along the way, and now they are all moving towards HSBD. The east side of the capital is recovering from the damage, and N feels like he's traveled through time after just one sleep. She then asked, "Where did this information come from?" "Two vampires who returned this morning to distribute food told us." Ro collapsed on the ground, complaining, "I'm so tired. Why do I have to go on a rampage with that crazy lich?" Dora cheers him on. "Go, master. You're the hope of the vampires. If you give up, I'm out." Robert awaited her orders. "What are we supposed to do now?" N quickly decided, "What we can do." The knights directed the people to pack their belongings, and the people rejoiced as if they had reaped a great harvest, further cementing Gray's heroic image in their hearts. A newspaper flutters by, catching Aine's eye, as someone loudly reads the headline, "The Holy Knights successfully crushed Benedict's army last night." I believe the capital will soon be free from lockdown. Here's a special announcement. The Holy Knight will be distributing large quantities of food in the south of the city. All residents are urged to come and receive it. Special announcement, the Holy Knights have established a legal consultation office in the east of the city. Anyone seeking guidance on any matter should come. The Silver Moon Squad will resolve issues as quickly as possible. Special announcement, an anxious citizen asks. "Will he really help us?" Another wondered anxiously. "Let's just see what happens. I have a ton of mouths to feed back home. Let's see what happens." Aine stood on the cliff looking down at the scene below. The soldiers were gaunt and exhausted. The skeleton soldiers, still full of energy, taunt, "Hey, you fools, do you even look like knights? Get up and fight 3 more rounds. No standing, no weapons, just brawl." They're dazed and out of it. The King Benedict soldiers, exhausted from working all night, kept muttering. Why aren't they using bows or crossbows? N wondered. Even with their silver armor and mobility, it's difficult to avoid a rain of arrows. Jay glances down, wondering why they aren't firing. Every time it's the Yang family, we run away. N wondered. So, they can only watch Gray wreak havoc? Jay replies, as if it were obvious. What else can they do? Ayen was silent, then tilted her head slightly. I see. But why are you following me around in the sun all day? Ron cursed through gritted teeth. That's the problem. If it weren't for that bastard, my father, asking me to protect your safety, I'd never walk in the sun. Anne comments that it must be difficult to follow Gray everywhere. Anne suggests that he'll tell Gray not to walk in the sun anymore. Humph. Ayen exudes an aura of cool intensity. Even if he's a dragon, he's still a child. Why is he putting so much pressure on him? Joe was touched. Perhaps this man was truly good, but he still scoffed. I'm not a child. I don't need your concern. Anne smiled. Now you look like Gray. Z proudly points to himself. Don't underestimate me. This armor is blessed by an angel. It's a bit cumbersome, but once I wear it, even sunlight is afraid. Ayen realizes it's the armor and casually asks if it conceals his true identity. Z proudly answers, unaware of Aine's trap. Hey Z, let me ask you something else. Just then, Gray rides up on horseback. What was that you said, Z? Ayen asked. Gray isn't human, is he? Z is stunned, thinking he misheard. Hey, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. Anne repeats seriously. Like you, Gray is not human. John is silent, then bursts into an awkward laugh, his excuses only making things worse. What are you talking about? He's a holy knight. A holy knight who's not human? What kind of nonsense is that? Anne has figured it out. Those flickering eyes, the telltale sign of something not human. She recalls Gray speaking to her yesterday. I have many secrets I can't reveal to you, at least not yet. But trust me, I don't want to keep them. I just need the opportunity. Silently watching his valiant figure in the sunlight, she wondered, where did her knight truly come from? As the day wore on, King Benedict's soldiers were tormented beyond recognition. A soldier questioned him. Lord Count, the Silver Moon Army continues to sweep through our northwest region, causing significant damage. The soldiers have been deprived of sleep and water for 3 hours, the neighboring armies have fled, and King Benedict has retreated to the eastern city. Count Tangius has surrendered. What are our orders, sir? Fernandes muttered, then screamed, Gray, why do you exist? What a despicable thing to do. Gray, I'll kill you. With that declaration, he fell flat on his back, and the soldiers rushed to his side in concern. My lord, are you all right? Lord Fernandes has lost consciousness. 36 hours after the Holy Knight began his assault on King Benedict's forces, the battle neared its end, with Earl Fernandez's soldiers surrendering to the Silver Knights and vowing never to participate in war again. And so, the last one standing was the king, or rather, the former king, Benedict II. Gray waited before the city walls, taunting Benedict to come down and face him. Benedict responds with a taunt, daring them to try and take the city's food. Gray was frustrated, cursing that he couldn't lure him out, but the knight encouraged him to be patient. Sir, this place is guarded by over 10,000 men, meaning they won't have enough food. They'll be starving in 3 days. Gray hesitated, but more people will die if we delay, right? I can't let those soldiers starve for Benedict's sins, he thought. Damn it, I have to stall for time. I can't believe the old men of the Holy See would ignore this. A letter arrives at the Secret Council, an urgent plea from the King of Alan. The Third Banner of Alan is outraged and demands an explanation for the events in the capital, Lon. If they don't get an answer, he'll block all religious activities in the kingdom. How strange that they're just discussing it. Where did Gray get an army of knights who don't need rest, food, or even get hurt when struck? How could he do that without divine blessing? Or has he made a deal with the devil? If so, the gods would have warned us, and he would be branded a traitor, sparking a holy war. It's unfortunate that we can't do anything right now. If he defeats Benedict, the entire kingdom will revere him, and we won't be able to interfere at all. If that's the case, there could be an opposing force capable of standing against us, and recognizing his actions would trigger a crisis of faith. Faith comes from truth, after all, one of them says. What matters is we know so little about him. Who knew he was strong enough to stand against a king without divine blessing? We don't know the source of his power. Strangely, there's no message from the gods. Another man strokes his chin, adding that one thing is certain. He's a holy knight recognized by the gods themselves. Why would the gods allow two faiths to exist simultaneously? Or is this what they truly desire? The one beside the Pope sighed, We'll deal with it as it comes. Pope, how do we handle this crisis of faith? He paused for a long moment, then asked, Is anyone here close to Gray? Someone who can talk to him? The cardinal suggested. I recall a pastor named Din, formerly of the White City Church, now with Antony. The Pope decided, then send Din to Grady, we need more information about him. Promote Anthony to cardinal and add him to the conclave, then make Din the new archbishop of the Isaac Kingdom, and send Archbishop Andrew to see what's going on. Since we don't know the source of Gray's power, I want you to investigate it. Andrew chuckled from beneath his cloak. Sally groggily awakens, lamenting that she slept all day after her conversation with Ain. With a throbbing headache, she reached for a drink, her throat parched, when Gray emerged from the shadows, saying, Sally, you're finally awake. Startled, Sally throws the teapot at Gray, who says, Hold on, Sally, I came to see you. Sally takes a sip of tea. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so what's this really about? I heard you engaged with the king's forces. I'm at my wit's end. Sly, that cowardly king is hiding in HSBD fortress. Benedict hides behind the walls, taunting, while Ray says, I could take the city, but I don't want any more bloodshed. After all, the purpose of this war isn't to kill, but to judge Benedict's sins. It wouldn't be right to kill so many just to capture one man, would it? My plan was to capture Benedict and guide his soldiers back to the righteous path. After the Battle of Wee, something changed, and I wanted to try again. As a holy knight, I must spread the word, right? You cried, I read a poem outside the city, and they shot crossbows at me. How sad. Sally drank tea and guessed it was obvious, right? I asked around, and Catherine advised me. I think you should compromise with the king and the Pope. Never compromise. And then they ask again, telling me to brutally crush everything into dust. Smashing things is too aggressive. Even kittens are annoyed by it. Seriously, I haven't slept in 4 days. Let me sleep. The sleepy kitten is next, and Ain gives a very tactical answer. Should I feign agreement and then betray him or ask someone to connect me? Gray doesn't understand. What kind of person is he? I don't remember the last time he asked Sally for advice. So, I've come here to ask you what I should do. Sally wonders why he's asking her when she ranks even below the fat pastor in his heart. She sets down her teacup. I understand the gist. You want to take the city, but you can't. And the reason is that you don't want to cause any more damage. If I wanted to take the castle, it'd be simple, but that'd make me no better than King Benedict. Sally smiled, intrigued that he wanted to start a war without killing anyone. Too bad, Sir Knight. Unfortunately, I'm not a good person, and I'm not as naive as Ain with her white hair. How devious. Sally put her hand to her lips and smirked slyly. I think you're right to think that. But there are a few important points you've forgotten, Gray asks. That was Sally's plan. To preach as usual, just like I told you. The soldiers on the wall looked down, bored. Hey, he's back. Is he going to preach again? He's holding a Bible. Why doesn't he just attack the city? He's a justice fanatic. How disgusting. We're stuck here because of him. Clutching the Bible, Gray wondered if Ms. Tsai's method was reliable. He didn't want to preach this way if he could avoid it. It feels like I'm forcing faith upon them, Gray thought. Everyone, turn to the beginning of Genesis and feel God's love for the world. You crazy bastard soldier. Seriously, where's my crossbow? Let him taste love. Gray cursed as he struck. The brats are learning. The wall guards curse back, learning to shoot arrows. A beam of light descends from the sky, and they hesitate. What? What's going on? It's lightning. Everyone look up at the sky. What the hell? As Sly said, preach as usual tomorrow, and if they don't listen, find a way to shut them up. Remember to make the scene as grand as possible, without harming them, of course, but enough to make them feel helpless. You know, like how teachers threaten disobedient students with a ruler. And the students immediately obeyed as Gray made a serious threat of force. These were the rules of the classroom. Anyone who makes noise will be eliminated. Hiding is pointless because I know where you all are. Don't be foolish. Day 6 in HSB City. The soldiers nearly collapsed, their faces blank as Gray's voice droned on. Faith in the gods will last forever. Nothing is too much or too little. The gods always find a way to inspire awe. What has happened and what will happen has already been foreseen. One soldier clicks his tongue, annoyed that the preaching continues, while another reminds him, Careful, those electric orbs are still up there. Anyone who interrupts the lesson will pay the price. We've had no food or drink all day. How long must we endure this? Gray closes his book and praises them. Very good. That's all for today's lesson. He looks up at the wall, dropping bait. I have a question. Whoever answers correctly will be rewarded with bread, wine, and water. Whoever answers correctly can choose anything they want. The weary soldiers looked down. Gray hesitated, and the question was the 12th. In the 3rd chapter of the Bible, the soldiers remained silent until one raised his hand and said, I know the answer. Gray urged him to answer, but the soldier asked if he'd really get food for the right answer. Gray confirms it. A paladin is a man of his word. The answer is correct, and hot food appears in his hands. The surrounding soldiers couldn't believe it. Holy crap, he really did it. That's real meat. They couldn't believe their eyes as the food floated through the air. Lightning could even deliver meals? Unbelievable. Was this a miracle? With an example set, the others clamored, raising their hands. Me, Sir Knight, I want to answer too. Me too, me too. Can you hear me, sir? Gray's eyes widened. Just as Sai had said, they were listening to him. He rejoices like a child, but I hear everything. One by one, they yield. As S said, it's simple to make others obey. First, instill such terror that they can't even think of resisting. Once fear takes hold, their reason will fade. Why am I here? Why must I suffer this pain? Because his life is controlled by another who could kill him at any moment. When will he finally die? Please, just kill me and set me free. Give them something worse than death, the anticipation of it, and it will shatter their last psychological defenses. Give them a little something when they've lost all hope. This is clearly a hostile relationship, and I could be killed at any moment. Why did you save me? Why are you being so kind? Do this, and they'll almost forget who trapped them and made them afraid. They'll only remember who gave them something. In the end, the only thing that remains in their hearts is that he is the one they should devote their lives to, the one who gratefully accepts Gray's kindness, the holy knight who doesn't hoard food, even to his enemies. Compared to him, we're the bad guys, aren't we? Sally rested her chin on her hand, swinging the empty cup, thinking this method was a bit despicable. If I explained it to him properly, he wouldn't have done it. But I did solve the problem he asked me to. She sticks her tongue out, feeling a little guilty, wondering if he suspects her of masterminding this. Maybe not. 15 days later, in Habsburg, the former king of the Isaac kingdom, Benedict, mysteriously disappeared. On the same day, the soldiers in the city surrendered, along with 10,000 Ngi soldiers. The Holy Knight returned to the capital, Lion, amidst a shower of blossoms and praise. Flowers gathered deep in the mountains by the capital's citizens, though spring had not yet truly begun. When the Silver Moon Army first appeared, the people of the capital were terrified, but they drove out the corrupt officials and went door to door to maintain order. Though they caught the peace disruptors, who knows if outsiders from other kingdoms are good or bad? Basically, the capital of Lion is still in turmoil because of the Silver Moon Army's appearance. However, the people's perception gradually changed as they went door to door distributing food. The people of the city rejoiced. Holy Knight, if you ever buy meat from me, it's on the house. Some were wholeheartedly grateful, thanking him for healing their legs. They vowed to solve every problem, no matter how small, and they delivered. Gray felt a swell of happiness, basking in the adoration. He rode on horseback through a shower of rose petals, waving to the crowd, saying, "Thank you all, we will work hard." Before the Holy Knight, all showed their respect. Noble or commoner, he never used his status to impose on anyone, so people felt comfortable speaking to him. The 10,000 surrendered soldiers were released to reunite with their families. Husbands embracing wives, fathers embracing children, loved ones together once more. "You idiot, you're back." Everyone realized that in their hearts, the Holy Knight's victory heralded a new era. Days before the victory at the Holy Sword Battle Dome, Gray's barrier still lingered here, as people watched supplies fly over the city walls. They cheered. "I want a sandwich today. I want potato soup." Another soldier asked, "How about some wine?" The soldiers who received the food praised it, saying, "Wonderful. This is a gift from the gods, the great gods." Benedict watched them through the window as a soldier offered him food, urging, "Your Highness, you should eat something." He's become even more pathetic in just a few days. Benedict asks, "We're out of supplies, so where did that bread come from?" The soldier stammered, "It's me." Benedict stated bluntly, "You follow the Holy Knights and study the scriptures, right?" The two soldiers quickly knelt. "Your Highness, we only—" Benedict was surprised. "There's no need to kneel, it's all over." The two soldiers stood their ground, declaring, "Your Highness, we can still fight. We will always be your sword. Please, don't give up." Benedict turns to see his people praying to the gods for battle. "Forget it. Look at the soldiers. How many of them will listen to me? Now they only care about praying for food. But they forget that if the damned Holy Knight hadn't been sent, they could have been eating dinner with their families every night." The Holy See didn't respond. "We've lost, not only the Holy Knight, but even the gods have broken their promises." The two soldiers exchanged glances, horrified as they looked at Benedict. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" He removed his robe, declaring, "The kingdom of AC is over. From now on, this land will only worship and pray to the gods. That Holy Knight wants only me. You're free to go. Go." The two soldiers were stunned. "Your Highness, Benedict wants to fight Gray to the death. I will go alone and face that Holy Knight." A dark shadow slithers across the ground, chuckling. "How brave, I like you." The soldier turns to defend. "Who's there?" "Show yourself." But that dark shadow seized Benedict's leg, rising from the ground and catching him off guard. The two soldiers rushed to help, but Your Highness, Benedict vanished in the blink of an eye. "What's happening? Is this the work of the paladins?" Benedict was pulled into a strange space where unseen forces tightened around his neck. Benedict, struggling to breathe, desperately sought a way out when a figure appeared before him. "Your Highness, don't panic, just relax. You can breathe now." He introduced himself. "I'm Andrew, and I'm not your enemy," then continued without waiting for a response. "As the earthly representative of the gods, the High Priest says the Holy Knight's actions are not divinely sanctioned. So how can he still use magic? Why don't his troops need to eat, drink, or sleep? Could the Holy Knight be a mage?" Benedict found it illogical. An impossible mage. Magic requires time to accumulate, and human lifespans are too short to properly study magic. Andrew agrees, adding that human lifespans are too short. But what if he isn't human? Has anyone ever seen his face beneath that armor? Has Benedict realized it? His eyes gleamed even brighter. If he's a Holy Knight, why hide his face? Benedict hesitated as Andrew placed a hand on his shoulder. "The king of the Isaac kingdom. I'm here to help you expose the Holy Knight, hiding behind the light." Benedict laughs with excitement as Weber sits primly in the waiting room, saying it's wonderful that the family can resolve all crises in such a short time, and that the city is very grateful to the Holy Knight. I, Weber Zinn Berman, on behalf of the Isaac Merchant Association, express our deepest respect. If you need anything, just ask. In the days following the HSBD victory, Gray sits awkwardly like a well-behaved student. The largest merchant guild in the Isaac Kingdom is on Gray's side. This spread throughout the continent. Gray's influence over the merchant guild was limitless. But in the southern lands of the Sen continent, the people there were skeptical. Wasn't John Berman supposed to hate dealing with royalty and nobles? But this is a holy knight, not a noble. This is big, they said. We need to contact the holy knight as soon as possible. Gray exclaimed, "Excellent. War horses, armor, weapons, meat, rations, and a pile of gold." Aen leads the way, saying, "These are the resources from merchants influenced by Weber Zin Berman. With them we can pull the capital, Lion, out of the quagmire of war. This is the power of commerce." Gray happily says, "Now I can help people." Aen stops him, saying, "Don't rush. Let others handle that." "There are more important things that require your attention," Gray asks. "Something more important?" A heavy stack of papers pressed down on each other, forming a towering pile. Gray looked at the documents in fear. "Lady Aaron, this is—" and smiled brightly. "These are the political issues that piled up while you were fighting the king," and explains. "Benedict is gone, the prince is too young, and the other royals can't contain the crisis. So now you're the only one who can handle this mess?" Gray wondered. "Why me? I'm a knight, not a politician." Anne shirks her responsibility. "If not you, then who? Is there anyone who can help him do this right?" Two sparkling pairs of eyes turned to her, and Anne, pale-faced, clicked her tongue in disgust. She then returned to her usual detached demeanor, put her arm around Beau, and said, "Gray, you have to understand that as the Duke of Beach, I have sworn loyalty to the royal family. Interfering in the internal affairs of the capital, Lon, would violate my oath to the crown. You wouldn't want your master to break his oath, would you?" Gray was completely turned around by her, so he's no help. Anne quickly delegates the task, telling them not to worry about it being their first time handling paperwork, as there's a first time for everything. "Gray is smart. You can help him a lot. I believe in you. You're the best. They've both been lured in. Leave it to us. Ms. Ayan, we won't let you down." Ayan smiles and says, "Perhaps." The two sat at their desks, and Gray read the report stating that a landslide in Wiesbaden had affected several towns, hoping to receive support from the capital, Lyon. "Where is Wiesbaden?" Bot responds, "It's located in the southwest of the kingdom." Grash thought, "Let's give them all the gold in the treasury. It seems a lot of people there are homeless." Bop was surprised. "If we give them all our money, what about the trainees here?" Gray is confused again. Bop and he stare at each other wide-eyed as the affected area is to the northwest and suffering from an insect-borne disease. And just like that, problems are solved one by one. "What about this?" "Bop, read the information. It's not that important. Tell them to negotiate," Gray said, walking out with the documents. "I see. So the kingdom of Isaac revolves around the capital, Lon, solving problems by any means necessary, but also arguing over trivial matters. Politics are certainly interesting. Why don't you use your smarts to understand TikTok philosophy, you little twerp?" A beam of light rushes towards Gray from behind. "You think you're smart just because you know a few things?" Gray raises his hand in defense. "Who's there?" Gray's eyes widened, noticing the laurel wreath. Sally smiled from the balcony, knowing he would be fine. Gray called out her name. Sally asks if he likes the handmade gift, which the cat recognizes as a valuable golden laurel wreath. Gray carefully holds the crown. "Thank you, I love it." Like a crown on an angel's head, Sally appears whenever there's trouble, asking, "Are you having political headaches today?" Gray replied, "I'm fine. I like being overloaded, and I'm almost done anyway." She asks Gray, "By the way, are you free to go out with me? You still owe me a date, don't you?" Gray grins. "Fine, I'll go with you." After entering the mansion, Rayer questions Sally's suggestion. "Lady Sally, why do you want me to change my armor?" She calmly explains that the armor is too conspicuous and he'd be recognized immediately. He looked at his armor, still not understanding why. Was it really that bad? Sally smiles softly. "Sometimes you need the freedom to go out." It was then that Gray understood her meaning. Sally extended her hand. "If you're ready," she said with a radiant smile, "let's go." Gray looked at her, puzzled, still not understanding the meaning of Sally's words. In truth, her invitation was like an invitation to the wedding altar. Gray reached out and took her hand. "Okay, let's go." And so, the two head out together, Sally leading the way for Gray and the kitten. They stopped at a bustling market, and Gray excitedly picked up the ferret. "Is that for a ferret or a cat?" Sly giggled beside him. "It's a ferret." Gray's eyes lit up as he watched someone make animal shapes with their mouth. "This is amazing." Sai explained that it was a special technique from the East. The group continued to stroll through the market, and when the cat saw Gray eyeing the grilled corn, it smirked and teased, "I'll eat it for you." Passing by the zoo, Gray was startled by the giraffes stretching their necks to eat grass. Are they monsters? They're so tall? And so they strolled through many places, Gray praising everything with enthusiasm. The capital, Lon, has so many things that W doesn't. It's amazing. Sally, walking beside him, added, After all, this is the southern continent's trade hub. It was then that he noticed her pensive expression, and he decided to ask Sly directly, What are you thinking about? He elaborated, You seem quieter than usual today. You haven't said much. She paused for a moment, then scratched her head with an awkward laugh. You're so perceptive. Sai looked shyly at the sky, her words laced with hidden feelings. Time is running out. Come with me to one last place. Gray quickly agreed to follow her, and they arrived at a giant, ancient tree reaching towards the radiant sky. Gray couldn't help but marvel. Lon, the capital, has a place like this? As Sel sat down, she began to explain. This place offers a panoramic view of the city. I found it while trying to escape the capital. He followed her gaze and quietly marveled at the view, then sat down beside her and spoke. So, what exactly do you want from me? Sally's expression grew even more melancholic. She sighed softly, her voice full of emotion. Soon I'll be forced into marriage and starting a family. The cat was so shocked by this that it cursed, frozen and trembling as realization dawned. Though obvious, it was still surprising to hear. Gray, meanwhile, was frozen, eyes wide, as he searched for the definition of marriage. After finding the definition, his eyes lit up. Gray congratulated her robotically. Congratulations, I hope you have a happy wedding, but was immediately kicked in the face by the kitten. Congratulations for what? Can't you see how miserable she looks? Sai's eyes were filled with sorrow. Thank you for the well wishes, but I don't want to go back. Gray couldn't understand why the book said marriage was a blessing. She smiles bitterly. Happiness for me. Arranged marriage is a shackle, binding hand and foot, stealing thoughts, imprisoning souls, and denying them freedom. What happiness could there be in that? He's shocked to hear this. Is marriage really that bad? Not quite like the books say. The kitten chimes in. It seems everyone has a different idea. Suddenly, Sally turns to him and asks, Could you do me a favor? Gray smiles, trying to reassure her. Help her escape? That's a good one. I'm number one when it comes to escaping, no joke. Sally chuckled. I can run away myself, but I need a long-term solution. Gray asked blankly, So, what should I do? She suddenly takes his hand, hinting, Simple, just marry me, she says playfully, spelling it out. Gray naively agrees. He understood, but he quickly realized something was wrong, and Gray recoiled, snatching his hand away. Wait, me? He stared blankly at his hand, feeling a little hurt. Was such a violent reaction necessary? But she quickly regained her composure and explained, Because you're the best choice, a single, reputable, and high-ranking holy knight. She even pointed at him, declaring, And most importantly, you won't interfere with what I want, what's not to like. Gray broke out in a cold sweat, but didn't deny it. The truth was, he was utterly bewildered. Frankly, marriage was supposed to be a bond between a man and a woman. After all this time, the thought of marrying someone who doesn't even know his gender turns Gray pale. Sally scratches her head, a hint of melancholy in her voice. I knew you'd react strongly, but not this strongly. Who else do you like? Except for Ms. Aaron. When it comes to love, Gray is clueless. For him, love is like two vibrant flowers blooming side by side, or two birds huddling together for protection. Gray innocently makes a heart symbol and declares, I love Ms. Aaron, Sly says, frozen in helpless resignation. I said, Besides Aaron, anyone else is fine. He pauses, then blurts out, Then the kitten. She sighs in exasperation. Couldn't you have picked a human? Cornered, Gray blurts out, Then I love you. Sally realized it and grimaced uncomfortably. Okay, so you don't love anyone after all. Then get married, he shouts in surprise. Why? I clearly love everyone, she replied, annoyed. It's different, but you still don't understand why. Ian said the same thing. What's the difference? Could it be different than I thought? Sly calmly digs deeper to help him understand. Not exactly. For example, with Aaron, what do you love about her? Gray happily lists them off. She's reliable, has foresight, always helps me, and it's comfortable being with her. Sally listens, feeling helpless. Is it a child's feelings for their mother? She gently extends her hand and expresses, I can understand that your love is one of fondness and respect. She looked at him fondly. Would he like to know the difference between the love N had for him? Hearing this, Gray quickly replied, I think I want to know. Sally smirks knowingly. It's dependence. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest, continuing, It's passionate love and intense possessiveness. Gray is confused, but he hasn't felt any possessiveness. Sally smiles and withdraws her hand, saying, How could he? She calmly explains that Ain is excellent at restraining herself, and more importantly, she chose to abandon those feelings. That day on the rooftop, she sealed away her love, leaving only affection for him. After all, Ain is a rational person. She doesn't let her emotions control her. Sally's words made Gray realize that Sally was annoyed all day because he didn't understand Aaron's feelings. His hands clasped together, questions still lingering. But why was Sally angry? He then asks her if Sally loves Aaron in a codependent way, a question that freezes Sally in her tracks. Annoyed, she replies, "Why would I love her? Aside from the ridiculous reasoning that led you to that conclusion, that's not what we're talking about." Unbeknownst to Sly, Vivian and Catherine were eavesdropping on their conversation. "Don't change the subject. If you don't really love anyone, and you said you loved me earlier, then let's get married." Gray dazedly nods in agreement. "Yes, that's what we're talking about." She urged him on. "So what's your decision? Do you accept my proposal?" He hesitated, and she whispered urgently, "Little cat, should I agree?" The kitten whispers back, "But what if we expose your identity?" Gray nodded, though somewhat unwillingly. "That's right," but the bristling cat reminded him, "You don't intend to reveal your true identity, do you?" He awkwardly replied, "I'm looking for the right moment." Sally, seeing them whispering, smiled and added, "Gray, I only want to be engaged, not actually married. An engagement can be broken at any time." She adds, "Don't worry, I'm not like Anne. Even though you're interesting, I don't love you." She looked Gray in the eye and stated frankly, "So I'm not curious about your face, nor do I care, even if you're not human." Gray is shaken by Sally's revelation that she knows he's not human, his mind reeling with confusion. Am I exposed? When did this happen? How much does she know? What should I do? Sai smirks, teasing. "You're not very good at hiding, are you? You can use magic without an angel's protection, a power no ordinary person possesses, and you don't hide it at all. It's like you're begging people to notice." "I'm not the only one who's noticed. I'm pretty sure Anne has too, and your enemies aren't stupid. There are many who would love to expose you, and if they do, they'll drag you through the mud and brand you a heretic. You need someone to cover your identity, and I need time to extend our political marriage. Our engagement is mutually beneficial. I hope you'll consider it carefully." Sally's words are hitting Gray hard, forcing him to carefully consider his every move and confront the issue head-on. Gray cautiously inquired, "Ms. Sally, when did you begin to suspect I wasn't human?" Sally tilted her head, her reasoning airtight. "Perhaps from the moment you chose to side with Bob, choosing to oppose the church meant your power didn't come from the gods. Since your power doesn't come from the gods, you might belong to a race skilled in magic, and for some reason, you were recognized by the gods. After all, his angelic protection is a fact." Wei Yuan praises, finding the girl quite interesting. She's just a regular person who only knows that the church has forbidden Gray from acting this time. Yet she can deduce the fake thing people call magic. Gray didn't refute it, but cautiously asked, "Miss Sai, do you know what race I belong to?" "Well," she replied with a gentle smile, "I think it's like this. You can't be a demon because you have a guardian angel. The fact that you wear a hat all the time means your appearance is far from human, so you're not an elflan. You're skilled in magic and don't need to eat or sleep. Considering all the information, there aren't many races that fit the criteria, and Gray becomes pensive. Sally's words reveal her keen observation of him, and he silently marvels at her perceptiveness. Not bad. Lady Sai is, indeed, sharp. He stood up, his voice lowering. "In other words, Miss Sai, you still want to marry me, even knowing my true identity?" He reached up to remove his helmet, startling the kitten. "Ray, wait, what are you doing?" Catherine was equally alarmed, ready to rush down and stop him. "Ray is being reckless. We have to stop him." But before she can act, Vivian gags her. Vivian restrained Catherine, her voice laced with amusement. "The fun's just beginning." Her eyes gleamed, eager to witness the spectacle. "Don't spoil the fun." Gray removed his glove, discarding his armor piece by piece, his voice hardening. "Sai, if you're scared or nauseous, feel free to run. I won't stop you. Since you've been so direct, I won't hide anything either." As his true form is revealed, he somberly continues, "I've always wanted to take off this helmet and face you as I truly am." His eyes burn with a blue light, highlighting his origins. "I am Lick, born from death." The kitten beside him could only cover its face in dismay. It was over. Sally was stunned by Gray's true form. His heart was more troubled than ever. Sally must be terrified. What does she think of me? He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Perhaps he could no longer be a holy knight. Sally silently stared at Gray for a long time. Unexpectedly, she bluntly called him small, shocking him to his core. Was that the issue? She chuckled, explaining that she thought he'd have a grown-up body since he wore such big armor. Who knew he was so small? Sally's reaction was nothing like what Gray expected, leaving him somewhat bewildered. No, well, I use magic to control the armor. Sally smiles brightly like the morning sun. I see. There really are all kinds of magic in this world. How wonderful. Gray scratched his head, a little embarrassed, his heart stirred. She seems okay. He hesitated, then asked, By the way, Sally, aren't you afraid of me? When I first came to the human world, many people shunned me because I was an undead. Sally stood up, brushed herself off, and replied softly, If you were taller, you might be scary, but you're... She playfully poked his forehead. More importantly, you haven't done anything to scare me, she said with a smile, repeating her earlier invitation. Can we get engaged now? Gray asked, giddy. Her actions and smile made Gray blush, and this time he accepted her proposal. On the way back, Gray was so happy he hummed the whole way, surprising Sally. She whispered to the kitten, saying he was radiating happiness. It smugly retorts that this is the first time someone has acknowledged him as and, so of course, he's excited. She asks curiously, I didn't realize you were a rational cat. You must have been guiding him, right? Hearing that, the kitten proudly tilted its head. What else would I be? Catherine smirked, pleased with herself, while Vivienne looked disgruntled. Why aren't you scared? This secret should be terrifying, but Sai feels nothing. Only the kitten sees it, thinking helplessly that the ones really pulling Gray's strings are behind her back, unseen. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed closer, and a girl crashed into Sai, sending them both tumbling to the ground. The girl frantically asked, Sorry, are you okay? Sally smiled reassuringly. I'm fine. The girl quickly runs off, saying, I'm so sorry, I need to get to the infirmary. Sally was puzzled by this farewell. Suddenly, Gray rushed over, grabbed the girl, and lifted her high into the air. He stopped, his eyes turning cold, and demanded she return what she stole from Ms. Sai Mao. The girl teared up and began to sob. No one knows what really happened that day. After Gray caught Sally's thief red-handed, she struggled and screamed. Let me go. Gray immediately laid down his terms. Then return what you stole to Ms. Sally. Sally then began searching her sleeves, only to realize her wallet was missing. Despite the fear in her tearful eyes, the little thief stubbornly denied it. What are you talking about? I don't know anything, Gray threatened, aiming to break her. Little one, by the laws of the capital, if I find the stolen goods on you, you'll lose a hand and be thrown in jail. The girl immediately knelt and kowtowed, confessing, I'm sorry, I'll return the wallet, please don't imprison me. Gray flicked her forehead and scolded sternly, Why are you stealing at such a young age? The girl lowered her head, looking pitiful as she explained in a sad, dejected voice. I didn't want to, but my mother is very sick and I need money for medicine. Gray, surprised, says, If you need money, go to the Silver Moon Squad. They'll help anyone, she recounted, her voice filled with frustration. I went there, but as soon as I received the money to buy medicine, the image of my mother lying sick in bed, and my father heartlessly stealing the money to buy alcohol flooded back into my mind. My alcoholic father took it to the bar. I can't possibly ask the Silver Moon Squad for money again. What the hell? Meanwhile, Sally smiled, showing great empathy for the girl. It's not uncommon. Not everyone is a good father. I can understand her. With that, she placed the wallet in the girl's hand and said gently, Take this, and buy medicine for your mother. Don't delay. Her eyes were full of affection and concern. And don't let your father take it. The little girl's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with surprise and emotion. Really? Sly replied gently. Yes, now go. And with a bright, beaming face, she happily ran off, waving goodbye. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Sally gently embraced the kitten. Seeing Gray's pensive expression, Sally asked, Why so glum? Shouldn't we hurry back? Gray, without hesitation, voiced his concern. I just don't think the laws of the capital, Lon, apply in cases like this. Sel asked curiously, What's there to worry about? She laughed excitedly and offered a simple solution. He could just go back and add the law. Gray's eyes widened in confusion as he asked, Me? Sally then cleverly offered her opinion. You're deploying troops and like martial law in the capital, right? Which means you can change a few laws. Gray's eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. That's right. He cheered with glee, utterly delighted. She's a genius. Meanwhile, Pope was yawning, overwhelmed by the piles of work before him, rubbing his eyes as he scribbled away. Gray, startled, leaps up and shouts, I need to finish these documents quickly. Prince Bop has something to discuss, startling Bop, who jumps up in a panic. Who is it? Gray asked, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It's me, Gray. Forget the details, I have a brilliant idea. Bob's face filled with curiosity as he eagerly awaited Gray's next words, but then the kingdom's alarm bells began to ring. The faces of the surrounding citizens were filled with confusion as they heard the urgent summons. What's going on? Why is the assembly bell ringing? A young man cheerfully speculates that the Holy Knight is announcing a new law. Hearing this, the girl excitedly asks, "A law? Does that mean the Holy Knight will be our new king?" The young man casually replies, "Who knows? We have nothing to lose if he becomes king." The girl gushed with excitement. "Yes, he's better than any noble of the past." Soon, the people gathered, cheering with joy. "Hail the Holy Knight." With the petition in hand, Gray hesitantly began his announcement. The disappearance of the previous king, Benedict, has left the capital of Lion without security. And so he continued to implement the new laws amidst the quiet and attentive crowd. After discussing it with Prince Bob, I've decided to introduce some new regulations. First, confirmed residents of Lion can receive weekly payments at the Silver Moon camps. Everyone listened with bated breath. Gray decisively raised his index finger to the sky and declared the amount to be 10 gold coins. Amidst the astonished faces of the people, he assured them of their safety and rights. The Silver Moon Army will protect this money carefully. No one will be able to steal it by force. Bope quickly followed Gray, elaborating on the next new laws. Furthermore, those facing family difficulties, illness, or unemployment can receive a larger sum upon verification. Without delay, the boy announces this and begins distributing funds to the people. The law is in effect now, so line up and verify your identity to receive your money. A man who successfully received his gold stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if he still couldn't believe it. Spread the word, everyone. The gold is real. For the first time in my life, I've touched gold. The citizens erupted in cheers, their joy overflowing. Long live the Holy Knight. Long live Prince Bob. Long live all the handsome donuts. After Gray announced the new laws, the city's residents buzzed with the news. Hey, have you heard? The Holy Knight changed the laws in the capital, Lion, so the penalties for criminals must be harsher, right? No, they've actually reduced the severity of criminal punishments. In the tavern, a young man covered his mouth, lowered his voice, and cautiously said, "Except for serious crimes. The penalties for criminals have been reduced to a minimum. The death penalty has been abolished altogether. Everyone is only imprisoned for about 2 to 3 days before being released." Another person hearing this was astonished by the rapid changes to the new laws. Are you kidding me? So even those who inflict serious injuries only get 2 or 3 days? What about thieves? Released after 2 days, so lesser offenses just get probation and reform. No prison time or anything? Another young man replied with a forced smile. Perhaps the Holy Knight found the previous laws too harsh. While pleased with the new king's benevolence, the people still felt uneasy and worried about the safety of their society. In the end, he wasn't like the rulers of the past. He wouldn't let any criminals escape. But even with their strength, they're only 100 or 200 people. How can they possibly manage a city of 10,000, even with shifts? There are bound to be undiscovered crimes. Meanwhile, the Imperial Knights were quick to act, searching every corner and arresting criminals. The first to be arrested was a white-haired, wrinkled old woman suspected of murdering her husband 60 years ago. Her grandson cried out in alarm, but the Knights remained firm, stating, "We are arresting her according to the law." They quickly took her away, despite her struggling and fierce resistance. "Let me go. How could you know about that?" The knight urged the surrounding crowd to clear the way, stating they were on official business and needed space. Next, a series of other perpetrators were arrested amidst shock and confusion. "You've been stalking the neighbor's daughter since last night. We're arresting you." Following that, a man displays an angry, irritable attitude as the soldiers grant him a metal bracelet. "You came home yesterday and beat your wife and children. We're arresting you according to the law." Next, a long-haired girl in a witch's outfit is apprehended. She was arrested for running a scam on the street, and she was stunned, quickly explaining, "It's a misunderstanding. I'm just a mage." The knights don't miss anyone, not even for the smallest crimes. "Last night you threw trash in front of your neighbor's house and you're under arrest." The arrested young man was stunned into silence. "I only did it because I saw their house was empty, hoping the trash would deter thieves." Though somewhat absurd, the next arrest was a girl in the hulking form of a man, her appearance disturbing the peace. Not even animals were safe from the knights' relentless pursuit. Relieving themselves in the street led to arrest. And so a series of arrests plunged the city into chaos and fear. A somber mood suddenly engulfing the tavern. A young man with dark, panicked eyes, his hands shaking so badly he could barely hold his beer, softly lamented, "They're arresting so many people, even if it's just for 2 days." One of them slumped onto the table, utterly dejected. Everyone's terrified, their limbs trembling uncontrollably, feeling like countless eyes are watching us everywhere, all the time, and there's no escaping their surveillance. Suddenly someone spoke up, wondering, "We're not going to get arrested for bad-mouthing the Silver Moon Knight, are we?" Meanwhile, inside the tavern, spying spirits floated everywhere. "Don't scare me." But the people, unaware of their existence, wondered how they were being watched. The next morning arrives, and amidst the picturesque scenery, a tender voice rings out. "Oh my, you're as beautiful as ever." A young man with a rose in hand boldly confesses to the girl before him, "I wish I could go for a drink with you." The girl blushed, clearly enjoying the smooth talk, which prompted the soul tracker to grimace and alert the knights. Report. The scouting soul found a guy flirting with a young woman and immediately led the knights to him. "They're here." The knight ordered the arrest, stunning the young couple. The knights quickly handcuffed the young man and led him away. He had been flirting with a young girl. "By law, we must arrest you." The young man quickly tried to explain. "Wait, there's been a misunderstanding. The city is swarming with spirits from the underworld, constantly sending arrest signals to the knights. Report here." Report, report, report. Even Sel is surrounded by the scouting spirits, looking utterly lost. Thanks to Gray's magic, Sally can now see the spirits and sense the impending chaos. This is a big problem. Her face suddenly froze, her expression conveying utter bewilderment. "I only suggested adding laws to protect the elderly and children, so how did it come to this?" Sally, on edge, rushed to find Gray for answers. No, thinking won't solve anything. She needs to talk to Gray. She hurried down the hall, stopping outside his door, wondering, he has to be here. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the room, startling Sally so badly she jumped. Someone is already arguing with Gray in a tense and heated atmosphere. "You've severely damaged the capital and the nation's assets. Why can nobles hoard wealth while commoners can't?" She voiced her opinion, indignant. It's not about nobles or commoners, but about the economy, though Gray still can't grasp her reasoning. "What's wrong with a society where everyone is rich and no one commits crimes?" Anne retorted angrily. "Of course, there's a lot wrong with that." She immediately explained in detail, hoping to broaden Gray's perspective. Their wealth wasn't earned. It wasn't money they made. Anne, disappointed, vehemently opposed Gray's actions and thoughts, all because of what he gave them. "This country is only ideal for you, not for everyone else. You're just forcing your ideals on them." She pointed directly at Gray and said sternly, "And you ignored what they truly needed." Tears welled in Gray's eyes, his cheeks flushed with tension. "No, I gave them wealth and land to cultivate." He resolutely stated his point of view with unwavering eyes, creating the most reasonable rules for everyone. Wasn't that what they needed? Ayn grabs his collar, furious. "Of course not! Why are you so stubborn?" Despite this, Gray stood firm, stating that he wouldn't change because he hadn't done anything wrong, as Ayn's resentful voice echoed with frustration. "You need to look beyond what's right in front of you. Where will things end up if you give them everything they want?" As they aggressively grabbed each other's collars, a bucket of cold water was suddenly splashed on them, stunning them for a moment. "I think you both need to calm down," Gray quickly interjected, seeking her help. "Sally, you need to settle this." Sally immediately turns her face away, avoiding the situation. Even if I were to mediate, she'd still feel embarrassed inside. "Crap, I'm here to stop him, so what do I say?" At that moment, N slowly approached, letting out a sigh filled with helplessness. "Forget it, I'm tired. I don't want to force myself anymore. Do what you want. It's not like I'm responsible for the people of the capital." She then turns and walks away in despair, Gray disagreeing with Ayn's opinion. The last time they argued was when Gray wanted to bring children to the battlefield, but Gray was ultimately proven right. And so Gray successfully convinced them this time. He hadn't done anything wrong. Distributing money for living expenses and arresting criminals both big and small, Gray was celebrated by everyone in radiant joy. "Long live the Holy Knight! Long live the Holy Knight!" Reverent cheers echoed throughout the city as the Holy Knight sat high atop a building. A writer, seeing the cheering crowds, has an idea. The Holy Knight is so popular, a story about him would surely sell. And so, he immediately put pen to paper. 3 months later, the father who had once stolen from Sally brutally beat her with a ferocious look on his face. The sick mother could only embrace the girl, pleading, "Please don't hit her." But he slapped her across the face, sending her crashing to the floor, blood trickling from her mouth. He grabbed her head and questioned her roughly. "How dare you meet the Silver Moon Knight and accuse me?" The mother, though lying on the floor, reached out to the girl, begging for mercy. Without mercy, he cruelly gripped the girl's hair, taunting her to report him. He struck so brutally that the girl's face was covered in blood, her eyes fading in a daze. The Holy Knight will protect you, and I'll be imprisoned. But when I get out, I'll kill you." His eyes widened with fury, teeth grinding, his tone laced with threat. To death. Night falls as all things drift into peaceful slumber. But in the shadows of that small house, a terrible act of violence was unfolding, and seeing this tragedy mirrored in countless other homes, the knight quickly reported the situation to Gray. "My lord, I have something to report." He expressed his concern about the alarming state of society. Violence is on the rise, and Gray asks Han with concern, like that kid's case. The man took his wife's hard-earned money to buy alcohol, and a question arose in Gray's mind. Why didn't that kid's mother leave her husband? His voice echoed with concern. I've already made divorce laws more lenient," the knight quickly clarified. "It's not about the law. The woman is unwell, and raising a child would be difficult if she divorced." Gray asked curiously, "What if I force them to divorce?" The knight replied frankly, "Then the mother and child will likely hate you?" Gray's eyes flashed as if unable to comprehend everyone's thoughts. "I help them and they hate me?" The knight gently shared his opinion. "It depends on how you help them." He then outlined a series of consequences if the problem was solved in the way Gray suggested. "You think divorce will save them from being beaten, but life won't treat them kindly if they divorce. They'll be scorned, mocked, and everything will be even more chaotic than it is now." His words only deepened the disappointment etched on Gray's face. And without an attack, no crime was committed. The knight concludes that you can't arrest someone just for verbal abuse. So, for them, it's not salvation at all. Gray sighed sadly, then asked why they were being beaten by the man. The knight then revealed the reasons behind the man's abuse of his wife and children, explaining in detail that he was now unemployed. He used to spend all day working to earn money and pay taxes, so he wouldn't have time to beat his wife and children. He would just eat and sleep when he got home. But the more Gray heard, the more confused he became. Why was this man unemployed? "I demanded equal employment for all." The knight then explained everything in detail. He wasn't fired, he resigned. "We provide enough money to live on, so why would he work? Remember, according to your law, the unemployed receive additional subsidies, meaning they get a fortune even if they don't work, allowing them to live comfortably without labor. And according to the law, they're not wrong, so the number of idle people is increasing. And because the money is free, the wealthier citizens of the capital are starting to change." One consequence led to another, and social problems grew more severe as people became ignorant and drunk. Neighboring countries took advantage by sending goods to sell in the capital, and the knights patrolled everywhere, fully aware of the capital's chaotic situation. Merchants freely raised prices, and the people carelessly spent their money. IC's economy was spiraling downward. Men neglect their work, indulging in endless revelry, and the people grow ever lazier. Grave consequences Gray's simple mind never anticipated. They don't have to work to get money, and as the treasury dries up, Gray is stunned by the knight's final warning. Asia will become the poorest country in the world. After hearing the knight's explanation of society's state, Gray quickly rode off into the night. He rode along the narrow path, passing the barren fields next to the villagers' homes, then quietly stopped and dismounted. Surveying the barren land, Gray knelt, his hand brushing the dry weeds, and sighed in dismay. "I can't believe no one's farming. It's all weeds. I gave them the best seeds. Why aren't they farming?" he wondered, his voice tinged with sadness as he brushed his hand through the weeds. Before, they had to farm to earn money. The kitten suddenly appeared and gently voiced its opinion. "I think it's because you give them more money than they could ever earn. If you already have money, there's no reason to work for it, right?" Gray wondered with innocent naivete, "But I only gave them a fixed amount of money. Don't they want to earn more?" The kitten look showed helplessness, as they could already live comfortably with the money they received. Gray suddenly sits down in the silent field, the encroaching night amplifying the emptiness in his heart. So he withdrew into himself, his face falling as he questioned what he was even striving for. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, along with Sally's hurried voice. There they are. Seeing Gray sitting alone and dejected, Sally rebukes him with a worried expression. "I heard you left alone, and I knew you were brooding again." Gray looked up, surprised. Sally dismounts and immediately confronts Gray. "Stay there, I'm coming." She then turned to the knight and said, "Excuse me, could we have a private word?" Hesitation and reluctance were clear on the knight's face. The kitten quickly spoke up for Sally. "It's okay, you can go back now." The knight reluctantly agreed. "Very well." Sally hurried to Gray, sighing in exasperation. "Riding a horse like this is exhausting," Gray asked bluntly. Did Sally come here to scold me?" Sally stopped, looked at him, and exclaimed in surprise. "Scold you? Why would I scold you?" Gray's face darkened, his voice heavy with remorse and guilt. "I've brought disaster upon this nation." Sally gently sat down beside him and asked curiously, "What disaster?" "Elaborate." Gray recounts the disastrous policies he enacted upon the people. "I've turned hard-working farmers into idle freeloaders. If they don't farm, they'll starve, even with money." Sally stroked the kitten in her arms and calmly offered a solution. "We can buy food from other countries." But Gray's mood didn't improve. "I know that's what we're doing now." He began to regret his decision, realizing it was too late. "But they don't have unlimited resources, and neither do we." Gray's voice was strained, filled with anxiety. "No matter how I amend the laws, they'll always find loopholes." A true catastrophe. Gray's eyes drooped, his gaze filled with utter exhaustion and negativity. "I'm making the country poor, turning good people bad. I'm going to ruin this nation." But Sel remained calm, offering no comfort, and instead listed the impending consequences. "Yes, at this rate, the treasury will soon be depleted, the country will riot, famine will rage. It truly is a disaster. About 10,000 people will die because of your actions." Catherine suddenly appears, arms crossed, and says sternly, "That's why I didn't support you overthrowing Benedict in the first place. Even though his hands are bloody, he's still an experienced ruler." Her eyes filled with disappointment, as if all hope had been extinguished. "Our fairness and justice are worthless to humans. The special thing about humans is their cunning." She suddenly recalled how people mistreated and deceived each other. "This is Holy Knight territory. If you want to buy it, let me know. If I buy it, no one will dare to compete." "How about 2 gold coins?" She explains to Gray that humans are cunning, and if he's too kind, they'll exploit it. And it didn't stop there. People's greed only grew. If you're too reasonable, they'll exploit that reasonableness. This policy of giving away wealth has led to a severe labor shortage for business owners. Damn it, where are we going to find porters now? We can't pay them more than the Holy Knight gave them. This has only led to rampant hedonism in the city. If you're too generous, they'll take advantage of it. Instead of working, they'll just spend their time in taverns. So, this is the carefree life of a noble. Long live the Holy Knight. Catherine pointed out the errors and offered sincere advice for Gray to adjust his course. So people don't need justice so much as they need someone to guide them, which is exactly what an angel like me wants to do. At that moment, Vivian suddenly appeared, hanging on Sally and waving her hands, saying, "I don't care much about people, so as far as I'm concerned, you're doing great." In stark contrast to Catherine's viewpoint, Vivian beams with delight, seeing the recent victories as having given him a new understanding of humanity and the world. At that moment, Catherine spoke up. "Gray, you have the right mindset, but your approach is wrong." She looked at Gray and sternly warned, "You know, one person's suffering can make others feel empathy, but no one needs empathy." Vivian immediately closed in, a mocking smile on her face, and sneered. "So you're saying Gray should just let everyone die in agony? You're awful. Why don't you become a demon like me?" Catherine quickly retorted. "That's not what I meant. I'm saying humans can still rise above suffering." Vivian points directly at her, teasing with amusement. "How is that any different? So basically you hate those stupid, greedy humans, right?" Catherine vehemently denies it and explains herself. "Yes, I'm saddened by humanity's state, but that's why I must guide them." And so, a heated debate ensues. Don't make excuses, just admit you want to abandon them. Meanwhile, Sally suddenly speaks up. "Gray, do you know why humans need laws? Foolish, greedy, and pathetic humans. Existing between the conversations of angels, demons, and Lick." Suddenly, her voice made Vivian and Catherine turn to Gray, who had been amending the law for 3 months, but never strayed from the original framework. He wanted to foster kindness so people would be better and obey the law, but had he ever wondered? Gray listened intently as Sally spoke each word. As she leisurely stroked the kitten, her eyes half closed, she asked why humans needed laws. Gray, flustered, hastily replied that it was to maintain stability and social order amidst the still and glittering space. Sally calmly lays out her points as she sits next to Gray. "That's right. And how do we maintain stability and social order? Use magic to monitor their every move, or send knights to lecture them and force them to apologize. Those actions accomplish nothing." Gray asks, "So what should I do?" Meanwhile, the 2 girls observing the conversation couldn't help but marvel, finding it quite intriguing as they continued to pet the kitten. Sally continues, stating that laws aren't for judging morality, but for ruling, and he's doing the opposite, severely diminishing the law's power. She closed her eyes slightly, gently stating the truth. If becoming a devil requires no sacrifice, who would want to be good? Since the beginning of time, the only way to thrive has been to rule and eliminate those who don't comply. Blaming or educating them only leads to ruin. Gray's eyes widened as he listened intently to Sally's explanation, when suddenly she poked his armor and said seriously, "Even if the criminal apologizes, the victim's scars will remain. What the victim needs isn't an apology, but for the criminal to pay the price. Paying the price could mean money, freedom, or even their life." Saying this, her eyes drooped slightly, her voice tinged with sadness. "People know the consequences of breaking the law, that's why no one dares to," Gray hesitantly said, but before he could continue, Sally pointed at his face and yelled, "No buts!" The next moment, she spread her arms wide and exclaimed, "People used to follow the rules because they were afraid of accidentally breaking them and being punished, but now, look at the truth. Is anyone afraid of being punished for wrongdoing anymore?" Gray was startled and leaned back, his eyes wide as he stammered. Then he suddenly pulls out his secret notebook, looking excited as he asks, "What about the food problem? How should I handle the cash handout policy? Please guide me, Miss S." Cy thought to himself, flustered. Why so many questions? Realizing something, her eyes droop slightly as she thinks to herself that the food problem is a bit difficult. Cy regained her composure and explained that to feed the 100,000 people in the capital, Lion, they would need to mobilize the power of the Merchant Association. First, gather food from nearby regions like Earl Bai Cho's territory, for example. If that's not enough, you'll have to borrow grain from neighboring countries, he asked me, bewildered. Sally then explained the need to borrow, given the current prices in the capital, Lan, as images of the Holy Knights appeared, accompanied by her clear voice. Once these prices become public, we won't be able to trade. Plus, the Holy Knight's presence is increasing the currency's value. Sel then elaborated on the state of the farmlands, explaining that the capital, Lan, had a favorable climate and abundant rainfall, allowing for 2 harvests a year. It's March, still a good time for planting, she says, placing her trust in the capital's elite troops. With your large army working day and night, things will move quickly. As for distributing money, stop it immediately. From now on, it's work for reward. Those who work get rewarded, and those who don't eat. She casually gave a thumbs down. If someone starves because they don't work, then let them die. Gray, unnerved by Sally's decisive attitude, trembled and asked, "Isn't that a bit harsh?" Hearing this, Sally quickly and frankly cut him off. "No, don't be like that. Do the wicked deserve care? The good are rewarded, the bad are eliminated." Knowing the answer, she still asks Gray, "Do you think bad people deserve to live more than good people?" Unable to say anything, sadness fills Gray's eyes. Listening to their conversation, Vivian finally speaks up, sighing. "This little girl is sharp. Her words are more trustworthy than your nonsense about kindness." Meanwhile, Catherine continues to watch with her arms crossed. Moments later, she offers her opinion. "Wait, Gray. Changing policies from leniency to severity so quickly could stir up public sentiment. You should ask her what to do in this situation." Before Gray could respond, Sally quickly interjected, "What to do, you ask?" Then she coldly says, "Eliminate them. Kill them all." Unsettled by her words, Gray clenches his fist and shouts, "Wait! You'll be—" "What are you saying?" "No killing." Her lips parted, revealing a fang as she spoke. "No bloodshed. No laws." Suddenly saying this, Sally emanates a terrifying aura, calmly questioning Gray. "You don't understand law, justice, or even humanity. I give up." Gray was speechless, unable to respond, while Vian could only sigh in admiration at the scene. Sai's eyes showed contemplation as she spoke the truth. "I heard you're against the king because of Bosp. Now you can't even save a girl from her own father. How did the kingdom come to this?" "Because your rule can't stop the wicked," she calmly continued. "Is the justice you pursue meant to comfort the wicked?" Without protest, Gray hesitantly says, "I will. There's only one choice. And ultimately, it's your decision." Gray clenched his trembling fist and replied in a broken voice, "I understand." He placed his hand over hers, his voice filled with resolve. "The rules will change, and I will bear the consequences of my actions." That alone is enough to bring a satisfied smile to Sally's face. "Okay, let's discuss how to change the rules." On the cliff, 3 figures appeared in the darkness of night. Meanwhile, Andrew, sitting on the ground with his head bowed, asks, "Who is that girl? Is she connected to the Holy Knights?" "How should I know who she is?" the man next to him replied, scratching his head. "Is she here for White City?" He turned, wondering. "We've been here 3 months. When do we move?" Andrew cut him off, saying, "Not yet. Observe the paladin until the time is right." Watching a blue butterfly land on his hand, Andrew affirmed that the time was near, and policy changes could destabilize the populace. Suddenly, he smirked and turned around, asking in a menacing tone, "Moreover, wouldn't it be great if someone stirred things up at this moment?" Archbishop Din reflects on the day of HSBD's great victory, 3 months prior. High above, Archbishop Din, hand on his chest, expressed his joy, congratulating the Holy Knight on his victory and wishing him blessings. Gray, filled with pride, held his head high. The cat perched on his shoulder incredulously remarks, "Look at his hat, an archbishop before 40? Vivienne couldn't resist poking Thurine, saying, "I bet his promotion has something to do with Gray. These petty, scheming acts are what your apostles usually do." She remained silent with her arms crossed, but her eyes showed a hint of anger. Gray ascends the steps, then places a hand over his heart and bows in reverence. His blessings are with the bishop and the prince. The little prince cheered, "Holy Knight." Then, with a bright and honest face, he spoke. "Holy Knight, I've been eagerly awaiting your return." He didn't say my bishop. "Am I out of the inner circle?" He called out to Gray a moment later. "Sir Knight, I have some things I'd like to discuss with you in private. Would you spare me some time?" What was he asking about? Din replies clearly, "It's about the royal family, you, and the future of the Isaac kingdom." Hearing this, Gray asks bluntly, "Are you doing this for the Holy See?" Din seemed flustered by the question. "No, I simply wanted to speak with you." Not wanting to waste time, Gray quickly replied, "All right, I'll make time then." Entering the room, Gray pulled up a chair and politely asked, "May I sit, Archbishop?" Seeing his formality, Din honestly replied, "You can just call me Din, or Pastor, like before. I'm here with you as a friend." Hearing this, the kitten protested and warned him loudly. How dare he call himself a friend with the Archbishop title hanging over his head? He's just trying to get close and persuade you. Don't believe a word he says. Suddenly, Gray slams his teacup down and says, "All right." With his hands on the table and a probing look in his eyes, he gets straight to the point. "So, Pastor, I think I understand why you wanted to meet. It seems the Holy See has a problem with me, is that right?" Knowing he couldn't hide anything from Gray, Dean admitted, "You're always so direct. Would you believe me if I said no? The Holy Order is having some dark thoughts about you. They believe everything you're doing is wrong." Din looked down at his hands, which were toying with a teacup, and continued, "And, specifically, from my perspective, your ideals aren't that different. You and the Holy Council both want a good outcome, but your methods differ." Hearing this, Gray wondered if they truly wanted the best outcome, then coldly asked, "What do they think about the matter concerning Bob?" In response, Dean solemnly explains that the deaths of Bob and the other princes were tacitly approved by the Holy Council. After all, whether legitimate or not, the Holy Council only recognizes the last survivor as king. That's been the way for 1,000 years, and it hasn't changed. Gray, not wanting to hear any more, quickly cuts him off. But that's not right. Cutting him off, Gray, with an annoyed look, revealed the truth. Staining one's hands with the blood of kin is a grave sin, detailed in the Holy Scripture. Chapter 5, line 14. And the Holy See overlooks this grave sin. The guilty must be punished even if they are royalty. Before responding to Gray, he stammered, "May I call you Gray?" Gray gave a curt reply. "All right, that's what friends call each other." Din clasped his hands together, speaking calmly. "Gray, I respect you. You are the most righteous person and the most proper knight I have ever met. Do you know why the Holy Council made me Archbishop of Isaac? It's because I know you. They want to speak with you through me." Ray quickly interjects, "I understand. You're here to relay the Holy See's concerns. The Holy See wants to know what you want or how you want them to handle the current situation before it collapses." Gray, with unwavering resolve, responds, "I want them to convict Benedict II, strip him of his throne, and act according to reason." His hand still playing with the teacup, Din understood the issue and continued to explain. This was the core of Gray's concern, and the Holy Council didn't want him openly opposing them. For example, overthrowing a king recognized by the Holy See, we can find a solution for both sides. For instance, you could reinstate Benedict as king and restore his honor, showing everyone that you still respect the Pope. Later, I'll find evidence for the Privy Council to remove Benedict. You need to act in a way that makes the Holy See believe you're not against them. Dispelling their doubts will temporarily reconcile both sides. After listening to his rambling, Gray's mind was in turmoil. Seeing his silence, Din asked, "Are you angry?" Gray, annoyed, retorted, "Kung, I was just trying to find a polite way to decline your suggestion." Then, suddenly, in the end I realized you were trying to help me, which surprised Din, who widened his eyes. Gray then closed his eyes, reluctantly accepting, for one shouldn't refuse good intentions. Din was touched by that statement. "I'm glad you see that I'm trying to do good, and you're the only one who's told me that over the years. The truth is, I knew you'd refuse such a proposal. If you consider me a friend, please, speak your mind without reservation." Gray, now somber, clasped his hands and said softly, "Then I won't mince words. Your way will never happen." With that, Gray held out his hand, looked directly at his counterpart, and said sternly, "Restoring his honor by making him king again means letting everyone know he didn't commit a crime, and that killing his relatives was lawful, which encourages crime. I hope you understand." The truth in Gray's words gives Dean pause, his somber reflection visible in the teacup. "Of course I understand what you're saying. It's just that no one has dared to ask that question in 1,000 years." After a long pause, Din leaned back wearily in his chair and said helplessly, "This conversation is going nowhere. What am I going to tell the Pope?" Sweating, he thought, "I can't tell them I think the Holy Knight is right and they're wrong. I'm not brave enough to stand against the Holy Order like he is." Suddenly a voice called out from behind, "You seem deep in thought?" The Archbishop. It was none other than Andrew. He continued, "Do you need help?" Din was so startled he couldn't speak. Realizing the insignia, Din thought, the Pope's emblem, this one doesn't waste time. Andrew cut to the chase. "First, I need information on Gray and those around him." Meanwhile, back at the palace, everyone gathered, buzzing with anticipation. What new decree would the Holy Knight issue this time? How naive. From below, the people continued to speculate, their curiosity piqued. "Perhaps he'll help us get wives. It's getting harder and harder to find one. I bet he'll grant us noble titles, and we'll all become nobles." Then, an image of a hand being bound appears, and suddenly, their eyes widen in shock. It turns out it's Gray being crucified. Below, the people are understandably bewildered. What in the world? Shock and confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers. Why is the Holy Knight bound to the cross? Ain and another man appear in the crowd. After a moment, Ain, looking puzzled, asks, "What is he planning now?" The person beside him is just as clueless, replying, "I have no idea." Someone's lips parted as they softly spoke. "I am the bringer of joy to all." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she calmly introduced herself. "My name is Sarai, and I have been watching the Holy Knight from the beginning." Her radiant image appears, eyes closed, hand on her chest, declaring herself the one to judge the Holy Knight. Seeing this, the man can't help but wonder, is that really her? But Ain remained silent before finally revealing that Sarai was the name of the first king of Isaac's mother and a great supporter of the king. Back when Gray and Sally were discussing things, he reiterated seriously, "In short, what I need to do to stop the handout policy is restore the knighthood law, entrust the grain trade to the merchant association, and finally encourage people to farm and participate in social activities. That which has been delayed for 3 months." Sel responded succinctly, hitting the mark. Without hesitation, Gray clenches his fist, his eyes full of determination. "Okay. I'll gather the knights and issue new orders now." Hearing that, Sel was stunned and quickly tried to stop her. "Now? It's the middle of the night and everyone needs rest, but Gray's spirit remains unyielding. Then wake them up. If we're wrong, we'll fix it immediately." She replied calmly, but waking everyone up at night would only make things worse. The excitement gone, Gray questioned, "Am I just supposed to sit here and do nothing?" Sally quickly responded, "I have a way to make the capital's citizens accept the new decree. But the question is, are you willing to endure the pain?" Ray hesitated, then continued as Sally's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "You said the guilty must be punished even if they are the king of a kingdom, so what's the difference if it's a holy knight instead?" Cut back to the present at the church. Witnessing the scene above, everyone was stunned. What was going on? "Are you kidding me? A paladin being judged? That's a paladin, right?" As fingers snap, a voice echoes, "Misappropriating funds has made hundreds of thousands lazy with greed. To forgive the guilty is to harm hundreds of thousands through evil," Sally proclaimed with her eyes closed. "In just 90 days of power, he brought misery to so many. For all the suffering the Holy Knight has inflicted upon the kingdom of Isaac, I pass judgment." Then, with a snap of her fingers, the scene erupts into a blazing inferno. She then stripped the Holy Knight of all authority within the kingdom and sentenced him to be cleansed of his sins by holy fire. And in an instant, Gray was engulfed in flames. The heat was intense, and through his armor, a resigned expression appeared as he thought, "It's hotter than I expected, but I can endure it." This was the fire Gray created to match the dialogue and performance, and the sight of it caused the people to cry out in outrage. "Wait, what does this mean? A holy knight being burned alive? Stop, if the Holy Knight dies, who will give us money?" They charged forward, ranting about commoners living like nobles, calling her a witch, demanding she be stopped, and shouting to save the Holy Knight. At that moment, a line of shields snapped into place, stopping them dead in their tracks. Before them stood a line of knights, stoic and imposing, causing them to grow increasingly confused. What's going on? Aren't those the Silver Moon Knights? And isn't the Holy Knight their captain? Why are they protecting a witch? The leader turned back, flustered, trying to reassure them. It's all right. They never attack innocent people. Move forward. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he was struck, his eyes widening in shock, and the knights immediately swarmed in, creating chaos and confusion. What? Someone's been hit, but why? Just then, Sai's words echoed in his mind. The people would be aggressive, perhaps even attacking, knowing no one would dare strike them. And so, the Silver Moon Knights needed to be more decisive. Then, a foot approached the leader, foaming at the mouth on the ground. One of the knights stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, and said sternly, "The Holy Knight has been stripped of his power. He's as foolish as the laws he made." With a threatening tone and a terrifying glint in his eyes, he boomed, "What is the punishment for troublemakers under Isaac's original laws?" At this, the knights' eyes lit up, and they replied in unison, "Beheading as an example to all." They quickly moved to grab the man's shoulders, terrifying him. "Wait, we can't delay any longer," the man shouted. "No, if you do this, the Holy Knight will punish you." Ignoring his pleas, the knight calmly drew his gleaming sword, as the man wept. The Holy Knight will watch Gray burn, but he scoffs, "Wake up, the Holy Knight can't save you." Wasting no more words, he raises his sword, ready to end the man's life. Then, images of terrified citizens and a composed Gray appear, and suddenly, his voice trembling, he urgently shouts, "Stop! Wasn't our agreement that only I would be burned and bear the guilt? My sins are mine alone. Leave them out of this. I'll bear it all." His words stunned the crowd. The Holy Knight, the script is going as planned. Sally muses, "Yes, I'm the witch who suddenly appeared and stole everyone's happy lives." He, the people's greatest support, was crucified, he thought, glancing slightly at Gray. The flames around him continued to burn fiercely as Sally quietly calculated her next move. After all, only by choosing to resist will they realize the absolute power of the Silver Knights. Meanwhile, in a small room, Benedict expresses his anger after hearing the story. That pathetic Holy Knight, accused by a woman and just standing there? Madness. He frowned and gritted his teeth, calculating. This was the perfect opportunity to incite the people and reclaim the throne. Suddenly, Andrew interrupted. "I think they're acting smart." Then, stroking his chin, he put on a pensive look and praised them. "They've made the new laws more palatable by staging a play, directing all the anger at that girl, and the Holy Knight's reputation has only grown." Andrew, still stroking his chin, explained that even inciting the masses would only lead them to revere the Holy Knight as their king, not a person. Hearing this, Benedict turned in surprise, then asked what they should do now. Andrew reassured him, "It's fine. Leave it to me." As darkness fell and silence filled the air, a rope was suddenly thrown from below. It was the cloaked figures below. What are they whispering? "Good. Tighten it up." One of them gripped the rope, saying confidently, "We're coming up." One by one, they climbed up, peering inside, only to be met with confusion as the flames around Gray still burned. Had the Silver Moon Knights truly betrayed him? Their eyes still fixed on the flames, they asked each other in confusion, "What do we do now? We have to cut the chains and get him out of here." "How can we cut him loose? Are we supposed to jump into the fire?" Amidst their disarray, Gray remained motionless and silent before quietly asking, "Who's there?" At that, one of them stepped forward, looking up in confusion as he replied, "The Holy Knight's memory is truly terrible. I'm Chuck Lai. You probably don't remember me. I was the first soldier to respond during the HSB siege." Recognizing him, Gray exclaimed, and then confessed, "I remember you, but not your name." Charlie reassured Gray, "We're here to save you. Just wait for us to get you down." But he kept shaking his head, refusing, "No, this is my punishment to bear." Hearing this, Charlie couldn't help but exclaim that the woman was wrong. Then he bowed his head in admission, "You're not the one being punished. We're the lazy ones." The fire blazes, but Gray calmly replies, "You weren't lazy to begin with. My policies made you that way." Then, in a serious tone, he recounts the consequences of his actions on the country. "I brought about a crisis, turning fertile lands barren, nearly causing famine, and emptying the treasury. You learned to sin because of me." Charlie, with pride, put his hand on his chest and looked up. "But we still respect you. There is no better ruler in the world." Despite Chai's words, Gray sadly replied, "People respect me, but they just haven't seen the bad sides yet. I want everyone to have a vibrant life, not just drunken revelry everywhere." Then, with a knowing look, he quietly says, "If you respect me, support the new policies. Even if it's painful, I'm here for everyone." Carlyle was moved by his sacrifice. In the next instant, all those remaining knelt, one hand on their chest, and reverently replied, "As you wish." The next day, with the help of the Silver Moon Knights, Sai changed the law in the name of Prince Bob. All of Gray's policies were abolished, the labor system was based on productivity, and the laws were strengthened. Some high-ranking nobles like the Grand Duke supported him, but most of the lesser nobles were dissatisfied. However, they were too afraid of the Silver Knights to say anything. The scene shifts to soldiers gossiping after a hard day's work, complaining that they can't stand anymore. I don't want to do this. When the Holy Knights were in charge, we lived comfortably. Now we're trudging through mud, and my 50 gold coin outfit is ruined. One of them angrily says, "The worst part is we're paid so little for working here all day," and someone suggests leaving. Without a second thought, they're leaving together, huh? Sounds good to me. Let's get out of the capital, Lion. Who's with me? Go, go, go. The atmosphere in the room became terrifying as a knight reported the situation to Sally's. Agricultural recovery is slow and people are already leaving the capital. Her anger boils over. The more she heard of their laziness, the more enraged Sai became, screaming as if she were about to lose her mind. It's late spring. What are they thinking going outside? Do they want to become food for wild beasts? Do they think they're holy knights who can kill bears with one punch? The knight, drenched in sweat and trembling, spoke up. We should at least try to find a way to rescue them. After a while, Thuangsi, panting with exhaustion, asked, Rescue? Rescue what? Rescue who? Before she could catch her breath, she roared again in anger. A city of 100,000 is already impossible to manage with only 100 knights, and to save money, we've closed all the barracks in the capital. Thinking of Gray, the knight quickly added, My lord wants to apologize to you. This made Sai wonder, could he hear their conversation? The knight honestly reveals that he uses telepathy on the Silver Moon Knights, allowing everyone to exchange information instantly. Sally was surprised and impressed. How convenient. Suddenly weary, she leaned on the table and declared, We need manpower as much as rescue. First, a central secretary for internal affairs and an accountant for the funds. Sally then sat down, pointing at the knight to assign tasks, saying that regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners, homeless or had families, if they proved useful, they would be saved. With a solemn air, he accepted the order. Okay, I'll do as you say. The conversation ends and she slumps into her chair with a sigh. I'm exhausted. I should have asked Ain for help. Sally stretched, groaning that this was more than one person could handle. She wondered how the previous kings had lasted so long, unaware of the shadow mimicking her movements behind her. Suddenly, Sai's face hardened as if she realized something. Without another word, she quickly swung her knife behind her and demanded, Who's there? But strangely, there was no one there. The strange occurrence leaves her bewildered, and Sel collapses into a chair, leaning back to compose herself. Looks like I'm really exhausted. This room is protected by Gray's barrier, so how could an ordinary person get in? As she stirred her tea, Andrew watched from afar, remarking on her sensitivity. He perched in the tree, sneering, but in the end he was just a normal man. In Andrew's hand was a vial of magic potion containing a purple liquid. He chuckled, shaking the vial, and said smugly, This is going to be fun. In the room, Sai, unaware, continued to sip her tea calmly. After a long while, Sally examined the documents, smiled, and calmly asked, Excuse me, what did you just say? A man in the middle awkwardly replied, The aqueducts haven't been maintained for 3 months, so they're blocked, and there's no way to irrigate. These 3 are the newly appointed ministers. Hearing this, Sai simply replied, Then unclog it. He honestly says, The water engineers are demanding high wages and won't work without payment. Immediately, his face shows clear seriousness. He stated clearly that more and more people were fleeing the capital. Many preferred prison to work, and many were protesting in the streets, demanding the release of the Holy Knight. Hearing this, Sai's eyes narrowed in thought as the scene shifts to the capital's castles, and a voice echoes. I went to observe the protesting crowd. Below, the people were densely packed when suddenly a man shouted, Release the Holy Knight! Setting off a chain reaction as everyone chanted in unison, Long live the Holy Knight! Long live the Holy Knight! Just then, the sound of approaching hooves filled the air as Sai and her soldiers arrived, silently observing the crowd, when she spotted a familiar figure, causing a stir among the people. Hey, it's that witch. The witch is here. What do we do? Don't be afraid. There are more of us. Gripping the reins, she closed her eyes and calmly thought, Just a bunch of fancy dressers. Then, Sally softly asks, Do you really want me to release the Holy Knight? Then, in front of everyone, she asks with a mocking tone, Or do you just want the money? That seemed to hit a nerve, as one of them angrily cursed the rotten woman. Then the crowd erupted in anger, shouting, Shut up! What do you know about us? The Holy Knight is a hero. Who are you to punish him? Release the Holy Knight now. Release him. Sai, with an unreadable expression, calmly says, "I understand you all too well. Money talks, doesn't it?" The mention of money stopped them in their tracks, and Sai quietly called out to Pass, startling him. Not believing his ears, Pass asked, "You really want to give it away? How generous." Without waiting for an answer, he quickly snatches a tray of gold and silver. "Forget the orders." In that instant, P flung the tray, scattering gold and silver everywhere, and shouted, "Here, take it." The greedy couldn't resist the temptation, their eyes gleaming with desire. They scrambled to snatch the money, shouting, "Money, it's mine! Don't steal it! Who cares?" Witnessing the chaos, he could only scoff. It seems no one wants to save the poor holy knight. Yet his face betrayed a hint of sorrow as he spoke with resignation. How much effort was it all for to be repaid with this? I pity the holy knight. Is this what the holy knight deserves for taking the fall for these fools? Their actions are no surprise. "It's all right, it's okay," Sai calmly reassured. After all, they're just ignorant commoners, not the ruling class. The two of them continued to watch the chaos unfold, her voice steady. No one ever taught them dignity or integrity. Most can't even read or write. They've never been treated as human beings, only as inferiors. Observing their greedy faces, Sai stated frankly, "The holy knight gave them equality, but they didn't know how to use it, so they reverted to their primitive nature." Without a change in expression, she spoke with magnanimous ease. "They're not to blame. It's the rulers of the past who made them this way. I'll teach them everything, and they'll change for the better." Hearing this, Pass wondered, "So what's next?" Sally quickly reassured, "Leave it to me. I am now the Sage Sarai, and I have the power." From above, a large crowd can be seen gathering as Sally orders them to disperse once the commotion dies down. Bass simply replied, "Okay." Observing from above, Andrew finally speaks, "Sage, there you are. Don't underestimate it and leave so soon." Then he quickly used his fingers to draw some kind of magic while muttering an incantation. Suddenly, Jen's eyes widened in shock as she clutched her chest. Andrew smirks, relentlessly chanting the spell as Sally's pupils dilate in pain, and she suddenly collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Bass shouts in alarm, "Hey, what's wrong?" Sally struggles to look up and replies in a trembling voice, "My heart suddenly hurts so much." Where did these powerful green energy beams come from that are attacking her? Sally lay face down on the ground, crying out, it hurts so much." Strange symbols were now etched onto her arm. Bass's face was frozen in horror, and the onlookers cried out, "What is that?" Suddenly, an immense power erupted from Sally, illuminating the entire space. And when the blue light faded, Sally appeared, now in her elf form, sitting in a daze. Just then, a priest approached a man clutching the money, advising, "Don't pick them up, that money is cursed." He wondered why, but the monk quickly answered, "If you kill this demon and free the holy knight, you'll all receive endless money. Why bother picking up so little?" These words swayed the crowd, who said to each other, "That's right. Why bother picking them up? If the holy knight returns? Yes, let's kill that demon." As soon as he finished speaking, they charged forward, shouting, "Kill the demon and reclaim our justice. The Pope must be behind this." Seeing this, Bass gritted his teeth in dismay as a soldier shouted, "Lord Bass, take the Sage Sarai and go. We'll hold them back." Bass looked bewildered, then sighed. "Damn it. I'm definitely charging extra for this." Meanwhile, something suddenly cracks and shatters around Gray. It's his armor, destroyed by the intense heat. Now, with his armor gone, Gray sat dejected, thinking, "Good thing I can regenerate with soul fire, or I'd be ash. But my armor's ruined. I should ask Ms. Tsai for a new set." Then something dawns on Gray, and he exclaims, "Fire transformation!" He recalls an ancient painting, and muses that the man in it also underwent fire transformation due to his radical nature. But unlike Gray, he wasn't a lich, and couldn't survive. Humans are far different than books describe. Perhaps it's time to understand them better and stop trusting books. However, he sighed helplessly, lamenting, "How long do I have to hang out here?" Meanwhile, the kitten had fallen fast asleep. Suddenly, Gray's eyes widened, a spark igniting within them as he realized something. He turned his gaze into the distance, sensing a powerful aura, and mused, "What unpleasant magic is this?" Just then, Catherine and Vivian appeared on either side of him, Vivian excitedly announcing, "Now things are getting interesting." Catherine wondered aloud, "Elf magic?" Ray, confused, repeats, "Elf magic?" A voice suddenly cuts through their conversation. "Reporting, Captain." Gray realized in astonishment that it was Jack's voice, Jack of the Silver Bone Brigade. He then anxiously asks, "Jack, what's going on?" Jack quickly reports that things are bad. For some reason, Miss Say has turned into a demon, and she's in terrible pain from a high fever, and her life force is fading. Sally was utterly exhausted, her face drenched in sweat and flushed with fever. As he desperately tried to escape the pursuing mob, Jack added, "And the crazed citizens of the capital are surrounding us. We can't handle them." They screamed, "Die, demon!" Watching from afar, Vivian laughed, saying it seemed the Holy Order had begun to act. Gray looked around, confused, as Catherine grimly explained the Holy See's actions. The Holy Order represents the divine on Earth, but in the end, they are still an organization created by humans. And when the divine is no longer a reliable foundation, they will choose to rely on other powers. Speaking of which, Catherine recalls the summoned skull, turning to a P. Now I wonder where an army that doesn't need rest for days came from. I wonder which necromancer let these spirits roam the streets for the Holy Knights, and what the necromancer's true identity is. He approaches P and bluntly asks if he is the Holy Knight, isn't he? Andrew then smirked, asking, "Don't you think that's absurd?" Words that enraged Pass, who grit his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, the two face off." Andrew bluntly demands, "Leave the girl behind and I'll let you go." Unwilling to yield, Pass retorted, "Sorry, she's our boss now, and we mercenaries operate on trust." Hearing this, he frowned and muttered the word trust. Suddenly, he angrily unleashed a powerful blast of energy that pierced through Pass's body, snarling, "The one thing humans shouldn't talk about is trust." Meanwhile, Gray's arm violently breaks free from the iron shackles, and he leaps to the ground, staggering to his feet. Vienne taunts him, asking if he's changed his mind about execution. Catherine worriedly asked Han if he shouldn't repair his damaged armor first, but Gray had already regained his balance. "There's no time. We've lost contact with Jack. Miss Say is in danger. I have to go now." Just then, the footsteps of rushing townspeople echoed as they surged forward, clamoring, "Holy Knight, we're here to save you. Don't worry, I got here first." Gray was suspicious, wondering, "They are?" when one of them quickly grabbed him and urged him on. "The Holy Knight has descended? Holy Knight, we've defeated the demons. You can pay us now." Hearing this, Gray asked in astonishment, "A demon?" He angrily grabbed the man's shoulders and demanded, "What have you done to her?" Only then did the man cry out in shock. "Isn't that Sarai? Not understanding what's happening?" he asks with a confused expression. "We're doing the right thing, aren't we?" "That's what you mean, right?" "Why are you angry?" the crowd murmured again, recalling, "Doesn't the Bible say we must destroy demons to protect the earth? Indeed, the gods say we must kill demons and their minions to turn the world into paradise." A man nearby said with his arms crossed, "That's what you taught us, Holy Knight." "I never taught you this, nor did the divine," Gray retorted, his eyes flashing with anger at their absurd claims. "Did you really read the entire Bible? They still don't see their error and continue to argue. We can't read or write. We only pass things down orally. We acted on our own, but we thought it was what you wanted." "Indeed, money can blind people," the blue-haired man brazenly states. "Holy Knight, leave the demons to us. We have obeyed your orders. Now reinstate the policy and keep handing out money." Hearing this, Gray was speechless. He felt rooted to the spot, his mind racing with questions. What was happening? Why did I assume everyone could read? Is it because novels are written by people? Mixed with those thoughts was the relentless urging of the greedy mob. Holy Knight, new policies, give out money, lots of money. He was being pushed into a corner. Gray bowed his head in confusion, feeling surrounded. What to do? Suddenly, a flash of black hair caught his eye, and Gray looked up as if realizing something. It was Sally's hair. Andrew carried her on his shoulder as they watched from afar. Meanwhile, Aaron is shocked by the news and cries out, "Yelps! What? You're saying Miss SL turned into a demon?" The guard, still shaken, recounted with a trembling voice. "Yes, she transformed in the middle of a crowd, and I don't understand what's happening." And listened, and then stated firmly, "Something's definitely targeting the Zelays. It has to be the Holy Order." No sooner had she spoken than a look of shock crossed her face, and she gasped, covering her mouth. "The Holy Assembly? Wait, this isn't good." Immediately, N ordered everyone to rush to the church. At the church, confusion was evident as Andrew was struck in the face, while Ane's voice echoed, revealing the Pope's attempt to provoke Gray in front of everyone. Indeed, it was Gray who threw the punch. He snatched Sally from Andrew and, losing his composure, struck him in the face. Rewinding to the events prior, Andrew's voice echoed from afar, challenging, "Holy Knight, care to make a deal?" The crowd grew more bewildered, but Gray, ignoring him, urgently asked, "Who are you?" Before Andrew could answer, Catherine interjected, "That's an elf." An elf who turned his back on sacred beliefs. Vivian chimed in, "And that's an elf transformed by magic," not forgetting to add a compliment. "He has good taste. Those horns are magnificent." Before Andrew could answer, he smirked and calmly said, "Relax, Holy Knight, or should I call you a necromancer?" Immediately, he introduced himself with a clear voice. "I am Andrew, Chief Mage of the Human Mage Alliance, representing the Holy Council. I've come here today to negotiate with you." Something felt off to Gray. Necromancer? He was a Lich Lord. Vivienne chuckled from behind, saying, "He thinks you're a necromancer. His imagination isn't wild enough." Andrew continued to threaten. "Your secret is insignificant. I'm offering you a chance. Apologize to the Holy See immediately. Welcome King Benedict II back, and withdraw your troops from the capital. Then I will return this girl to her original state." With a cold smile, he offered to keep his secret. Despite Andrew's ranting, Gray remained firm. "I will not compromise. Don't waste your time." "Oh, really?" he asked, scratching his head, feigning ignorance. "There's no other way." With that, Andrew coldly threw Sai to the ground and quickly drew his sword. Then, with a sinister smile and a sly tone, he said, "I've brought the demon here, Holy Knight. Please end it with your own hands." Hearing this, the crowd once again erupted in cheers, chanting, "Kill her! Kill her!" Looking down at Xiali writhing on the ground, he continued to taunt her. "Aren't you worried about her? I won't let her die easily with my magic. Even with a pierced heart, she'll live. Think carefully, necromancer magic won't work on her." At that moment, they only saw Gray rushing forward, yelling, "You!" Then, Andrew's face contorted as Gray's fist landed. Gray's punch, fueled by rage, sent Andrew flying. He went flying forward, lying motionless, and everyone cried out in alarm. "Be careful, don't hesitate." Gray quickly helped her battered body sit up, asking anxiously, "Miss Sai, are you all right?" Sai's face was bruised and blood trickled from her mouth as she struggled to speak. "Don't save me." Her eyes were losing focus. Gray, his face etched with sorrow, gently reassured her, "What are you saying? I'll heal you right away." That hurt? Was that really the summoner's fist? But was hitting me really a good idea? Suddenly, the crowd behind them erupted in whispers, and Gray turned, confused. They began to look bewildered, questioning each other. "What's going on? Why did the Holy Knight attack the one who caught the demon? I got hit by accident and it hurt like hell. I'd be dead if I took that punch. The Holy Knight wants to save the demon, but wasn't he being manipulated by it? So that's why he stopped giving us money. I see, we have no choice but to kill the demon." Faced with their cold words, kill the demon, Gray could only hold Sally tightly and tremble. "No, Sally isn't a demon." Suddenly, she gently touched Gray's hand and interrupted him. Sai's eyes glazed over, her voice faltering. "Execute me, please. This is the heart of man." Then, looking at Gray, she struggled to say, "Please, let me die." Unable to speak, Gray could only stare at Sally with emotion. Andrew, still on the ground, spoke with sarcasm. "I'm truly impressed. Even in that state, she still tries to calm the people. Calling her a sage wouldn't be an exaggeration, would it?" He smirks with satisfaction. "So, Holy Knight, shall we execute her?" After Andrew's challenging question, the people chanted in unison, "Kill the devil, kill the devil." The Gray stood firm as a mountain, and then beautiful memories flooded his mind. Overjoyed at being accepted, he declared he would become a Knight of Justice. Then, raising his sword, he declared, "I bestow upon you the title of Silver Moon Knight." Interspersed with cries of, "Kill the demon," Catherine calmly stated that justice and righteousness are worthless to humanity. Sally firmly stated that the good would be rewarded and the wicked punished, while the crowd chanted, "Kill the demon," the final image being the benevolent bishop, advising them to listen to their hearts. Back in reality, the crowd was shouting, "Kill the demon! Kill the demon!" Gray quickly retorted that she wasn't a demon and had done nothing wrong. He states his position plainly. From now on, he will no longer give them money. They must earn it themselves. There is no need for anyone to revolt. "It's my fault you've become like this." With that, Gray closed her tearful eyes and pleaded, "I will work with you, sew with you, earn money with you. I will always be on your side, please." Suddenly, someone throws an egg right in his face without mercy. Then fists clenching eggs and stones raised high. They snarl at Gray. "Don't joke around. Who needs you to work with us?" They looked like venomous snakes, their eyes cold and greedy as they said, "All we need is money." The snakes opened their mouths wide, revealing their fangs, and roared. Gray's noble life seemed pitiful and small before the venomous crowd, who urged him to execute the demon and return to his former self as a holy knight, as Andrew calmly observed. Look, the Holy Knight stares into Gray's face, his voice hoarse as he speaks the truth. The malice of mankind is far greater than that of demons. Ignoring his words, Gray gently picked up Sally, stood up, and calmly said, "The innocent will be safe." At that moment, a look of exhaustion appeared on her face as she quietly scolded, "Idiot, am I more important than those 100,000 people? Are you crazy? You didn't even think about it?" Gray declares, "A knight does not strike the defenseless. If you want her executed, you'll have to go through me." Benedict then gives a devious smile. So this is the true nature of a holy knight? He has completely fallen to darkness. He welcomes it with open arms. But the Holy Order will not abandon you. They have sent Benedict full of compassion and love. The people buzzed with speculation. It was the former king. He's alive? 100 questions raced through their minds. The Archbishop is with him too. What does this mean? Gray's eyes darted over to the Archbishop, who was grimacing and silent. Gray continued, "Did you plan this with them?" He stammered, unable to meet his gaze. I didn't." Benedict roared for silence, pointing at him like a criminal. "You, a holy knight, have fallen for a demon. What right do you have to question the Archbishop?" The crowd immediately erupts in whispers. "What? In love? So she really is a holy knight?" Gray was stunned, at a loss for words, and sadly gazed at the person in his arms. "Yes, we were engaged." But Benedict immediately covered his face and burst out laughing. Did everyone hear that? He was engaged, and he immediately raised his hand to command. "Everything is clear, and your king has returned. You know what to do." Benedict boasted once more, "I hereby sentence this unholy couple to death, and upon my coronation I will implement new policies." Those manipulative words continued to incite the people. If they wanted money, they should act. They became more and more confused. "All you have to do is execute the fallen holy knight and the demon, and everything will go back to normal." Immediately, the people looked at Gray in a completely different light. "Holy knight, don't blame us. You shouldn't have reversed the policy. You're not the holy knight you once were. Kill the fallen knight, execute the demon." They charged forward, shouting, "Kill, kill, kill!" Gray sadly embraced Sly. Everyone's gone mad. As they approached, a light appeared, and they cried, "Kill!" Everyone was quickly blown away. Gray looked up in surprise to see Catherine appear above, radiating golden power. She stood tall, protecting Gray, who instinctively looked up at her. Catherine coldly raised her head. "The Holy Assembly, as it stands." "So you're not even trying to hide your ambition anymore?" Karen exclaimed, shocking Benedict and the Archbishop. Gray offered a thanks. "Thank you for helping me," but the deity Catherine quickly cut him off. "I know the images in my memory came flooding back. A demon had flatly refused. I don't need the help of gods, and I'll never regret my choices. Gods only help the dead anyway. Am I just supposed to sit here and die? I guess so." The boy gritted his teeth, cursing a storm. Hypocrites. Catherine listened in silence, finding it all utterly absurd. She immediately reaches out. "I know," she explains as she strikes. "According to the gods, I'm not allowed to help you." Catherine hung her head low, but I didn't want to see the newly kindled flame extinguished. She delivers a powerful blow, saving the knight from danger. I refuse to grit my teeth and sigh in helplessness. Those struck by the attack were sent flying, and from afar, the familiar sound of hooves echoed. Tendas charges into battle like a god, as Gray, cradling someone in his arms, looks on in bewilderment. "Tendas, why is it here?" Catherine calmly replies, "I summoned it." With that, she pushed them both down below, disappearing in a storm of lightning, leaving behind the words, "Go, you should leave this place. Find a way to fix this. You have to restore capital to its former glory." But unseen, she was clearly gritting her teeth in pain. The second-class angel Catherine had violated the agreement between Paladin Gray and the Holy Spirit. "You must return to the heavens and await our judgment," Gray whispered atop Tendas. The angel gripped the reins, unable to control his trembling as Gray's voice echoed through the air. "All Silver Moon members, cease your actions immediately and evacuate all citizens of the Duchy from the capital. This is only a temporary retreat." His eyes flashed with determination as he declared, "Then we'll return." Gray then rode Tendas at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a dark aura snared its feet, stopping Tendas in its tracks. Gray and Sally tumbled to the ground, and he quickly leaped back to dodge an attack. Sally coughs up more CO, filling him with grief. Poor Sally. Gray sighed, looking at the wound, which was rapidly worsening. Gray looked worriedly at his beloved. She needed treatment urgently. He turned to his warhorse and asked, "Tendas, are you all right?" It tried to stand up in vain, thinking it could still run. Andrew approached leisurely, taunting the Holy Knight. "The higher-ups of the Holy Order are eager to meet you." Gray didn't even need to turn around to know. Elf Andrew removed his helmet, bursting into laughter, his eyes terrifyingly sinister. "Didn't you want to punch me? Come on," he taunted. That stung a bit, and Gray is attacked again, warily identifying dark magic. Andrew waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just incapacitate you and take you to the main church for questioning. Gray, realizing something important was gone, rushed forward without hesitation. Gray raises his fist, warning Andrew to stay away from Sai, but Andrew dodges the blow. Are you really a mage? Because that was a rather unrefined punch. He laughed triumphantly, head held high, but was immediately surprised by a hand reaching out, followed by a swarm of souls attacking at once, forcing Andrew to jump back in annoyance. Are you really a necromancer? He smirked, thinking he still had a chance. You should just summon all your skeletons. Andrew raises his hand, summoning power, declaring, this is far too weak as the skeletons shatter into hundreds of pieces. Andrew laughs. Do you even have the energy to keep fighting? But Gray simply turns to face him. He stares in fear as a golden power erupts behind him, a blinding light unleashing a furious energy. Andrew is getting pummeled. He's thrown into the air, confused. How can he use holy magic without being an angel, and can he use both holy magic and necromancy? Then, as he fell to the ground, orbs of electricity paralyzed him, and Andrew screamed in agony as he landed, utterly broken. Wei Yuan smirked, commenting that it wasn't bad, as Little Cat intently watched the fight. It seems Gray has the upper hand, but the Lich is favored by magic. An elf defeating a Lich is just wishful thinking. So Gray is sure to win, right? She calmly watches the match, but the outcome is still uncertain. Frustrated by his loss and the constant shocks, Andrew clenches his fist. Andrew rises and punches the ground in fury. How dare you challenge me again and again? Andrew throws something into the air and growls, I will kill you. His eyes burned with murderous intent. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Even the birds scattered as Tenda struggled to his feet, helpless. Gray blankly observed the sudden surge in his magical power, sensing a strange pressure as Andrew confidently declared, I will kill you. The kitten yelped in surprise. What's going on? Why is he suddenly so much stronger? Vivian asks grimly. Kriha. He glances over in surprise. What is Kriha? She looks down to explain. It was an era erased from human history, an age that even angels and demons fled from due to its strange and cursed magic. It was humanity's first and only original sin. Vivian's face darkened with rage. Why does this elf dare run around with the relics of that era? The kitten shuddered, seeing the demon woman's terrifying face for the first time. What happened to those people back then? Gray quickly sat down to take care of things. His energy dwindling, he couldn't afford to drag this out. He unleashed his attack, needing to finish this quickly to tend to Sly. A golden flame erupted from Gray's hand, but it had no effect on Andrew, who smirked. Andrew retaliates with his inner strength, taunting, Is that all you've got? A surge of dark power erupted from him, rushing forward with incredible force. Quickly, Gray was pierced. He looked down, gritting his teeth in pain. Something's not right. Andrew laughs, raising his hand before bringing it down decisively, shattering the armor and revealing Gray's body. Andrew smirks. So this is your true face. Gray lands, thinking that he's lucky Catherine's cloth was enchanted for protection, preventing a deeper cut. He immediately unleashes his ultimate move, hoping to nullify Andrew's strange magical power. Andrew quickly stomps down to restrain him, and Gray numbly senses everything. What? Andrew emphasized each word slowly. Stop, don't even try to touch me. My Creata magic legacy triples my magical power. What can a greenhorn like you do to me? Gray thought, annoyed that he couldn't move. Andrew raised his sword and declared, As a lich, I should extinguish your soul fire. But first, I'll tear you apart, piece by piece. This will hurt. He told himself, trying to stay calm. Think. I can't fall here. Sai is still waiting to be healed. What should I do? Think fast. Gray was helpless, unsure of what to do. No, I can't think of anything. Vivienne gently lifted her head. Uncomfortable, aren't you? But this is how the world works, she smugly reminds him. The strong trample the weak who can't even beg for mercy. Do you want power? Want to save that girl named Say? Vane grinned confidently. Say my name, and I'll give you the power. The power to turn the tables. Gray stares in disbelief. Angels are never there when you need them, but demons appear if you pay the price. Andrew recoils in fear, stepping back cautiously. Who are you? Andrew stammered, his face paling. What's going on? Since when are there demons? Or has it been here all along? Elle aside, now there are demons too. How did they all end up in this world? Vivienne smiled, thinking to herself that things were bad. After tripling her magic power, this elf could see through her invisibility spell. And with that, Andrew quickly made his escape. I have to run, she immediately shouted. Don't run, he turned back in fear. The Holy Order can restrain gods and angels, but they have no way to control demons, and with that aura, this demon is over 1,000 years old. Andrew vowed to himself that even becoming a holy knight was strange enough. Tendas had better not cooperate with the Holy See anymore. Tendas, appearing from nowhere, slammed into Andrew's back, who bit down hard to stifle the pain, his mind reeling with doubt. With a skeletal horse like this, am I going to break my back? Tendas seizes the opportunity to signal Gray. Old goat, your chance has come. He shakily scrambled to his feet, calculating that the elf would soon realize this demon wasn't here to help him. Gray leaps forward, leaving Vivian stunned. He throws the necklace and shouts, "This is my only chance!" Gray cuts Andrew off mid-incantation, determined to succeed, while Andrew screams in desperate terror. The Holy Knight thrashed about helplessly, never imagining a dignified Holy Knight would be associated with a demon. Andrew was petrified as he screamed, "You have a treaty? You can't kill an elf like me in this world. You can't kill me." Gray wearily watches the spectacle. What nonsense is this elf spouting? Vienne sits to the side, sulking uncomfortably. If he'd stayed and threatened Gray a little longer, she would have pinched him to vent her frustration that her seduction had worked. The kitten sobbed, begging Lady Vivienne to stop pinching his cheeks. Gray sighed wearily. It was finally over. He then looked at his teammates and gave the order. Next, they needed to assess Sel's condition. Gray's eyes then closed, startling everyone, and Tenda's needed recovery as well. The kitten rushes over, confusing him. What is the kitten trying to say? Gray collapses to the ground, helpless and deaf to the world. A spark flickers, growing stronger and brighter, revealing Gray's burning gaze, and he suddenly awakens. Gray's eyes darted around, surprised to find himself unconscious. Did he overexert his magic? What time is it, and where's Sai? Anne calls out from a distance, saying she's all right. Gray looked back in suspicion, and she continued to question him. That voice. So you really are Gray. He began to panic, his secret, his dark expression, and his cold eyes all exposed. Gray clutches his face, utterly flustered. The more he hides, the more it shows. Could it be that he's about to jump for joy? Ian, let me explain. She immediately held up her hand to stop him. A good job, and immediately pointed at the soldier. First, put on the armor. The soldier was also incredibly doubtful of his life. A moving skeleton, and quickly added, "Many people are waiting for you." And so he and Ain immediately turned and left. Ray anxiously wondered if Ain wouldn't ask any questions. He sadly lowered his head to the ground, wondering if Sally knew. I forgot she was injured. What about the kitten? Tendas, Ain spoke up immediately. Everything's all right. Hearing this, Gray looks up at the sky in surprise. Thank goodness, she continued to report. Sally's shape-shifting magic has been dispelled, and she's being healed, with Atut tending to his granddaughter. A good night's sleep is all she needs to fully recover, Anne continued. The others are in the camp as well. Ray looks up at her. Is Catherine all right? As she looked down coldly. And what about me? Vivienne bit her teeth in frustration. After all this, I'm even more disgusted with you, she shouted. Let me go. What is this strange tablet? Kairine crosses her arms and shrugs. What's wrong with a demon doing bad things? Demons taking advantage of others? Vian cursed in frustration. Hey, Archangel, are you listening? Catherine announces. Hey, Gray, the gods have lifted some of my restrictions. I'm free to make my own decisions now. Her hand on her neck means I can help you without asking the gods. Gray's eyes lit up at the news, never imagining she would go so far for someone like him. Catherine pondered. Now free from divine restrictions, killing demons was permissible, but she shouldn't tell a child like Gray that. Gray happily heads towards the commander, relieved that Catherine is back and Sally is safe. As Trantru pondered with his hand on his chin, and coldly announced that the capital's problem had arrived. Gray looked up, utterly bewildered, then stared blankly at the ground. Below them, tens of thousands bask in the rising sun, sharing food and lining up to receive their rations. Everyone gets some, so no pushing. Let's help them out. Take this bread over there. The blonde rushes to his little sister, offering her meat. But I already took some. He clicks his tongue, refusing to accept it. I heard your mother isn't well, so take some more. The blonde man continued to offer. Don't be shy, take some. Don't be embarrassed, he said with a smile, scratching his head. Even the Holy Knight would do the same. People continued to shout to each other. Bread's here. Come and get it if you haven't already. Form a line and don't push. Is pushing going to produce water? There are wounds here that need cleaning. Red Hair quickly turned amidst the noise, bringing the old man a blanket. This is my first time leaving the capital. I wonder what kind of person the Grand Duke is. The girl shouted with joy. Look, it's the Holy Knight. Really? Everyone happily pointed and waved. Are you all right, Holy Knight? Is it true you were attacked by a group of madmen at the church? Don't worry, we're not like them and we'll work hard. Sir Knight, would you like to eat with us? Even though it's just bread and meat, Anne explains gently. These are the people who left the capital after receiving my evacuation order. She smiled faintly. Even until the end, they believed in him. And Gray's tears began to flow. Anne raises a hand, reflecting on how his policies have tormented them for the past 3 months. She comforted the knight, but he had also helped them greatly, and everyone smiled brightly. They've all decided to entrust their lives to him, so Anne quickly sits down to comfort them. So all that he's done up until now hasn't been in vain. Besides the soldiers, 2,300 civilians evacuated, mostly farmers and slaves. Here's their list. From today on, they belong to you. Gray happily blushed as he looked at the plan. Many have died. Anne glances back, wondering why Ray is so happy with only 2,000 people out of the capital's 100,000. She smirked slightly, thinking that this was more than enough for him. Anne said sternly, Ray, next we're returning to White City, and you'll take care of them all, right? Ray nods. Of course. He asked shyly, how would you take care of them? She was stunned. Why was he asking her? She smiles, crosses her arms, and replies, why don't you tell me what you're planning to do? Gray scratches his head and suggests, you once granted me a seaport. I'll let them live there. Anne nodded, asking further, then what? He was clearly flustered, so Anne offered a suggestion. Where do they live? How do they make money? Finding a food source? After all, there are quite a few people. You naively suggest farming, escalating the debate to a more complex level. Can we really do that? Because the port is by the sea, the soil is alkaline and salty, so we can't grow crops. Economic development must rely on trade, but the previous lord, Casper, was dismissed for excessive taxes. And since I haven't governed them at all since taking office, how can I convince them to accept over 2,000 people? He shouted in a panic, I don't know, Gray confessed honestly. Lady Arin, I know nothing of the port. I was only there for a few days when I first met you, and I've never been back since. His eyes filled with worry as he asked her to teach him how to stabilize the population. Little Elle was no longer content with being called a holy knight, and seriously remarked that the knight didn't want to let down those who believed in him. He began to learn the knowledge to become a leader, while she coldly offered 2 words. Mud flat? This only confused Gray further, as she hastily pointed to the map. A half-day's walk to the northwest lies a riverside floodplain, uninhabited due to frequent flooding. But if a dam were built upstream, Anne explained sternly, the valley near the river floodplain would become fertile land with great potential for development. Gray innocently examined the map, asking if these were the places she had circled in red. She nodded confidently, adding that she had prepared meticulously. Don't worry, before coming here I already had Horace start building the dam there. As expected of the brilliant Ayn, she cleared her throat, reminding him. However, to be a good lord, he must still worry about reclaiming wasteland for food and ensuring transportation. For 5 years, there should be no taxes, and they should own all the produce they make. Only consider taxes once agriculture is stable. Hearing this, he blushed with excitement. Ayn immediately proposed, we'll help build homes along the river, then hire craftsmen from the port to build proper houses. She happily pointed to the map and continued, explaining how this would stimulate the port economy and help the displaced people adapt to the area. Gray quickly stepped forward, announcing there's hope for resettlement, leaving everyone speechless. Really? How exactly does it work? Everyone was ecstatic. I get to keep all my crops for 5 years, and no more taxes? The other villagers were just as excited. To have a house built? Finally, I'll have a place of my own. The men will farm, the women will weave and cook, and I'll take my hoe and get to work. Everyone jumped for joy. Gray was silent, lost in thought as Ayn's scolding echoed in his mind. He often overlooked what people truly needed in pursuit of his own ideals. A sad realization dawned on him, and he began to understand Ayn's words. Meanwhile, Benedict laughed maniacally, ordering his men to run rampant. The great Benedict has returned, and another lackey rushes to inform him. Your Majesty, allow me to form an army to collect taxes for you. Benedict laughs, praising him. Excellent, you are promoted to General of the AC Kingdom. Another immediately suggested, Your Majesty, allow me to draft and manage a new set of laws. He casually granted the position without question. Excellent, you shall be the Minister of Law for the kingdom. The sky turned gray as sinister laughter echoed, and he casually dismissed his pawn. That's right, I am the king. The more they obeyed, the more confused Benedict became. I am Benedict, the true king. Books are thrown about. Benedict didn't hesitate to trample them, slowly placing the crown upon his head. Benedict's coronation brings joy to all. I am king. Long live the king. Long live the king. The archbishop worriedly stood in the crowd. Long live the king, but Benedict grew more wicked by the day and the archbishop looked away in dismay. The year is 1754, and in early June, the Holy Knights depart the capital. Though they arrived with only 100 silver-clad soldiers, they now leave with thousands. "Hey, you!" Father called out. "You're that shy boy who scratches his head. Sorry, I don't know your name." Father offered him a ride again. Rumor has it, this journey will be long. The boy turns back to look behind him. This is a special vehicle for the weak, and the sky quickly turns to midday. The pink-haired girl leaned forward, confused. "You're a prince?" "That's the talk of the town." "That doesn't matter." She continued to ask, "A prince working as our horseman?" Bob sighs. "I worked in the stables for a while, so I'm pretty good at this." He smiles. "It's the only thing I can do right now." Pink hair quickly followed up. "And the prince left the capital too?" Bob hesitated for a long moment. "Maybe I don't belong there anyway. By the way, can we just call each other by our names?" He leaned forward with a bright smile. "I'm not a prince anymore. Pink hair is shy, but she hits the nail on the head. Bob, don't you want to be king? Only if the Holy Knight helps." Upon hearing that, Bob immediately sighed and hung his head. To be king is to rule a country. I can barely keep the people on this carriage safe. How can he be king while holding the reins? In fact, I feel relieved in my current position. Bob quickly looked at Gray, saying he planned to follow and learn from the Holy Knight, starting as a low-ranking knight or guard, and that he would definitely find his own path someday. The pink-haired girl chuckled. So, the prince was helping us after all. She looked up at the sky. It was so hard for us to let go of the past and find a way out. I don't know what the future holds, but if we work hard, it will surely be better than the past. Hearing this, Boots agreed. Yes, that's right. They immediately promised to move forward together. Sai grimaces, refusing. "This stuff tastes awful," she laments. "How many more times do I have to drink this?" Gray innocently replies that the angel told her to drink it for 3 days. Sally immediately retorted, saying that becoming a demon didn't sound so bad. Maybe she should just skip it. "It's not because the medicine tastes awful, you know," Gray reminds her, grimacing. "Sally, stop the nonsense and drink it." Sally glares back defiantly. "I just don't want you to think of me as weird." He emphasized, "The problem isn't about being weird or not." Ace steps forward from behind, and the two quickly separate. He asks menacingly, "Why the engagement? What am I supposed to do now?" Sally and Gray held each other tight. "There's a reason for this. Please hear me out." Ace shouted in frustration. "I won't hear it. That stinking, idiotic Holy Knight will not steal my granddaughter. I won't allow it, never." Toto stretched contentedly, taking a confident, deep breath. Toto chuckled softly, looking down at the table. Finally done. He eagerly opened the door, ready to collect his money from the Holy Knight. A scream pierces the air, drawing To's attention as he stops, witnessing a brutal act of destruction. They bully and chase her away, asking who allowed her to do business here and if she's paid protection fees. "We're the King's Guards, you know." A poor old woman, alone in the cold. The woman tearfully begged, I truly have no money." They immediately shut her up, saying, "Don't lie, the Holy Knight paid you a fortune before." The blue-haired man eagerly raised his hand in triumph. "We're just collecting what's owed. Hand it over if you don't want to die," they continued to threaten. Die. Toto stares blankly, confused. "No, what's going on here?" It's morning. Should I report this to the Silver Moon Knights? But the scene left him speechless and horrified. But innocent civilians were being oppressed without cause, and Toto stared in disbelief. What happened while I was gone for half a month? How did the capital long become like this? Where are the Holy Knights? Deal with this, or everyone will die. Meanwhile, Vivian approached the abyss of the demon realm, inwardly annoyed that she could never get used to this place, no matter how many times she visited. In the main hall, Tavia makes her announcement as she, Jenda, and Vivian arrive, prompting the demons to appear with snickers. They watch the three intently as Tavia bows respectfully. Second-class envoy Tavia, first-class demon Zenda, and elite demon Vivian respectfully submit. "Hail, Demon King." The Demon King inquired slowly. "I heard you were tasked with seducing a fallen lich, but something unexpected happened." "Is that so?" Joda bowed his head in embarrassment. "Yes, that's right." He anxiously reported everything. "Initially, we planned to incite faith in the gods and the instincts of a lich against each other, leading to his complete mental collapse." Joda emphasized each word, but he didn't go astray. On the contrary, he became a saint. After that, things spiraled out of control, and we were helpless to stop it. I apologize for my incompetence and am ready to accept punishment. The Demon King roared, "Is that all you have to say?" The old goat reminded him, "Sir, I don't think I need to apologize for that." He calmly explained that no one expected a lich to become a saint. He was the first and probably the last, which is what mattered. Blue hair strokes Vivian's face. Indeed, the initial mission is no longer important. She chuckled, proposing that a holy lich would be far more unique than a regular saint, and perhaps even more fun to corrupt. Vivian cursed under her breath. There's no way you can corrupt him. Annoyed, Tavia turned back to scold. Vivian, watch your tongue. You're in the presence of a demon lord. The demon king closed his eyes in thought, then opened them, praising her. Interesting. Vian was immediately forced to kneel. The demon king asked loudly, Your name is Vian? She trembled, unable to resist. Yes, the pressure is immense. He truly is a demon lord. The demon king pressed, You say you can't corrupt the holy relic? Vivi, though afraid, confessed that it was impossible, to which he sternly commanded, Explain it in detail. Vivian confessed that his faith differed from that of the priests, and many would choose to believe him over the teachings of the Holy See. She emphasized each word, explaining that if he continued to grow at this rate, the faith the gods had built for thousands of years would collapse. Vivian reluctantly admitted that the gods and angels would never allow it, and a clash between heaven and him was inevitable. She boldly continued, explaining that when heaven opposes a saint, she simply needs to appear and offer her assistance. Hearing this, the demon king laughed with delight, his laughter growing louder and louder, praising her while bestowing a gift. Well said, Vivian. A mark appears on Vivian's chest. From now on, you will be my confidant. He reached forward thoughtfully. Faith will be divided, and divine authority will be destroyed. The demon king laughed even more excitedly. Then we shall return to the surface. The other demons cheered in response. He glared down and commanded, Viv Vian, you must do everything to protect El's identity, even if it means breaking the covenant. Don't worry, even if you break the covenant. Vian quietly reached out to touch the mark. Am I also using my power and authority to keep you safe? Vivian worried, but your power can't reach the surface. If you want me to save you, you have to survive and return to the abyss, you bastard. So I have to fend for myself. What am I going to do? July 1754, Holy Knight Grey arrived at the settlement with the people. They began their new lives, and Grey prepared to deal with the problem in the capital, Lion. But before that, Mike hurriedly bowed his head to report. Intelligence reports that 80,000 elite troops from a neighboring kingdom are approaching the border, and the border lords are requesting assistance. Anne frowned, concerned. Is the Third trying to take advantage of our internal chaos? She asked. Have they made any moves? The invaders, he replied without looking up. They're still probing and testing us. Anne pondered. So there's no official invasion order yet, and the administrative functions of the capital are completely paralyzed, with the royal family merely figureheads. The situation is that the lords are all acting independently, she says, anxiously looking away. What to do now? Grey confidently strides in. He flexes his arms, posturing. Lady Anne, don't worry, I'll fight them. Anne refuses sternly. No. Grey is taken aback. Why? She stroked her chin, considering the situation. They're only stationed at the border. They haven't entered our territory yet. You're our trump card, so if you appear at the border, other countries will take advantage of that. Grey was bewildered. Other countries? Anne coldly explained, we have more neighbors than just them. She hesitated, looking at the confident knight. Grey's battle against King Benedict in the capital had become world-renowned. No neighboring country wants to face him right now. Anne pondered, looking down. As long as he doesn't appear at the border, his very existence is a deterrent to them. And so she took up her sword and departed, reminding Grey, Leave this to me, Grey, and focus on quelling the chaos in the capital, Lion. If the administrative functions of the capital are restored, they won't covet us anymore. We're not a weak country to begin with. Grey asked sternly, Wait, is Lady Anne going to the front lines? She nodded coldly. Yes. Anne quickly added that Horace had trained a fairly strong group of soldiers in that time. I'll lead them to the front lines, then ally with other lords to fight the invaders. But me? Anne immediately sighed. He started to say, You have a duty to protect me as my knight, right? She gestured for him to come forward. Anne casually suggested, Ray, hit me. He blankly took a few steps back, wondering what was going on. She shrugged, reiterating, It's fine, I permit it, just defeat me and I'll let you come along. Grey awkwardly got into position. Then I apologize, I'll control my fist. He quickly dashes forward, stopping just before impact. Suddenly, Anne swiftly defeats Grey, who looks up in confusion as she sternly explains, Don't be surprised, this is just basic combat technique. From your perspective, I'm weak. That's right. She coldly continues, One wrong move and I'll turn you to ash. But the people I fight on the front lines don't use magic. She held the knight's neck tightly. They're like me, made of flesh and blood, and she couldn't move with her neck pinned. Ain glares at her opponent. Do you have any idea? A small cut here is all it takes to kill a person. Her eyes hardened with resolve. Gray, I'm no longer the lady you need to protect. I am the Grand Duchess of the Bee family with vast territories. Gray looked on in sorrow, speechless. Her composure had made him almost forget. He immediately became flustered and afraid, now that Ain knew his true identity. Ain immediately withdraws her weapon, understanding that a nation is like a complex spell compared to magic. A nation can only function if everyone fulfills their role, and as the Duchess of B, she silently turns and leaves. I have a duty to protect this nation. As a holy knight, you must quell the chaos in the capital. The calmer and smarter you are, the less pressure I'll be under. At least, that's the idea. She coldly turns and makes a request, so don't act like you care so much about me. Gree frantically gets up and calls out, Wait, Miss Anne. He stammered, caught off guard. Don't you want to ask me anything? And remained silent for a long moment, then slowly explained that he had once said he had many secrets he couldn't reveal at the time, but that he wasn't intentionally hiding them, just waiting for the right moment to tell her. So, I didn't try to pry into his secrets either. She quietly left after that final statement. So, I'm still waiting for you to confess your secrets. Gray blushed with delight. Overcome with emotion, he shouts, I promise I'll confess everything to you. Hearing that, Anne was even more pleased. She waved back immediately, saying, Then I wish you victory. He cheerfully returned the sentiment, wishing her a safe return as well. It was soon May 1754. The Caucasus Mountains, the border between Isaac and Fides, and happily set foot on new land, eagerly looking ahead, determined to complete the difficult scouting mission assigned by the captain. Silvermane Knights Fang and An, two young men who underwent Horace's special training while Gray was in the capital, Lion, and so they were permitted to scout the border. Fang turned back, reminding them, Remember to stick with us. The two new recruits, Bop and Dora, nodded in response. Yes, we'll do as you ask, Sir Knight, Apprentice Knight Dora. The new knight, Bop. Suddenly An and Fang looked flustered, and he began to whisper. They really could just call us by our names, but being called a knight isn't so bad. Yeah, but it feels so distant. Fang and An proceeded cautiously, their eyes darting around. According to intelligence, a gang of thieves was operating nearby. They were established 10 years ago, and the goal of this mission is to find their headquarters. Only when this road is open can people trade in peace. And quickly turned back and instructed, Remember, we're only scouting. As they walked and talked, the boy bumped into something green, something towering that made Anne shudder, so avoiding a fight was best. The boy innocently reaches out to touch it, wondering what it is. A tree? Not exactly. The fur immediately trembled slightly. The dwarf turned his head and glanced back, but just as he attacked, a streak of light flew in front of him. Bop quickly blocks the attack and asks, Are you okay? Knight Anne? The boy realized with a start, We're blessed by the angel. So fighting a normal adult isn't a problem, but this guy's strength is on another level. Fang quickly drew his sword and jumped forward. Miruk, what are you doing? Why the sudden attack? The kid then kicks the dwarf hard. Why did you suddenly attack us? He quickly collapsed to the ground. Fang raised his weapon defensively. I only used the back of the blade. He'll be fine. Bop grins. Thank you. What Fang? The dwarf scratched his head and got up, shouting angrily, then continued speaking incomprehensible words, causing Fang to recoil in fear. What is he saying? Then, others in the bush gradually stood up, and the other dwarves quickly emerged. Anne and Fang were quickly surrounded by the dwarves, and Fang warily drew his sword. What's going on here? Dora coldly explains that they are dwarves. The girl seriously explains that their living in groups is not unusual, as Fang continues to ask loudly, Do you know what these dwarves want? I can't understand the dwarves, he said. The dwarf turned and whispered to his leader, who then murmured something to his comrade. So the dwarf cleared his throat and strained to say, Listen up, you guys. He gestured awkwardly at the sky, babbling about our mountain. Discover our tree, where we live. Leave or stay, there's no in-between. The three were stunned. Anne and Pung wearily remark, Perhaps these dwarves are the bandits we're looking for? What do we do now? The kid muttered helplessly as he looked at the enemy. We can't possibly beat them. Bop turned to his teammate and ordered, Dora, please clean them up. As soon as he finished speaking, she threw her sword into the air. Understood. The holy spear immediately began to spin in the air. Having sworn to the holy knight not to harm humans, Dora confidently clarifies, only humans. The holy spear descended like a flash, tearing through the ranks of the dwarves, sending them scattering in terror. Bop quickly ordered them to run, saying they needed to report the bandits to the captain as soon as possible, and Fang immediately followed. The dwarf leader angrily gritted his teeth, ordering them to stop. He shouted with hatred, "Don't let them escape," before commanding, "Get it out now." Understood. He spat out each word, annoyed that they dared to hurt his men. The dwarf leader raised his hand, signaling, "You'll pay for this." He roared, and an explosion erupted as a bomb flew into the distance. The explosion's aftershock reverberates through the sky, rapidly approaching the fleeing children. Dora calmly holds her spear forward, realizing the dwarf's cannon isn't enchanted, and she can block it. She immediately stood to defend the team, slicing the bomb in two. Dora coldly held her spear steady, unmoving, and glared as she assessed the situation. The spear, blessed by an angel, was definitely the real deal. Suddenly, Dora noticed the light. "I hate sunlight." Even the dwarf leader raised his hand to shield his eyes. "What is it?" They pondered for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Then they all face-planted into the ground with a thud, and the murmuring began. "She's amazing. When did she join the Silver Moon Squad? No wonder Dora's so strong, being the adopted daughter of a paladin." Adopted daughter of a paladin. There's another around Dora's age who's also an adopted child. His name is Jimmy, and he seems quite lazy. Andrew stood there, dumbfounded and turning purple, while Sai grinned and crossed his arms in annoyance. "What do you want from me?" she asked, leaning forward. "I have a question for you," she says to Andrew, the great Elmage. Sally placed her hand on the necklace and asked, "Ray gave me this necklace. Is it really an item that can amplify magical energy?" Andrew quickly pointed at the necklace and explained. More precisely, it has the ability to store energy and release it at any time. Useless to someone who knows nothing about magic. He clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed at the waste of a good item. "I don't know what Elle was thinking bringing this woman along. What good is she to the army?" Jay sighed, slumping down beside him. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here." Andrew glanced at the vampire in surprise, then cursed inwardly. "Damn it! You think I want to be here? It's that lich who branded me." Don chuckled nervously. They were already complaining, and the two immediately began to argue in silence. "What do you know? That lich makes me call him father and torments me all day long." "What?" "A bonehead wants to make tea. Ever since he captured me, I've only been allowed to drink pig's blood. Talk about bad luck. Guess you really do have it worse than me." Sally grins, asking, "Having fun chatting? Let me join in?" Suddenly, they both looked dumbfounded. "We were telepathic just now?" She confidently explained, "This ring helps me hear telepathy, so I could hear what you two were saying." Andrew was stunned into silence. "Magic is so convenient. We're being watched." "Don't worry. Who would bother monitoring you two?" Sally said sternly. "I just want to talk. About what? What happened during the Kramasa era? Why are there no historical records of Klamasa?" Vivian immediately started cursing up a storm. "Gray, at this rate, you'll become a bookworm." The original purpose was to do good and preach morality, but he just sat there, looking up at the other person. But Ayan recommended these books, saying they'd help me understand the world better. A holy knight holed up in a study? If you're reading, it should be the Bible. "What's the point of reading economics and philosophy?" Vivienne reprimands him on the spot. "You haven't been to church lately, have you? Have you fallen from grace? Didn't you say we'd return to the light together? Or have you forgotten?" Gray wearily closes his eyes, admitting his mistake. The kitten sidles up to him, saying, "This demon has been acting strange lately. Sometimes I see her reading the Bible. What's going on with her?" Gray could only shrug, unaware that an idea was quickly forming. According to human knowledge, when women act strangely, it means they're in love. Half a month before Gray's departure, Anne handed him books on philosophy, currency systems, and social hierarchies. Gray stared blankly. "You want me to read all of this?" She nodded coldly. "That's right." He shrugged. "That's heavy." The cat playfully teases, "It's the weight of knowledge." "Meow, meow," she added with a serious reminder. "Read them if you have time on the way. They'll help you understand the human world better." Ane's eyes were full of anticipation. "Don't worry, if you don't understand, you'll always have someone to ask." Sly confidently pushed up his glasses, looking scholarly. "If not me, then who? If you don't understand something, just ask. Don't bother trying to figure it out on your own." Gray nods in farewell. "Understood." Ayan's tone turned serious. "This is your first mission without me, so don't embarrass me." He smirks confidently. "I'll be sure to return with good news for you." So, Gray is diligently researching as he goes. How interesting and profound. Vian angrily grabs the book, pauses, and her face darkens with a threat. "If you spend all your time reading useless books like this, how will you ever study the scriptures?" Gray wearily squinted, but unconsciously pointed to the sky. prompting Vian to snatch the book away. "Why are you reading it too?" she asked, rubbing her back after reading for so long. "Don't you feel any shame?" Vian glared, offering one last reminder. "You should be studying religion with your knight, not reading books about humans. You haven't fallen, have you?" Catherine coldly replied, "Your attitude since returning from the demon realm is far stranger than any supposed fall from grace of mine." She glares at him, demanding, "What special mission have you been assigned?" Hearing that, Vian immediately backed away, waving her hands around in confusion. "Oh, that's strange. Are you mistaken about something?" Gray bowed his head in confirmation, but this time what she said made sense. He instinctively asked, "Is it wrong for a holy knight not to spread the faith?" Catherine paused, gazing at the knight before asking sternly, "Gray, what is your faith?" Without a second thought, he honestly replied, "Of course, my faith lies entirely with the gods." Catherine immediately refuted, "Wrong." Vi gasped, her mouth agape. Did she really just say that? If you put your faith in the gods, you would have listened to them, sacrificing Bob and letting Lon's capital proceed as normal instead of what's happening here, now. Worry flickers in Gray's eyes. Catherine then pointed at him, asking what his initial thoughts were when he lit the holy flame and became a holy knight. Gray confidently stated, protecting Bob and demanding justice. She smiled slightly, proud. His justice was something he alone believed in. It was just for him. "Just for me?" Gray asks, puzzled. "So, how is my faith different from that of the gods?" These words greatly disturbed Wei Yuan. "This conversation is getting weird. Should I stop it?" Catherine took a deep breath and carefully explained. "Quite different. For example, I sacrifice myself for the greater good. That is my faith. That's why I advised you to give up before, and I still think it's the best choice. Ideals achieved without outside influence and paying the price for it is what we angels call justice. Justice isn't a moral code, but a personal viewpoint, so everyone has their own. There are actually 19 gods in heaven, more than the statues in the church," Catherine rambles on. "Everyone has their own justice and their own way of pursuing it. The ideology spread today is the common ground between the views of 19 gods." She also emphasized that the few scriptures were only for enlightenment, not immortal rules, so he should take the time to explore his own path. Hearing this, Gray was stunned, as if realizing something new. If he succeeds, he could become a god, but if he fails, Catherine grew silent. Not even his ashes would remain, just like Cry. Vivian sighs and turns away, while Gray buries himself in books after being incited. "For years, the gods have all been extremists, but that doesn't affect my mission as long as I don't reveal my identity." She pondered, looking at her friend. Compared to Elle, Vivian also seemed suspicious, and her change in attitude was even more noteworthy. She was suddenly overcome with unease. What had happened in paradise while she was away? The atmosphere remained silent as Gray rushed out at Anluo's cry. "Captain, the scouting party has returned," Fang shouted with relief, collapsing to the ground. "They've uncovered a major lead. The Silver Moon Knight urgently reports, and Captain, the scouts have returned and discovered something big." Gray, arms crossed and kneeling, praised, "Well done, Squad Leader Ann, report." And G stood at attention and reported, "Scouts, we've discovered the truth about the recent bandit group. They're a group of dwarves, about 40 strong." Gray's eyes widened in surprise. Dora pulls down her hat and says, "I've hypnotized those dwarves, but they'll wake up soon enough. They have powerful cannons, and I can only withstand 2 shots at most. Any other Silver Moon Knight would have been blown to bits." Gray covered his mouth in shock. "Are the cannons really that fearsome?" Sally says with a smile. "They're a type of tubular weapon that only elves and dwarves can make." "That gang must be dwarves with nowhere to go. Gray, you should invite them to join the Silver Moon Knights." Gray really is just a clueless country bumpkin, as he asks in bewilderment. "But what are dwarves? Are they another branch of humans?" "I've never seen a dwarf," Sly wondered, stroking his chin. "How should I explain this? Legend says dwarves are failed creations of the gods when they were making giants. They are short in stature but powerfully built and masters of forging. Legend says they can even craft cannons capable of slaying dragons." Gray muttered, "A failed creation of the gods." Catherine suddenly appeared, denying it. "Has nothing to do with us. Like other races, the dwarves have been here since the beginning. And contrary to being called failures of the gods, we in the heavens call them earth angels, blessed by the earth spirits." Through binoculars, the dwarf, a child of the earth, says, "Just as you predicted, brother, there's a concentration camp." Moon scoffs. "When they said they were going back to report, I knew there was an army nearby. That little brat thought she had us hypnotized, but we tricked her and turned the tables. As a side note, dwarves don't know magic, but their resistance to it is very high." He smirked. "We'll attack them while they're sleeping." Something in Mon's tool bag was slightly revealed. Vienne twitches her ears, listening intently, then comments, "So noisy. Those dwarves are up on that hill. They're plotting to rob us." Vivian grins, eagerly offering, "Do you need my help? One snap and they'll behave." Gree stammered a reply, but that smile was frighteningly twisted. "That won't be necessary, Miss Vivian. We want to recruit them for the Silver Knights, so we need to show some goodwill first, right?" Andrew said, his face paling. "What the hell? He's planning to recruit dwarves." Z asks him, "What's wrong with recruiting dwarves?" "Elves and dwarves are mortal enemies. They can't coexist." He ground his teeth. "Imagine living and sharing food with a werewolf." Yao Pai is a werewolf, and werewolves and vampires hate each other. Just the thought of that crude wolf made Z's face cloud over. Andrew and Z raised their hands in unison, ready to protest. Down with them. The dwarves stood on the cliff, the crescent moon casting a faint light. The dwarves made no attempt to hide their sinister intentions. Mon raised his hand. "The campfire's out. They must be asleep. Brothers, let's go. Those humans are clinging to our legs, curling up into balls and rolling away." "My mountain, my trees, my land," the dwarves roared, drawing their weapons. "Pay up for stepping foot here, or don't ask why you were killed," Mon declared. With his axe over his shoulder, Moon ordered, "Seize them all." His men echoed the command. "Seize them all, seize them all." The dwarves frantically searched the tents, pulling back the curtains. "Boss, no one's here, and no one's over there either. The dwarves are in a panic." "Strange. Weren't there a lot of armored people here this morning? Did they run away?" Mon's eyes dart around as he speaks reassuringly, pointing towards the faintly glowing tent. "See that? The big tent over there." Moon analyzes with a grin. "That tent is the biggest and brightest. They must be gathering there. Everyone, follow me." After a long laugh, he rushes forward, tears open the tent, and shouts, "Freeze! This is a robbery!" But all he gets is a blast of confetti and a chorus of "Surprise!" The Silver Moon Knights, led by Gray, raise their hands in unison to welcome him to the party hosted by the Silver Moon Squad. Gray slips behind the dwarf, sharing, "This is all for you. Trust me, you'll feel the warmth soon enough." Muen angrily raises his fist in protest. "What are you doing?" "We are." Gray shoves the meat into the thug's mouth, telling him to eat and be quiet. The boss chewed and chewed, then tossed the bone aside, yelling, "Don't come any closer. We're robbers. Stop challenging us. We're professional robbers." Greer gives a thumbs up. "Good. I appreciate that professionalism." Gray, eager to learn, sits down and pulls out his books. "May I interview you about your future plans and expectations?" Monsang coolly sits down. "All right, you seem smart enough. Robbery is a rather complex profession, and sometimes robbery isn't just robbery. A gang that only knows how to rob can't thrive," Gray inquired. "So, how are you and your gang different from other thieves?" He proudly rummages through his bag and says, "Good question. Our gang of thieves has an enlightenment unlike any other. And this is it." Mon pulls out a book, glorifying it. "The gods say the rich should share with the poor. We have no money, so you must share with us. Dwarves are a kind, hard-working race, yet they suffer and can't even find wives. It's because rich people like you take it all, so you have to share with us, right?" Gray smirks, resists the shimmering aura, and punches the dwarf. "God doesn't say that. On the contrary, you preach to them. God doesn't say the rich should share with the poor. He says treat others as you would like to be treated." "Have you even read the scriptures?" the boss said, teary-eyed, touching his face. "I've only read a few pages and don't understand many of the words." Gray punches him again. "Then don't bring the gods into this to justify yourself." Moon looked at him, aggrieved. "I just want to improve the quality of our looting." Gray growled, his face dark. "I won't allow it, because I am a holy knight." He was stunned, a strange equation forming in his mind. "What? Holy knight? Holy knight? Gods and angels protect him. He's too strong." He turns and runs. His brothers were in trouble, so they all charged forward, but he froze as he turned to call for backup. His men were tied up by the dazzling light, guarded by 2 Silver Moon Knights with their arms crossed. "Boss, they caught us while we were eating." Another dwarf groaned. "Help us, boss." Gray placed his hand on the man's shoulder, smiling as he said, "I think there's something wrong with your career plan. It's not going to help you in the future. Let me fix it for you. After all, I am a good knight." He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. "Could you show a little mercy?" Gray smiles, while Vian asks, munching on donuts. "Hey, is this really okay? Is the little lich lost?" Catherine crossed her arms and asked, "Why is that?" Vivian pointed at her, feeling Gray's methods were off. "Shouldn't we be using emotions to sway people like the gods do? Why resort to direct threats now? A demon can never win against the fallen angel's ideology." Catherine scoffs, saying that without power, no one cares about feelings. Are you foolish enough to believe you can move everything with emotion? Vian thought to himself. What the hell? I know you angels are supposed to be all about pretense. Why are you being so blunt all of a sudden? Am I crazy, or is the world? That day, Vivienne felt overwhelmed with worries as the Silver Moon Knights teared up, finally managing to choke out the words, "We're finally out of the mountains." After wandering in the mountains for half a month, everyone was dazed. If not for the dwarf's guidance, they would have been lost much longer. One knight lamented that none of them knew how to read a map, bringing tears to another's eyes. "It's difficult. Is there a village nearby?" "Exactly," said a man wrapped in bandages, carrying firewood. "This is the border between the Phi Kingdom and the Bee Duchy. Recently, the two sides have been in conflict, with Phides attacking last month and Bee retaliating this month. They say the next battle will be decisive, and that the old and young should not remain here." Anne unfolds the map, a strange unease washing over him. "According to the information the Grand Duke gave me, the two nations of Phides and Barry have always had good relations. Why did war suddenly break out? Bope wonders if it's due to the weakening influence of the Holy See. Fang doesn't understand what that has to do with anything. Bop slowly explains that on the Senate continent, divine authority surpasses royal power. Kings are crowned and recognized by the Pope. Even declaring war requires the approval of the Archbishop. Only with divine permission can a war be considered legitimate." Fang's eyes widened as he remembered his father had an archbishop with him during the battle at Wai. Bope offered a wry smile. "Why bring that up?" Bob continued, sounding a little lonely. "Because of the conflict between the Holy Knights and the Holy See in the capital, Long, the influence of the Holy See has reached its lowest point. Plus, these two countries are blocked by two mountains in the center of the continent, so they are less affected by the Holy See. With nothing to hold them back, war was inevitable." A child asked, "Are you saying the Holy Knights caused this war?" Gray hangs his head. "It really was my fault." Sally crosses her arms, comforting him. "Don't dwell on it. They would have gone to war with or without you. These two nations are nearly isolated from the mainland, with limited land and a growing population. So they were bound to fight for their national interests. So don't take all the blame. But I'm the one who gave them a reason to fight. Sally really doesn't know what to do with you. After all this time, you're still such a child." Gray smiled innocently, saying, "But I am still a child." He then ordered the troops to station themselves near the village. "I want to stop the war between Phides and Bee. Instead of wasting our military rations, let's borrow from other sources to help the people of the capital. So there's no waste." Sally smirks. "So now, you can talk like that, huh? The company insignia is planted around the village." The villagers whisper amongst themselves, wondering which country these soldiers are from. The old man hesitated. "I heard they're knights." The young man muttered, "Knights?" The old man spoke. "They say they'll protect our village." The young man asked again, "How many of them are there?" "Phide's army numbers in the tens of thousands," someone groans. "It's the thought that counts. Let's keep digging. How long can we hide when the army arrives?" The dwarves huddled together behind a crumbling wall. They gathered around Moon, whispering, "I discovered those guys are preparing for war." Moon plots that they'll run away when the fighting starts, earning praise for his cleverness. Moon slaps the screamer across the face, asking if he's stupid for yelling so loud. "What if they hear us?" Sally peeks out from behind the wall. "Don't worry, I heard everything. Hello, you magical weirdos." "My apologies. I can explain." Sally spoke softly, but it made the dwarves huddle together and tremble. "Don't worry, I like dwarves. I won't tell anyone." "Everyone is so adorable." She points at them. "I read a book that said, you dwarves know how to make a weapon called a gun, right? Could you show me one?" Half a month would pass before they knew it. A warhorse army emerges from the dust, led by King Fedis Lusion, while Grand Duke Din of the Bot Duchy leads another, looking gaunt. The dwarves discussed that they were here, but too far to see anything. Mon smirked. "If they fight, we'll sneak away." Another dwarf replies, "Understood, boss." The sound of horses echoes beneath the hazy sky. The Silver Moon Knights approach, bearing their banner. A moon emblem. Is there a nation here with a moon crest? Dai frowned, unsure if they were friend or foe. "We are messengers of the Holy Knight Grey," the Silver Moon Knights said, nodding to each other. "King Lion and Grand Duke Din, please speak." Some of Lion's soldiers didn't even know who the Holy Knight Grey was. Another explained that he was the one who turned the kingdom of Isaac into a chaotic mess, causing the other soldiers to clamor to cover their mouths and whisper. Rumor has it he's a bit dim, but a master of combat. Some soldiers wondered why he wasn't back at the Behair estate. Some feared they would have to fight him, saying he had fallen and listened to the devil. Why hasn't the Holy See declared him a heretic? After hearing the murmurs, Luan raised his hand for silence. Luan cautiously asks, How can you prove you're messengers of the Holy Knights? How can I trust you aren't a trap set by our enemies? From afar, Gray tells Fia that they're suspicious, as Sally wonders if he has any proof of being a Holy Knight. Gray rides forth, knowing that a demonstration is better than any document. Catherine descends with radiant light. Gray slowly appears with the light of an angel, the King of Leon. Duke Din, I am Holy Knight Gray, and we need to talk before the battle. Licensed soldiers are shocked. An angel means he's still protected by the gods. Din was sweating bullets, damn, is it true? Those god-bothering zealots are as annoying as ever. Stay calm, don't lose your composure. Din spoke first. Excuse me, what would you like to discuss, Holy Knight? Gray spoke sparingly about the war, and Louis Sen laughed in anger. Ha ha ha. Good. Openly interfering in the affairs between two countries, the Holy See and the Holy Knights are the same. You will never give up your ambition to rule us. Louis Sen rode ahead to meet him, with Athor spurring his horse to follow. Father, be careful. All three sides were within negotiating distance, but no one yielded and no one spoke. Suddenly, Gray crossed his arms and said, I'll cut to the chase. Have you both been authorized by the Pope to wage war? Rin was stunned. Louis Yen chuckled at his naivete, apologizing for the outburst. I didn't expect a holy knight to come all this way just to ask that, Rin retorted sarcastically. Forgive my rudeness, Holy Knight. But did you have the Holy See's permission when you opposed King Benedict? Gray plainly replied, No, but I have the permission of the gods. He placed his hand on his chest, bowing, so it's still a day without the permission of the Holy See or the Pope. So why would we need permission? Louis Sen stroked his beard. I visited the church and heard the story of the gods before setting out. But the gods don't care about me at all, Gray tells the kitten. Do these two intend to defy me? The kitten is in awe. All that reading about humans has been for naught. This is normal. It was predictable the moment you opposed Benedict. It's not just Benedict. Other kingdoms eliminate their siblings to ascend the throne, so they all fear you overthrowing them for the same reason. All the rulers on this continent, except for N, have become hostile toward you. Gray is shocked. They all killed their siblings? That's insane. The cat rolls its eyes at him. Is that what you're worried about? Catherine says, crossing her arms and leaning forward as if speaking idly. Who knows if they killed them or not? What matters is that to win and protect the throne, they must walk on the blood of their own siblings. Not to mention the rulers don't like the Holy See or the gods, and neither does N. Gray asks, even though she prays and goes to church? Catherine calmly points out the truth. The theocracy has been above the monarchy for too long. No one likes being ridden, even if the rider is a god. So how do you plan to resolve this? Gray lowered his head, realizing they were right. This wasn't about gods or the Holy Assembly, but about preventing a war we didn't want. Louisan questions, so you're interfering in this war? Gray disagrees. I'm not participating in the war, but I don't want it to happen, because it makes so many people suffer. If war brings casualties, it's best not to let it happen. If the two of you have a conflict, I'll act as an arbitrator to help you reconcile, but political games are never that simple, are they? Louisan laughed insincerely. My apologies. I couldn't help but chuckle. Dai says calmly, Actually, Holy Knight, I have no conflict with King Louisan. Gray asks sternly, Then why start a war? Louisan's answer was simple. Their territory was limited, and to provide land for their people, they had to invade others. Furthermore, the Bots Duchy originally belonged to them, only separating a little over a century ago. Gray recalls Sally's words. Their limited territory and growing population forced them to wage war for more land. Their territory can only sustain a limited number of people, so rapid population growth must be controlled. And the best way to control the population is war. Catherine remained silent. Gray lamented inwardly. Was there no other way besides such cruelty? After a moment, she finally spoke. They're lying. Fetis's and Beth's population, economic and social issues create instability despite both nations being wealthy. But most of the money is in the hands of the nobles, so the people there are even worse off than the people of Yak. According to the Holy See, many people freeze to death in the winter. The nobles would rather let grain rot in storage than sell it cheaply to the people, preventing the population of these two nations from booming. This war is purely driven by personal ambition. Unifying the two nations would lead to rapid economic growth. Then they'll invade other nations and Louisan will lead the charge to kill. Gray, colder than a coffin, says they're deceiving everyone. Catherine, with her understanding of the human heart, exposes their thinly veiled contempt. They're underestimating him. The battle between him and Benedict was famous, revealing his character, especially his refusal to kill. What will you do with the innocents you might stab to death if they don't use civilians as shields? They despise your naivete and your kindness. Fresh blood flowed through the mask, and Gray agreed. Indeed, I'm being underestimated. After all, good people are easily deceived, and I would never harm the innocent. But both of these people are villains, which is why I'm here talking to them. Grasping the sword at his hip, he decisively draws it. Everything is under my control. You seem to misunderstand me. I said I don't want war because of your conflict. I will mediate to help reconcile, and whoever insists on war will be my enemy. Who among you dares to face me? Louis Sen was starting to get worried. Heavens. Din muttered in frustration. He's not easily fooled. You all keep talking, but don't think we're afraid of you holy knights. So how do you intend to settle this? The dwarves were bored, wondering why they weren't fighting yet. Lu Yen feigned helplessness, saying, You know my goal is to reclaim the duchy that once belonged to us. It's irreconcilable. Gray, unconcerned, concluded, If that's your reason, then the other side must feel the same, right? Then it's hard to avoid war, but I have a solution, a competition, Jin wondered. A competition, Gray explains, resting his sword on his shoulder. Each side will send 10 knights to fight in a series of one-on-one duels. One side wins when the other is either dead or surrenders. This way, casualties will be limited. Of course, to ensure fairness, I suggest you both participate as well. Much more convenient than war. Wouldn't you agree? Louisen asks what happens if the losing side refuses to honor their promise. If Gray points his sword at him, I will use my own to demand justice. I swear it in the name of the Holy Knight. A messenger pigeon soars through the sky, circles once, and lands on the priest's arm, who respectfully places it on a tray for the Pope. Your Holiness, this is urgent. He simply brushed it off, and a cardinal volunteered. Let me read it. He's a little tired, the pastor replied respectfully. Yes, the letter is opened. The cardinal's eyes widened as he held the letter, his grip faltering. This is it. In a panic, he spoke to the Pope. Your Holiness, something terrible has happened. The Holy Knight Gray has reappeared, and he and the Silver Moon intervene in the war between the two nations. Another cardinal jumps up. What did you say? The cardinal continued. He prevented the war, arbitrated between the two sides, and promised a fair resolution. He couldn't believe it. Lion and Jin both agreed. We must convene the College of Cardinals at once. Unfazed, the Pope stroked his dove, musing, You wish to convene the College of Cardinals. The old men criticized Gray, and 2 cardinals were stunned. Then the Pope asked, Time is of the essence. What solutions do we have? The cardinal stammered, What about Andrew? The Pope replied that it had been so long since they'd heard from him, and that he didn't seem to understand the current situation. With what happened in the capital, Holy Knight Gray has been pushed to the opposing side of the Holy See, meaning he's our enemy. War is a fundamental part of this world, and we only stop it when it's brewing. But once war breaks out, no one can stop it. However, now, Holy Knight Gray will end it alone. Do you know what that means? He hesitated. His power has surpassed the Holy Order. That cardinal is a heretic, a definite heretic. The Pope calmly chuckled. Ha ha, so old and conservative? You think we still hold power, prestige, faith, things that ultimately don't matter? I understand what he's trying to convey through his actions. He wants to tell everyone one thing. He has power that doesn't rely on gods or deals with devils. He possesses power of his own. That is the fundamental difference between him and us. No matter how strong your faith, it means nothing against a blade. And where did he even come from? Gods don't teach us how to gain power like them, only how to be loyal to them. It's pathetic that the loyalty of the entire Holy See for the past 1,000 years can't defeat a knight who suddenly appeared from nowhere. How insignificant humans must seem in the eyes of the gods. The 2 cardinals remained silent. The Pope continued, Send a letter to another holy knight on the peninsula. A cardinal seemed ready to object. Would the gods even approve of this? The Pope chooses to shrug off the burden. I don't understand the gods, nor do I understand Holy Knight Gray. Every action he takes chips away at the Holy Order's faith. But the gods are indifferent. If this is their will, then let those connected to them deal with it. The messenger pigeon flies to St. Ligy. He let the messenger bird land on his arm. Oh, a mission? 2 cardinals debated. A Holy Knight's war could shake the world. Either the Holy See or the Grey Knights must prevail to maintain the sacred faith. Catherine stared blankly at the gloomy sky as Gray waved her over, telling her it was about to rain and to get inside the tent. Her golden eyes gleamed, an angel's vision stretching far beyond the mountains. On the other side, another male angel sends his greetings. Oh, a colleague. Hello, I'm Julian. As a warning, Julian tells her not to pry, as he'll be there soon. Catherine suffers a backlash and quickly closes her eyes, realizing a higher-ranking angel means trouble is coming. She calls upon the demon Vivian. Are you there, Vivian? Vivian appears. What? Catherine opens her eyes, her remaining eye now a soulless, dark purple. I have something to tell you. You froze up. Judging by your expression, it doesn't seem like good news. A campfire is lit beneath the night sky as A calls for tea. The participants are ready, each a carefully chosen warrior as Leeson crosses his arms. Very well. Arthur is somewhat wary of his father. It seems you don't care much about the duel. Lyson retorted, Why should I? Arthur stammered, but this duel is being held by the Holy Knights. Louison looked even more disdainful than when he spoke to Gray. So we have to follow the Holy Knights' orders? We escaped the Holy Order's control. Why become their dog again? Listen, Arthur, winning or losing this duel doesn't matter. Winning is good, but losing means ceding land as agreed. Then rumors will spread that the Holy Knight is in league with the Duchy to take our land, igniting public outrage. And Din reads those thoughts like an open book, knowing the people will inevitably rise up, their collective spittle enough to drown him. That imbecile lion is definitely thinking that way. Ha ha, why antagonize someone as dangerous as a Holy Knight? Am I right, my dear Camilla? The girl named Camilla responded softly. Yes, you're right. Din caresses her face, telling Camilla she's a precious jewel, a gift from God. Now, at all costs, you must bring the Holy Knight over to our side, Camilla quickly responded. But I heard the Holy Knight is engaged. Din dismisses it, saying they're only engaged, not married. Don't worry, as long as he's a man, he won't be able to resist her charms. This is our chance. Andre escort her and emphasize her youth during negotiations. Understood? Andre replies with a wicked grin. I understand. Across the camp, Athor gazed at the night sky as Lance wondered, Prince Athor, does victory truly mean nothing to you? Athu lowers his eyes. Perhaps it's because we're too weak. Lance, I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was 4, defeated a lion at 14, and once thought I was the strongest. But now it's nothing compared to a holy knight facing thousands of enemies alone. Lance hesitated. Are you saying... Athor clenched his fist. If I had the strength of a holy knight, then power would be the most important thing. The dwarves cursed. Damn it, why aren't they fighting? Another dwarf whispers to him, When do we make our escape? Boss? Moon Wuvong says, if you run, you'll just get caught again. Let me think of another way. And Mactap shouts, Hey, dinner's ready, everyone. Tonight, Miss Sai is making her amazing honey-glazed roast meat. The dwarves' eyes sparkle. Is it dinner time already? Where? The happy dwarves gnaw on meat, gathering around the campfire for a hearty meal. His men advised, Boss, I think it's actually pretty good here. We have meat to eat and warm beds every day. Another dwarf agreed. True. Being bandits means we often go hungry, shivering together in the wind and rain. A question from the dwarf's heart was asked. Why do we have to run? Moon shouts, crushing an apple. Shut up. I won't be bought by humans for a few meals. We're the best blacksmiths in the Dwarf Valley, so why are we here as thieves? It's because humans enslaved us and we have to steal to earn money so we have a chance to return home. The dwarves, filled with sorrow, slowly turned their objections into agreement. We must return home. Others were saddened as well. My brother lost both legs in a mining accident, and slowly the dwarves' thinking began to shift. My brother is right, we must flee to return home. Gray gazes into the distance. Below him, Andre waves a white flag as he asks, That's the Silver Moon Knight explaining that it's a semaphore signal. Commander, it seems the Count has sent someone here. He wants to meet you. A carriage arrives and a beautiful lady steps out. Camilla introduced herself. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Camilla, daughter of a middle-ranking noble from the Duchy. A pleasure to meet you. The 2 Silver Moon Knights on guard couldn't help but be stunned by her beauty. Huh? Did Andrew notice? This cat-blooded girl whispers into his ear from his shoulder. She's come to speak with him before the battle, likely because Sally suddenly spoke up. Well, she is beautiful. They all turned to see Sally sitting on a wooden crate with a skewer of grilled meat. She's so strange. Why is she looking back at me? I'm not prettier than her. Andre chuckled, mocking Sai for judging so openly, yet not daring to speak loudly. That Saint Knight's fiancé is so vulgar. Flirting with other men, cavorting with dwarves, and utterly lacking in decorum. Does she even know how to sit properly? Her thighs are completely exposed. Where are her manners? We have a real chance at success here. Camilla weakly interjects, telling Andre not to criticize the Holy Knight's fiancé. Andre scoffed, thinking she couldn't hear him anyway, then placed a hand over his chest and politely said, Sir Knight, my lady has something to discuss with you. Would it be possible to speak in private? Gray crosses his arms, annoyed. No. The blatant rejection silences Andre. Gray replied, Say what you need to here. To ensure fairness, I won't meet with anyone privately. He hesitated, But Gray warns him, and he doesn't like his tone either. Who is he to judge his woman? Even the cat saw through him. This fool dared mock Lady Sai in the Holy Knight's garrison, thinking no one would hear. He's definitely going to get beat up by Gray's men. After leaving the capital, Lion, the Silver Moon Knights arrived in W City, and during that time Sally took great care to help the other knights in the team. What's your name? Where are you from? Do you have a family? Are they still around? Is there anything you want to say to them? Are living conditions good? The new settlement area has space reserved for the knights' families. We're planning to open a school. Would you like your children to be among the first students? Your leader is a fool who knows nothing of this world. Contact me if you have any problems with your living situation, and I'll help you. Sally spoke with all of Gray's summoned skeletons. Her existence was the link between them and humanity. So, if anyone dares speak ill of Sally in their presence, Andre shudders. But why do I sense such a powerful aura? A knight places a hand on his shoulder and forcefully drags Andre away. Hey, it's not convenient to see you here, so don't linger. Come with us, we have some things to discuss. Is Andre scared? Wait a minute. Camilla fearfully calls out to Andre as she watches him being dragged away on the verge of tears. What should I do? But Gray is still so firm. You want to talk, right? Then hurry up and say what's on your mind. Camilla gripped her dress, trembling. Yes, I'm sorry. My father wanted me to talk to you, but I don't know what to say. Gray seemed a little awkward, then spoke at length. Even the cat told me you weren't here to talk. Indeed, you are beautiful, unbelievably so, but you are seen only as a gift from your father to me. At first I didn't believe it, that someone could see a person as an object, but your reaction has confirmed it. Hearing this, Camilla bit her lip in acceptance. Gray reminded her, I think you should know, 2 years ago, my master was just like you. But even with her family on the verge of destruction, she decided not to sell herself for a life of power. Camilla felt even more inferior, thinking the Grand Duke's beloved was a star everyone knew, the master of the Holy Knight, a powerful figure, someone beyond her reach. Gray turned to Sally, adding that the other girl's circumstances were similar to hers. You think she followed me because she was my fiancée, didn't you? It's not that. It's because she's the heart of this knightly order. As long as she's here, the world hasn't rejected us. We're not aliens, nor are we rats in the sewers. We exist in this world. You knew their intentions and refused, and your words awakened the girl. I can't help you go back and tell your father that I don't accept his gift. If you want to escape being treated like an object, no one can help you but yourself. Suddenly, a massive explosion blows everything away. Sally was horrified. What was that? A sudden war? That masked dwarf is blindingly bright? Gray turns to look in that direction, sensing the source of power. A massive pillar of light descends as Gray cries out, and a smoky angel appears amidst the haze. Catherine is blown away, riddled with wounds. Catherine coughs, blocking the dull sword in front of her. The angel narrowed one eye in frustration, realizing she was stronger than expected as Vivian appeared in her adult form through the smoke. Catherine couldn't believe it. Could the lustful demon Kilbus really be this strong? Despite her complaints, she felt a sense of relief, damn it. But in the current situation, it was for the best. Gray, seeing the light, exclaimed, That energy, it's Catherine. He then called out to his horse, Tendus. Emerging from behind the tent, it appeared. Gray mounted his horse and rode like the wind, the entire Silver Moon squad ready for action. Don't let your guard down until I return. Gray sensed that something was wrong. What could have forced Catherine to unleash such a powerful light? And who is fighting an angel? Riding towards the battle, Gray couldn't help but marvel. My God, there are still figures in that deep pit. Gray saw a red-haired girl standing tall near the defeated Catherine and wondered, who is that? What terrifying power? Wait, this outfit. He remembers being flattened by Vivian pointing at the ground. It's Vivian. Catherine wiped her face, sat up and said, I won. Vivian says with a bored, emotionless face, I feel like I've been cheated. You didn't go all out. Thurine retrieves a belt with a red gem. Rules are rules. I took this off, so I win. That's right. Vivian clicked her tongue and scratched her head. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Are angels a race that exploits the weaknesses of others? Never mind, the demoness touches the stone. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, and ancient characters circled the two, sealing the contract. A hint of worry flashed in Yuan's eyes. You better not die easily, or I'll be miserable. Catherine lowered her eyes. I'll try. With those words, Vivian vanished, leaving behind, Don't forget you're responsible for me now. I'm off. Catherine leaned on her leg and replied, Okay. Ray called from the abyss. Yeah. Catherine, the angel seems to have just noticed you. Ray, are you here? Ray asked, confused. What's going on? Why did Vivian change like that? Catherine reassured him, explaining, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to rest." Whether you've noticed or not, the demons you've encountered all wear something around their necks, like a ring or necklace. A magical restraint. It not only ensures that demons don't have too much impact on this world, but also helps angels identify them. Vivian is the same. She's worn it since she was a child, so her power has always been limited. So, when it's removed and her power is unleashed, her appearance changes a bit. Gray thinks of evolving from level 1 to 100 and is speechless at the transformation. Never mind. Ray asks her why the two of them were fighting. Catherine felt there was nothing to hide. I wanted to make a deal with her, and she wanted to see if I was qualified. Gray knew this was wrong, and he was shocked. "Wait, you made a deal with the devil?" Catherine replied. "Yes." The light in her remaining eye dimmed as Catherine said, "I just wanted to be sure." Gray, a holy knight, is nearby and approaching. His guardian angel is Julian, who outranks me. You must understand that even the entire Silver Knights Brigade couldn't block a single strike from that high-ranking angel. No, wait. I probably don't even need a high-ranking angel. One strike from me might be enough to take them all down. These words cut into his kind heart, and he was still just a very weak child. He had to understand that. That angel is a guardian angel sent here by the Holy Order, an irreconcilable conflict of light and darkness. Gray, I don't want you to fear any power. Catherine was once so helpless, and I should have stopped him instead of just watching. Even if you die, the gods won't lend a hand. Only regret awaits you in death. She resolved to protect him at all costs, as long as he believed in himself and moved forward. At that moment, Gray felt the distance between himself and Catherine grow vast. Even now, Gray doesn't truly understand this world, what it is, what it hides, and it unsettles him. It seems something terrible is about to happen. Jin shouts, "Are you kidding me? You're saying the Holy Knight didn't accept?" Andre tried to argue. "Grand Duke, I didn't pay attention to those words at the time." Silence. I asked why. He rubbed his temples. "Forget it." Din pointed at Camilla. "You will continue to visit the Holy Knight tomorrow, and you must use every means to seduce him, to make him fall in love with you." Then pointing at Andre, he added, "And you spread rumors that the Holy Knight is smitten with Camilla, or get out." Din then cursed at the servants. "And you all, if you have so much free time, teach her how to win a man's heart. Don't just stand around like fools. A bunch of useless trash. What good is beauty anyway? I don't even know how you grew up to be like this." Camilla fought back tears as Gray's words echoed in her mind. If she wanted to escape her fate of being treated like an object, no one could help her but herself. Camilla felt helpless, unsure of what to do, knowing she lacked swordsmanship, political skill, and intelligence. What can I even do? Din stood on a building's balcony looking down at the streets. The once bustling city is now desolate, with skeletal figures wandering the streets below. A man clutching a bag of bread cautiously walks along the street when an arm tugs at his pants leg. "What is it?" The young man lay prone, looking up at him, his face gaunt. "Help the starving." The man fearfully kicks the youth away. "Get out of here. I can't afford to care about anyone." Two mercenaries opened the door. These starving people are everywhere. The redhead hoisted an unconscious man over his shoulder, saying there was nothing here and asking where to go next. "I haven't had meat in days. Is there any way to get some?" The redhead grinned menacingly. "No way. Keep dreaming. We have nothing here and nothing there." "But where's the king?" "He promised to give us money once he took the throne." "You ask about him?" Benedict, in tattered clothes, spread his arms wide and madly declared, "I am the king." "Ha ha, I am the king." The mercenary replied, "He's gone mad, and the children have lost their minds as well." They cheered. "Long live the king, long live the wise king, give us food." Benedict laughed heartily. "Good. Ha ha, food, it's all a reward." "Hurry, distribute the rewards to them quickly," the neatly dressed orange-haired girl replied. "Yes, ma'am." "Understood, sir." She distributes food to them, calling everyone over. Everyone cheered. "It's the princess." "Princess? Oh, potatoes. Give them to me. Give them to me," she said calmly. "Don't rush. There's enough for everyone." A farmer behind the wall lamented, "Why is such a kind soul doing charity here of all places?" "And she's defending that mad king?" his companion replied. "Who knows? Perhaps out of compassion." She silently mourns. "How did such a beautiful place become like this? Would things be better if he were here? I wonder what he's doing now." On the battlefield, their guardian angels and holy knights have met. Lai waves, "Hello, Gray, I'm a colleague. May blessings be upon you." Gray immediately assessed, he's a true holy knight. Lai appeared magnanimous and open. "I'm here on a mission from the Holy Order, but I greet you as a colleague first." Still, Gray remained silent. In terms of magic, he's weaker than me, but right now it's just me and Catherine, and Vivian isn't here. We're no match for them right now. Lai tilted her head, slightly annoyed. Dwarves, elves, dark magic, and vampires, such a diverse group. Just a glance was enough to put Gray on guard. Does he see through my identity? Catherine asked nervously. Don't worry. The holy fire on your chest will keep him from knowing. He can't see through you. Julian casually praised her. I'm surprised, little one. In human society, you haven't fallen, and your wings are still white. Catherine retorted, how could I be swayed when the faith of a holy knight remains unshaken? Julian changed the subject, pointing to the ominous necklace as he asked, but, putting that aside for now, there's something else I want to ask. Where is your artifact of restraint? Catherine's mind flashed back to when the god of justice questioned her. My Catherine, are you sure you want to do this? She prostrated herself, affirming her resolve. Yes, I will bear all the consequences. She sighed. Oh, you really are a fool. I told you that you weren't fit to be a guardian angel. Catherine calmly explained, her eyes downcast, but we have to do something, right? Don't you think the world has been silent for too long? While the world decays in silence, we're shackled by ancient laws. Even Lord Justice is swayed. Nothing is impossible. A new flame is lit, and you will brave the winds. She immediately added, a red spark can be extinguished, but it can also ignite into a raging fire. Wouldn't that be interesting? She reaffirmed. Is it worth sacrificing your life for? Catherine didn't hesitate to answer. Of course. After all, you know I won't settle for being an angel who just silently watches. Back in reality, Julian asks, where is your artifact of restraint? Catherine touched her neck and casually replied, I took it off myself. He didn't let up, pressing, you know what that means, right? She readily admits, I know, but it means nothing to me. Doubt crept into Julian's mind. Things were getting complicated. What's going on? He calculated frantically, realizing that removing the restraints meant she had abandoned her heavenly sanctity, including her identity as an angel. So she's no longer an angel? Giving up her status means she's free from the laws and commands, but it doesn't mean she's fallen. She's become a martyr. Martyrs defy expectations, doing what they believe is right for their faith, even if it means sacrificing their lives. Julian's eyes betray a flicker of hesitation. Lai wasn't doing much better either. This conversation wasn't going to be easy. Just then, a panicked voice echoed through the military camp. Sir Arthur, something's happened. You have to come see. Called out by name, he wears a bewildered expression. What's going on? El violently pulled back the curtain and blurted out, there are 2 angels in the camp. The Holy Knight Din is the first to react strongly. What did you say? A Holy Knight of the Order? Andre confirms without hesitation. Yes, he bears the holy symbol, and it seems he's facing the Holy Knight. Gray. What should we do, Grand Duke? Back where the 2 sides were clashing, Lai shrugged, acting carefree. Gray, can we talk? As you can see, I'm unarmed. He gestured casually behind him. Of course. Gray takes the lead, gesturing for him to follow. Seeing their esteemed guest, the 2 Ans busied themselves, saying, Please, have a seat. We apologize for the humble accommodations. Here's some fruit. Lai is intimidated by their enthusiasm and breaks out in a cold sweat. Before Lai could react, Fang, not far away, exclaimed to his comrades, Is that a holy knight like the captain? Will the other holy knights kill me? But then, a voice reminded them. Restrain yourselves. Don't make them judge us. Sai, who appeared out of nowhere, arrogantly demonstrates, Do as I do, sit up straight, smile, and nod at everything they say. We can't lose face. Fang's eyes widened as he howled. Now that's what I call a leader. Only Andrew in the corner remained calm. That's a real holy knight. The Holy Order is serious. But a moment later he whispers, urging them on. Hey, vampire, let's take this chance to sneak away. He was suddenly at a loss for words. How can we escape? We're branded. Andrew gasped in horror, but reasoned that Gray's death would solve everything. Just so you know, those dwarves are planning to escape too. We'll add fuel to the fire and get those 2 holy knights fighting. Z still seemed hesitant, and it didn't sound good. Lai heard the chattering in her ear and was speechless for a moment. Ray, oblivious, added with a naive question, Didn't you want to talk to me? Barely containing his anger, he turned back, hissing each word. Can't we find somewhere more private? This place is as crowded as a market. You look stunned, as if you've heard something terrible. What? Why do we need privacy? You want to talk about adult stuff? Lai asked with a twisted smile. Julian, can I just kill him? He had no choice but to reassure his comrade. Calm down. Anger means defeat. Lai took a deep breath and declared, Fine, I'll go discuss the matter. Your knight order is made of the undead. Hearing this, Andy thought to himself, he definitely wants to obliterate me with holy light. Fang immediately turned to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry, the captain will find a way to solve this." Lai continued. Then both vampires and elves used dark magic. Andrew curiously asked Joe what he was doing, to which the dejected boy replied, "Picking flowers. Running away." "Not running, running." La finally asked the important question. "Do you have any explanation for this?" Before Gray could move, a hand restrained him. "Let me handle this." Catherine placed her hand on her chest, speaking concisely. "We don't need to explain. You're a holy knight, and holy knights must have compassion for all sins." Hearing this, Julian scoffed. "Forgive even the dark creatures? Don't you think it's a bit much for me to go around interrogating them? After all, they're just dark creatures. If it's exposed, the situation will be very serious." He made increasingly pointed arguments. "Besides, I suspect there's another reason you're forgiving these dark creatures. Care to enlighten me?" Catherine had no choice but to lower her eyes in acquiescence. "Very well. Of course, because someone interrupted before she could finish. Let me answer this question for you, Catherine." She flinched. "Did you say something?" He sat like a statue as Gray asked his teammate for permission. "Don't worry, I know what to say, Angel. I didn't interrupt you out of courtesy. First, why do you want to kill these dark creatures? After all, their existence here is sanctioned by the gods." Gray stared into Julian's eyes as he asked, "So, you want to take the lives of these creatures that the gods have accepted?" He tapped his fingers, listening to Gray's hypothetical. "You ask why I want to kill these dark creatures?" He flatly declares that it's fine because they were born of darkness, a race unlike humans. Gray poured out his heart, saying no one wants to be born or live in darkness, never seeing the light. With that, Gray revealed his trump card. "This is a list of our Silver Moon Squad members, documenting the bad things they used to do." While the writer Sally was busy grandstanding, he added more, including the good deeds after joining the Silver Moon Squad. They cultivated the land. The child on the shore shouts, "Sir Knight, take a break." The people of Gray are still working hard despite this kindness. "It's all right, we have to finish plowing the fields before the new season." He carefully added new evidence. They used their very bodies to fight against nature's fur. When faced with danger, the knights always charged ahead. "We have to stop the breach, form a line, and carry sandbags over there." Gray became more and more agitated, working tirelessly for nothing. "You can check if you want. The knights had truly given their all. There are children in my hat." Julian was speechless. "They strive for good, and the gods accept them, yet he dismisses all their efforts with a single sentence. He thinks they're dark creatures that shouldn't be flaunted. Lowly, dark creatures who only do bad things. Even if they do good, they should hide underground their whole lives, never seeing the light of day." Gray earnestly enlightens his opponent. "No, it's not just you. Most people probably think and will kill everyone, but I think that kind of thinking is wrong. Whether someone is evil depends on their faith, words, and actions. Regardless of their origin or race, if their heart is good, we should support them. That's what's known in the Bible, right?" This academic expression made Julian's eyes widen. It took him a while to place his hand on his chest and confess, "I can understand exactly what you're trying to say. Holy Knight Gray, I respect your spirit and apologize for what I said." Julian frankly admitted his shortcomings, but he still had some lingering questions. "Finally, allow me to ask one last thing. Now you are a holy knight serving the gods. Be a knight for humanity." Gray's answer was unclear, but Fang was the first to get annoyed. "How dare that angel call you a creature of darkness? Here, eat up. I bet he wouldn't say that after tasting your cooking." He shyly denies it. Come on, didn't he already apologize? Anne grabs a spoon, eager to join in, and his cousin is there too. "I heard he plays the moon lute and has allies, so he happily sang along." "Great, I've heard him play before, and if you get along, we're all good people. Surely our great-grandson isn't a creature of darkness." She suddenly opens a discussion in front of everyone. "The captain is right. Why should Ande live in the shadows? Speaking of which, I'm a little curious. Who sets the standard for dark creatures?" Meanwhile, in another corner, Juliet continued to exclaim, "This is insane. Now I understand why he and the Holy Council are at odds and why the gods favor him." Kissy quickly agreed. "I wouldn't hate a knight like that. A noble definition. A beautiful ideal. It's no wonder his angel chose to become a martyr." Julian couldn't help but lament that fate had made them enemies. After all, what the angels protect isn't meaning or ideals. We maintain order, and those who break it are our enemies. Lee then poses a critical question. What if the current order is truly outdated? Julian countered, suggesting that they must be defeated all the more. Those who benefit from the current order must prove they're worthy of establishing a new world order. How can someone who can't overcome the existing order create a new one? Lai sprawled on the grass, listening to Julian lament. "If this is the case, then we must be the villains. Whenever an era becomes outdated, the divine faction turns all-encompassing. Gods maintain order for the majority, but the majority isn't always right. Still, they must side with the majority to protect their ideals. Julian smiled as he got to the most important part, because they loved this world. Lai gazed at the stars and exclaimed, "I can't believe my first battle as a holy knight is against my own colleagues." Julian immediately turned to inject his comrade with chicken blood. "Come on, don't get soft. If we're the villains, let's be the best villains we can be." They quickly agreed that the entire concentration camp had to be eliminated. Lai's voice dropped as he added, "I know. I sent a letter to the Holy Order. More holy knights were on their way." He gazed at the messenger bird, whispering that this would be a holy war to determine the future of the world. Holy Knight Grey. Can your faith change thousands of years of prejudice and order? Lai thought of Grey and blurted out, "Show us." He had just stepped out of the shed, seemingly sensing something was amiss. The wind. Will the flame be extinguished, or will it rage even brighter? A new day begins at the cathedral, as Lai stands blankly by the windowsill, letting birds nest on her head. Aaron cautiously approached, seeking guidance. "Holy Knight, what should we do now?" He turned back, throwing out a sarcastic remark. "Holy Knight, is everyone calling me holy now?" He hesitantly explained, "I sincerely apologize if it made you uncomfortable." Lai immediately adopted a reassuring tone. "It's all right, but you can call me Knight Lai or simply Lai." "Are there people from the two kingdoms of Fides and B near the church right now?" Aaron instinctively replied. "Of course. What do you need from them?" He tilted his head, offering, "Good. Have them help me arrange a meeting with King Lion, Grand Duke Din, and Bishop Aeon." These words were perplexing to Lion. "The Holy Knights from the Holy See wish to meet you," the messenger affirmed. "Yes, sir." Then one of the soldiers added that they were sending someone to see... What was his name again? Stroking his chin in thought, he suddenly burst into laughter. "It's over. The Holy Order is in a hurry." Aether asked curiously, "Father, what does this mean?" Lon tilted his head back, explaining to his son. "According to Isaac, Holy Knight Grey and the Holy Order are at odds, and now Grey is interfering in a war. And the Holy Order's knight has appeared here. What do you think that means?" Atho cries out in shock. "The Holy Order doesn't want Holy Knight Grey to gain too much power." Luzin contentedly elaborates to his son, "Indeed, how pathetic is AC's Lion capital. Why didn't they intervene and help? Because they intentionally wanted a tragedy to unfold. Is that the example for countries to let knights meddle in internal affairs? We're ordinary people without power, and we have to fight for our own interests. If the Holy See wants to deal with Holy Knight Grey, we should take advantage of this." Lon immediately jumps up and clears a path. "Come on, let's go to the church." Meanwhile, Athor still has many doubts about himself. There are too many variables he doesn't understand, and he's really not fit to sit on the throne. Just then, a reminder echoed in his ears, and Lion, as if reading his mind, offered words of comfort. "Even as my son, you're still too young to understand life. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'm temporarily handing over command of the camp to you." Supported, Atho's face immediately lit up. "Yes, sir." On either side, advisors took turns reporting. "Your Grace, the situation is dire. Should we accept the Holy Order's invitation? We just sent Camilla to the Holy Knight Grey not long ago." Din angrily shouted, "Silence! Give me some peace." In his mind, he weighed the options. Saint Knight Grey had an invincible army, while the Holy Order, aside from the Holy Knights, was just a bunch of useless pawns. But what if all the Holy Knights are as strong as Grey? If the Holy Order's knights can bless regular soldiers with holy light, how many soldiers and knights do they have? Thinking this, Din unconsciously wrung his trembling hands together. Damn it. I was wrong from the start. Should I not have sent Camilla to the Holy Knight Grey? Having grasped the general situation, he slowly opened his mouth, and with a serious expression, Jin voiced his current opinion. "I'll go to the church and meet them first." Meanwhile, Catherine was asking questions elsewhere. "The match between the two nations is tomorrow, right?" Grey asked, hesitating as he voiced his suspicion. "In yesterday's conversation, I saw no malice between them. They each have their own sense of justice." Catherine analyzes on the spot with incredible speed. For some, justice is maintaining order. For others, it's profiting their nation. And he can't simply say their justice is wrong. From the moment you decided to protect your own justice, your opponent is no longer the bad guy, but justice itself. She calmly lays out the path for Grey. He will face many more hardships in the future. If he wants to continue, he must repeat the process of destroying the justice of others with his own hands. Catherine narrowed her eyes, posing a sharp question. Did he really want to do this? Gray's aura flared as he immediately denied it. Wrong. No matter how reasonable justice may seem, it shouldn't be based on the sacrifice of others. Otherwise, would that mean war and murder are permissible if they have a reason? If their justice tramples the weak, how are they different from devils? Gray's words brought a smile to Catherine's face. I have to stop that so-called justice. Back to Ather, who was still asking, bewildered. The Holy Knight Gray wants to meet the king. He hesitated for a long time, then blurted out curiously, My father has gone to the church. What are the Holy Knights plotting? Lan scratched his head, asking for advice. What should we do? Atho pondered in silence, finally deciding to take the initiative. I'll go see what he has to say. Watch the camp. Without hesitation, he called out clearly. Outside the Dinin training camp, a group of people gathered, whispering amongst themselves. How amusing. He invites the Grand Duke at a time like this. The Grand Duke had just arrived at the church, and they whispered amongst themselves, unaware that Camilla was already present. Should they call him back? She couldn't help but recall being told that if she wanted to escape being treated like an object, no one could help her but herself. As if emboldened, Camilla spoke up. Excuse me, she reassured herself. Familiar and unfamiliar faces. At least I'm taking the first step. Camilla turned to the Holy Knight Gray, suggesting, May I go? Lon wastes no time taunting Jin. If it isn't the old fox himself daring to show his face around here. I thought you pawned your precious daughter off as Lady Gray. Shut up, you pig. I'm not here to argue with you. Lai awkwardly tries to defuse the situation, noting that the two seem to have a good relationship. After gaining their attention, he continued, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Holy Knight Lai. You can call me Lai. I am a Holy Knight because I also have a guardian angel. Julian happened to wave just as his name was called, and Lion and Lai were thinking the same thing. It's Rand's turn. Meanwhile, Lai continues to prompt them. By the way, do you two like listening to fairy tales? Lon blurts out. What? Zin calmly refuses. Sadly, I haven't read those kinds of books since I was 4, and I don't like them. Despite that, Lai is still very excited. Oh my. I, on the other hand, love them, and with that, he turned on the record player. In fairy tales, good deeds are rewarded, and good always triumphs over evil. A world of black and white. That's why we adults often don't believe in fairy tales. Lai thinks of Gray as she says this. Now a knight speaks up, yelling at the Butcher King to drop his sword. Justice is the truth of the world and you should be a benevolent king, Ni quoted, then suddenly changed her attitude. But what's the point of being king if you can't wield your power? He's seriously offering a sweet deal. I'm here to make you a promise. Within 3 years, the Holy See will relinquish all power on this peninsula, granting both nations absolute national self-determination. Lai paused, then said, The condition is that you overlook all actions of the Holy Knight Gray, such as the duel between the two nations tomorrow. The outcome was uncertain, but Camilla had arrived at Gray's encampment. After the exchange, he solemnly pounded his chest, then sincerely thanked them for accepting the invitation. Princess Camilla of Ba remained silent, calculating. She was thought to be just a pretty face, but it seems quite brave of her to attend in her father's place. Meanwhile, Camilla trembled with her own thoughts as she faced Prince Athor of the Fatus Kingdom, rumored to have defeated a lion at 14 and hailed as the strongest warrior in the land. Why is he staring at me like that? It's terrifying. Showing his hospitality, Gray leads the way, inviting them to follow the familiar path arranged by the dwarves. Please, have a seat. Camilla and her companion exchanged confused glances. Seated on wooden barrels, Gray wastes no time getting to the point. Before we begin, allow me to ask you both a question. Do you two like fairy tales? Camilla shares honestly, Oh, I love the story of the Rose Garden. Ather nods in approval, then shares his own favorite tale. What about Trungjiang's singing? Would that count as a fairy tale? Gray smiled, praising them, saying their stories were interesting. I also love fairy tales, and then came an introduction that was practically plagiarized from Lai. In fairy tales, good deeds are rewarded, and the wicked are punished by the good. The world is simply black and white. If protection magic is cast on a gun, Gray pivots to a question. Why not make fairy tales a reality? He didn't wait for a response, answering himself, because everyone has their own justice, their own ambition. I cannot erase the conflict between ambition and justice. I can only hope it occurs in a fairer, kinder environment. The strong should fight the strong. Swords should not be drawn against the innocent. At that crucial moment, Gray's eyes suddenly changed. Finally, he looks towards the two people hiding behind the wall, believing they could also become his people, while the Lai Church continues to manipulate them. If you refuse to participate in tomorrow's duel, I will help you stop the Holy Knight, Gray. So, the Silver Knights are strong? I can make your soldiers just as strong, while Gray holds the opposite view. A duel between knights could prevent civilian casualties. If war breaks out, both sides will conscript countless serfs and militiamen. What good does it do to let them die on the battlefield? Of course, it would be good if you both agreed to participate in tomorrow's duel. Lai continued to make more points. Benedict, who inherited the throne, was overthrown by Gray for fratricide. They weighed whether their hands were cleaner than Benedict's and what would happen if he meddled in the country's affairs. And anyone who agrees to participate in tomorrow's contest will be considered an enemy of the Holy Order, while Gray sticks to his argument of prioritizing the people. I hope you keep your word. May the victor be decided fairly and justly. War should never happen. I swear on my honor as a holy knight to continue the duel. If anyone breaks the agreement, I will punish the oath-breakers with the most severe penalty. Lai had said enough and waited to collect the net. The choice is yours. I won't force you. Lion wore a solemn expression, and Jin's situation wasn't any better. The same scene played out with Camilla and Atho as Gray calmly gave them time to consider. I hope you two will think carefully. The cat frowned, criticizing the person next to him. No one will side with you. Your words hold no appeal, Gray admits, bored. I know, right? He asked anxiously. So, what are you going to do now? I bet you can convince them. He stared blankly at Mong Lung and replied, I don't know. We can only wait and see what they choose tomorrow. It's best if they come to the contest as agreed, or I will punish them. The kitten suddenly remembered something. Oh, have you ever thought about this? Gray asked, dumbfounded. What? It throws a fatal question at him. If you can't use magic, your only advantage, would anyone even care about your punishment? Meanwhile, Lion's steed returned him home, and before he could dismount, Lu questioned him. Atho, you said you met the Holy Knight Gray, and he admitted it frankly. Yes, father. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person do you think he is? Atho honestly shares his feelings, saying that Gray is upright and a little foolish. Lucian entered the camp, musing to himself, Indeed, I don't hate fools. I just hate those in power who think they're always right. An idiot who always demands that everyone do as he says. He suddenly changes his expressions and gives an order. Ather is ordered to immediately surround Gray's camp with the entire army. Before his son leaves, Lucian calls him back, adding this, Ather, he suddenly asks, what if you also had a guardian angel? As the Ather listened to his father's plan, he broke out in a cold sweat. Are you confident you can defeat the Holy Knight Gray? Things also seemed tense on Jin's side. So Camilla, you're just reaffirming the previous agreement, with no further modifications or promises? And he still doesn't care about you. Camilla hesitated, but replied, yes. Din muttered under his breath, I knew it. She cautiously asks, Father, are you planning to break the agreement? He analyzes in a low voice, forced to fulfill an agreement without any benefit. If I'm bailed out, why should I comply? Camilla lowered her head, retorting softly. But I thought the Holy Knight was upright and kind. We shouldn't betray him. He sneered. Upright and kind? Camilla, do you know when a man is considered a good man? He whispers, suddenly covering her mouth. It's when he doesn't know how to threaten others, when he has no value. In this era, kindness is useless. With that, Din released her, leaving bruises on Camilla's face. Honesty born of stupidity, integrity that serves me no purpose, since I can't exploit it. He hissed, then just die. In the gloomy forest, hushed voices echoed as the two armies mobilized, preparing to strike the small town. It seems they have no intention of sparing the civilians. What a pity, Catherine remarks, arms crossed. Gray, no one chose you. Gray could only lament upon hearing that. I see. He suddenly calls out a series of names. Jimmy, Dora, Andrew. The kids flew down, their voices sharp. Hey, why'd you call us? Unable to contain his curiosity, Andrew asks why he's gathered those who can use magic, and Gray shares his plan without hesitation. The Vides Kingdom and Bee Duchy armies are closing in on the town, evacuate Sly, the dwarves, and the townspeople before they're completely surrounded. Zoe cries out in alarm, What? Escape? Gray rises and calmly explains. This is a battle for the Silver Lions, and you were never one of us. He paused, then stated bluntly, You guys didn't just point at me and yell. No, I was clear. Gray cut him off before he could finish. I know you're only staying because my soul imprint is different from yours. After bringing you to safety, your soul imprints will be removed. Gray, a little embarrassed, scratched his head and advised them. And in the future, live decently. Do no more evil, because after tomorrow there will be no one to protect you from the angel's blades. Andrew, hearing these heartfelt words, couldn't help but ask, Why are you so stubborn? You're a lich. If you lose, they'll completely destroy you. The Holy See will do everything to destroy your current power. Gray looks him in the eye, emphasizing, Even so, I cannot back down. As long as I live, I will fight to create a world where everyone can bask in the sun. Andrew couldn't help but recall his criticized past. You dare touch forbidden dark magic, you wretch? No, I'll just shut my mouth. You're expelled. He looked down at his hand and muttered, Can't back down. You truly are a respectable knight. Andrew clasped his hands to his chest, then bowed his head in respect. May you be victorious. With that farewell, he vanished from the tree's branches. Catherine was stunned. That hand gesture was a sign of the utmost respect from the ancient elves. What a wonderful child. As Gray was still in a daze, he heard a scolding voice. Hey, you pile of bones. Zoe clenches his fist, venting his frustration. I hate you, and I have a score to settle with you, so you can't die. I didn't give you permission, Gray managed to say before he shouted. I'm leaving. Even Catherine is speechless at this tsundere behavior. Oh, and that vampire brat. The next day, Ian yawned, still half asleep. The boy mechanically rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, What's all the commotion about? Anne passed by, kindly greeting him, but then suddenly turned serious. Gather your squad quickly. You have a mission. Startled, and instinctively replied, Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Sai and his group huddled together as Anne quickly stood at military attention. The boy standing before them loudly announced, All of Anne's scout team is present. Anne nodded in satisfaction. Very well. This is an urgent mission. He announced loudly, Lead your teams to bring the people into the mountains to where the dwarves once lived. Anne was clearly excited, then turned to someone nearby and instructed, Sly, I'm leaving the rest of the command to you. If you need anything, just order the 2 dragon brats around. She nodded in immediate agreement. Understood. He continued with further instructions. If we can't keep up, lead them back to our territory to wait. Sally's eyes widened as she pondered, and soon the sun began to peek over the mountains. Lion stands tensely with his army, mirrored by Jin's forces. Gray sat solemnly on his warhorse, surveying the surroundings, as Tenda stomped heavily on the ground. Andy took the initiative, saying, Please, honor your agreement. He repeated the request for them to fulfill their agreement, his voice growing louder with each repetition. I repeat one last time. Fulfill your agreement. Silence met his demand, and Gray couldn't help but sigh. He declared then and there that if that was the case, he would consider both of them to have refused the agreement, and both would be punished equally. That's just your decision. Lon added, War is about comparing national strength, military quality, and tactical logistics, not which knight is stronger. Your agreement places the fate of nations in the hands of a few, he retorted. You still think that's okay? That whoever wins gets more land? Then tell me, who can defeat you in a one-on-one fight? Who knows, maybe you'll use that method to seize our land in the future. Without hesitation, Gray denied it. I've never had such a thought. That may be true now, but who knows if you'll change your mind in the future to spread your faith, Zin interjected quickly. We wouldn't dare gamble the nation's future on empty words, so we've agreed that your terms are unacceptable. Gray tilted his head, puzzled. Then what do you propose is reasonable? Lon quickly responded, We demand it be confirmed by the Pope. Ring immediately chimed in, saying the Pope's confirmation relies on the reputation of the Holy See, and we trust the Holy See. Gray, of course, disagreed with their view. No, the agreement didn't mention the Holy Order, and you made it clear you didn't trust them. Worried that this reasoning wouldn't convince him. Below, Gray continues to defend his position with unreasonable arguments, so Lion roars impatiently, demanding they honor the agreement. Enough. Without the Pope's confirmation, what are you? Damn it, just a lone, foolish knight. He was losing control with every word. How dare a knight broker a deal between 2 nations' leaders? Do you represent the Grand Duke or the King of Isaac? At this point, Gray immediately draws his sword. I have no desire to argue with someone as arrogant as you. If you have no intention of making a deal, then I'll just have to carry out the punishment I spoke of. You, your family, and your nation, Lon roared, drawing his sword and declaring punishment. What's so great about drawing a sword? The soldiers under his command echoed his cries. We have swords too. Fides forever, Gray decisively calls out to his army. The Silver Knights understood and charged forward, while the Fides army raised shields and drew bows, firing a volley. Lai, atop the mountain, begins to chant, I am Lai, a holy knight in the name of the Pope. The terms of the Holy Knight Gray were unreasonable, a personal decision. While below, everyone burned with the will to defend their line, Lai's voice continued steadily. All who defy the Holy Order will pay the price. As a Holy Knight, I will not allow the Order's authority to be undermined by personal interests. At that moment, Atho severed the arm of a Silver Knight as Lai clasped his hands, finishing his final words. All will be punished by the Holy Order as he finishes bestowing holy light upon Len's soldiers. Despite this, Gray's forces charged forward without hesitation, the Silver Knights leading the attack. Lion's forces are filled with zeal, chanting, "Long live the Fide's kingdom." The two sides clashed head-on, and a Fide soldier was immediately struck in the face, only to be logged out of the battle. Lai, watching this, muttered to himself in consolation, wondering if his demands were really that unreasonable. All he had to do was get the Pope to validate the agreement. But Gray's core troops frantically shouted to each other, blocking the way. By now, Killing Lai has become somewhat impatient. Does he even know what he's doing? Holy Knight Gray, they weren't pointing their swords at you. You commanded an army to attack them first and deliberately inflicted grievous wounds. He gritted his teeth in fury. Did he even realize that being wounded on the battlefield is crueler than death? Humans are fragile. A horse's kick can rupture their organs, and a sword's cut can lead to fatal infection. Every scene before her eyes was agonizing. Did he think that if they didn't die on the spot, it wasn't his fault? In any nation, fallen soldiers receive generous compensation, but injured soldiers without aid, without a mage's healing, they couldn't heal their wounds immediately, and the fallen soldiers could only wait to die in agonizing pain. This is human society, and even in dire straits, he extends a helping hand. You ask why I call them dark creatures? It's because of everything: physiology, morality, thought, and social structure. They are all different from humans. Why is human life so short? Why is human life so fragile? He looks towards Anne as he continues to mutter. Why follow orders? Why compromise? Dark creatures fundamentally cannot understand humans. Even with good intentions, they bring disaster. Mobile disasters, indeed. That is the essence of the dark beings. The holy spear flies towards its target with a question. Is this what you wanted to see? Fide's soldiers were immediately blessed, each feeling an abundance of energy within them. Arthur's sword seemed to glow even brighter, leading to a familiar scene. He successfully severs a bone soldier's arm, and Lance's will burns brighter than ever. The kids quickly cheered that the Godslayer was on their side, some even stopping to talk amongst themselves. Did you see that? I just cut down a Silver Moon Knight. Is this the Holy Light's blessing? In other words, we're stronger with the blessing. Let's show them the power of the Fide's warriors. But before they could get far, Anne intercepted them, and despite his injuries, he made them scream. Gray, standing nearby, calmed his allies, telling them to stay calm. Athu greets him, calling him Holy Knight Gray. He raised his sword, making a bold proposition. Fight me. Gray narrowed his eyes, shooting a sharp glare. Prince Arthur. After a roar, he'll duel him right away. Lai's energy isn't enough to bless tens of thousands of human soldiers. It must be said that blessing even 100 people is difficult, let alone this dire situation where he's burning away his lifespan to maintain the blessing. As Lai struggles to maintain the holy light, he thinks, just surrender already, Gray. But before Catherine could finish her thought, Lai's eyes flashed, and he narrowly dodged a fatal blow. Catherine, despite the failed sneak attack, couldn't help but praise. Quick reflexes. I thought I could kill you in one blow. Duan angrily steps forward to question her. What are you doing? Do you want to kill a holy knight? He throws his head back and screams in resentment. Are you trying to break the treaty? Catherine calmly reminds him that she's already removed her restraints. She summons her weapon and calmly adds, Besides, it's not the first time I've killed a holy knight. This revelation leaves Julian frozen in disbelief. Huh? What are you saying? Since the gods decided to establish the holy order on earth, some holy knights have fallen. It's the ultimate insult a demon can inflict on the gods, corrupting holy knights and causing them to fall. And so the gods sent a group of angels to deal with the fallen holy knights, the angels of punishment. Catherine speeds towards her target. Julian frantically retreats, unable to evade the full force of the attack. Julian was a tangled mess of fear. Did she say this wasn't her first time killing a holy knight? So she's a punishing angel? He watched carefully, reassuring himself. No, that's not right. She's too young and still weak. Julian decides to counterattack. Take this! Catherine, undeterred, focuses holy light into her right hand, a question suddenly arising in her mind. Dispel magic. Catherine clenches her fist, deciding to return the favor. It's fine. Dispel is a high-level magic. In other words, he's not good at hand-to-hand combat. Julian, after taking a punch to the face, whines that hitting his face is a bit too much. Shireen follows up with a blow to the gut, asking if that's what he's worried about now, as Julian is sent flying. Catherine quickly gave chase, intent on closing the distance and preventing him from using magic. With that thought, she charged after Julian like a storm. Catherine successfully grabbed his neck, then hurled the living angel down to the ground, creating a cataclysmic explosion where the battle raged. The feast soldiers cried out in fear. Huh? What just fell? Looks like an angel, I think. Julian lay amidst the rubble, groaning softly. Who's the cruel one, little girl? Catherine pressed her attack, but her blade couldn't pierce his chest. A wave of panic washed over her as her eyes widened in disbelief. It turns out layers of barriers had been placed where the two were fighting. Catherine stared blankly, wondering when it had happened. Suddenly, pillars of light descend from the sky, and everyone is thrown back by the immense power. Lee struggles to stay standing, realizing it's the power of an angel. Dust and smoke quickly fill the air as a battered Kairine kneels on the ground, and Julian stands disheveled. He wiped the dust from his face, reminding her, "Rest a bit, then I'll take you to paradise." But her mind barely registered the offer. "So strong, the difference in power is too great," Gray said. Catherine could hear the whispers around her. This was a battle between angels, and it was terrifying. They were talking when they suddenly stopped, turning their attention to the dust cloud behind them. Through the hazy veil, two figures could be seen vying for power. Neither Gray nor A would yield. He struck my left shoulder, and I returned the blow to his right. The only one worried is Lai, whose lifespan is dwindling, yet they're still fighting. The sound of clashing swords echoes. Both struggled to maintain their balance, seeking an opening to strike. And A seemed to falter. Ray seizes the opportunity, roaring to amplify his momentum, and brings his sword down with all his might. As expected, A's weapon quickly shattered, and he could only watch as his sword broke into pieces, finally falling from his horse. At that moment, Lai coughed up blood, and A heard the announcement that the holy light barrier had been broken. Gray gazes into the distance, declaring it's time to end this, calmly calling out his true opponent, the Holy Knight, Lai. Atho is filled with resentment, realizing he was never the focus. He bitterly realized it was a disgrace, as Lai was still reeling from the depletion of his power. Gasping for air, he muttered, "Yes, it's time to end this." Gray waited to see what else he would say, but Julian's hand was already reaching for him. Looks like Lai's reached his limit. He faces Gray, ready to provoke him. "It's over. Holy Knight Gray, let's see what's hidden beneath that helmet." But what Julian truly felt was a chill down his spine as the sky was suddenly dominated by a fiery red energy. They're causing explosions everywhere, and even Lai, high above, is coughing from the dust. He squinted, wondering where this was coming from. It didn't seem like magic. Lai couldn't help but wonder about the flashing light before him. Who was on the opposite mountain? Below, everyone is coughing and shouting. What is this strange smoke? It's hard to breathe. Everyone has their own struggles, but Gray is leaping ahead. I can't breathe. He finds himself a position where he can see everything. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Gray's mind. Huh? What is this red smoke? Julian, still dazed, coughs violently. Tears streaming down his face, he cursed, "How petty!" Julian examines the evidence in his hand, quietly deducing that chili peppers were ground into powder and mixed with shells. It could only be humans. Sly quickly appears and taunts him. "It's a shame we had to evacuate. Regret it now, you bastards," she shouted, arms crossed. "Gray, we're here for you. Reinforcements have arrived." Before he could speak, his core team was already celebrating, certain it was Sly's tear gas. How awful. I can't feel anything, but everyone looks so miserable. When Gray came to his senses, he turned to blame them. No, why did you all come back? Didn't I tell you all to run?" Andrew and John sneer. "What makes you think we'd listen to you? The soul imprint's been released anyway, right? They even gave Gray the finger. Dream on, idiot. You didn't see that coming, did you? You dumb bastard." Sally lets them have their say, then gives them each a bump on the head, telling them their performance is a bit much. Andrew immediately burst into tears, begging for forgiveness. "Yes, I'm sorry." Moan, standing in the crowd, didn't dare speak for a moment, but after a while he finally spoke up to remind her. "Miss, do you remember your promise? If we help you succeed, you'll take us back to the Dwarf Valley." Sally readily agreed. "Of course. Didn't we make a fire pact?" Moan lowers his eyes, relieved. The oath of the contract is unbreakable, so she better remember it. He hoists his axe and shouts, "Brothers, fight like it's our last. The god of war is with us." The disoriented soldiers suddenly reel as the dwarf army advances, cursing and accusing them of fighting dirty. Julian, witnessing this, sighed in resignation, realizing his efforts were futile. He carried that thought as he flew straight towards Gray. If he could just capture this kid, it would all be over. But before he could reach his target, Julian froze, a cannonball tearing through his wing. Julian froze midair as Sally smirked below. It actually worked. She recalled Catherine's words, "Imbue holy light into the bullet." Sally raises her gun, warning Julian, "You better not move, Angel," but his attention is drawn to her necklace. A terrifying realization dawns on Julian, Kriha's legacy. The enchantments Catherine placed on the gun tripled its power, speed, and, of course, its damage. Sally fires a deathly shot, one that even the gods wouldn't dare to block. Julian, cornered and enraged, roars defiantly, ready to risk it all. Very well, if you're that confident. He quickly summoned his weapon, and Julian's aura shifted as he directly confronted her. Then let's try something, shall we? Sally thought to herself. That annoyed him. Even with a superior weapon, there was an insurmountable gap between angels and humans, the flexibility of vision. Sally couldn't see Julian's movements. The arrow hurtled towards her head, but luckily she wasn't alone. Someone unleashed a volley of light arrows, stopping Julian's pursuit. A familiar hand indeed. Julian narrowed his eyes in that direction, spotting Catherine below, bow drawn. Julian warned, agitated, "Little girl, don't push me any further." But before he could hear a response, an even more grating voice cut in. "Hey, Birdman, where do you think you're looking?" The foul-mouthed duo, Andrew and Joe, simultaneously attacked Julian from both sides. Sally saw an opportunity and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Julian. Yet, he calmly lowers his gaze, and with a shout, Julian suddenly explodes with power. Don't get cocky. He stands defiant against the onslaught. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the damage vanished, and Julian descended to the ground. Sally sensed the danger and shouted, "Dora!" Her next words wiped the smile off Julian's face as Dora, acknowledging the order, prepares to strike. She pounces, driving Julian into the ground, and pierces his wing with her blade for good measure. The blade, imbued with bamboo blessing, successfully pierced Julian's wing. He endured the pain, realizing it was also imbued with the holy light of bamboo blessing. Julian smirks, revealing, "So it's no wonder she has so little combat power against me. So she's been using her energy for this." Catherine, exposed, breathes a sigh of relief, finally subduing him, and then points out, "Gray, stop spacing out. Go find Lyd." Snapping back to reality after hearing his name called, he asks, "Huh? Oh, right, even Tenda's had to raise his claws and wave. Here we go." Catherine switched weapons and is charging in. "Let me clear the path." She narrowed her eyes, offering a reassuring glance. "Just keep moving forward." In the blink of an eye, they teleported from their location. Lai was now leaning against a rock at the edge of the forest, as Tendus's footsteps quickly came to a halt. Lai felt he had nothing left to lose. He was here. He looked at the man and his horse before him, and took the initiative to greet him. Holy Knight Gray. He calmly informs his opponent that it's time to end this. Holy Knight Lai frankly admits, "I'm out of energy and haven't been able to bless them with holy light for a long time now. I was exhausted from the moment you defeated Arthur." Speaking weakly, Lai proposed, "You can kill me as a victory and walk away proudly. As you can see, I have no strength left to resist. But before that, why don't you turn around and take a look at the battlefield?" Gray paused at the request. He instinctively turned back, and what he saw terrified him. How could Anded, alone on horseback, charge into the massive enemy forces, swinging his sword, only to be struck in the head from behind by a mace? The knight has fallen, the enemy advances, shouting, "He's down, get him, men!" The soldiers rushed to subdue the knight Anded, calling for reinforcements, as Gray watched in disbelief, asking, "How could this be?" Lai, leaning against a rock, spoke up. Surprised, he turned to the battle saying, "A knight who doesn't tire, doesn't feel pain, doesn't fear, losing to humans in a battle like this." Meanwhile, the soldiers piled onto the knight, shouting, "Nail his limbs down!" Lai says blandly, as if used to this, "Actually, this is quite normal. The Phi Kingdom has 5,000 knights, 15,000 infantry, 7,000 spearmen, and 113,000 militia. The Duchy of Bot has 4,000 cavalry, 10,000 infantry, and 6,000 pikemen, while your Silver Moon army, even with the dwarves, is only a little over 200 strong. You even gave those two kingdoms 3 days to reorganize. Do you think everyone will be scared because of the invincible Knight Anda?" Bone frowned, reminding him not to underestimate humanity. Since the battle at Isaac, many nations have been wary of him, especially Isaac's neighbors who have studied the Silver Moon Army's battles and devised tactics. He explained their strategy. 10 men at a time, then 100, then 1,000, until the Silver Moon Army lost its mobility and ability to harass. He looked up, asking with resignation, "How can you defeat an army 100,000 times larger than yours?" Looking out at the battlefield, Gray muttered, "Do you know why they don't retreat, flinch, or run even when wounded?" He wearily closed his eyes. "Because most of the soldiers are farmers. Lion promised them land if they won. Furthermore, my holy light protection showed them that the Silver Knights were not invincible. They bravely risked their lives." Lion analyzed the current situation. "The Holy See is not only displeased with your behavior, but there are many voices against you, so you would have ended up in this situation whether I was here or not. Leon isn't the type of king to leave everything to others. That should tell you enough, right?" Gray, hearing this, had an idea. If he could control this man, he could control the two kings as well. Wouldn't that stop the war? There's no need to make it so complicated. And the way you talk is like you're equating this war with the war between humans and dark creatures, Gray reminds him, spurring his horse forward. But don't forget, the dark creatures didn't start this war. Those who volunteer for battle deserve to die. I don't care, but don't drag innocent townspeople into this war. He imagined the peaceful village burning, people scattering, and quietly added, if I wasn't here, that small town, those tiny people, wouldn't survive. Blood would flow like rivers. He tilted his head, staring at him, asking himself, did you pray for them then? No. He didn't even know such a small town existed on the map. Gray's words stunned Lee. That's why he wants to stop this war. He declared passionately that this wasn't a war between humans and dark creatures, but knights protecting the weak and innocent. He continued, pointing out that the Holy Order had done nothing to help them. And with a tone of disgust, he recalled the battles where no one cared about the innocent as long as the conflict remained within the nation. He angrily turned to face him, demanding, then what's the point of the Holy Knights? Then what is the point of the gods granting power to the Holy Knights? Lai grits his teeth, unable to hold back any longer. Don't speak when you understand nothing, he shouts angrily. Do you know how many countries there are in this world? Do you have any idea how chaotic things would be without the Holy Order to keep them in check? Your aggressive methods only erode people's faith in the gods and the Holy See. Gray was stunned by this. Instead of turning against those who started the war, you argue with me, thinking I'm wrong. You have a sword that could stop the fighting. Lai nodded in agreement as Gray continued. If violence was the answer, the world would already be in chaos. Lai lowered her head and muttered, Gray, there's more to this world than just gods. Hearing this, he questioned, do you think it's right to oppress people in the name of the gods? Those who are oppressed will harbor resentment and become followers of demons. Suddenly, a surge of power attacked Gray, sending him flying off his horse. Accompanied by the voice of Thunderlight, residual sparks still lingered on his hand. Bowen grumbled, you talk too much. Catherine was stunned by the voice, as if struck by lightning. Bo mutters, I told you not to have too much contact with that heretic. Lai looks up in shock and calls out. At the same time, Dora is knocked down, and Bo turns to mock Julian, who is rubbing his shoulder. Isn't that Julian? Is he really getting beat up by kids? Elena appears, sneering, saying he's ended up like this because he was too soft on his fellow angels. She appeared with the arrogant Yan saying, but don't forget. Elvis's lips twitched. How ridiculous. He rode on horseback, a sword in his hand, and seethed at the sight of the corpses strewn across the ground. Would he allow so many undead to exist on this earth? The guardian angel Isenro and the holy knight Elvis cry out in unison, while the heretic guardian angel Helena and the holy knight Yan smirk in agreement. The guardian angel Victor and holy knight Pan coldly added, they must be eliminated. The angels and holy knights launched an attack, Holy Lightning Strike. A massive purple force strikes Gray's chest, and the holy knights cry out as it instantly transforms into a massive bolt of lightning. Break! Thurine quickly flew over to catch him, anxiously calling out to Gray. She gritted her teeth, thinking, are you kidding me? Why are there so many holy knights and angels here? Victor coldly glared at him, drawing his lightning-infused sword, his eyes fixed on Catherine, whose eyes flashed with fear as she sensed the danger. He coldly stated, it was a nuisance. With that, Victor swung his sword, severing Catherine's wings, lightning still flickering behind the stunned and gaping Catherine. Victor sheathed his sword, while Catherine remained stunned by her severed wings, and Gray turned in fear, stammering her name. Catherine's head felt heavy, her tired eyes closed, and she fell from above. He cried out, and a light appeared, aimed directly at Catherine's holy barrier. She opened her eyes, staring at the attack, but couldn't move. Seeing this, Gray cried out in alarm, while Catherine Julian, perched on a cliff, rested her chin in her hand and sighed. Oh, how could you be so cruel to such a young angel? Elena chided. Shut up, you smooth-talking fool, you almost lost to her. Beneath the ravaged village, amid the crows and rats, a pastor walks the broken path. Din Yang gazing around in contemplation. He stood before the massive, decaying wooden cross. Reaching out to caress the wood, Din murmured, the church was destroyed by protesters, but the cross remains. How ironic that we once burned the cross of a saint. He recalls Gray appearing in the forest saying, I'm a little confused, so I came to you for answers. Remembering this, he looks up and says, the most important thing is your own heart. It will tell us what to do, and then let us make a decision. Back at the battlefield, a knight is struck in the side by a magical force, as Elvis, hand raised, emits a cloud of smoke and commands it to vanish. The dark creature. The knight stood firm, muttering, Silver Moon Knights. With that, the knight raised his sword and charged forward, shouting, while Dean muttered by the cross, We can easily distinguish black and white thanks to others, but the world is only gray. A gray armored knight charged from behind, attacking the dwarf boss and shouting, "Die!" He turned, gritting his teeth with determination. "I won't die here. I want to go home." A sword plunged down, splattering blood. The boss was stunned to see Fang had taken the blow for him. Fang grits his teeth in pain, reminding himself that the holy blessing is gone. It hurts so much, but I can't cry. I am a knight of the Silver Armor Troop. Din continues to touch the cross and mutter, "Perhaps not everyone we help truly benefits, but some do. What matters is doing it." Meanwhile, Yuan, with a bloodied sword in one hand, choked sigh and lifted her high, saying, "It's over, girl. The battlefield is no place for women." Gray lay on the ground, struggling to rise, reaching out a trembling hand as he muttered, "No, Miss Catherine." He looked at Catherine trapped in magic and cried out in anguish. Catherine Din walked slowly across the shattered stone floor, each step echoing coldly in the once sacred space, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, it's been torn apart this badly. Lord, even the statue of God has been pulled down." He stood before the devastated ruins aghast, the golden jewels that had adorned it all stripped away, leaving it looking like an ancient relic. Suddenly he looked up, his tone full of surprise. "Huh?" He looked up at the painting on the wall and recognized a bosun, a loyal saint who abandoned his own interests for his somewhat extreme beliefs, recalling a girl's words. "Gods cherish ordinary people more than devoted saints," he thought with a deep frown. Sitting amidst the rubble, he thought, "It shouldn't be like this. If the gods favor the common folk over saints, then who will devote themselves to the gods? Who would want to be a saint? Our faith and devotion shouldn't be like this." Clutching his head in anguish, he thought to himself, "Faith is light. It should illuminate the path and guide people, not be a shackle that binds them. One must understand it for themselves." He clenches his fist, determined, even if everyone's understanding differs. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, B unleashes a powerful kick, sending Gray flying. He crashes to the ground with a cry. B looks down from above, his voice filled with coldness and disgust. "It's all because of these fools who think they're right. But going against everyone makes you insane." He raised his foot, using divine power to stomp down, scolding, "I don't understand why the gods made you a holy knight." Inside the armor, the catboy coughs up blood from the blow. Gray clutches him tightly, shaken, as he weakly warns that they truly intend to kill him. "Gray, we have to run. We're going to die." Gray, lost in thought, wondered why he was chosen as a holy knight. Was it faith or courage? She shakes her head. "No, I wasn't thinking about any of that back then. I became a holy knight because—" Gray recalls Catherine's blessing. Did the gods approve? No, it was because an angel recognized her. Snapping back to reality, he grabs BN's ankle and coldly declares, "If you think I'm unworthy of being a holy knight, then I'll return the title." He then drags him by the ankle. Gray struggles to his feet, throws him off, and says, "I don't care. Even if I'm not a holy knight, I'm still a knight." He steps forward, lands a punch on his cheek, and declares, "A regular knight." Bane gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. "This guy still has the strength to resist?" Catching his breath, he asked, "What's right? What's wrong?" "It's not my concern. I'm just following my own will as a knight, stopping anything that's unfair." His words stunned Pawn, punishing the strong for bullying the weak. He took a step back, gained momentum, and said, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to act like the Holy See to stop the war." Gray throws a mighty punch, shouting, "I should have slapped those two kings until they learned their lesson, and if they didn't, I'd do it again." Gray throws another punch, asking, "What if I am crazy?" As B falls to the ground, his angry voice still echoing. Benevolence, integrity, faith, courage. He clenched his bloodied fist, his voice hoarse as he spoke to himself. "I don't need any grand reasons. Someone will recognize my chivalry." In that moment, memories flooded back, and Catherine's words rang clear as day. "I will protect you. You only need to keep the faith and move forward." He continued, "Someone will give us a reason to live." Then he recalled Aaron's words, calm and resolute. "You can create a world free of crime." His voice was deep, resolute, and resonant. "Someone will show me how to turn theory into practice." And finally, Sally's words hammered home his conviction. Only by punishing evil can good be encouraged, so he declared with unwavering resolve. "I want to give them hope, not disappointment, be they holy knights or ordinary ones." Gray looked up, his eyes sharp, and declared, "I will defeat you here and forge my knightly spirit." Seeing that look, Yan felt a chill run down his spine and fearfully asked, "He was a little scary." Elena, standing behind, cursed, "Scared of what? Go, are you afraid of losing with me here?" Elvis frowned, coldly snorting, Let's just take his life. Meanwhile, Din clasped his hands tightly, praying beneath the painting. Basso, great saint, is this world truly so terrible? So terrible that there's no path for a kind soul to survive? The saint he secretly called out to appeared behind him, answering, "If you can't bear it, then let go. If the gods won't change the world, then change it yourself." He smirked. "Anyway," Din said, raising his head, his eyes burning with determination, "I don't want to be a coward anymore. People like to attribute a person's best qualities and soul to words, because they don't believe such a soul really exists. So, as the first flame ignited in the long night, those who yearned for beauty sought to protect it. On the battlefield, Ray charged forward, his fist shattering Iwan's holy sword. He kicks Elvis in the face, adding fuel to the fire, a fire that helps to tame the wildlands. The small flame inherited good wishes, and that was its belief, unbound by norms, order, holiness, or even the justice of the majority, perhaps just a touch of stubborn dreaming. Julian, having watched Gray defeat everyone, speaks up. "I have just one last question for you. Are you a knight of the gods or a knight of the people? The greatest dream within a knight's soul is to remain on this earth as a knight of the people, even when wounded." Elvis, kneeling on the ground, battered and broken, wondered, how could this be? Meanwhile, Elvis, blood trickling from his mouth, gritted his teeth, thinking how shameful it was to lose so badly in a group fight. While all the holy knights were defeated, Gray stood tall. After watching from the cliff, Elena cries out, "Oh no, they're being taken down too easily?" Julian thinks to himself, Gray was never a normal person to begin with. He glanced away, his mind racing. With that many summons, he's likely Eli. He glanced at Elena beside him and asked, "What do you think we should do now?" Elena looked down at the battle and asked Julian, "That guy attacked directly. We can't just attack directly, right?" Suddenly, Gray looks up, considering something, then bursts toward the troops. Lee, still resting against a rock, calls out to Julian. Knowing his plan, he warned the paladin Gray, who was still trying to capture Lai. To end the battle, the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted to stop him. Julian rises, scowling, and curses his stubbornness as he takes flight, assigning tasks as he goes. Helena Iroh didn't dislike him, but Victor stood to the side, dumbfounded. Wasn't his name going to be called? And so, within the magic cage, Catherine remained trapped, opening her eyes wearily, thinking, how shameful. She had promised to protect him, yet here she was, eyes closed in what felt like defeat. Catherine recalls the god of creation gently caressing her face, saying, "Catherine, my child, what you want to do, your ideals, are too difficult for you, no matter how hard you try. So, before I leave, I will give you a gift." Below, Isenrare's hand was about to reach Gray when suddenly, divine chains appeared and bound the guardian angels. Gray was stunned by the sight as Isenrare, bound by chains, muttered in disbelief, "Not even Julian." Elena, suddenly bound, cried out, "What's happening?" Victor, who was standing still, was also hit and fell silent. A golden scale appeared in the air. It turned out the gift from the goddess of justice was a one-time use. "I grant you permission to use my power." Anne borrows power and transforms, a divine halo radiating behind her, a scepter of scales in her hand. I exclaims in shock, "The goddess of justice?" Du asks in disbelief, "How does she possess such power?" Elena continues to scream, "Or is she a different kind of punishing angel?" Victor remained calm, wearing a blank expression. "Goddess of justice, angel of punishment." Suddenly, he smirked. "I remember now?" His question left the other guardian angels dumbfounded. "Does everyone remember why we have to wear power-limiting magical tools?" Elena was the first to speak. "Because 1,000 years ago," she suddenly realized. Could it be that 1,000 years ago, the northern continent had a nation where there was a sacred church second only to the Holy See? When a spot opens in the knighthood, boys under 15 are sent as trainee knights, and one will be trained as a holy knight. However, due to corruption, these boys were sexually abused and tortured for a long time. And as a result, a child on the verge of becoming a holy knight fell and became a demon apostle, personally killing the bishop. A young punitive angel was sent to deal with this fall from grace, and for reasons unknown, after the knight fell, this punitive angel bathed the entire northern district in blood. All the corrupt clergy were killed, the national system collapsed, and that nation became a sanctuary the Holy See couldn't touch. And the purge failed to bring peace to that chaotic world. A child, clutching his head and trembling, muttered, "Father said he'd do anything to protect the family." "Then why did Father—" The demon behind him added fuel to the fire, beginning to manipulate the boy. "That's right, your father did evil. The angels are the imposters. The hatred attracted demons, and the land became a demonic nest, enraging the gods who sent more angels to punish them. The people cheered as they banished the demons back to hell, and the battle ended with the death of humanity's last saint, Abos. Many lost their lives in the war, the most devastating for both heaven and hell since the Great Holy War. From then on, both angels and demons were forced to wear devices that limited their power, tools designed to prevent them from being strong enough to kill each other. And so, the punitive angels began to riot, having been stripped of most of their power and imprisoned in heaven for 1,000 years. After telling the story, Elena, sweating, wonders if it's true, as Aislinn remembers and mutters to herself. Only the punishing angels were granted such power. Julian roared in anger. Damn it. How is she still so strong after being imprisoned for thousands of years? Victor's tone was full of excitement. Things were finally getting interesting as he stared at Catherine with ambition. I want to see if I can overcome the power of the goddess of justice, Catherine says, her eyes downcast. Run, Gray. I can only hold them off for 5 minutes. After that, this power will disappear. Understood. With that, Gray cuts a bloody path through the soldiers. With a furrowed brow and rage in his eyes, the man beside him cried out, trying to stop him. Many children once had dreams like this, with crowds cheering them on, not knowing who they were. The soldiers, burning with zeal, point their spears to kill him. Not long ago, Gray had similar dreams. But how many like Gray have left those dreams behind, knowing no one can change the world as they dreamed in their youth? Because life only needs a single rope to take away all hope. The rope that made Tendas kneel, and Gray fall face first into the dirt. But what if it was a calendar? What if there was magic? Before Gray could steady himself, a volley of spears rained down. He felt his body failing and wondered, regeneration magic. It's not working anymore. I'm out of energy. Like Gray, countless others fell, trampled by the overwhelming horde, unable to move a finger, their identities lost in the chaos. It was difficult, hopeless, and above all, the endless sea of people stretched beyond his sight. Gray curled his trembling hands into fists, regretting everything. Catherine, and I don't have the strength. Energy. I need more energy. But Gray was in luck, for he was an ascender, and he possessed magic. A voice calling out to him made him pause. The voice echoed in Gray's mind, the names of those voices still ringing around him. Master, enough. We can no longer fight. In this state, we can't even stand to be sandbags for you. Please, take the magic energy being distributed to the knights. Please, for your own sake. As the sound faded, a surge of energy rushed in. Gray is enveloped in a warm surge of power as familiar yet foreign faces appear, introducing themselves. We were once the shadow guards under the kings of Isaac. Our duty was to handle the king's affairs in the shadows. In life, we were hidden in darkness, but in death, we are bathed in light. The soldiers witnessing this spectacle cried out in alarm. What's going on? As the voice continued, Thank you. It's an honor to be a knight under your command. The soldiers sensed something was wrong. Burning. So hot, damn it. Gray's entire body explodes with power, fueled by their pledge. We will always be your flesh and blood. Connect your souls. Lion watched it all unfold, his eyes wide with terror. 99% of Gray's body is now an urging for that bastard to return to reality with a punch. Lion, this is what you deserve. Seeing their leader fall, the soldiers cried out in shock as Lion rolled away like a ball. Fearing for his image, Din immediately ordered, Damn it, retreat now. No sooner had he spoken than his ally collapsed as well. Victor muttered to himself, Only gods have the right to make laws. Everyone crowded around Lu, asking, Your Majesty, are you all right? He roared back, anger flaring. Shut up! I was just pretending to fall. What's the big deal? Though battered, the king remained defiant, reminding Catherine that Gray was in even worse shape than he was. Turns out one of his arms had been severed. At the same time, Lee's divine punishment was gradually losing its effect. Victor, annoyed by the restraints, breaks free and warns Catherine. She was in no position to punish anyone. The name Love God echoed in Catherine's mind. She couldn't help but wonder, why was a love deity here? Catherine raised her weapon, demanding, What are you doing here? Wondering, are we? Victor sneered. He confronts Catherine, sharing his thoughts simply because it amuses him. Victor now wields the guardian sword, swinging it as he rambles on. Isn't a punishing angel like you here too? This world has been silent for too long. Even we don't know what to do anymore. After an exchange of blows, Victor suddenly praises her, saying he truly values her ideals. So I need to see if you have the power to carry it out. Catherine struggled to defend herself, a sense of unease washing over her. Even with a fraction of a god's power, it's meaningless against a god-level being. And I can't maintain this power for long. There's no other way. Below, Gray lightly stomps his foot on the ground. Even with only one arm, he remains steadfast, ready to fight on. Gray faces his opponents, urging them forward. Come on, the soldiers charged forward without hesitation. Die, you freak. Spears focus on one spot again and again. Why is he still moving? Is he immortal? We have to kill him no matter what. A kitten emerged from the severed arm, its voice weak. Ray was on the other side, and Julian was still trapped in chains. He despaired, lamenting to his comrades that he couldn't break free. But they told him not to bother, as these were no ordinary chains. We should sit down and chill together, Julian sobbed, wondering how things had come to this. But halfway there, he quickly regained his senses. In midair, Victor's sword pierced Catherine's wing in a mystical, grand fashion. He's doing what no one else can, Julian frantically warns. Wait, Victor, don't kill one of our own. He calmly turns back, reassuring her, don't worry, it's okay. Victor remained still, explaining, I just silenced her for a moment. Catherine's mind was in turmoil, her strength fading. Meanwhile, the manipulator whispered into her ear, rest now, you've endured enough. But suddenly, Catherine grabbed Victor's hand, urging him with all her might. Come out now. How long are you going to keep watching? A blazing red aura suddenly flared around Gray. With his hands in his pockets, Vian sneered, You think I want to watch? You better hold on to that god-obsessed guy. I'm not sure I can handle his sword alone. Victor exclaimed, A devil! But inwardly wondered, a devil specializing in concealment? Even near death, Gray recognizes the newcomer, and Vivian Victor furiously rebukes her. You made a deal with a devil? Are you insane? Catherine calmly admits, Because I can't be as strong as you, and didn't you want to see if I was capable of fulfilling my ideals? As soon as she said this, a look of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. You're going to self-destruct? Stop. Even if you self-destruct, you can't kill me. She calmly confessed with a smile. I never thought I could kill a fallen god. I only intended to buy some time. A blinding light erupted, forcing even Julian's group to shield their eyes. Vivienne turned away, thinking, Idiot. In that instant, all of Lee's shackles were broken, and Victor, holding Catherine's limp body, flew out, furious. Damn it! Do you know your life is worth more than 1,000 holy knights? Victor urgently commanded, Julian, Elena, which of you is better at healing? Go and see to her. One of them immediately shared honestly. I could only salvage about half of her holy core. In September of 1754, by the Holy Calendar, the Holy Knights' Crusade came to an end. News of the Holy Knight, Greyland's defeat spread like wildfire, shaking the world, and proving once again that defying the gods is forbidden. Those who should sleep have slept, and gradually everything fades into oblivion, merely a fluctuation of the times, for the past can never be reclaimed. Before the temple gates, brilliant sunlight shines down, as if blessing all. Din stood before the wooden cross, no longer wearing his familiar bishop's robes. Kevin approached and asked, Bishop, why did you call me here? Doubt crept into his mind. Why was he wearing plain clothes? Suddenly, Din smiled brightly and called out to Kevin, his voice filled with anticipation. I was brought here from an orphanage. What do you think about opening one here? Kevin hesitated, then bowed his head. I don't know. The Holy See probably won't allow it. Din nodded, his gaze returning to the crucifix, as if he had already answered that question long ago. That's right, he said, turning. And so, Dean handed Kevin a neatly folded bishop's robe and quietly asked, Could you please return this to the Council of Cardinals? Kevin was shocked. Are you giving up your position as bishop? Din handed him the clothes and smiled. Yes, I've gained some experience over time. Though not a paladin, I can heal with holy light and know a little about medicine. Now I want to help those in need. But Kevin, far from optimistic, spoke with a heavy heart, his voice laced with despair, urging caution. With all due respect, even with your best efforts, saving the capital is a lost cause. It's a living hell now, with famine and disease rampant, corpses littering the streets unburied. There's no law, no order, and humanity is all but extinct. Without the protection of the Holy See, that could be you. He frowned as he spoke the worst-case scenario. Or you could die at the hands of the mob. Din, unangered, simply cut him off. I never thought I could save the capital, Lon. Kevin, I'm no saint, and even if I were, I'm not sure I could turn things around. I only want to do my best to help anyone I can. If the world is truly too dark, then even the light of the stars will be crushed. Then, at that moment, the sky trembled as Isin Ra blocked Vivian's path with his trident, coldly issuing a threat. I don't know where you're from, but if you don't want to violate the treaty and cause a free-for-all between our factions, hand over Holy Knight Grady. Don't like it? Then come and take it. Din was still preaching in front of the cross. So, let me be the one to light the torch, to save even just one person. 300 kilometers north of the capital, Lion, lies the border of the Kingdom of Ya. In a place called Kaneano, two armies face off. The Kingdom of Alen, clad in bronze armor, and the blue-clad allied forces of the Bai family. The leader of the Alen army laughs, his voice dripping with contempt, crushing all hope. Little girl, your army's strength is fading. You'd best surrender now. And with that, the soldiers behind him erupted in laughter. The mockery dripped with the intent to humiliate. I'll let you live to serve me. Seeing their disrespect towards his mistress, Host's face flushed with anger as he gripped his sword and declared, I'll cut out his tongue. A dog trying to bite an elephant. Anne simply smiled, her voice as gentle as soothing a child. Calm down. Host, you're a father now, aren't you? Why are you still so easily provoked? The host hesitated. Lady, no, Grand Duchess, if we don't counterattack, the army's morale will collapse. She nodded reassuringly. Don't worry about this battle. Then she spurred her horse forward, her voice confident and sharp. I hear you're a marquis from the Kingdom of Alen, named Lure, I believe. He smirked. It seems you've heard of my fame. But Ain remained unfazed, directly questioning. You have a bad relationship with King Basket III of Alen, don't you? Otherwise, why would he send you here to do something so meaningless? What are you talking about? Ain smiled provocatively. Guess why the Holy Order only announced the defeat of the Holy Knight Grey, but didn't reveal anything about his fate? Care to make a bet? She continued, drawing her sword. You attack, and we'll find Grey and get our revenge. Your head will be the first to fall. Luo paled, breaking out in a cold sweat. What the hell is going on? He muttered through gritted teeth. That bitch, how dare she provoke me? Luo raises his sword and shouts, "Thou charge! Fear nothing!" Just then, a soldier galloped up, waving a warrant in his hand, shouting, Hold! Marquis Luo, emergency order, immediate retreat. He was shocked to hear that. What? The soldier turned and reported that the king was in a neutral city not far from here, along with Lady B. He wants to meet her. Ian slung his sword over his shoulder, patted the dazed host on the shoulder, and smiled confidently. See? What did I tell you? In the neutral city of Jericho, life bustled as if war never existed. Amidst the crowd, host quietly followed Ian, still wondering, Grand Duke, how did you know the king would call a truce? Ian smiled and replied, That's the difference between a knight and a leader. I didn't realize this until I became Grand Duke. As they walked, she explained the tangled web of power and faith. Do you remember the Holy Knight Grey incident? The Holy See promised those two peninsula nations non-interference in their internal affairs in exchange for cooperation, at least for the next 3 generations of rulers, granting them national autonomy. You see, from kings to commoners, the doctrines have permeated every corner of every nation. Many places even need the approval of the Holy See to enact new policies. Therefore, many kings have had this idea in their heads, lamenting, is this our country or the Holy Orders? Ayan continued, explaining that although everyone was dissatisfied with the Holy See, no one dared to stand up. They needed a representative, someone completely opposed to the Holy See. Her eyes flashed with coldness as she spoke. Like the Holy Knight Grey, the Jericho Theater, inside the round table conference, many kings are gathered whispering. Just then, the large door opened, and Ain immediately became the center of attention. She looked around and smirked. Quite a crowd. King Das Bravo spoke up. The main character has arrived. Next came King Lauren and Grand Duke Beecher. We are all wise men. King Haman Sanvador and Grand Duke Janus added, so let's not beat around the bush. Duke Peterson spoke up. We will provide everything to save the capital, Lion, from chaos and rogue elements. King Bannet reached out, extending an offer. Of course, we won't be snooping around or invading Isaac either. Ain lifted his queen, muttering, and all I need to do is place it right on the map, declare it boldly, and wage war against the Holy See. With the Silver Moon Knights annihilated, the Duke of Becher formally declared war on the Holy See. At first, the Holy See considered it a joke, but as the Duke of Becher advanced, the nations of the southern continent successively expelled bishops, closed churches, and even burned many to the ground. While people suffered from famine and disease, the gods remained indifferent, even slaying a holy knight who tried to save them. They even touted it as a victory, spreading the news far and wide, giving kings the excuse they needed to rise up, one king in particular delivering a rousing declaration to his people. If the gods won't save us, why should we have faith in them? Voices rose in the south of the continent against the Holy See and divine authority. Its power overshadowed all news of the Silver Moon troops' annihilation. The Council of Cardinals was overwhelmed, yet powerless. 1 month later, a religious revolution was sparked by 7 nations. In a dark, stormy night inside a cave, Gray's eyes snapped open and he sat up. Gray clutched his throbbing head, wondering where he was and how long he'd been asleep. He turned to see his dirty armor beside him, recognizing it as his own. Gray went to check its condition, then sadly said, "It's ruined." He looks around and calls out, "Hello?" He continued to call out, but only echoes answered. "Is anyone there?" He had no choice but to stand up on his own, and as he took each step, he spoke in some unknown language. He walked for a while before finally seeing a sliver of light, and he rushed towards it, shouting, "The exit!" Stepping outside, Gray froze in his tracks as a torrential downpour began. He was stunned by what he saw, a familiar figure standing with their back to him. A flash of lightning revealed the curve of their spine and broad shoulders, as if shielding him from the storm. With a trembling voice, Gray softly called out, "Ms. Vian." The sky darkened and heavy raindrops began to fall. Gray looked around and realized something incredibly strange. It was raining, but no drops were hitting the ground. The entire area was covered by a transparent barrier, like being inside a giant glass bowl, as he looked around, pondering. There's also some kind of massive barrier. Is that Vivian's true power? How strong is she? Come to think of it, he's never seen her true power before. Vivian turns and asks. Vivian looks down, hands in her pockets, and asks with a cool demeanor, "You're awake?" he replied in a soft, kittenish voice. Gray looked up at Vivian with a pitiful expression and asked, "Where are we?" Vivian put a finger to her lips, her voice mysterious. "A place you know quite well." Before he could understand, Gray was enveloped in purple magic, his body floating upwards. He was lifted higher and higher, and on the verge of screaming in terror, Vivian coldly reminded him, "Shh, don't make a sound." She directs his gaze forward, saying, "Look over there. Beyond the heavy rain, you can make out some buildings. It's the harbor." He pointed down, asking, "Is this the place Ain gave me?" Vian coldly stated, "The entrance is here. The entrance to the underworld. The world of death." She recounted, "You came to this world through it. And now it's time to return. My agreement with Catherine was that if she failed, I would bring you back to the underworld at all costs." Hearing this, Gray suddenly snaps awake, his voice sharp with worry. "Wait, I can't go back." "What about Catherine?" Vivi tilted her head, her eyes teasing. "Who knows, maybe she's dead." A casual remark, but enough to leave Gray speechless. He stammered, grasping for hope, but she remained indifferent. "Dead?" He asked about the kitten, but the answer remained the same. Death is here, and Gray can't hold back any longer. A scream tore through the air. "Enough. You're a liar, let me down. I have to go save them." Vivina smirked, then Vivian lowered her hand and asked, "You think, am I lying?" Before he could react, Gray was thrown from the sky, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Vivian then landed beside him, coldly stating, "I wasn't asking for your opinion. Now be a good boy and return to your world." Gray crawled from the dust, coughing, and said, "Yes, you're strong, but try dragging me back if you can." He struggles to his feet, questioning whether she can't or won't open the gate to his world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited for him to wake up, right? He declares, "I'm not going back. I have to save Catherine and the others." Gray turns and leaves, saying, "Thank you for saving me. Goodbye." This time it was Vian's turn to freeze, as the barrier in the sky suddenly shattered. She looked up and asked, "Do you know why I couldn't open that gate myself?" A scepter in the shape of scales appears, the space trembles, and pieces of the barrier fall like shattered glass as Gray watches in stunned silence. Immediately, angelic wings spread, covering the sky, accompanied by a cold voice. "Viv Vian, since the war, you have attacked 48 angels. A serious violation of the treaty. Dozens of angels declared, their wings shining brightly. Therefore, by the gods' command, I'm here to deal with you. You lead the angelic host, Berinda, the god of light." Vivian smirks, explaining, "Even moving attracts flies." Gray is stunned, finally understanding everything. Vivian fought 48 angels for me? Sometime before, Anha stood before the barrier, her white wings spread wide in the gray rain, her voice ringing out. "Found one," she says, nodding toward the barrier of mist, "a lust demon, Kubus. The aura is completely hidden. I wouldn't have found her if it weren't for the rain." "Should we break the barrier and charge in?" Abos asked, arms crossed and eyes dark. 48 other fools have tried before you. If it were that easy, they wouldn't need angels for this." Archangel A glanced at him, seeking his opinion. "So, what do we do now?" Abos frowned and replied, "Inform Berinda, who's in charge of this, and await her instructions." A heavy atmosphere settles as a breeze picks up, and Anea sighs, lamenting, It's madness that our holy knights fight amongst themselves. The victors are bedridden, and the losers are driven mad by demons. And to think an angel even lost their life. Abbas's face darkened, his voice low as if suppressing something. She's not dead. It turns out that was the former supervisor of Catherine, the angel Abot. He gritted his teeth, saying, "She's only temporarily unconscious." Aha glanced at the chart and suddenly remembered that she had become his disciple after ceasing to be a punishing angel. She sighed inwardly, thinking that she would be just as furious if her own disciple was treated this way. She lowered her head and muttered, "An unpayable debt." Suddenly, Anne wondered who he thought was right and wrong in this situation. Abbot stared straight at the misty barrier below, his voice calm but weary. There is no right or wrong. It all depends on one's understanding of justice. Therefore, it's hard to say who is right or wrong. For a long time, the world has divided justice into two different schools of thought. One believes that the development of the world needs sequential regulation to reach its highest state. The white faction voiced their thoughts. The world needs to be in order. Abbos continued, explaining that one side believed the world should develop independently with unlimited potential. The representative of the black faction declared that the world must develop on its own, as Abbos quietly continued the story. These two factions could not understand each other, sparking a war that lasted hundreds of millions of years, devastating their world. The survivors wandered aimlessly for a time, eventually arriving in this world. Speaking of this, Abbos sighed, his eyes downcast. Even now, they still can't understand each other. Ah nodded, as if seeing through the very roots of the angel and demon hypothesis. Abbas continued, as if concluding a long chapter of history, but the people of Sent were incredibly greedy. They wanted order to be protected by the gods, yet sought to escape its shackles in the name of freedom. Order and freedom had long been twisted and intertwined. Who can say what's right or wrong? A looks down at the barrier, his eyes seeing a future that has already happened countless times. The end result will be the same as it was billions of years ago, fighting for one's ideals. As the barrier shattered, Berinda's cold voice echoed, "Vivian the demon, by the order of the gods, I've come to execute you." Gray is stunned, wondering, did she kill 48 angels to protect me? He looked at the surrounding angels, remembering the consequences of violating the tripartite agreement, as Berinda's next words stunned Gray. The demon Vivian would be executed. As she shouted, everyone moved into position, but Vivian's angels remained motionless, as if this were none of their concern. Gray rushes forward, shouting for them to stop, as Berinda bows her head to greet him. "Greetings," he said. Vivian looked at Gray, who was standing in front of her, confused as he introduced himself. "I am El. My name is Gray. I am also a knight and paladin in this world, and I know what you intend to do, and I have no intention of stopping it." He looked up and confessed, "Please, hear me out. It's all my fault." He earnestly explained that Vivian's excesses were only to fulfill her promise to the angel Catherine, to return him to the underworld. "So let me bear all the sins she committed. Please, forgive her." Berinda then spoke, "Holy Knight Gray, I have heard of you. However, dealing with you is beyond my authority. My duty is to bring that demon to heaven." Gray, unable to dissuade her, asks, "Will the gods still recognize me as a saint?" Belinda explained, "From the moment the holy fire within you was ignited, you no longer need anyone's permission. The holy fire itself is proof that you are a saint." Hearing this, he knelt, pleading, "Then I offer the life of a saint to atone for all of Vivian's sins. In your holy faith, please accept the plea of a saint." Berinda was silent after hearing this. In the sky, a giant pillar named Charity appeared. At its peak, a radiant golden orb slowly rotates as cries of shock echo around it. "He's trying to force us to forgive a demon who broke the covenant." This space is a vast circle where countless colossal pillars stand tall, each supporting an orb, like hearts connecting all the gods in the eternal realm. A flurry of murmurs arose from the orbs, but he also admitted the demon appeared because of him. The demon bears the mark of a demon lord. Who knows what she plots by violating the covenant? The problem is, forgiving the demon would render the covenant meaningless. A true dilemma. The tension was palpable when suddenly Goddess Lee burst out laughing. Seeing this, a god asked, "Goddess Lee, why are you laughing?" The orb in Goddess Lee's pillar vibrated, and her voice echoed out, "Nothing. I'm just a little surprised." Holding the golden orb, she says, "That a mere child could throw us immortals into such disarray." Li Gong's voice dripped with sarcasm. How unexpected. The other gods were silent until a voice broke the stillness. "Hey," the god of courage ventured. "Are you angry?" Lord Smith casually retorted. "Angry? What makes you think I'm angry?" the god of courage analyzed frankly. The angel child is unconscious, and it seems she cherishes it. She even lent it her power, she retorts immediately. Berinda also borrowed power from me, and all the angels under me can do that. The god of justice continues to explain. You know, I have no eyes. Justice requires evidence and reason. I do not judge right from wrong with eyes or emotion. There are no emotions in my justice, rest assured. The god of courage broke out in a cold sweat. She still spoke so heartlessly, yet so softly. The god of tolerance, silent until now, finally spoke. Then tell me what you're thinking. He jumps to conclusions. How should we resolve this? The god of justice hesitated. Does my opinion even matter? Everyone rushed to reassure her. Of course it does. Listening to everyone and voting is the purpose of our meeting, right? Justice God couldn't wait to respond. Then I'll speak frankly. Based on justice, my opinion is that the punishment should be carried out on the demon as usual, regardless of the reason. There can be no forgiveness. But you won't accept it. You're the type who likes to argue to win. This goading silences the group, and the god of benevolence suggests they sometimes use pure law for judgment, as she says. The god of loyalty shares the same view, stating that these are the laws they initially agreed upon. The god of justice wanted to ask, only sometimes? But the words caught in her throat. If back in the capital of Lan, when Gray first prayed to them, he had sworn to abide by the pure laws, would things be different now? Someone immediately denied it, saying there are no ifs in this world, and called for a vote. Spare the demon or execute her. Berinda quickly relayed the verdict. I'm sorry, Gray. Your proposal has been rejected by the gods. We must execute the demon, Vivian. Gray wearily spoke with a dry mouth. Then I will take up my personal weapon and insist as a knight I do not agree with the execution of the one who saved me. Gray emanates a powerful aura in the pouring rain. I will fight and protect her. It is my duty and responsibility. Berinda asks, curious. You intend to use force to resist us? Gray stated firmly. That's right. But before he could finish, his spine cracked. Dazed, Gray cried out in his mind, Who is it? His spine was shattered. He craned his neck to look up at the sky, but still found no answers. He couldn't see anyone moving, yet the unseen assailant continued to pummel Gray. Lying beneath the rubble, he wondered, his ribs broken. Is this the fist of an angel? Gray trembles, regaining his spirit. Get up. I'm the only one who can protect what's mine. The word sever is shouted, stopping the opponent in their tracks, and the space erupts with blinding power. When the dust settles, only Gray's bone sword remains. Vivian looks at her demon tail, sighing. I'm injured. Before asking into the air, You were really going to kill Gray? The once mighty angel is now a storm of emotions, realizing she actually blocked his strike. Gray crawled to his feet, calling out to his comrade Vivian, but she brushed him off, telling him to back away. Vivian stands tall and declares, I'm not so miserable that I need a lich's help. Return to the underworld. These angels, she whispers, her will as hard as steel. They're all my prey. Oh, Beau flies forward, enraged. Vivienne remained cold and unresponsive, prompting Belinda to urgently warn him to calmly turn back. But he still charged forward, sword gleaming, voices echoing around as Vian remained expressionless. Then suddenly she flashed a brilliant, murderous smile. Just then, Boss's body froze. Motionless, Vivian leaned close to his horn, and a light immediately appeared on his head. With an iron grip on the pointed hilt, Vivian sends him flying with a single punch. Almost simultaneously, Anna appeared behind her, but Vivian swiftly dodged the sneak attack. Then she even playfully winked at her opponent, resulting in Anna being immobilized just like Boss. Vivian leaps in, landing a powerful kick that sends her flying backward, Ania struggling to regain her footing. Meanwhile, Boss suffers the same fate as dust billows from the ground. Clutching her stomach where she was kicked, Anna grits her teeth, realizing just how strong Vivian is. His face is smeared with dirt, blood trickling from his nose and the corners of his mouth. This power is beyond that of a normal kibus. Gray, witnessing everything from behind, looked up in bewilderment. Is this Vivian's true power? So strong. Vivian's face is coldly beautiful, both powerful and lovely. A true succubus. It was then that Berinda called out to Boss Anna, both of whom had regained their composure. They stopped in their tracks, looking up at her. Careful, Berinda sternly reminds them of her tactics. Succubus charm can interfere with the soul and brainwash its victims, transcending race or gender. Losing consciousness for even a second means immobilization. She's even stronger than a normal succubus. Now everyone knows what to do, right? Immediately, a wave of their allies rose up, flying before Vivian, who could only manage a forced smile at the sight. A bead of sweat rolls down as Vivian's tail unexpectedly wraps around Gray's waist. What? She leaps into the air, dragging him along, but they're quickly intercepted by two men. You won't escape. Suddenly, Vivian's eyes flashed with a piercing red light. The intense light stunned them, and they quickly shut their eyes, knowing not to look into hers. Suddenly, a hand appears, grabbing one of the men's faces as Wei Yuan calmly slams their heads together. From below, the boss watches the chaotic battle in the sky, a hint of resistance and hesitation in his eyes, his face etched with bewilderment. The angel's emotions are currently unstable. Back then, the boss pointed at his own face in disbelief. Huh? You're entrusting this problem child to me? Godly smiles radiantly in confirmation. That's right, she said she would change and become a guardian angel in the future. They say you're the kindest, so please help me. Though in his heart, he thought, you're just dumping your problems on me, aren't you? Oh, Father wonders to himself, what will become of her? This is a headache, but contrary to his expectations, she's not rebellious or difficult, and is even more serious than a normal angel. One day, seeing the golden bracelets in the box, Vivienne was surprised. Is this a gift? He briefly explained what they were. That's right, it's a magical artifact that can transform into a weapon. I think it suits you. Now, about that ring of the punishing angel, can you give it to me? Without hesitation, she agrees. Okay, no problem. Master, I'm about to embark on my first mission. Thank you for teaching me all this time. Vivienne gives a sincere smile. Thank you for accepting an angel like me. You've caused a great disaster. Obot's lips curled slightly into a gentle smile as he said, It's all right. Go ahead and boldly carry out your mission. I'll always be behind you. Catherine was an upright and gentle child, but she had one problem. Recalling that moment, standing before the beautiful scenery, she couldn't help but exclaim, This place is so beautiful. I love it, because I can see the human world from here. Wei Wen turned back to look at him. Teacher, why is this world so beautiful? In that moment, Boss realized she loved this world too much. An angel who loves the world will one day be hurt by it and fall into the abyss. That was a painful lesson from 105 eras ago. His face contorted in anger, teeth clenched in self-reproach. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Why didn't I stop her back then? He relentlessly blamed himself, his mind reeling. Did right or wrong even matter? What was true justice? In short, he was furious, and all he wanted was to eliminate the one responsible for this. Even if it meant divine punishment, Boss's eyes shone with inhuman intent. All he wanted was to kill the one responsible, even if the gods themselves condemned him. Meanwhile, Vivienne quickly noticed his movements, gritted her teeth, and turned to defend. But he was too fast, and she took the full force of the attack, a look of horror on her face as blood splattered everywhere, her massive wings lost in the dust. Gray is separated from her as he clutches Vivian's severed arm, protecting it. Gray frantically turned, searching for Vivian. Her wings, her eyes still sharp, she quietly reassured him it wasn't a fatal wound. Vivian then fearlessly pointed at the group before her, loudly questioning, Hey, whoever you are, I'm your target. Ubot was shocked by her direct accusation. An angel letting emotions cloud their mission? I understand you're angry with me. But why don't you go after those angels on your own side? Don't you feel pathetic bullying a child like Gray? You're just trying to soothe your guilt. A mocking smile spreads across Vian's dirt-streaked face. Calling you a coward isn't right. You're just trash. Hit where it hurts, he loses it, shuts up, the scales of justice falter, and 4 magic circles appear around Vivian, connected by lightning. Seeing the magic circles, her face immediately changed. This isn't good. Belinda unleashed the 4 magic circles, striking Vivian with a massive surge of lightning, drawing blood from her lips. In that moment, everything slowed down as Gray watched in shock, reaching out to pull Vivian closer. He screamed, Miss Vivian! But she plummeted to the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Gray hunches over in the dust cloud, panic rising as he sees Viv Vion lying unconscious on the ground. Viv Vion, we have to stop the bleeding. I can't heal you. Why is this happening? Tears of helplessness welled up in Gray's eyes. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed the light blade. Vivian immediately jumps up, yelling loudly, but Gray quickly stops her. Easy does it. You're bleeding. But she indifferently replies, It's not real blood. It's fake. Belinda calmly watches everything from above, then coldly orders everyone to capture her. No sooner said than done, 2 men quickly flew before Vivian. A flash of light, a cry of attack, and it was over. Suddenly, a beam of light struck the ground, causing a violent tremor. Belinda was caught off guard, and even Gray was surprised by what happened next. A gigantic, skeletal hand burst from the earth like a dam had broken, unleashing a torrent of water that surged over half the trees. The surrounding nature was instantly ravaged. Leaves fell, branches were bare, and a powerful aura poured out like a broken valve. A sight that surprised Belinda. Is there a gateway to the underworld here? Why is it opening? Vivian's scratched hand gripped the red cloth tightly, begging for something as she held Gray suspended between the rain and the sea. At that moment, Vian calmly offered advice. You see, she's telling you that persuasion is useless against absolute power. Neither faith nor justice matters. With that, Vivian suddenly loosened her grip, releasing the red fabric, and Gray fell freely below. Come back when you're strong enough, and try to survive. With Vivian's words and bony hands awaiting, he plunged into the sea. Until then, you'll have earned the right to speak of your ideals. Gray Cherver's skeletal hand reached into the air as he sank beneath the waves, Vivian's silhouette looming above. Then, a voice with white hair echoed, I'll pave the way for you. Keep moving forward. With that, a blinding light engulfed her figure. But Vivian didn't need the help. Stand back. I'm not so weak that I need a loser to protect me. With that, her figure vanished into the light, while Gray sank deeper into the water. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he noticed something. A strange face appeared, followed by a voice. Hello, do you want power? Gray was instantly startled, his eyes wide, as a giant hand reached out to support his small frame. The massive being with glowing eyes stared down at him in his palm. The Demon King's voice boomed, Who I am is irrelevant. His voice, laced with dark allure, sought to entice Gray. What matters is that I can give you power. The Demon King recalled his past victories, enough to defeat even gods. Gray hesitated. You're the Demon Lord. Seeing Gray's wary expression, he praises him. Looks like you're not so stupid after all, huh? The two immediately clash in conversation. Why have you come to me? Is it so strange that I've come to find you? War, plague, death. You've caused everything I desire. You even overturned the order the gods spent millennia establishing. So how could I let you suffer? The Demon King overwhelmed him with his aura. Listen, Gray. Demons also have knights called the Knights of the Apocalypse, but there are only 4 of them. I can offer you a spot among them. Don't you think that's cooler than being a paladin? Of course, Gray knew nothing came for free. What price would he have to pay for this assistance? Hearing that, the demon pulled him closer with a massive finger. I like your joke. The fallen king gives a bewitching smile. Your existence alone is enough for me. I hope you bring chaos to this world, and you can if you continue to stand up for your justice. The massive golden eye stares into him. Surely you won't give up here, will you? A question that leaves Gray in contemplation. Seeing his hesitation, the Demon King changed his tune. I don't care how long you hesitate. He deliberately goads Gray with a threatening reminder, time is running out. Suddenly, a figure identical to Vivian appears before him, a hook piercing her left breast. Her wrists are pierced and chained. Vivian is trapped in a tragic prison. Gray, startled, frantically called out Vivian's name, desperately pounding on the glass barrier between them, begging to be allowed through to protect her. It was then the Demon King interjected, Too simple, but how do you intend to protect her? He deliberately picked at the wound, exposing the cruel reality. While she lost a wing to protect you, the two hoped the angel would forgive a saint. Each word pushed Gray further into the abyss. You know you can't protect anyone. Of course, you can tell yourself that Gray was powerless, his body adrift, that he'd reached his limit and couldn't do anything more. I tried my best. I did all I could, so no one can judge me. If you tell yourself that, you'll have no regrets. His eyes stare blankly into space. No, he truly wanted to save her, but before absolute power, everything is meaningless. Gray's aura weakens, his hands clasp together in despair, and he laments his lack of power as the Demon King seizes the opportunity, sensing his spirit breaking. Yes, with enough power, everything can be solved. But then, a dark aura began to creep toward Gray. Come, be mine, and I will grant you the power to defy the gods themselves. You may have suddenly gained immense power, but a devil's help always comes at a price. To gain this power, I know it's wrong, but there's no other way. In that moment, Gray's last thought echoed, Maybe I'm in too much pain. Under the downpour, Berinda stood tall before Vivian. Meanwhile, her body was pierced by one of Berinda's wings, and Vivian, her face covered in wounds, thought helplessly, I can't defeat a god. I wish they would show mercy and forgive me. Berinda, her face cold, ordered them to destroy her magical flaws and send her to heaven, as I paid the price for my greed. The followers responded in unison, then created a magic circle to surround Vivian. Suddenly, Bodos and Anna landed abruptly, and she glanced at him, asking, Hey, are you okay? His face blank, he softly replies, I'm fine. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flickers in Anna's eyes, wondering if he truly is. The rain continues to pour as Bodos reveals a complicated look. Ahaya sternly warns him not to let the devil's words disturb him, as their greatest skill is touching the hearts of others. His face impassive, he hesitated slightly. I understand. Though he admits it to himself, she's right. His anger is just a way to avoid the truth. The more he thinks, the more he grits his teeth, berating himself as a piece of trash. Suddenly, a sound echoes, violently shaking the ground, leaving them both in a panic. Aha, gasped in surprise. The ground is shaking. Boss tensed up as well, warning, Watch out, something's coming. Just then, a fiery beam of energy erupted in front of Vivian. Suddenly, it burst from the earth, sending debris flying and throwing everyone back. The energy surged, threatening to ignite the very air. Vivian, who had been watching intently, revealed a joyful expression and chuckled to herself as a surge of dark smoke obscured the view. As the smoke cleared, a familiar figure emerged, Gray, supporting Vivian on his back. Sensing the danger, Catherine muttered nervously, Gray, this fire. Gray was now surrounded by a fierce aura, his eyes gleaming with hatred as he held Vivian in his arms, both levitating above the Demon King's hand. The Demon King's voice boomed. You're one unlucky angel. The Demon King's massive form radiated intense magical power as he confidently declared, I am the Demon Lord, your greatest enemy. Allow me to introduce you to one of my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The Demon King's eyes widened as he solemnly declared, From today, Gray is not only your holy knight, but also my knight of the apocalypse, the knight of death. As long as he is a knight of the apocalypse, I will always support his decisions. If he is attacked, I will consider it a declaration of war from the heavenly faction. This bold statement caused a stir among everyone. How dare he interfere directly? What are we supposed to do? So, who would dare confront him directly? Cut to 3 towering pagodas, each topped with a radiant orb of energy as a mouth curls into a knowing smile. From the sphere, voices cried out in outrage. Wait! Divine art! Why were you waiting for this all along? You intended for this to happen. To that, Divine Art Lee simply smiled, holding up the orb and confessing honestly, the world has been silent for too long. The old rules are too outdated, and the line between light and darkness is increasingly blurred. Even the treaty was built on loopholes and deceit. It's not the sacred thing I seek. Having spoken her mind, she closed her eyes in relief, but their discontent only grew. They continued to curse her, saying she was trying to break the treaty. No, was she insane? Ignoring the harsh words, the god of justice kept her eyes closed, holding a radiant orb in her hand, as the other gods watched with satisfaction. She smiled, silently vowing that justice would prevail, even if the heavens fell. Meanwhile, the god of warm fire sat behind, smirking with his eyes closed, believing justice to be the most insane thing in the world. The man before him was bewildered by this. Then, his face turned serious as he spoke the truth. Using a devil's hand to cleanse paradise was a good idea. But when the world descends into chaos, many will die. The Holy Order is not what it once was. Those words saddened the god of temperance, who confessed that they regretted the very root of the problem, where no one was strong enough to resist. The god of knowledge, who had been listening in silence, couldn't help but join the conversation, saying that El, being a holy knight, gave them an opportunity they had to seize. Just then, the steady, deep voice of the god of justice echoed. Many will likely die in this upheaval, and even the world's faith may be shaken. We will suffer for a time, but what is time to beings like us? We need the world to reach its ultimate form. Why remain as we are, simply out of fear of sacrifice? At that moment, another figure perched in a tree spoke, Overthrow the holy sea, and create a new one. I couldn't say that in front of the other gods. The god of knowledge quickly interjected, but demons revel in doing just that. At this, his gaze turned serious as he declared, Devils have always sought to destroy the holy sea, so the world would lose faith in us. As the god of justice offered a glowing sprig, she calmly spoke, But faith is more powerful than the devils imagine. As long as humans yearn for good and justice, faith will endure. She closes her eyes, focusing her magic on the spirit herb. It began to shed its leaves, which floated away as Gray's eyes widened, as if sensing something miraculous, while her voice continued to echo. Overthrowing the current holy sea is essential. The god of justice, his face unchanging, issued a somber command. Berinda, abandon the demon Viven for now. Without question, Berinda immediately replied, Understood. Rain continues to pour in the jungle as Belinda speaks with admiration. Gray, your stubbornness has won. She slowly looked up at Gray and spoke. The gods have not yet forgiven the demon Vivian, but as long as you're with her, the covenant will be temporarily suspended. Her face remained cold as she announced that the capture of the demon Vian would be permanently deferred until further notice. Suddenly, Berinda's tone changed. Finally, I have some advice for you. A statement that makes Gray flinch slightly. Silence descends as she gazes upon the towering structures engulfed in flames, her voice echoing evenly. Relying on demonic power, no matter how strong your civilization becomes, it's all just an illusion that can vanish in an instant. Feeling indignant at her words, Gray interjected, "What are you talking about? If you had any respect for me, would things have turned out this way? It seems I've struck a nerve." Belinda falls silent, clenching her fist, a stunned expression on her face as she repeats, "Respect? If you respected the Holy Order, would things have come to this?" Belinda lowered her head slightly, asking directly, "Gray, you only believe in your own ideals, but you don't respect ours. After all that, you expect us to respect you?" Those honest words stopped Gray in his tracks, his eyes widening in surprise as they faced each other in the gloomy sky. Belinda's voice rings out, unburdening her heart, saying that angels, demons, and humans alike must face the consequences of their actions. "I don't care about your ideals or where you come from. I only care about what you do and what you bring." The more he listened, the more astonished Gray became, unable to utter a word. Belinda raised her face, her voice ringing out clearly. "Our attitude towards you is based on our assessment of your actions." In her mind, she pictured Gray reaching out to help one person, while countless innocents fell behind him. Belinda delivers a scathing critique. "More have died because of you than have been helped by you. I cannot respect your actions." Belinda's face remained unchanged, save for a slight, mocking smile. "Those who see fault and are dissatisfied, it simply means you're still a child. That's all, farewell." Having listened to her rant, the Demon King sighed and spoke, "A noisy bunch." His face showed disdain. Then he said wearily, "The heavens are always like this. If they can't win, they talk nonsense." Suddenly, the Demon King's eyes widened as if he'd seen something unexpected. But Gray ignored him, turning his attention to Vivian. "I will heal your wounds." This left the Demon King momentarily disappointed, but he quickly regained his composure. He taunts Gray, "You really care about this little kilboo?" Then, the Demon King gestures towards them, declaring, "Consider this a gift for becoming a Knight of the Apocalypse. From now on, she belongs to you." The declaration left Gray and Vivian stunned, and then realization dawned on her face as her eyes widened in shock. The Demon King, still wearing a defiant expression, then stated seriously, "Now you are the strongest being on Earth. You can do whatever you want, and no one can stop you." With that, his figure fades away, but his voice still echoes. "Keep up the good work, my knight. I have high hopes for you." As he rambled on, Gray frowned in confusion when suddenly a sound caught his attention. Vivian's cry of pain. Her eyes widened, her teeth clenched, and moments later, Vivian's body began to emit a dark energy. Sensing the unstable situation, Gray frantically tried to reassure her. "Don't listen to what the Demon Lord says. Our relationship is still the same." Vivian's face darkened, her eyes flashing with hatred, and her lips trembled as she said, "Don't worry. I'm not angry with you at all." She then lowered her head, angrily cursing the hateful bastard, while Gray could only quietly observe and lament her anger. A somber expression and tearful eyes. Gray knew why she was angry. Her strength came from great pride. Gray felt sorry for Vivian, never taking his eyes off her. But to the Demon Lord, she was just merchandise, and he said it without hesitation. Looking into her resentful eyes, he showed his sympathy. She was powerless to do anything, or resist. Anyone would be angry at having their dignity trampled on. Gray's heart was a mess, and with a sad look he thought to himself, comforting her now would sound sarcastic. Suddenly, Vivian's trembling voice cut through Gray's thoughts. There was no time for anger. She quickly regained her composure, stretched, and spoke. "Let's go," Gray said worriedly, trying to stop her. But before he could protest her injuries, she cut him off, stating that enough was enough. Then she turned to Gray and commanded, "Return to the battlefield at once, or those you care about may die." His face clouded with thought, and after a moment, Gray clenched his fist and said resolutely, "All right, let's go." The two quickly departed, and as Vivi strode forward, she asked, "But do you have any plans for the future?" Hearing her question, Gray wondered, why? Vivienne turns back, hesitating to explain. "After chasing away Minthon and those angels, how will you deal with the Holy Assembly, those kings, and those who disobey you?" Suddenly, her face went blank as if remembering something, and she spoke. "Now that you're the strongest being on Earth, you can deal with anyone, however you want." Why hesitate? Sorry, that was a stupid question. Gray was stunned into silence by her words. After a few seconds, he hesitantly said, "I don't know." Hearing this, Vivian turned around, confused. She didn't know what Gray was feeling, only that he touched his chest as he spoke. "Honestly, Vivian, I'm confused. The air between them hangs heavy." Gray continued honestly, unsure how to answer her question, his hand still resting over his heart. Gray spoke earnestly from the bottom of his heart. I have always believed in my ideals, and I still do. But as the angels said, they have their own ideals, along with images of the gods in his mind. He continued, I can't force my ideals on everyone. The angels are on the opposing side, and I'm not strong enough to defeat them. Speaking of which, Gray's eyes suddenly turned blood red with a terrifying tone. So I had to borrow the power of the demon lord. Recalling the scene of himself standing before Lai's fallen body, radiating intense power, if he punished them with this granted power, they would do anything to protect their ideals. Suddenly, shock flickered in Lai's eyes as he sat up, his gaze darting back. Meanwhile, Gray was surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark power, his voice unwavering. Even if it meant borrowing the power of demons just to defeat me? As he finishes speaking, Gray's eyes burn with rage, and he and Lai lock eyes in a silent confrontation. Holy knights were always madmen, and after them, countless others lined up with eyes burning red. Gray added that one person doing it would lead to others following suit. His narration continued, and then everything began to be resolved through conflict and violence. Here, a chaotic scene unfolds between members of the same faction as Gray, still reeling, recounts everything from beginning to end. Just thinking about that scenario sends shivers down my spine. Vivian, upon hearing this, responded with a slightly awkward expression. You think too much. Not everyone is valuable enough for demons to exploit like you. Gray looks at her and asks directly, if Lai wanted to borrow the power of a demon, would you agree? Vivian answers decisively, yes, I would. A shadow of melancholy crosses Gray's eyes as he confesses, that's what the devil wants. I don't want that to happen. At this, Vian couldn't help but wonder, so what will you do next? He hesitated, then seriously stated, I'll sit down and talk to Lai again. Though I don't know exactly what to say. Yuan's cold expression melted away, replaced by a gentle smile as she asked, so no more talk about righteousness or justice this time, Gray countered, meeting her gaze. Spare the sarcasm. I'll ask him about the consequences we both face. He looked grim, clenching his fist as he solemnly stated, every time I fight for justice, more people die. That's not the justice I seek, so I must find a more effective way. After listening in silence, she steps forward and delivers a swift slap. Vivian delivers a sharp blow to Gray, who's caught completely off guard. Gray wondered why he had been struck, and if he had somehow offended her. Vivian smiles faintly, pausing before speaking with hidden meaning. You've developed a bit. Gray was slow to catch on, still not understanding the situation. How can a skeleton develop? Vivian turns away bluntly and says, you saved me, so I'll help you this once. Gray quickly interrupted her, recounting his last conversation with the holy knight Lai. A conversation where both seemed to be unilaterally giving their opinions, neither willing to concede an inch. He then recalled the scene of their confrontation. Lai angrily retorted, daring to harbor dark creatures. But the skeleton wouldn't back down. Now that's a saintly heart. After a moment, they both calmed down. Lai asked, what do you need? The skeleton soldier earnestly replied, a truce between the two nations, a loan of food, and famine relief in the capital, Lon. He then asked, what does he need? Lai frankly requested, do not arbitrate disputes between the two nations in your own name, as it affects trust. Once trust is broken, it will lead to a holy war in your name. That's how En and the other kings want to overthrow the Holy See. This is why the Holy See wants to stop you. After all that rambling, they suddenly become awkward, their faces flushed, and Vian curses in frustration, calling them idiots. The things they need don't conflict, yet they insist on not cooperating. First, understand what you need, then confirm what the other party needs. Gray looked perplexed upon hearing those words. Just then, Vivian points a finger at him, warning, don't just think about demanding the other side accept what you need. That's the logic of a robber. The essence of the world is equivalent exchange. With the light shining on her face, she seriously explains how to achieve the goal with minimal damage, without violating the principles of both sides. As if struck by an idea, Gray fell silent, then replied in a trembling voice, that's right. That's it. Instead of reaching for the stars, your way is the most practical and convincing. Hearing what she needed to hear, she closed her eyes, smiled, and nodded in satisfaction, as Gray, unable to contain himself, wore an admiring expression and said with sparkling eyes, you're something else, Vivian, so clever. Hearing that, she smugly retorts, of course, a 2,000-year-old demon is different. Gray, seemingly struck by a brilliant idea, excitedly clenches his fist and exclaims, "This idea is amazing. I know what to do now." Unable to wait any longer, he turned and called to Vivian, who stood with her arms crossed. "Vivian, hurry! Let's fly!" Feeling Gray's haste, she calmly stopped him. "Wait, I think you should buy a new suit of armor first." The next morning at Roy Church, sunlight streams through the windows as Lee asks, "Bishop Aaron, what is the current state of the church?" He solemnly states, "All surviving clergy have been evacuated. Only a few bishops and knights remain." Hearing this, Lai remarks, "That's good." Just then, Bishop Aaron asked curiously, "Lai, will he really return?" He glanced out the window before slowly replying, "Yes, even though our time together was brief." Lai spoke with a hopeful tone, his expression thoughtful. "But I know the kind of man he is. He'll return for those willing to sacrifice for him and end this." Cut to outside Roy's church, a refugee camp overflowing with people. Bob diligently continued delivering bread to each person. "Here's your lunch for today, sir." But the man just glared at him, then slapped the bread away. "Get lost. Don't pretend to be a good person." "You wretched fiend. You killed my son." The old wound on Bob's hand flared, causing him to tremble. The bread lay scattered on the ground, and though Bob's eyes welled with tears, he wiped them away, trying to comfort himself. "Don't cry. I'm a holy knight." Just then, Lai approached Hanbop and asked, "Do you have enough food? If not, I can arrange for more." The boy turned to him, eyes brimming with tears, and Li Lai, a little helpless, urged Bop not to be so negative, to be strong. The boy's memories drifted back to a few months prior, deep in the mountains where the dwarves' camp was located. High above, royal soldiers secretly observed, a triumphant grin spreading across one man's face as he thought, "Finally, I've found it." He spurred his horse towards the dwarf camp, convinced the Holy Knight Gray was hiding there, and led his army in with an announcement. The Holy See offered 50,000 gold, the title of Earl, a vast territory and a beautiful wife for the capture of the Holy Knight Gray. All echoed the same sentiment: capture the Holy Knight Gray. In an instant, the dwarf camp became a blazing inferno as the royal army brutally interrogated everyone, demanding to know Gray's location or face death. But they all had the same answer: "Spare us, we know nothing." Unfulfilled, they slaughtered the people. Bop could only curl up in silence, wondering what to do. Fear etched on his face. "It's just me here, and even the Holy Knight's bamboo blessing light is gone. I can't even lift my sword, let alone swing it, but I have to protect everyone." But what could he do? Suddenly, Bob heard a sound. The single mother's hiding place was exposed, and she desperately pleaded, "Please, spare my child." But he swung his sword without hesitation, and she died. The boy in her arms cried out in fear, but suddenly the raised sword froze. The boy's eyes widened for a moment, and he mustered all his courage to stab the man. Bopu trembled, but urged the mother and child on. "Run!" He turned to see a familiar hair color, and couldn't help but wonder. The child was fast, but he couldn't hold on and was knocked backward. The two soldiers looked Bop up and down, quickly recognizing him. "What? You dare come out here?" "He's still Prince Isaac. Now, Your Highness, tell us where the Holy Knight Gray is." Backed into a corner, Bope could only retreat, mindlessly repeating, "I don't know." He taunts, "Isn't the Holy Knight Gray fond of calling himself an emissary of justice? I suppose his subordinates are the same?" His smile immediately turned sinister as he ordered one of his men to drag someone forward. Now, he glances at the man, using him to threaten the boy. "Son, I'll ask you again. Where is Holy Knight Gray?" Despite the blood dripping from his face, he continued his interrogation. "If you don't talk, I'll kill everyone here one by one." He rested his sword on his shoulder, taunting, "Isn't Holy Knight Gray a messenger of justice? Speak." At this moment, the self-serving citizens began to berate the boy. "Speak, you wretch. Is our lives worth nothing?" Bowing his head, he could only grit his teeth and stammer, I... The boy clutched his head, crying like a madman. "I don't know. I really don't." Hearing this, he smirked with a hidden meaning. "Feel free to take your time thinking." He ordered his men to attack, and the man raised his sword with excitement. Very well. Just then, a violent collision caused a burst of light. His sword-wielding hands were quickly forced back as a mysterious hand emerged from a magic circle, casting spells. Lai frowns as he reveals himself to the crowd. "What are you doing?" At this point, he was still oblivious, but the person next to him was trembling with fear. It was the Holy Order's Holy Knight, Lai. Understanding the implication, he forces a smile. "Isn't this Gray's hideout?" Hearing this, he glanced around, quickly making up an excuse. "Gray isn't here. I can't sense his presence. Go look somewhere else." He tried to maintain his composure to appease Lai, suggesting he search the buildings carefully. But his words were chilling. Do you not understand me? Lai's demeanor shifts in an instant, revealing a powerful bloodlust. Get lost. The next morning, Boss took a walk with him, offering a few parting words. Thank you for saving everyone, Lai. Lai replied with a hint of formality. It was nothing, just what needed to be done. After that, he noticed the group of people whispering behind him. A moment later, Lai dared to speak. Do you still want to protect them, even after their behavior? The boy stammered, yet his aura was undeniably noble. Well, I'm the Holy Knight's guard, so it's my duty to take care of them. I don't care about their attitude. These words gave him a new perspective on the boy, and Lai unhesitatingly ruffled Bope's hair. He unexpectedly bestowed a great hope upon the boy, certain he would become a fine knight. Lai and Bope continued to deliver bread as usual, and this was their lunch for the day. The woman gratefully bowed her head in thanks. Before leaving, he made sure to tell her she could draw water from the well on the other side. The boy watched him go, wondering why such good people like the Holy Knight and Lai had to fight each other. The boy's father was lost in thought when a strange noise startled him. A carriage passing through the refugee camp piqued his curiosity, and he realized it was the princess. Why was she going to the church? The scene shifts to the pristine white church, where Bishop Aaron greets her gently. Welcome, Lady Camilla. Camilla gracefully entered, saying, Bishop Aaron, thank you for staying in joy. She clasps her hands together, looking at Aaron earnestly. May I offer my prayers here? He tilted his head slightly and preached, Of course, the gods will listen to everyone's prayers. In the church, Camilla was left alone, sitting in silence with her eyes closed. Camilla recalls Jin's menacing face as he announced her marriage to Ather of Fides after consulting with the others. He's informing her of a decision she can't refuse, ensuring the two countries won't go to war anytime soon. Win Ather's heart quickly, Jin said, his eyes narrowed, reminding Camilla to bear a child of Fide's royal blood. Unable to resist, she could only accept, Yes, sir. Back in reality, Camilla bit her lip in dismay. A life of marriage and childbirth for political gain. Oh gods, is that why you sent me to this world? Just then, the cat's meow caught her eye. The kitten wagged its tail, drawing Camilla's gaze as it tried its best to look adorable. She looked at the kitten with sparkling eyes, yet remained skeptical. Could this cat be connected to Gray, the Holy Knight? Seeing her silence, it took the initiative and ran to her. Camilla froze at the cat's affection, then turned away, but not without trying to hold her gaze. Camilla's face went blank at the sight. It wanted her to follow? However, her curiosity was extinguished by the dark shadow outside. But the knight guarding the door outside was bored and a little sleepy, and Camilla's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. Her hands instinctively clenched her skirt, but after a moment, Camilla followed the kitten. Seemingly emboldened, she decides to take one last chance before her life is completely over, following the black cat on a small adventure that could change her life. Elsewhere, Long Victor anxiously urges him to speak, asking how things are progressing. Julian, desperately channeling his spiritual energy into the orb above, also shows his helplessness. Not good. Her soul is fading away. None of us can save her unless the gods intervene. He looked at Catherine's floating body in silence, but since she broke the magic tool restricting her power, the gods would likely turn a blind eye. Julian's constant complaining caught Camilla's attention. Alas, we can only sustain her life here. Yan questioned impatiently, How long will we be stuck here? Elvis lowered his head, giving an uncertain answer. Until the Holy Knight Gray appeared. Hearing this, he sneered, saying that he would beat him up again when he appeared. But Bone immediately cuts Yan off, annoyed. Shut up, no one asked for your input. After eavesdropping, she hurried away with a dark expression, thinking she'd seen something she shouldn't have. But why doesn't anyone notice me? Camilla's attention remains fixed on the kitten. Where is this cat taking me? It can't speak, so it just meows and keeps going. Finally, the two arrived in front of a door. Here we are. She quietly pushes the door open, not forgetting to ask for permission. Excuse me. Camilla gazed around, lost in wonder, while the cat busied itself searching for something. Where was she? The cat quickly retrieved a glittering pyramid, and Camilla looked on in confusion as it pushed the object toward her. You want me to pick this up, and Camilla obliges. All right, but what in the world is this? Waiting for this moment, the kitten's claws sharpened, and it slashed at her hand. Camilla, stunned, clutched her hand and recoiled. That hurts. Why did you scratch me? Meanwhile, her blood-soaked pyramid was changing, with lightning crackling inside as if it would explode. A blinding light erupts, forcing Camilla to shield her eyes, and when it fades, she sees a figure with sharp features suspended in the air, silently absorbing energy. Meanwhile, INRER also heard a noise in the distance, prompting Victor's curiosity. What's wrong, INRER? He immediately stated with certainty. Someone's entered my chambers. where I keep those who possess the Mataha heritage. I should have handed her over to the Holy Knights, but it seems they don't take this seriously at all. This is bad. She's not as simple as she seems. The supposedly simple woman clutches her chest and coughs. Sally quickly scans the area and asks a question. Where is this? A kitten pounces on her, meowing with longing. Sally finally got her out, but she collapsed to the floor, clutching her stomach and groaning. Are you trying to kill me? Camilla thought, then swallowed her question upon seeing the person. Wait, isn't that the Holy Knight Grey's wife? Meanwhile, Sally was gasping for air, her face turning green. After a moment, she awkwardly spoke again. Hey, were you the one who freed me? Camilla awkwardly replied, No. Is that right? Sai waved his hand, trying to ease the tension. Don't be modest. They say an angel's curse can only be broken with the blood of a pure maiden. I guess there aren't any other girls in this church, besides you. While Camilla was still bewildered, Sai grinned slyly. This girl dared to release a prisoner of the Holy Order. What should I do? Even the cat bares its fangs in agreement. Perhaps the whole family will be executed. Camilla was so scared her face fell apart. Was I really not that serious? Seeing her about to crack, Sai grabbed her hand, reassuring her. It's okay, we're just joking. She whispered as she passed Camilla. I'm here and I'll find a way to get you out of here. And just like that, Camilla held back her tears. She used her long legs to run after them. Sally led the way, reminding her, Come on, let's run before we're discovered. Little did anyone know, Camilla was growing anxious, feeling herself sinking deeper and deeper. Would she survive this? Just then, the kitten spoke up. Miss Sly, the power to the line hasn't been cut, meaning Grey is still alive, she admits frankly. Is that so? How long have I been locked up? He quickly estimated. About a month, Sally signals, summarizing the events of the past month. The kitten quickly starts the music player. We've all been captured. The Silver Moon Squad is nothing but bones piled in the church basement. The dwarves are also locked up, and since they don't understand meows, I can't help them. Aeon has formed an alliance of 7 nations in the southern continent, declaring war and standing against the Holy See. Hearing this, Sally breathed a sigh of relief. At least that was good news. But halfway there, they ran into an obstacle. The men screamed, realizing it was real magic. She had escaped and taken Camilla hostage. The moment the order to capture her was given, Sai attacked, immediately casting a sleep spell. The kitten was amazed by the results. You use the communication cord so skillfully. I only use it to hide my presence. Sally boasts with satisfaction. Dora taught me this spell. With that, she grabbed the fallen foe, took his cloak, and gave it to Camilla, saying, This will be useful if we disguise ourselves as priests. But she trembled and whispered, It doesn't feel right to wear someone else's clothes, especially a man's. Sally was speechless. She's too innocent. She immediately resorted to violence. Didn't we promise to help her escape smoothly? It's just changing clothes. Should I help you? I'll change, Camilla shouted in fear. I'll change myself. Don't come any closer. As everyone waited for the transformation, Kitten raised his hand. Does Ms. Sai want to go to the dungeon? Meanwhile, Camilla was secretly crying inside, thinking she should at least find a private place to change, but she ignored her and continued sharing. I know where the vampires and elves are imprisoned. Sally immediately asked about the dungeon. Do you think we can defeat 4 holy knights? The kitten muttered dejectedly. So, are we running away? She pressed on about the escape route. There are still 4 angels in the church, she retorted, sounding defeated. So what to do then? Sally had a plan. Find Lai, we have to reach him before we're caught. He's the only holy knight I think we can reason with. If we can just talk to him, I can find a way to get him to let us go. I need to reunite with Ain to save everyone, Camilla thought, nodding in approval. Sly acts and decides so decisively in such a short time. We definitely don't belong to the same world. She blurted out as expected of a holy knight's wife, then immediately regretted her words. What did I just blurt out? Sai's already turning to question me. She's praising me, or is she mocking me with that faint smile? Lady Jirai of the Iron Blood was the holy mother of the Isaac kingdom and the greatest woman in Isaac's history. She was Saint Abraham's only wife and the birth mother of Emperor Jill. But that was all. Sai calmly asked, Are you praising me or mocking me? Camilla trembled. No, I'm just... She was sweating profusely. Did I say something wrong? Sai nonchalantly revealed her plan, but whatever, I don't care anyway. Now I'll tie your hands behind your back, and if we're exposed, I'll hold pliers to your neck, making them think you're being forced to come with me. Get ready, we're going to the highest point of the church. Camilla bit her lip and swallowed hard. Sally goes to talk to those people, so with no one here, we'll search higher up. Camilla was speechless, staring at the girl's back, impressed by her lie. But what did she mean when she was angry earlier? They've reached the highest point of the church. Sally clasped her fingers together, and a golden eye seems to appear on her forehead. The light eye magic. Eagle eye. Camilla stared at her, curious, wondering what kind of magic it was and how to use it, and if she could use it too. Though her gaze wasn't malicious, Sai felt like she was being pricked with needles. Sally was at a loss with her. "If you have questions, just ask. I can't concentrate with you staring at me like that," she said, under Camilla's glittering gaze, that she didn't understand why she'd seemed angry with her earlier. "Do you know the legend of the founding of the kingdom of Isaac? Abraham, the world's most faithful saint, was blessed by the gods and came to a woman named Jerai. At 75, Jerai was still childless, so she offered her servant, Haga, to Abraham as a concubine, and Haga bore a child named Ismael. However, the gods decreed that only Zarai's child could succeed Abram. At 90, Jerai gave birth to Jili, who would become the first king of Isaac. Ismaran mocked Jerai and her child, demanding Abraham banish them to the northern wilderness. But the kind Abraham refused and prayed for their salvation. The gods granted Abraham's plea, promising that Ishmael would also establish a kingdom like Jil, and so the descendants of Jil and Ishmael have always been at odds. War never ceases, and that's the state between Isaac and En now, Sally said with a smile. But why am I telling you this? Sarai is known as the Holy Mother of the Isaac Kingdom, as well as a sage, the greatest woman in Isaac's history. Yet her only accomplishments were being Abraham's wife and birthing and raising Jil. Strange, isn't it? She's remembered in history for being the wife of one man and the mother of another. In other words, she became a great sage without doing anything. Sally frowned, then looked up at the sky, utterly disgusted. I have an ideal, not to be someone's wife or mother, but to etch my own name in history. A bit arrogant, but it sounds great, doesn't it? Camilla stared blankly at Sally. She didn't really understand what was going on in Sally's head, but she saw a flame of determination shining brightly like a star in the sky, and it made her feel something ignite within herself. Ideals, yes, I had those once too. Victor suddenly chimed in from above. That's a fine ideal. I admire you, girl. Sally was wary. She turned to shield Camilla, but it was too late. 3 swords aimed at her neck from 3 directions. Thinking quickly, Sally slowly raised her hands. They're too fast, and they don't have Lee. So the next thing I need to do is... She surrendered. I give up. After all, I'm just a weak, helpless woman. Can we talk for a bit? Butter and Jan exchanged glances as Victor landed with a chuckle. All right, what do you want to say? Just spit it out. After all, I'm the strongest, talking directly to an angel. That's unexpected. Sally doesn't realize he's an angel lover. She just sees wings and assumes he's an angel. She sighed, relenting. Sally calmly stated, I believe the Holy Order has been facing some issues lately, and I have a way to resolve them. Victor asks with interest, Solve you? Sally replied assertively, her eyes full of determination. Yes, me. Sally calmly explains, although I don't know where Gray is right now, I can be sure. He listens to me more than anyone in the Holy Order. I can tell him not to fight them and to recognize their purity and faith. Isn't that what the Holy Order needs right now? Victor asked with a smile. So, how do you plan to talk to Gray? Even we can't find a trace of him. Sally pouted, at a loss. I don't have any news about Gray either. She cursed inwardly, realizing angels were indeed hard to fool, as Cell revealed even more shocking information. Then let's move on to another matter. The 7 Nations Alliance has launched a war against the Holy See in the southern continent. Their goal is to overthrow the Holy See and establish a new religious belief system. A headache for the Holy See, no doubt. Bone gritted his teeth, wondering how she knew this, while Yan frowned in disbelief, questioning how she obtained this information while imprisoned within the sacred object. Elvis lowered his head cautiously, realizing he couldn't underestimate this little girl. No wonder the angel was so angry. Victor remained optimistic, crossing his arms and laughing. Though I don't know how you got this information, you're right. Continue, Sally says, lowering the sword in front of her, feigning fear. But first, could you lower your swords a bit? All these sharp things are making me nervous. Victor commanded. All right, put all your swords down. Butter tilted his head worriedly. But Sir Victor, Einrare said... Victor's eyes widened, a threat in his gaze. Lower them all. You think your sword is faster than mine? Jan relented. Just listen to him. The 3 of them simultaneously sheathed their swords. Sai immediately collapsed to the ground, lamenting, scared to death. Victor urged him to continue, and Sally obediently replied, That's right. Frankly, I can help you break the alliance between the 7 nations. They're not an invincible alliance, and the Beach Grand Duke of Erin is waiting. I grew up with her. She trusts me implicitly, and I can persuade her. Victor smirked, clearly not believing her. Is that all there is to it? Don't forget, the Grand Duke is still waging war, even knowing you're in our hands, which means she doesn't care if you live or die. That's how much she trusts me, Sally insisted. She believes I can protect myself. The proof is that I'm here. The more Sally lies, the more real it seems. Have you ever seen a knight drag his wife everywhere, even the battlefield? The reason a weak woman like me is here is because N sent me to monitor Gray. You all know Gray has these wild ideals. If we let him do as he pleases, he'll only cause more destruction. So, I followed Ain's orders to keep Gray in check. A political marriage, if you will. Camilla seems to believe it a little. Is that the truth? Victor points out, but she didn't stop him from starting the war. On the contrary, some say you even supported him. Sally rose to her knees, admitting it was all rather complicated. Gray only listens to Ian, not me. And even if you hadn't come, the war would have ended with Gray's defeat anyway. Gray couldn't possibly stand against hundreds of thousands of people. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. The lesson must be painful enough, desperate enough, that he sacrifices and tastes the bitterness and sweetness to achieve his goal. Then he'll think I'm the only one who understands and shares his ideals. Victor scoffs. So it's our fault for suddenly appearing? Sly said, it seems she's turned the tables. That's not what I meant. After all, things in this world don't always go your way. The important thing is you need to trust me. Let me return to Isaac and I'll convince Ain to dissolve the Seven-Nation Alliance. It's beneficial for both of us, isn't it? Victor didn't believe it at all and set a condition, pointing to his own eyes as he spoke. But humans have always had this trait. They'll lie in an instant if it benefits them, so I can let you return. If you had agreed to be blinded, lose your tongue and an arm, rendering you unable to use magic, we would have been at ease. Sally silently stared at them. Victor added, or not. She wearily scratched her head. Looking up, completely deranged, I wondered just how afraid the angels were of humans using magic. His eyes widened, and not only Victor, but everyone there was stunned. Sally threw herself from the high tower, wondering as she fell how Inrir and Elena would deal with her. Is she human? Julian remarked from the side. She can use magic and possesses a Kramasa relic. The most terrifying thing is that she carries Elena's blood. He coldly states, so she could become the prophet? This is bad. A prophet will awaken humanity, and we can't let that happen. Lock her up and hand her over to the gods. Sally remained idle. If what I heard back then was true, magic is resonating. I can feel you're close by, aren't you? As she was about to fall into a mushy mess, she cried out in her heart, save me. Gray, terrified, rushed forward to catch her, and she fell into his arms. Gray's eyes darted around. Sally, are you all right? That was too close. Sally's eyes began to water. I was so scared I was going to die. I would have died crying because of you. You're too late. Grand Duke Ian felt like he was trapped in a giant pot. A pot full of lovey-dovey moments, and Gray is worried. Lady Sally, are you all right? That was too close. Sally whimpers. Of course I'm not okay. I was scared to death. You were too late. Gray replied, dejected. I tried to get here as fast as I could. She asked him, a mix of anger and worry in her voice. Now is not the time to talk about that. Could he even defeat an angel now? Victor asked dismissively, with his hands in his pockets. Indeed, I've been smelling your rotten stench for the past 5 minutes, Sally raged. So, you were just toying with me for the past 5 minutes? Gray looked up at him, solemnly raising his hands to show he was unarmed. Beloved god of thirst, I am the Knight Gray. I have no intention of killing anyone, and I carry no weapons. In short, I didn't come here to fight today. I want to talk. Gray hummed in agreement. Talk? Yeah, right. Well, they do love to resolve conflicts through conversation. Victor draws his lightning sword and slams it against his weapon. We can talk to elves, to andits, to giants, to humans, but not to the damned dogs who made a pact with the devil. Lai, who was distributing relief supplies to the people, was startled. He turns his head, and it's Victor's thunder. Hav is caught off guard. What's going on? Aeon smirks. He carries a box of blood to a prison cell. It seems like a busy day. Your captain has returned. Perhaps the little girl will be saved. Inside, Dora lay unconscious as Joe desperately held onto her. Aaron said, I only have animal blood, don't complain. He went ahead to knock on another prison cell. Open up, I've brought food. The dwarf's name immediately appeared. Old man, is there meat today? Aaron tilted his head. It stings, but not too bad. At least all my people have left this church. Embers flickered from the jail cell next door, reaching them. Aaron sighed. He's still forging that sword, huh? How persistent. The blue dwarf confessed, the boss said it has to be finished before Gray returns. At least it's something to do while we're locked up. But old man, when are we getting out of here? Aaron reluctantly replied. I don't know, but it should be soon. Next, Aaron tends to Andrew's wounds. The wound has basically healed. There's no need to worry about bleeding anymore, but he looks increasingly gaunt. Andrew, holding the bowl, says, just take this collar off and my limbs will grow back instantly. Then you won't have to change my bandages every day. Aeon frowned. Sorry, I don't have the authority to do that. In anger, Andrew threw the bowl of food in his face. Then get out and stop pretending to be kind. Who doesn't know the true nature of the Holy Order now? You think I'd clean up your messes for the church? Lon drew his sword. Ha! Ready to charge. That guy... Aaron raises a hand to stop them. He simply shakes his head as Lion stomps his foot in frustration. He doesn't even thank us for healing him. Have helps Aaron outside. Why would he care for these prisoners? Aaron saw an inexplicable regret in his eyes, as if they were worth caring for. Before the Paladin Grey appeared, could you have imagined vampires, elves, dwarves, and andits fighting together for a single purpose? If vampires, elves, dwarves, humans, and even the Und shared a common belief and goal, how beautiful this world would be. How wonderful the world would be. But given the current situation, perhaps that's just a selfish hope of mine. Anya and Abbott draw their weapons, locking Victor's sword in place, startling Grey. What? They're watching me? Abbott quickly interjects. Lord Victor, please calm down. Grey now holds a special position. A warned, he's a devil's apocalypse knight now. To touch him is to touch the devil himself. But Victor only grew more frenzied. Is that so? Then isn't that a good thing? No one is born a saint, that much is obvious, and so it is with angels. They know joy and sorrow, for they are individuals with independent thought. So some angels carry out God's orders without question, while others act on emotion, violating divine rules for their own beliefs. And of course, there are also angels who are very dangerous because of their aggressiveness and belligerence. Bitch provokes, saying that touching that kid means declaring war on the demon lord. Is there really such a good thing? Both angels thought to themselves. Unfortunately, Victor the War Angel is known for his aggression. So why he was chosen as a guardian angel is beyond me. A bow stands in front of him. Grey, stand back and let us handle this. But their flimsy defense is easily broken by Victor. My target is him, not you two. Grey summoned a long bone, glancing over as he said, Looks like you two can't stop him. Victor eyed Grey's weapon with curiosity, but with a swift strike, Victor was sent flying. He smashed straight into the tower, instantly destroying it, and the other three quickly jumped out of the way. Elvis, carrying Camilla, was terrified. Victor Jan stiffly laughs. Ha ha, what is that? It certainly isn't divine fire granted by the gods. Victor looms in the smoke. So this is the power you received from the demon lord? Grey looked up at him, asking the two angels behind him, Could you two take care of Ms. Zai for me? Victor feels insulted by this contest of strength, which they both know is difficult to control. Are you provoking me? Grey asks. Didn't you want to fight? Victor scoffed, clearly enraged. He then descends at sonic speed to engage Grey, while Anea notices Sally standing idly by. Sally's ears seemed to be distorting, and Anna rushed over. Something's wrong. She didn't forget to tell Abad Anfet to inform everyone around the church to evacuate. The impact of this battle is not something ordinary people can withstand. Abos telepathically contacted the three angels, Julian, Helena, and Ian R., telling them to evacuate everyone around the church, and fast. Leon looked up at the violently shaking church. Something was wrong. Something is definitely happening above ground. Aaron frowned as he looked up, then removed the chains and opened the prison gate. Everyone is free. Run! Grey seems to have the upper hand, his blow slicing across Victor's shoulder. He glanced down, misjudged, and couldn't dodge. The blow sent Victor crashing to the ground. Grey told him, It's over. I don't want to fight you. 10,000 years ago, Victor desperately called out the name of another angel, Wilson, amidst a golden halo and a circle of fallen angels. Because a human followed a demon, a nation built by angels was wiped out. Victor desperately held him. Claw, damn it, don't close your eyes, wake up, Cloud gasped. Captain Victor is stunned. Claw! But Cloud didn't see him, his hand trembling as he raised it. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying anymore. Take my light power and use it well. Victor embraces him tightly, fueled by a hatred from 10,000 years ago. Victor recalls a past memory as his necklace changes color and form. He's aura farming ferociously. Just a fallen knight dares to despise him? Victor, the love god, utterly hates traitors. Grey assesses the changed body, just like Vivian's. He's become more dangerous. I have to strike first. As Grey's bone sword came down, Victor stood still, unflinching, and blocked it. He draws the sword from before and slashes at Grey, creating a huge commotion. A bishop pushed through the crowd, shouting, Wait, angels, the bishop hasn't arrived yet. He's distributing food to the prisoners in the dungeon. The Abos was stunned as the prison beneath them exploded. Anaha quickly moved to the back to block the tremors, saying, Let's go. I can't hold on for much longer. Seeing time is short, a boss shouts, "Teleport, we'll search for survivors later." Julian hesitates. "Anfet, Helena, here I go. Head to the refugee camp. Hundreds more are waiting." The other angels take flight. I understand. Anais and Rare, follow me." Gray leaps back, his armor in tatters. "My strength lies in magical power, but the difference in combat experience is too vast." Victor unfurls 2 pairs of wings and approaches. "Even after selling your soul to a demon, is this all the power you gained?" Gray retorted, "I told you, I'm not here to fight." Victor brandishes his sword. "Perhaps, but first you must defeat me." Leon and Ha emerged from the ground, finally free, thinking they'd be buried alive. The 2 stared in astonishment at Gray ahead. "What's going on?" Gray turns around in surprise, their eyes meeting. If humanity is the standard, then angels far exceed it, and with overwhelming power, they solve every problem with force. Ultimately, everything is built upon power. He once believed he was stronger than others, blindingly trusting that only he could discern right from wrong. He believed in his own absolute justice, always convinced that what he did was right, stubbornly pushing forward through a narrow path. And he was bound by the hatred of the past as Leon shook his friend. "Wake up, Hav. Are you okay?" Hav rubbed his head and sat up. "What happened to me?" Leon glanced at Gray, who had inadvertently been caught in the battle. Luckily, Gray managed to block the attack, but he was still stunned and passed out. Ha, in a panic, grabbed Lion and asked, "I remember now. But why did the angel attack me?" "Is the bishop all right?" Aeon said, sitting atop the rubble. "Ha, Vey, calm down. I'm right here beside you. Leon, Have, find a way to move those rocks. There are still people trapped underneath." Leon clenched his fist in frustration. "What kind of time is this to be worrying about prisoners? Let us escort you to safety." Realizing something, Have cracks his knuckles and gets to work. "Leon, give me a hand. I can't lift it alone." Leon was speechless. He understood. "Move rocks, huh?" Aaron looks at Gray, lost in thought. "Escape?" Gray is being beaten so badly he can barely fight back. Victor scorns weakness, but Gray has only one thought: stall for time until the other angels return and protect the innocent. Aaron clutches the cross to his chest, realizing Gray has been taking all the damage, keeping them safe. He's protecting them outside the battle's reach. Dust and debris fill the air as Aeon squints at them. "If we're stuck in this battle, we'll be injured or crippled at best, or killed at worst. But is that raging, hateful aura really coming from an angel? What can this old body even do anymore? Should I put my faith in the cross?" With each step Gray took, his armor cracked beneath him. He was exhausted. "What? The armor's reached its limit." Oh no, Victor's rage has consumed him. Die. Aaron raises the cross high, rushing to protect Gray. This is not a battle a mere ant can interfere with, but the cross is a disguised magic tool of the Holy See. Its function is to activate anti-magic, also known as silence, but clearly it can't stop the sword of a lovesick god. To the astonishment of Victor and Gray, Aaron gasped for breath, placing his trembling hands on Victor's. "Sir, I don't understand your anger, but enough is enough. A human has interfered in a battle between heaven and hell." Aaron, struggling to breathe, reached out with trembling hands to cup Victor's head, saying, "Sir, I don't understand why you're angry, but this is enough. You fulfilled your duty as an angel, and no one will blame you. Don't push yourself to disappointment. Please, rest. Don't touch me, you lackey. You're just a human. What right do you have to interfere in this fight? Are you just looking for trouble? Humans are just insignificant creatures. Know your place." Gray slowly rises, silencing Victor with a punch. He angrily retorts, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you even a demon?" Victor's eyes burn red as he abandons his sword for a fistfight. What? Do you even have the right to say that? Look at the halo above your head and ask yourself if you're an angel. Victor paused, retorting, "What's wrong with killing the devil's lackeys? Are you mad?" His sanity was crumbling. Just as Ray was about to strike again, a desperate voice snapped him back to his senses. "Bishop!" The children clung to Aaron, crying, "Bishop, Bishop, wake up, please breathe!" Victor, enraged, unleashed his attack. "How dare you look away? Die!" Suddenly, a radiant golden chain clamped onto Victor's wrist, halting him in his tracks. The holy chain. By the time he realized what it was, it had already bound him completely. Divine punishment. Belinda appears, radiating authority. "What in the world are you doing?" Victor, heedless of the pain, screams to be released. One more punch and he'd be dead. She repeats, "Dead." Belinda clenches her fist and mercilessly punches him in the gut, causing Victor to cough violently. Belinda teaches him a lesson. "This punch isn't divine punishment from the Council of Angels. Go ahead and tell the gods if you want." "Look at what you've done," Hav says to Aeon, pointing at the unsteady Gray. "This way, quickly." The citizens scramble to escape. "Save me, there's lightning." A boss in the sky commands, "Don't trample each other." Stay calm. I'm here. A child cries amidst the crowd. Where's my mom? Mom. And not only that, but the other people are panicking too. Someone, save me. Get out of my way, the angel has gone mad. Berinda delivers his final verdict, swayed by emotion over reason. Only a demon would do such a thing. Victor, the angel of infatuation, will be imprisoned in heaven. Have opened his eyes wide in fear, asking, "How is he?" "Are you okay?" Gray asked, doing his best. "His organs have been destroyed, and the lightning has coagulated his blood. How could a mortal body withstand a god's sword?" Gray dejectedly says, "I'm sorry, I can't save him." Ha was desperate, kneeling down and pleading with Berinda. "Great angel, you are the supreme angel with almighty power, aren't you? Please, save the bishop. He is one of the most devout believers." Berinda stammered, "I'm sorry, I cannot resurrect the dead." Disgust breeds negativity. Lion grits his teeth, drawing his sword. "Enough! You damned gods don't care about sacrifice. Humanity has turned its swords against the gods, and Have grips his wrist tightly. "Lion, stop!" Ha warned, as tears streamed down Lion's face. "Put down your sword. Do you intend to fight the gods? Can you defeat them?" Lon wouldn't give in, but he was helpless. The bishop was dead, killed senselessly by an angel. Lon cradles Aaron's body, whispering through tears, "Why? How insignificant are the humans in this world. They don't even have the right to hold grudges." Hava dazedly speaks to her. "My lady angel, I heard that the fallen god will be judged up there. Will they ensure a fair trial?" Belinda responds. "Of course, I assure you." About his head like a machine. "Good, good. An angel's promise or guarantee means nothing to the dead. Angels live longer than humans, and in time, whatever judgment is passed will be forgotten. Like the dead of the past, buried in dusty corners, never to be remembered. Hav and Leon were ordinary children in this country, never knowing their father. Their mother was a low-class prostitute who died long ago from illness, so they lived by stealing. Having grown up in a corrupt environment, their minds were stained with darkness. Yet sometimes they failed. If they failed, they were beaten, and they had long grown accustomed to it, until Aaron found them starving and ragged like stray dogs. He took the two children to the orphanage, declaring it their new home. A pink-haired child exclaimed, "You're back! You're back!" Tommy ran out, "Father, you're back?" Aaron hesitates about the two children, while Tommy is shocked to see the bruises on their faces. "Did you inflict those wounds on them?" Aaron denies it, saying it wasn't him. Tommy smiles warmly, extending a hand. "Hello, I'm Tommy, the oldest here after father. If you like, you can call me Big Brother. From today on, this place is your home. Though old, it's tidy. This is a place for orphaned children." He taught the children to read and write, but didn't force them to join the Holy Order, allowing them to freely choose their own professions. To has grown into a tall and reliable young man, and he will become a relic hunter. It seems humanity once had a glorious ancient civilization. Should we just let those relics remain buried? Whenever someone wanted to leave, he would gladly prepare their belongings. Aaron prayed that the gods would always be with him. Tommy was always there, watching over the children every day. Half a month later, Bishop Aaron's funeral was finally held. He cared for and nurtured so many in this region, and the people were in no hurry to bury him, wanting to pay their respects. Hav and Leon asked the Holy Knight Gray to preside over the funeral, a decision the angels did not contest. This was Gray's first time attending a funeral for a human, making him deeply aware of the significance of death to humans. Aaron's spirit, leaning on a cane, looks at him. "So you can see me?" Half a month before the war's end, Vivienne walked through the ruins. They really fought each other well. "So, where are you?" "There you are." The demon pulled Catherine from the rubble. It seems she wasn't quite dead after all. "I've come to collect my reward for the agreement." Catherine Gray sits cross-legged in the woods. "I apologize, Bishop. I intended to resurrect you with necromancy when you were near death. But then I saw you refuse extradition by the angel. A summoning at that moment would have led to unnecessary trouble." Aaron smiled. "You didn't need to apologize for that." Gray looks up at him, asking if that's okay. "If things continue like this, your soul will soon dissipate." Aaron calmly replied, "It's all right. I was born on this land, so I'll just return to it. Sooner or later, my body will turn to rain, mist, and dust, and I will become one with this land. Doesn't that sound romantic?" Gray looked at him for a moment, then lowered his head. "You must have lived a wonderful life. Even the most despicable kings attended your funeral." Aaron repeated those words. He shared with him, "Was it great? I hope so. As you can see, I have no magic. I'm not a saint. I have no guardian angel. I'm not favored by demons, and I've never associated with dwarves, elves, or vampires. I'm just an ordinary mortal, and anyone can do what I've done, so I can't call it a wonderful life." Gray looks up at the night sky, cursing the fact that he's revered by so many, yet is just a mortal. Aaron asks him, "Holy Knight Gray, what do you think of humans?" Gray didn't seem to hear him, so Aaron repeated the question patiently. "What do you think of humanity?" He struggled to think. "That's a tough question." Aaron points. "Let me guess, foolish, hypocritical, cowardly, and belligerent. But sometimes, like the stars in the sky, they shine with incredible brilliance." Gray agrees with this sentiment. That's right. He praises Gray. "By the way, I've heard about your policies in the capital, Lon, and witnessed your intervention in the war there. Holy Knight Gray, do you wish to save humanity?" He immediately replied, "Of course." Aaron says gently, "According to historical records, there were 12 saints before you. You are the 13th. Every saint before you has shared your lofty ideals. They all wanted to save humanity, but they failed. The saints were too great. Their hearts held the entire world. They always think of ways to make everyone happy, but they never consider how much bread a single person in front of them needs to eat in one sitting." Gray paused, then asked, "Wait, I don't understand. Something's a little contradictory here." He explained, "It is contradictory, but the saints simply don't care about the small things. For example, you only want to stop them from starting a war. But have you asked yourself why two equally powerful countries would fight knowing they'll suffer losses?" Gray retorted, "I only know my guardian angel agreed." Aaron's words were both a question and a sigh. "Have you even been there? Go and witness everything about those two countries with your own eyes. You've never set foot in either of them, so why do you believe you're always right? That's the thing. You're so great that you have the whole world in your heart, but you don't care about what's right in front of you. You have an extraordinary power that not everyone has, but you don't know how to use it." Graham was eager to learn. "Give me some advice." Aaron instructed, "Take the recent battle as an example. If I were you, I would tell a story to the two kings before the battle. I have a knight order that doesn't need to eat or sleep and the best dwarven engineers in the world. I'll use the excuse of building a road through the Cassim Mountains to separate this place from the center. And this is just the beginning. The road will run through the entire continent. This is where it all starts. So they'll call a temporary truce." Gray admires him greatly. "Wonderful, what a great idea. Why didn't I think of that?" Aaron simply states that it's because he knows nothing of this land, and he'll only truly understand when he sets foot here, and understands what the people need. He realized what he'd done in the past, understanding Aaron's angry words. He was just forcing everyone to cooperate to realize his ideals, ignoring what people really needed. Aaron called out to the Holy Knight, Gray, who hesitated before answering, "Yes, what is it?" Aaron ascends higher. "Will you come with me to this place?" "Look over there." Gray followed his gaze and flew in the direction he indicated. That's the direction of the Fides Kingdom, a city brightly lit below. Aaron slowly says, "Those are lights planted beneath the ground. Holy Knight Gray, though this is just my personal opinion, perhaps humanity doesn't need saving. Humans are strong. Even when they suffer, they simply wipe away their tears, stand up, and keep moving forward. You need to know that until now, no angel, demon, dragon, or other high-ranking race has ever conquered humanity. Humans are still the most numerous and widespread. So you don't need to carry everything like a hero in a fairy tale. You just need to pave a path for them. A path that everyone can see, leading to beauty. Of course, there will always be those who follow you. Be it justice or ideals, good things are never alone." The next day, Gray met with the two kings, offering an apology for his rash actions without mentioning punishment or anything else. At the same time, he made a proposal, as suggested by Bishop Aaron's, which the two kings agreed to. However, there was one problem. They no longer trusted Gray, as he had lost all credibility internationally, and someone else had stepped in to help in his stead. Anne pushed the door open and entered. "Then may I discuss this matter under my own name?" Gray asked, overjoyed. "Lady Anne, you've arrived. Sally, the one who contacted Anne half a month ago, follows proudly behind." Lion's face darkens. Duchess B, though young, is the most powerful person in the Isaac Kingdom and leader of the Seven-Nation Alliance against the Holy See. A vital trade partner. Both Lion and Jin shared the same thought. From now on, they had to think and eat carefully. After 3 days of negotiations, the three parties agreed and signed a treaty. The Boss Federation will provide manpower, and the Fides Kingdom will provide raw materials, with Gray in charge of the project and Ian representing him. The Continental Road project would have a major impact in the near future, and the treaty was officially born. To show his enthusiasm for the treaty, Louisan puts his arm around Gray, suggesting they grab a drink. Gray is wide-eyed, saying he can't hold his liquor. Din sighs as he starts again. The two kings will provide thousands of tons of food to the capital, Lion. As for the Holy Order, Gray declares he will never act in their name again. The Holy Order also dropped Gray's arrest warrant, still recognizing him as a holy knight despite bearing the mark of a demon. At the same time, Gray promised to find a way to mobilize food doctors to solve the famine in the capital of Lion. But Viv Vian said that with good communication, everything could be flexible. Of course, it was also thanks to Gray's power. No one wanted to mess with an apocalypse knight. In early October, at Gray's request, all the members of the Silver Moon Squad were revived. Some dwarves agreed to stay on as engineers under the Gregory family, while the rest were guided home by Sally. After all, she had promised to return them home after the war. The dwarves couldn't remember the way, nor could they live amongst humans due to their differences. And so they became bandits, and Sally's journey would leave a good impression on the dwarves, who stayed with their leader, Moan. He said he was indebted to humanity, and according to dwarven principles, he wouldn't return home until he repaid his debt. On the day the Intercontinental Road opened, Mon gave Gray a sword. Gray looked at him, and Mon continued. This is the only thing I can do for them. On the night Gray activated the sword's seal, An and Fang's souls ascended. Fang awakens, and Captain An remarks that he's even shorter than they are. Gray hesitated as the two children offered sad smiles, and quickly regained his composure. So, this is it? We're dead? Fang Wegwen says, thanks to Mr. Moon, our souls were preserved. Without the holy light, we're nothing compared to adults. I saved a citizen, praise me, and added fuel to the fire. Well, I saved 3 dwarves, so they started arguing. Do you like fighting that much? How can 2 souls even fight? They surround Gray, asking, Captain, are you sad? Gray is sorrowful. I only remember Arin's scolding, saying it would be a mistake to bring you all to the battlefield. I was upset then, but now they take turns comforting Gray, saying, Captain, we knew about Ain's worries from the start. We followed you here of our own free will. You didn't force us. I don't feel guilty anymore. We won't disappear completely. We'll always be by your side, like your sword. Gray knelt before the sword, knowing that a lesson without pain is meaningless, and there can be no growth without sacrifice. Life is indeed heavy. In mid-October, accompanied by a large grain transport convoy, Gray finally returned. Back to the capital, Lion, a place that brought him pain. He needed to resolve the chaos there before the harsh winter arrived. He had sworn it. Gray Chibi asked the 2 kids if they wanted to become core soldiers like the Silver Moon Knights. Aninganingo asks if they will be able to continue to grow. In the WF capital of the Jin La Clay Duchy, pleased with the wine, the transcontinental route has officially begun construction. A 3-year non-aggression pact with the Phi Kingdom has also been signed, giving me time to arrange a marriage for my foolish daughter. Everything's going so smoothly, until the butler arrives with terrible news. The young lady has run away. Gray and Camilla lock eyes. She looks like she ran here for her life. Ain emerges, asking what's causing the commotion at the camp entrance. Ray pleads for Ain's help, but the scene before her freezes her in place as she smiles menacingly, saying, I hear you've been causing some trouble. Let me take care of it. Gray defends himself, saying she's got it all wrong and to trust him. She came a long way to join the Silver Knights. Back in the waiting room during the 3-party meeting, Sai said cheerfully, We meet again. So you're the Duke's daughter, just chatting here while they have a tedious meeting inside? With a serious look, Camilla asks if Sally was the one who sent the letter asking the Grand Duke of Bai to wait. Sally replies, I have a close relationship with her. Camilla thought of Ain's poise and felt inferior, both in presence and intellect. She was truly amazing. She's only just arrived and she already understands the situation. Lady Ayan is so reliable. Camilla sits down to present. But you're even more amazing, sending a letter from here to the Y Fortress of the Isaac Kingdom. It takes half a month to travel back and forth, meaning she predicted today's meeting 2 weeks ago. If Sally can appreciate my greatness, then you're not so bad yourself. Camilla must really admire her. Could I ever become someone like you? Sally asks, to which Sai replies, Why do you ask me that? Camilla quietly says, My father wants to find me a new fiancé, but I don't want to get married yet. There's still so much I want to do, even if they aren't grand ideals. Sai chuckled. Then why don't you? Camilla felt ashamed because she wasn't smart enough to defy her father. I'm also clumsy, timid, and have no strengths. But do you know how to read? Camilla was confused. So what if I do? Come over here and take a look, Sally said, walking to the window. Half the soldiers clearing the rubble below are commoners, so how many of them do you think can read? Camilla hesitated, each word like a sharp blow to her heart. The answer is no one, because literacy is a privilege of the nobility. Well, even barons and viscounts have low literacy rates because they're lower-class nobles. Compared to them, you have a huge advantage. As you can see, I'm sitting here with you instead of in a meeting room, which means we're alike. I don't know what you specifically want to do, but you have no shortage of advantages or strengths. You just lack resolve. If you continue like this, you won't be able to seize any opportunities. Camilla, kneeling, pondered Sally's words, then resolved to take a chance. Literacy rates were low, even among the Silver Moon squad. Yes, I understand what Sally means. If that's the case, I'll seize this opportunity. AN states that's why she wants to join the Silver Moon squad, and Camilla immediately replies that she can handle any job requiring literacy. Camilla looked up to En, realizing this was the first time she'd seen the Grand Duke's heir wait for someone. Though they were the same age, her aura was extraordinary. Little does she know, Sally has already opened a back door for her. A representative from the Grand Duke's estate will be arriving, so please accept them. En sweats, realizing she's been seduced by Sel. Ian coldly draws her sword, placing it before Camilla. While she has nothing to do with the Silver Knight's personnel, she can help, because if she agrees, Gray certainly will too. You see, even though they're a band of illiterate knights, they don't need a pampered young lady. Camilla's eyes widened. Did she mean she had to know how to fight too? But I wasn't even allowed to touch a sword as a child. Nevertheless, Camilla bravely rises, sword in hand. Fine, I'll learn to use a sword. You've barely held it, and you're already so hesitant. Does she always carry that sword at her waist? But what she can do, I can do too, since we both started from the same place. Anne looked at Camilla with satisfaction, her eyes not bad at all. Sally had an eye for talent. As Jin walks the long road, he asks the steward, "You mean she ran off to join the Silver Moon squad without permission, and she actually succeeded?" He says, "Yes, sir. Do you want me to send someone to pick him up?" Din has had a change of heart. He smirked. "No, leave him be. I thought he was just a useless vase, but considering the current state of affairs, he has a better connection to Holy Knight Gray than anyone else." That evening at the Silver Knight's training grounds, Ain said to the two figures collapsed on the ground, "Already down? Even Bob is still going strong." Gray lamented that Ian was truly a devil, and this was his first day with the Silver Knights. The army was drawing ever closer to the capital, and thanks to Anne, I became the Silver Knight's secretary. My job now is just to record material losses, which isn't much. On the other hand, Anne requires me to train every day. Ain claps, urging Camilla to run faster. It's exhausting, but I can keep going. I can feel my stamina increasing. Since I was young, I've loved fairy tales and imagined myself as a wandering poet, a lyre in hand, leaving behind romantic verses. I want to live like that, and this is just the first step. Compared to the excitement in my chest, this fatigue is nothing. Besides, it's surprising that Prince Atho of the Fides Kingdom is here too. Camilla's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Ather, wiping his sword, said, "The Fides Kingdom has provided tons of food to the capital, Lon. As the commander of the transport unit, it's only natural I'm here. We've all been stuck in this land for far too long. Even royalty can be like a frog in a well. I hope this trip will help us see more of the world. It feels like he's searching for something, just like me. Only we can save ourselves. The present will forge the path for the future." How did I come up with such a great line? I'm a genius, truly, an earthquake that shakes the very frame. Camilla peeked out, still tolerant, wondering what was going on. Did the Silver Moon Squad often cause explosions? Our future poet is used to this by now. Strange things happening around the Silver Moon Squad are normal. A figure flickers in the dust and the knights whisper, "Who is that? An angel. Sir Gray's guardian angel? Yes, I've seen her before." Vivian, controlling Catherine's body, is slightly disgruntled. Damn, controlling this body at will is a bit tricky. The height difference and longer limbs make judging distances difficult. Gray hesitates, wondering if it's really Catherine. Vivian greets him. "Gray, long time no see." Tears welled in Gray's eyes. Finally, she was back to normal, like a lost child reunited with their mother. Gray choked out. "I was afraid Vian would do something terrible, like steal your body and eat you." "I'm surprised you're all right." Vivian glanced at him. "Doesn't Gray recognize me?" She turns and smiles, revealing a fang as if to say he's misunderstood something. Gray Vivian is a cute demon. How could she do anything bad? Gray froze in place. "Huh?" Vivian grins, opening her arms wide. "Come here and give me a hug to celebrate our reunion." Gray stood frozen in place. "I'm Vivian. Are you just realizing that now?" Gray grabs her collar, his voice tight. "What have you done with Catherine's body?" Vivian laughs helplessly. "Why are you so agitated? This was the deal between me and her. You should use your brain a little. If you're defeated by others, I'll save you, and in return, she'll give me your body." Though things got messy, I still got the reward as agreed. Gray is stunned. A reward. Vivienne smiles without a word, and Gray immediately realizes whose body she's taken, as Vivienne proudly shows off. "Exactly. I've become a light demon now, or a fallen angel if you prefer." Gray couldn't imagine the answer. And what about Kat Tharine's soul if she took over her body? Smirking with relief that she's alive, she thinks, if she dies, my body will disappear, which wouldn't benefit me. Inwardly, she scolds, "Idiot. Your soul has a huge hole from self-destruction. If I hadn't taken over her body, her soul would have shattered from the strain. As for me, I can only rely on time to recover. However, there's no need to tell Gray that. She's quite satisfied with Gray as she is now. Those eyes see well. As a demon, I like that. Early November in the capital, lion and the stenches everywhere. It's hard to imagine this was once the capital. Does anyone even live in this district anymore? Gray strides alongside him. Let's go see your brother. Heeding the bishop's advice, to see with his own eyes, walk with his own feet, and verify everything in one place. Will this end differently? Around a campfire in the snow, they whispered, "What was that? Say it again." Her house was huge and full of money, even more than some nobles. The bald brute raised his blade. When I dragged her and the women out, they resisted, even bit me. The woman's head fell, eyes still open, as the thugs laughed maniacally. A fine strike. We used to be poor and miserable, but now we're practically kings. All the women and anyone who disobeys will be killed. Feed them to the horses. We're moving out tomorrow. I just found a village with women. We'll take their money and enslave them. Anyone who resists will be fed to the horses. Have you heard the rumors of the Holy Knight's return? Why don't we gather our men and jump him? What's there to be afraid of? He can't blame us for the state of the capital. It's his fault for challenging the previous king. It's just the circumstances. If we don't become thugs, someone else will. Gray finds it hard to believe that those words came from people who were once farmers. The Black Boots are beside themselves. They don't know we can use magic to eavesdrop. Why blame themselves and the king when they could clearly choose to work and live better lives? Aaron, you said humans don't need salvation, so what do they need? Or are you talking about something abstract, something in the realm of ideology? We shouldn't put too much faith in the gods, for they too have emotions and harbor selfishness. We must help people in a more suitable way. Suddenly, the wooden door bursts open, and a blonde girl rushes out. She ran straight into Gray, her body covered in wounds. Her eyes betraying her terror, Gray lowered his head and asked, "Are you all right?" "You seem injured. Do you need—" Gray silently watched her run. 3 men emerged from the house, finally catching one, only to have it escape. One sneered, "You're so weak." His bloodshot eyes widened as he called out to Gray, "Hey, brother over there, help me catch her. I'll let you play with her." Gray grunted, and moments later the men were beaten to a pulp and unconscious. She's taken to a house and cautiously reveals her badge. "Don't be afraid. We're members of the Silver Moon Knights." "This is my badge," she stammered. "The Silver Moon Knights. Does this mean the last paladin has finally returned? Will the king of this nation be replaced?" His hand trembled as he fought to maintain control. He was too late. Kevin knocked on the door. "Nancy, it's me." "It's Kevin, Nancy. You finally opened the door. What happened to you?" "Where are Jack and Brooks?" He noticed the 2 figures behind her and reached for his sword. "Nancy, who is he?" After explaining, Kevin, along with Gray, said, "Sorry for being rude." Gray informs him that the Holy Knights are returning to the capital with their full force. "It will take some time, as we had to transport food and supplies here first to assess the situation." Kevin looked down. "Thank you for saving Nancy." She was the only nun who stayed behind when the capital's church evacuated. In this refuge, only she and the bishop knew medicine, and only she could identify herbs. "We initially thought knights were following her to protect her and gather herbs," Nancy sadly says, "not as expected." "Bishop, I couldn't find the medicine," he said gently. "I told you. I'm no longer a bishop. What matters is that you're safe." Gray recognized him. "Is that Bishop Din? He looks so fake." Din looks up to thank him. "Sir Knight, thank you so much for saving Nancy. I've heard everything." Din takes notice of the small figure beside him. That's Bop the Prince, and the knight beside him. Gray gestures for silence. Din's eyes widened, brimming with tears. It was him. It was really him. He knelt repeatedly, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for returning." Before she became like this, Nancy had beautiful long hair, Din sadly confided. Currently, this shelter houses 586 people beneath the capital city. He explains that there are only a few small, secret entrances, so not many guards are needed. Gray is doubtful that so few survived. Din replies that there are other shelters as well. He continued, explaining that those places were quite far from here, but in total, there were nearly 10,000 people. Din recounts the hardships they've faced, explaining that while the weather has cooled, the plague has contaminated the water supply. He said softly, "We worked so hard to find a way to filter the water. Although the epidemic is somewhat under control, people are still dying." Gray placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "You did your best, don't blame yourself." Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, "Iden, calm down. A middle-aged man is being restrained by several people." They tried to calm him, saying, "Sir, please, don't cause a scene." But he struggled, shouting, Let me go! Seeing this, Gray asked, "What's going on?" Aiden rushed over, grabbing his clothes and saying, Sir Knight, Sir Knight." Aiden asked, "I heard you're a knight of the Silver Knights." Gray gently restrained him and replied, "Yes, sir. How can I help you?" Aiden gripped his shoulders, saying, "I don't need help," he suddenly shouted, agitated. "I want revenge. I want to kill those beasts." Hearing this, Gray was utterly astonished, while the surrounding people were heartbroken by the scene. Aiden Burton was once a farm owner on the outskirts of the capital, Lon, and heeded Bishop Din's call to build a shelter. As a result, thugs targeted him, broke his legs, and then humiliated and murdered his wife and children before his very eyes. He could only watch helplessly as everything was taken from him. And he was not alone. "I treated the world with all my heart, and this is what it gave me in return." "Why?" Aiden said through his tears. "Please, I'll pay anything. I want to kill those beasts." Seeing the people's grief, Gray wondered, "This is the result of a lack of order. For better or worse, the human world has surpassed anyone's imagination." Suddenly, an earthquake shook everything, and panic filled the room as it violently trembled. Din exclaimed, "What's going on? An earthquake?" The boy replies, "No, this isn't an earthquake. It's coming from the palace." He continued, "The palace is being burned and set ablaze." The scene shifts to Benedict stomping his calloused feet on the ground. He exhales wearily. Benedict grips his sword and torch tightly. He growls, "I will kill people." The young men opposite him angrily say to each other, "Damn, he's clearly insane, but as strong as a bear." One of them retorts, "Madman or not, he still gets fed every day." He grits his teeth. "You'll die today for taking all our food." Back in the past, two subordinates try to persuade Susan, warning her that her family will be harsh if she continues down this path. "They won't give us more food and we can't stay here to protect you. Lion is a living hell. Please, come back with us." "Why keep company with a madman?" Susan softly replies, "I want to be with him until the very end." Back to reality. Susan's face was bruised, her hair disheveled, and she looked utterly terrified. Susan leaned against the wall, hesitant. I am indeed insane," Benedict forced out. He emphasized, "Don't you dare lay a hand on her," crossing his arms defensively. Benedict threatened, "I'll kill you all." "This guy's really lost it," the young man said, annoyed. "Hurry up and bring us the food, or we'll chop you up and throw you in the boiling pot. I wonder what you'll taste like." Benedict didn't back down, shouting back, "Kill them on a snowy day." Gray suddenly asked, "Father, what kind of person is your brother?" The boss replied, "I don't understand him very well either." The boy explained, "Well, you may not know that he was the first knight to be given a title in the Isaac Kingdom." Boss recounts that he was born out of wedlock between his father and a maid, recalling a young Benedict being brutally beaten. The boy recounted what he had witnessed. Even though his father recognized him as a legitimate son, he was still hated by his other siblings. A battered Benedict sits against the wall as one of his brothers speaks up. "I heard you were accepted as a knight of the Golden Order." "Really?" He leaned down, mocking Benedict. "Don't you feel ashamed, calling yourself a prince, yet joining the ranks of common guards? How pathetic." Benedict's own brothers joined in, calling him a fool, saying he was boring, that he didn't even fight back, and that he was just plain unlucky. From afar, Bo comes closer, gently offering Bop the medicine and saying, "Here's your medicine, brother." Benedict watches with displeasure, but Bop patiently persisted. "If you put it on, it'll hurt less." Benedict cut him off. "Are you an idiot?" Hearing his brother's words, Bop felt a pang of sadness, his eyes welling up with tears. The boy continued, "I think empathy is why he didn't kill me directly. My mother died of illness after giving birth, so I had no power or support. My father believes that if he truly wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have survived the power struggle and the subsequent attack. However, the enemies were too many. Though Din struck down a few, they kept coming. One of them said, 'I don't believe he can hold out against so many.' Din fought back with unwavering resolve, his sword cutting down one enemy after another as he stomped his foot and thought, 'King, my ass, I'm just a fool now.' He wondered how he'd come to this. Din recalled his youth living in a dilapidated wooden room. He grasped his mother's hand as she lay in bed, her voice weak as she called out. Benedict Din replies, "I'm here, mother." She struggles to say, "Don't hate your father. Live happily after I'm gone. Your father is busy drinking with another woman." It's no wonder father has 13 wives, but he didn't even glance at mother's grave. How can I not hate him? Standing before his mother's grave, Din grits his teeth in bitter resentment, vowing, "I will have my revenge. Just you wait, I will seize the throne." He vowed, "If I can't have the throne, I'll destroy it." Benedict harbored a deep hatred for his father. He secretly amassed power and built his army. Eventually, a nobleman recognized his potential and introduced himself. The nobleman introduced him to Prince Benedict, saying, "This is my daughter, Susan." Susan, still a young girl, shyly greeted him, "Hello, Your Highness." Seeing her, Din showed no expression, but in truth he was simply too embarrassed. His face flushed red in an instant. "I may lose my mind, I may be despicable and immoral, but I don't want to be like my father." Back in reality, Din thought to himself, "Damn it, what am I doing? Why did I rush in?" A sudden cry made him turn his head. A man grabs Suze, holds a sword to her neck, and threatens, "Just try and touch me." Enraged, Dean shouts, "Stop! I'll kill you!" But in that moment of distraction, an accomplice appears behind him. He struck him hard from behind, sending blood flying, and the man sank helplessly into thought. Many children imagine that I have noble blood, and that when faced with uncertainty, I will unleash unparalleled power. Many children believe that, but even when the woman I love is hurt, all I can do is scream for it to stop. What more can I do? One who's never ridden a horse wouldn't know why a sword is better than a blade. I wish I could go back and spend more time with her. He collapsed to the ground, staring at Susan, when suddenly a sword struck. The man trembled and screamed, "My hand!" Bop appeared in front of Susan, his sword raised high, and the man's hand went flying. Bop looks up and clicks his tongue as the man wails, "My hand!" His henchmen were stunned, asking each other, "Where did this kid come from?" Bob exhales softly, unleashing his power as he cries out, "Sever!" Benedict lies stunned as Susan rushes to his side, Bob shielding them both. The boy declared, "Leave these ones to me. You two need to escape quickly." Bope thought to himself, the relic's power can only knock them down and blow them away, not inflict direct damage. The Holy Knight said he wanted to observe, not rush to help. The boy realized he'd have to figure things out on his own. Suddenly, Benedict clenched his fist and stood up, startling Bope. The boy turned back in fear and hesitated, but Benedict grabbed him, lifted him into the air and said, "You're the one who needs to run." The boy tried to explain, "Wait," but before he could finish, he was thrown violently toward Susan. Benedict picked up the tattered paper crown, placed it on his head, and declared, "I am the king of this kingdom." Benedict stood tall, plunging his sword into the ground as he declared, "I will die in this palace." He emphasized, "Not even the gods can take my crown, let alone you wretches." The others, clearly annoyed, responded, "Huh? Who wants that raggedy crown anyway?" Someone nearby scoffed. "What was that all about?" the other one replied. "I don't know, but I'm not hurt." The man then said that having another child was good, as children's meat was said to be tender and delicious. Bob shouts to Benedict, "Stop! The paladin is nearby and will save you." He coldly replies, "I don't need his help. Take Susan and get out of here." Benedict continued, "The crown is buried next to my mother's grave. Take it. It's yours now." Then, sword in hand, he charged toward the enemy, roaring a battle cry as Susan and Bop cried out in horror, "Benedict!" Enraged, the men exclaimed that the madman still had the strength to resist and should be killed, shouting, "You think if you die here, we'll protect your wife unconditionally? There's no such thing." Suddenly, a silver chain appeared and bound them tightly, leaving Benedict in utter astonishment. Gray stepped forward, declaring, "Everyone must pay for their actions." He continued, "Myself included. And so must a king like you." Gray continues, "For those who died in the capital of Lion, for the number of villains who have appeared." He explains that they must deal with the aftermath and rebuild everything. That is how he and the king must pay the price, and no one can deny their responsibility. Cut to the end of November, the supply convoy finally arrives in the capital, Lion. The people are diligently repairing roofs, some reinforcing above, others moving stones below, all working hard. Aaron, Camilla, and Ath stroll through the streets as Anne observes the repairs and the orderly work of the people. She thought to herself, "There's no sign of famine or disease anymore. He said he'd come ahead to assess the situation, but I didn't expect things to be rebuilt so well." Anne watches the knights moving stones, wondering how the Silver Knights could be here when they should be building the Continental Road. How did they get here? Anne wondered. Wait, could they be the Andit Knights? Suddenly, a knight approaches and speaks. "Lady Anne, you've finally arrived. Sir Grey is waiting for you," she thought in surprise. He actually used necromancy in the capital of Lion. Just how large has this undead army become? He started as a mere fledgling lick, barely able to maintain around 100 Andit Knights. But after receiving power from the Demon Lord, his magical limit reached an inexplicable level. A Death Knight of the Apocalypse. How large of an Anded army can he control? No one knows, not even him. At that moment, Ane's voice echoed, "Grey, were you looking for me?" The knight replied, "Yes, he said Prince Arthur and Lady Camilla should come along as well." She frowned in question. "What's going on?" The guide replied, he has requested the presence of all nobles from the Isaac kingdom. Even the holy knights and cardinals from the Holy See have been invited. The knight continued, noting that she and her transport group were the last to arrive. Next, he announced that he would hold a trial to punish those who committed heinous acts in the capital, Lion, and couldn't help but sweat. A trial now by his hand. Benedict would oversee the trial, the knight declared, and Gray himself would execute the sentences, punishing the prisoners with his own hands. Two knights burst through the doors, ordering everyone to gather outside, announcing, "Today is Judgment Day. Assemble in the plaza before the palace." The day has come, and one man cries out, "Wait, what did I do? Why am I being arrested?" The knight silences him, saying he'll find out soon enough. In the plaza, countless voices echoed with a mix of emotions. "Let me go. I was wrong. I'll do anything. Don't kill me. Kill them all." Lai looked down with a worried expression, sweating as he wondered, what is he trying to do? The others anxiously whispered amongst themselves. Why were we all summoned here? I have no idea. Anne bit her lip, thinking to herself, Gray, you shouldn't. An image of a sweating man appears as Gray introduces himself. "My name is Gray. I am a knight of Grand Duke Bia and of the Kingdom of Isaac." He announced sternly, "You must all be wondering why you've been gathered here today. Everyone must pay the price and atone for their actions." Gray said coldly, "Me, the royals, the nobles, everyone." With a commanding presence, he solemnly recounts, 8 months ago, I made a mistake that led to famine in the capital. I must take responsibility for that and not run away." The people below showed fear, but Gray didn't stop. "However, arson, robbery, and sexual assault are the crimes you committed. These are unforgivable crimes under the laws of the Isaac kingdom." And then he declares, "Let the trial begin, King Benedict." Then Benedict spoke. "Many have lost everything and were forced to do bad things to survive." He continued, "And I know that deep down in their hearts, they are good people." Before his people, Benedict shared his view. These people deserved generosity, forgiveness, and a chance to change. But then, with a terrifying look, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Only gods can do that. I am not one. I am a king, and I will not forgive any criminal act." Hearing those words, they broke out in a cold sweat of fear as Gray solemnly declared, Chapter 1 of the Code, Inciting Armed Rebellion, Death. The man, horrified, cried out, "Wait, it used to be just imprisonment. You're a holy knight." But before he could finish, the blade fell. "A holy knight does not kill." He continues. Chapter 43, Use of Weapons to Commit Theft and Robbery, Death. Lai watched in wide-eyed horror, while others looked on with excitement. The crowd descended into chaos, but Gray coldly continued the trial. Chapter 45, Causing Loss of Life, Death Penalty. He has no intention of stopping this. Chapter 4 of the Law, Rape and Sexual Assault, Death Penalty. A man screamed as he ran. Run, they're really killing us. They've lost their minds." As a legion of knights appeared, that stern voice continued to pronounce sentences. Chapter 42 of the Arson, Resulting in Death Act, Death Penalty. Then they charged toward the fleeing crowd. The screams echoed endlessly, "Help! Holy knights are killing people, someone save me. I was wrong, please forgive me, there's nothing unfair about this. The Undead Knights were all victims of your actions. They're all waiting for you to be punished. Do you understand their despair now? If criminals don't face the consequences, how can the victim's sorrow be eased? This is the only way to deliver justice, isn't it?" The god of justice spoke softly. Indeed, justice is served through sacrifice. The Demon King glared and growled, "Yes, kill them. Instill fear in their hearts." The other citizens began to shout in unison, "Blood for blood! Kill them!" In a low voice, he spoke of the blood of regret, the blood of fear, as he coldly told himself, his face splattered with blood. Those who become Undead Knights must endure such feelings. The trial lasted 10 days. The ground stained red with the blood of criminals, the excitement of the witnesses turning to fear as they wondered, is it over yet? How many have been executed? Silence falls. What does this mean? Will all this bloodshed really improve the lives of the people? Will the dead return? Is this what must be done now? Are you trying to threaten us? You mean to announce that you're not the same anymore and won't spare anyone? Is it too late now? With a cold expression, Gray slowly turns his head. Day 11, and the people looked up in confusion. What was happening? As the crown is placed, Benedict's voice rings out. The final sinner, Benedict I. He stepped forward, listing intentional homicide, armed insurrection, and dividing the country. Then Benedict frowned, kneeling. According to the law, the sentence is death. With a somber expression, he urged, "Hurry it up. I know many below are waiting." Before him, Gray raised his sword to the sky and then, without hesitation, struck down. A loud crash echoed as the sword plunged deep into the ground, Gray standing over Benedict, who knelt at his feet. Seeing this, he frowned. "What's the meaning of this? Are you pitying me? Don't." He hesitates. "No, it's just intentional homicide, armed rebellion, and dividing the country." Then Grat said, "I wonder if those crimes give you the right to judge him." Suddenly, he knelt beside Benedict, and Gray bowed his head slightly, as if apologizing in his confusion. Lion Yan sweat with confusion at the scene, and the people below couldn't hide their bewilderment. "What's going on?" Ayan watches the scene unfold, stunned, then smiles to herself, thinking, "So that's the conclusion you came to on your own, huh?" Ayan then turned and waved Bop over, whispering something in his ear. Bop sweats with fear after hearing this, saying, "But he's my benefactor, and the other is my only remaining family." She patted the boy's back, encouraging him, "You can do it." This is exactly what they want, and Bop seems hesitant to do Ayan's bidding. Then the boy spoke up. "People of Isaac, do you still not understand?" Bop glared and shouted, "These two criminals have treated our entire country like a child's game." As confusion reigned, the boy declared that no one was more fit to judge them than the people of the IAC kingdom. Then Bop shouted that the trial must continue, and the right to lead would fall to him, Bop Jayap, the last descendant of the royal family. "Hurry, show these criminals your anger and resentment." Hearing this, the crowd below began to murmur amongst themselves, and a man picked up a stone and threw it at Gray's head. Everyone around was startled, turning to see a boy grinding his teeth with resentment. "I lost my parents because of him." The crowd grew wary, trying to calm him. Now, don't cause trouble, and don't trust the royals too much. He's a holy knight." The boy glared and shouted, "I'm not afraid. I'm the only one left in my family anyway, so what if I'm executed?" He continued, fueled by the fact that his family's hard-earned money went into the pockets of lazy good-for-nothings because of Gray's new policies. "He just dusted himself off and left, leaving my family to die in chaos. Must I thank him for all of this? Thank you, great holy knight, for killing my entire family." Everyone who heard this immediately gritted their teeth in anger. "That's right, it's all his fault. Our families wouldn't have died if it weren't for him." They threw stones at Benedict, shouting angrily, "You damned king, you killed my son." The curses flew, each one aimed at the damned fools who cared nothing for their people's lives. "Die," they cried. "What do we care if we're executed?" Bop bit his lip as he watched the chaos unfold. After consuming countless stones, he collapsed to the ground, while Gray remained kneeling, head bowed, and unmoving. Tears streamed down the poor boy's face. What could he do? "If you die here, what will become of our future?" he demanded, grabbing his collar. "What will life be like? This is the consequence of class disparity." The people couldn't punish their leaders. The boy bit his lip, muttering, "I have no home, disaster, plague, loneliness, despair. No amount of compensation will ever be enough." The boy cried out in despair, "What are we supposed to do now?" And he wasn't alone. Commoners, knights, nobles, and the Holy See all shared the same question. Disasters claimed 2/3 of the lives in the capital. Lion, dams, canals, granaries, and armories were destroyed, rivers were blocked, and farmland was abandoned. The kingdom is fractured beyond recognition, and most devastatingly, the entire political system has collapsed. Isaac is no longer an absolute monarchy, but an alliance of great families, and power now rests in their hands. "So, what's next?" Benedict, lying on the ground, asked as the kingdom's flag appeared. "Is that even a question?" he said, struggling to his feet. "Start with the water source and farmland. Until we can harvest food, the whole city will live off the new supplies." Benedict muttered, "Work, eat, rest, sleep. If you don't want to die, you'll find a way to live." The boy, hearing this, angrily shouted, "You make it sound so easy, but I've lost my whole family." But then he questioned, "Does one need a reason to live?" Benedict then subtly lowered his gaze. "As long as you live, you'll form new relationships, and no one will blame you for wanting to live." Snow began to fall across the kingdom as a thought appeared. So cold, so hungry, the boy thought to himself, huddled in the snow. His parents were gone, and his home was burned to the ground. The boy, ready to give up, thought to himself that he would just drift off to sleep. At that moment, a man shouted, "Old woman, there's a child here." Startled, she warned, "Keep your voice down, the wicked will hear us." Looking at the sleeping boy, she worried, "He's freezing to death. We have to do something." The elderly couple took the boy back to their hideout, sharing their food with him, and the man offered a comforting smile. Come on, there's always a way to survive the winter, and you have to live for your parents too. Even in their old age, they still offer the boy a comforting smile. Benedict's words echoed in his mind. As long as you live, you'll always find new connections, and if you want to live, no one will blame you. The boy's hand trembled, clenching into a fist, but then relaxed. Behind him, the old couple smiled gently. The boy seemed to have forgiven Benedict and Gray, and neither of them would face judgment. They are ordinary people who still act according to ordinary morals, and they understand their ordinariness. Many of them have never even left the Capitol lawn, knowing they don't possess the extraordinary abilities of the one kneeling above. And so, they hoped he would become the hero to help them overcome this difficult time. Benedict, looking at the diagram on the table, stated that the urgent task now was to rebuild the dams to maintain the water supply. He began to list the tasks at hand. The capital's water sources were heavily contaminated due to the mass of corpses and accumulated waste. It's the source of the epidemic. Cleaning the water and rebuilding the dams must happen simultaneously. Ayan calmly replied, "Not a problem. We have some dwarven engineers who can handle this." Benedict frowned wearily. Manpower is also an issue. The survivors are too weak to work. At that moment, Gray raised his hand, saying that wouldn't be a problem either, because he continued, "The dead can work too. Executed criminals must still atone for their sins." Benedict is stunned by these words, headless skeletons. Gray calmly responded, "That's right. Executed criminals don't get to rest in peace." Suddenly a voice echoes, revealing that all the dead in the capital have become subordinates. Benedict immediately questions in horror, "What? The Silver Moon Knights are dead too?" He remained remarkably calm, guessing that the man was sweating as he ran his hand through his hair. "Forget it. It's all over. What kind of monster did I face?" Then Benedict angrily roared, "I'm only using you now because it's convenient. After you're done, dig your own graves and bury yourselves. Don't affect the capital." Benedict helped in the reconstruction of the capital. A voice rang out, "Prioritize the elderly, women, and children. There's enough for everyone." Everyone looked forward to a brighter future, as some tilled the land and shouted, "We must finish before spring." A red cloak billowed in the wind. Vivian, in Catherine's form, flies in to question him. "What are you lazing around here for, Ray?" Seeing her, he replied, "I've been judging for over 10 days straight. Can't I take a break?" She smirks, remarking, "You're becoming more and more human." Hearing this, Gray chuckled, saying, "All the better." He then raised his skeletal hand to the clear blue sky. "I think I finally understand how Bishop Aeon felt." Gray spoke, "Humans are small but strong, no matter what suffering they endure." A boy offered a bowl of food. "This is for Mom. I'll get more." The woman holding a child smiled. "Thank you," Gray said. "They just need to wipe away their tears, and they can stand up and move forward again." And then he put on a happy face. "Vian, are people like stars? Sometimes they shine so brightly." Vian smiled slightly. "I can agree with that to some extent, and I have good news for you. Your guardian angel," Vian continued, "has awakened." Catherine, in Vivian's form, wondered dazedly, "Where am I?" Touching her stomach, she thought, "What a tiny waist." Catherine is a woman too. What kind of demon is Vivienne? She liked jewelry, baggy jackets, short shorts, and corny jokes, and she wasn't very enthusiastic about the task assigned by the demon lord. And most importantly, she rarely actively hurts anyone, making her existence a bit of a mystery. Hey, is that really how a demon should act? At the same time, a small hand reached forward. Sweating, Catherine thought to herself, with small hands and a lowered gaze, "This isn't my body." Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts as Vivian Tavia crossed her arms, questioning her. "I heard you beat up the mission target again?" Catherine eyed the person before her with confusion. "Why is the demon that appeared in the capital at the beginning here?" Catherine narrowed her eyes and smirked. She flipped him off, her voice laced with defiance. "The jerk tried to touch me, so what if I hit him?" Thoughts raced through her mind, but I didn't say anything. That's Vivian's voice. "What's going on?" Hearing this, she sighed wearily, and then Tavia wondered, "Listen, Vivian, are you really aware that you're a psi boost?" Catherine said calmly. "Am I aware? And I'm proud to be one." Suddenly her voice deepens. "But it seems you're the one who doesn't understand psi boosts." Tavia immediately raised her hand to shield her eyes. "Wait, don't use that power on me." Seeing this, Vivienne chuckled, "Just kidding. Look how scared you are." Then she raised her hand, reducing mental power, controlling will, and altering memories. Catherine grins, a glint in her eye. "To use my amazing power just to seduce men? Don't you think that's a waste?" Catherine just gives a blank stare. "That's why you're not progressing, even though we're not the same age." Catherine walks forward, alone amidst the desolate landscape, when a voice calls out, causing her to turn. Oh my, your magical energy is so sweet. A strange creature there hesitantly speculates, not quite believing it, but she is Sack Killbost. And then it offered advice. Never give up, even when weak, and the other encouraged her to move forward. Thyrene smiled slightly at those words, but then Vian slammed them both into the wall, much to their confusion. She raised an eyebrow, thinking it was boring, and decided to go to the surface. Vian hated hell, so she left. Humans are obsessed with power, money, hatred, and immortality. I want to be forever young. I want ultimate power. I want revenge for my family. If they do as she commands, they'll have everything. Blinded, they believed themselves unique. And in that time, Vivian's boredom led 3 nations to ruin. After creating chaos, Catherine thought to herself, exhausted, that she couldn't go everywhere like Vivian. Then she gazed thoughtfully at Vivian's hands. Then Catherine slowly moved each finger, raising an eyebrow as she thought, I can control the body from time to time, but I can't interfere too much. Maybe this is Vivian's world of memories. Then Catherine wondered why she was even there, but a sound echoed, and she smirked upon hearing it. Then Catherine leaned down and asked, Are you going to keep following me? The white-haired boy looked up. I've suspected it for days now. You're a demon. The boy's eyes widened as he questioned, Isn't that right? Catherine calmly wondered, Is that right? So, you want to hunt demons? The boy immediately knelt. No, I wouldn't dare, The boy then bowed and pleaded, I want you to save my father. Hearing this, she smirked and said, Let's go. The boy recounted everything honestly. My father returned from the battlefield, but he was no longer alive. My mother has been crying for days, and my siblings have nothing to eat. So please, revive my father. I'll pay any price. Catherine tapped her foot and spoke, then grinned, asking, What if I told you I wanted your life? Will you still bargain with a devil? The boy's hands trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with fear. I apologize for the request, but my father is the pillar of our family, the boy continued. If you could bring him back, my mother and siblings wouldn't have to suffer. Catherine immediately retorted, Impossible. Death is final, even for demons. I can't revive your father or do anything of the sort. Then, placing her hand on the boy's shoulder, she asked, Why do you dare ask a demon for help, yet still rely on others? Next, Catherine offered, I'll give you a lot of money to protect your family in exchange for your soul after you die, okay? With overwhelming power, the young man helped his country escape war. But in exchange, the young man had to lead in every battle, with so many to protect, yet unable to save anyone. He eventually passed away alone in his bed as the red-haired Catherine appeared. Hello, kid. Long time no see. I'm here to collect your soul. Do you regret making a deal with me back then? He rasped. Not at all. You were the one who gave me a chance. Thank you very much. Vivienne pouted as she reached out to take the small soul from the body. Tish, he has no regrets? Oh well, time to go. She bids him farewell, claiming his soul. He lived a memorable life, one she won't soon forget. Sleep well, Lilith, the great hero. Vian is a unique kind of demon, neither good nor evil. She loves a river of blood, but also a land of blooming harmony. She delights in stirring up humanity's dark desires, but also respects those who are kind. And she finds the sight of a lotus blooming in the mud the most fascinating. Though Vian is a demon, she loves to freely observe the human world. Vivian asked with a smile. The human world is beautiful, isn't it? Then her face darkened. After a moment, another voice echoed, Are you asking me? Vienne retorts, Who else would I be talking to? Catherine, in her lowly form, speaks to her. Yes, I'll agree with you this time. The human world is beautiful. So, while we're talking, could you explain what's happening? Souls are the most mysterious things in the world. Even gods and demons can't create them naturally. To restore a damaged soul, you need another to fill the void, black and white becoming one. And memories begin to overlap. As a result, their personalities and destinies have been altered, but will this change be for better or worse for the world? But before he could ponder the change, Gray stared intently at the young Catherine, who simply waved hello. It's been a while, hasn't it? I was hoping you'd still recognize me. Gray stammered, Miss Catherine. Catherine, in Vivian's body, hoped he still recognized her. In a flash, Gray lunged at her, catching Vivian by surprise, and embraced her tightly, overcome with emotion. So much has happened. I've been trying so hard to get through it all. You've been asleep for a very long time? Catherine says soothingly. It's all my fault, Vivienne wonders with a look of confusion. This is my body. Rayon kneels, hand on his chest, as he vows. I won't let anyone get hurt because of me again. From now on, I'll be a knight you can be proud of. Catherine's eyes widened at his words, and she proudly patted his head, saying, "You've done well. You're already a knight I can be proud of." Puffing out her chest and raising her head, she tells him that as his guardian angel, she is proud of him. Gray smiles happily. Okay. A few days later, Levi sought him out. "Gray, do you have some time?" Gray is suspicious. "Why?" "Levi, what can I do for you?" They meet in the hallway. He reached out and said, "This country is on the right track, and the Pope is on his way here. He said he wants to meet you. Can you spare him some time?" Gray replied without hesitation. "The Pope? When will he arrive?" Levi leaves the choice to him, depending on his schedule, saying the Pope doesn't want to interrupt his work. Gray thought for a moment, then decided, "How about December 24th? Levi held out his arm, and an eagle landed on it. "Very well, I'll pass on the message." He thought to himself, Christmas Eve, December 24th. He must be planning something special to choose that day. Catherine was caught off guard by Gray and fell, but she happily comforted him. "You did well. Adults are often good at hiding their pain." December 23rd, 3 kids rushed down the street, urging each other to hurry. Freckles, bringing up the rear, cried out, "Wait for me! If we're late, there won't be any seats left." He tripped, sending his basket of potatoes flying. Just then, an old man reached out to catch him. "Be careful, don't run around when it's dark." The freckled boy panicked. "Thank you, sir." "Oh no, the precious potatoes!" The green-haired boy groaned, realizing why they were in such a hurry. The pink-eyed boy asked, "Are you okay? Is that old man the Pope in disguise? Why is everyone in such a hurry?" "Where are you two headed?" the nimble boy asked with wide, innocent eyes. "Huh? You don't know? Poor you. Every night a young girl sits and sings at that fountain. She sings beautifully. You should come with us to see her. Camilla sings amidst the freezing snow in the barren lands. A moon flag flashes from the abyss of hell, and a valiant knight appears with eyes shining like the sun. Heavenly light rests upon his shoulders, overcoming demonic trials, escaping hell, and beginning his journey. He bears the wings of an angel, Teneros like a raging wind, a skeletal steed as his guardian, seeking greatness as his ideal. A journey to the ends of the earth. The children and the Pope took seats nearby. The freckled child excitedly asks, "What do you think? She sings well, right?" The green-haired boy offered him a potato. "Here, have some fries." The pink-eyed child boasted that they had been waiting all day for this moment. Augustus's eyes widened as he asked, the melody of the song so beautiful. "But what about the Lich Knight?" Pink Eyes happily explains. "Ha ha. You must be from out of town, right? Judging by your clothes, you must be a bishop sent by the Pope to help." This song is adapted from the Night Lich novel, a very popular story in the capital city of Lyon. Since we can't afford the rights, we come here to listen every day. Augustus followed up asking about the Lich Knight novel, and the kid replied, "Rumor has it that the Holy Knight Gray asked the author to write a novel about a Lich Knight, a creature that is neither living nor dead. The story is meant to commemorate the fallen." Augustus then asked them, "I see the Holy Knight is very considerate, isn't he? Where can I buy this novel?" The next morning, Augustus intently flipped through the pages of the book in his hands. Gray spoke first. "I apologize. I didn't expect your discreet arrival and wasn't prepared to welcome you." Augustus replied without looking up, "Spare me the formalities. While others brave the harsh winter, should I ride in a carriage pulled by 8 horses, circling the city and watching the common folk shiver in the cold?" "I think not." Gray clasped his hands. "I think so too." Augustus closed the book decisively, admitting that it was indeed well written. Gray responded with a question. "Really?" He thinks it's good. Augustus seems to be taking this book very seriously, even though it's just a typical knight's tale, but the protagonist is written as a lich, a creature known to be very evil. The contrast between knight and lich is indeed fascinating. They spoke for some time, setting aside identity, belief, courtesy, and pretense. They were like imaginative children discussing the heroic tales in the novel. Speaking of which, Augustus seemed puzzled, but it seems the Pope is often portrayed as a villain in popular knight novels these days. So, what does the Holy Knight think of the Pope? Gray knew the real conversation was about to begin. "I used to believe the world was simply black and white, and the Pope was God's representative on earth. They are fair, upright, and kind. However, the Pope's actions have been incredibly disappointing, to the point where I've had to give them a lot of thought. And then I met some people within the Holy Order with great hearts, and I realized I was limited by my narrow perspective. It limited my thinking and made me naively believe I understood the truth of the world and how I saw the Pope. I believe the Pope and the Holy Order are like a nation, created by people, and therefore imperfect. I don't think the Pope is the villain some stories portray. I hope the small stains within the Holy Order don't overshadow the good people who shine brightly, as a nominal member of the Order." Gray clasps his hands together, saying he'll consider interfering with the Holy Order's decision. It was like in the capital, Lon, about 10 days prior. Augustus chuckled inwardly. A member of the Holy Council in name only? Haha. He subtly inquires, what are your thoughts on the possibility of a lich becoming a knight? Gray seems to be arguing that because a lich isn't human, it can't understand human emotions, and therefore human behavior. However, that doesn't mean a lich can't distinguish between good and evil. And one thing's for sure, compared to a demon, a lich strives to be good and upright. Augustus wonders, but once people discover a knight is a lich, it will affect their faith. Even if that lich is a holy knight, it will affect the trust in the Holy See. He smiled gently. If the lich's identity is revealed and people still don't accept him as a holy knight, then he hasn't proven himself enough to be considered good, and deserves the world's cruelty and the destruction of his reputation. The Holy Order could easily escape the dire situation by accusing the lich, lying to everyone, and launching a hunt for it, leaving it to face the severe consequences of breaking its knightly oath. Ultimately, overcoming societal prejudice and realizing lofty ideals requires effort and sacrifice, and even against the world, I will press on. Even when facing death, my resolve will not waver, and the reason the Pope dares to go out alone is because his muscles are 3 times bigger than those kids. By the river at night, people gathered to release paper boats with candles, letting them drift along the water as Augustus, in disguise, asked with amusement, "Ho ho, is this why you wanted to meet on this holy night?" Gray blends into the crowd. "Indeed, a memorial for those who have fallen. I simply thought it would be better if you joined." He wondered, was there more to the ceremony? Gray doesn't reveal anything, saying he'll see soon enough. The red flames vanish, becoming bright blue spirits sitting on paper boats. Suddenly, someone notices them, the spirits of the departed appearing. Another girl notices the stars in the sky and looks up. Not only that, but fireflies turn into souls upon touch. The boy was speechless, unable to believe his eyes. "Oh my God, Mom. The others can see the deceased too." Minton, Hyas, and June smiled as he sat atop the fortress wall. He's blurring the line between life and death. I didn't expect necromancy to be used this way. Lee VM looks down calmly, saying that abusing this power is not good. If everyone becomes accustomed to this, the line between life and death will blur. Undead feel no hunger, fatigue, or pain. Their lives are simpler and easier than those of humans. If everyone wanted to become a ghoul, the world would collapse. Run tilted his head. Yes, he'd better learn to separate life and death. Consider this an exception. Our job is just to be silent and bless them. Gray tells him of his plans. I intend to hold this event every year on Holy Night. Until the dead rest easy and the living let go of the past, Augustus hesitated. I heard you're collecting the souls of the fallen and enlisting them as your 2nd and 3rd reserve forces. Of course, Gray had no intention of hiding anything. Yes, I did ask them, of course. They all volunteered, and the current number is 3,652. Augustus averted his gaze. Then why not revive the victims? I thought you had that ability. He mused to himself, 3,652, huh? Always such a precise number, isn't it? Gray looks up and recalls. Even if they are revived as andets, they can't be considered alive. Andets don't feel hunger, fatigue, or pain, which may sound better than being human. But those who know no hunger, fatigue, or pain will never be accepted by the rest of humanity. Forced to watch their families sleep, they must endure countless, lonely nights. Even when gathered together, they simply transition from individual silence to collective silence, for they cannot speak. That feeling could drive anyone mad. That's why the resurrected undead abandon thought and accept becoming puppets. They only listen to the one who summoned them, their souls rotten within, leaving only a shell for others to manipulate. I used to take such things for granted, but now I see that ignorance truly breeds cruelty. Augustus stared at him for a long time, then praised, "If eating could allow us to live like normal people, then death would become meaningless in this world." I'm glad you realize that, Gray. Augustus, clearly pleased, pulls up his sleeves. Thank you for inviting me to such a grand festival. I will cherish it. The capital of the Ellen Kingdom. Banat clutches the intelligence report in fear. Pope Augustus III is attending a sacred nighttime ceremony held by Holy Knight Gray. The two have a little discussion. What kind of sick joke is this? The military advisor says, I've heard that Holy Knight Gray is digging a tunnel from MT6, connecting the Eroi Peninsula to Essa. Another strokes his chin, adding that the destruction of existing infrastructure has spurred them to rebuild with modern foundations, aided by dwarves in restructuring the entire capital and major cities. The road from the Elroy Peninsula will pass through the capital, Lion, and connect to the mainland. If Holy Knight Gray expands it, Lion will soon become the southern continent's trade hub. The kingdom of Isaac will grow rapidly, and King Banat is no conservative. He muses that the winds of change are blowing. I must personally meet with Holy Knight Gray of the Dwarven Hamerson Empire. The Dwarven Emperor asks, You represent the Silvermane? Escorted by Joe and Dora, Sally smiles and bows. Yes, Your Majesty, Emperor of the Hammerson Empire. He questioned, leaning on his hand. I heard that the women and children in the Silver Knights wear armor and fight. Are you a knight too? Sai lightly refuted. How amusing you are. Your Grace, how could someone as delicate as I be a knight? I am Holy Knight Grey's fiancé. That piqued his interest even more. Oh, he's using his fiancé as his representative? How interesting. Honestly, I appreciate you rescuing my people trapped at MT. Sis, I heard the Holy Knight Grey is interested in our guns. Are you interested in establishing a long-term arms deal with Hammerson? Sally asked, placing a hand on her chest, supremely confident in her negotiation. It's an honor to receive your favor, Your Majesty, but we've come with a request that goes beyond a simple arms deal. Would you be interested in hearing about it? He asked bluntly. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. She asks if he knows about the Great Road project. We want to build a branch from the Iroy Peninsula to Hammerson, a grand road spanning 13 nations across the continent. The craftsmanship of the Hammerson Empire will surely become renowned through this road. The dwarf emperor remained unconvinced. You're trying to entice me with empty promises. To traverse the continent, you'd have to pass through the territories of the elves and dragons. Are you confident you can persuade them? After a moment of silence, Sai negotiated. If they agree to talk, I can convince them. He issues commands, huh? How arrogant, the dwarf emperor sneered. But I like your confidence. Based on our conversation, I think the holy knight behind you is capable and ambitious. So, what you need now is an investment, right? I'll gather 300 of the best people in the country. They will act as envoys and fully support the holy knight in building the road. This is a gamble for me, so don't disappoint. Sai bows in response. Never. Your Majesty, in the capital of Long, soldiers wave flags and messengers from the kingdom of Allen have arrived. Banat fervently declared. Holy Knight, I am Banat the Third, king of the Allen kingdom. What you like, I like. What you hate, I hate. I want protection, and for my eldest son to follow you as a royal guard. Grey then questions the boy. The boy is eager to join the Silver Knights. Grey then asked the boy what motivated him to become a knight. The boy honestly says his father will support his kingdom like Isaac if he joins the Silver Knights. It was a magnificent nut grab on his father's part. Grey said sternly, I appreciate your honesty, Banat, but it seems you don't need my protection. If your son becomes a Silver Knight, I hope that desire comes from the heart. Banat bowed his head. My sincerest apologies. He sighed inwardly, thinking this is bad. Another announcement. An envoy from the E-Kingdom has arrived, claiming the Shin Kingdom is amassing troops at the border, preparing to invade. Please, Holy Knight Grey, lend us your aid. And yet another announcement. An envoy from the Kingdom of Bis has arrived, begging for protection for their princess. We need to prevent an upcoming succession war. Next, a messenger from the Duchy of Iriat arrived, stating, We wish to bring to your attention the situation unfolding in the east of Unbrin. After a morning of draining meetings, Grey collapsed into his chair, despairingly asking, Does the Pope really deal with this much every day? Augustus casually reads a book. No, the Holy See doesn't interfere in the internal affairs of nations. It's because you actively meddled in Isaac's internal affairs that you're in this mess now, Grey said disgruntled. It's not that I don't want to help, but they all don't tell me the whole truth. They're trying to get me on their side, and it'll take time to investigate and make a fair judgment, costing me time and resources. Augustus can't offer any further assistance. Are humans creatures who seek out trouble for themselves? If you want to integrate into the world, you have to face these things. Ray leaned on the table, thinking of countermeasures. There are too many problems and complications. I can't handle this alone. I need to take things one step at a time. I should ask Ain for advice. There are so many unfamiliar things. I need to stay calm and take things slowly. Everything must be handled correctly. These are the foundations for realizing my ideal flower in the future, Ray asked, his voice catching. How long do you plan to stay here, by the way? Augustus lamented that he didn't want to return, as he'd have to work. The scene shifts to Haberport inside Grey's castle, where Aaron looks grave. Don't blame me for this. I didn't want to come, but I had to. Sally frowned, cutting to the chase. Get to the point. Anne relays a message. Duke Gregory wants to know when the two of you are finally getting married. Sally retorted with a warning. We are considering the matter. It's a busy time of year anyway, and I'm getting testy with you and your grandfather pushing me. Anne placed his hand on his thigh, but if I don't give her grandfather a specific time, he'll tear me apart. Sally Deck is scared. Then let's just run away together. We're both so busy anyway. We need to contact the southern countries and form an alliance as soon as possible. As you know, the world is about to undergo major changes. Elsewhere, the boy hangs suspended before a mountain of bones. How did things come to this? Brutus asked, Are you sure this man is the author? Simon affirmed. Of course I'm sure, and I'm never wrong. Brutus laughed maniacally. Heh heh, how amusing, as he listened to the author's tearful torment. Hey kid, answer me. Are you the one who wrote this novel? The Gustav Empire, Mt. Atlan, and the Sacred Grounds of Lorenza. Gray rides his horse through the rain. This is the Holy Land of Lorenza? Dominic asked gravely. So, you all know Gray is an L then? A cardinal hesitates, questioning if it's unreasonable to determine his race based solely on a novel. Is it okay to judge him like that? He has a high reputation in the southern part of the continent. Dominic remained firm, insisting that if Gray wasn't a lich, he would remove his helmet at the Pope's funeral for all to see. Frankly, I also wish to resolve this peacefully, but as you know, before Pope Augustus passed, he left a secret letter for Holy Knight Gray. And this letter is currently being protected by two holy knights, Levi and Jun. The Holy See is divided, and those two young knights have taken opposing sides. If necessary, we must expose Holy Knight Gray's identity, his only weakness. A bishop stops him. Greetings, Holy Knight Gray. I am your guide. Please dismount and follow us on foot up the mountain. Gray asks. Only I can ascend the mountain? The bishop explained, yes, as you know, the Gustav Empire is a military nation, and almost every noble attending the Pope's ascension ceremony must request permission for their knights to accompany them, because unlike the temple knights at Mt. Island, no other armed forces are allowed on the mountain. I hope you understand. Gray was asking for the kitten. Okay, so it's all right for a cat to come along? The bishop felt compelled to ask. A big problem? Of course. A cat is fine, Vivian asked with a smirk. What do you think? Catherine replied. Julian reveals that the Holy Assembly is falling apart, something that was predicted to happen sooner or later. Ray was just the straw that broke the camel's back, as Vian innocently mingled with the angels. Where are the dark-haired and red-haired Holy Knight kids? Aren't they with you? En Puss, she must be talking about Isenrare. In Isenrare's memory, she softly says, Victor is imprisoned in the heavens. If I leave as well, the Holy Order will no longer be protected by the gods. I've watched this child grow, so let us condemn him and bring about the end of this holy order that has lasted for thousands of years. Vivienne loyally lamented the challenging journey ahead, as Enon hid her face and laughed. Julian advised the devilish angel, Young lady, I hope you can restrain yourself and not demean the cardinals. Catherine threatened with a dark face. Don't worry, I won't repeat the same mistake. After all, I'm a devil now, so what's wrong with acting a little crazy? Vivienne frantically tries to restrain Cytherine. Hey, wait a minute, you two. Don't just stand there. Stop her. So the two angels thought to themselves, who's the real angel here? Now, the church bells ring out, their pure and clear sound spreading throughout the cathedral, where a large crowd has gathered for a ceremony. The kitten immediately turned and signaled, Do you see that? Gray nodded solemnly. His soul was no longer here. Gray squinted, imagining, Farewell, I'm off to heaven. And Kevin approached, lowering his voice. Sir Gray, the Pope's body will be laid to rest the day after tomorrow. During that time, members of the Holy Order will take turns watching over the coffin. You'll watch in the afternoon, and someone will relieve you in the evening. The same goes for tomorrow afternoon, he wondered. What do I need to do? He replied sternly, Nothing. You just need to stand guard over the body. From above, Anna and Belinda observed the situation below, as she spoke with cold indifference. 2 days later, she rested her chin in her hand, watching them thoughtfully. I hope it doesn't get too ugly. Belinda shrugged. I don't care about the Holy Assembly. My only concern is the demons. Let's hope they don't interfere in the conflict. The Holy See is sure to disband this time, Tavia coldly replies. But I don't think that's a good thing, though. He closed his eyes, nodded, and waved his hand. Don't overthink it, sis, Ah explains loudly. In the name of the gods, humanity created a villain called the Pope, while we, using the power of demons, created a hero known as the Saint. Tavia sighed. But this hero, with his devilish ideals, has achieved what even the gods desire. Gaia pondered this for a moment. In this situation, even if the Holy See collapses, it's impossible to determine which side will win, angels or demons. He chuckled and turned. Is that what you're worried about? There's an easy solution. Don't worry, I'm sure we demons will win in the end. Joda gestures wildly. After all, if we can create a hero called a saint, we can also create a villain called a lich. At the church, under the blazing sun, Gray stood guard over the Pope when a trembling hand gently tugged at his back, and he turned to hear a greeting. Long time no see. He stared blankly, confused. Do we know each other? Jun chuckled, introducing himself. I'm Jun, also a holy knight. I'm here to relieve you, but I doubt you remember my name. She leaned in close and ordered sternly, On the way back, stop by the mountain manor. Someone will guide you. Levi is waiting there." The cat smirked, realizing this was the calm before the storm, as Gray and it headed to the mountain manor. As they entered, a servant directed them. "This way, Lord Gray." He immediately opened the massive doors, and a ray of light illuminated the figure sitting in the chair as a cold voice echoed out. "Greetings, Mr. Gray." Gray looked up, bewildered. "I remember you. You're the Archbishop of the capital, Lon." Antony slowly nodded. "It's an honor to be remembered by you." He gestured towards a chair, inviting him to sit. Gray was startled by the sight of the table. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Levi wordlessly presents a token. "This is an item that Pope Augustus left for you." Gray stares blankly at a seal. "No, it's a magical artifact." He wondered with a serious face. "Does he know how to use it?" Greyho coughed and grabbed it. "Let me try. I should just need to channel some magic into it." As he held it, the seal immediately shone brightly, and a human figure gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. The Pope appeared, grinning. "Do you remember me, little knight? Even if your face is covered in tears and snot right now, I wouldn't be able to see it." He said sternly, "I don't have much time, so let's get straight to the point. Do you remember the first time we met? You told me you didn't want a few bad apples in the order to overshadow the good ones, or you'd join them immediately." The Pope sadly looked down. "I can no longer suppress those villains. Now, it's your turn to take over this task." He sternly reminds him, "The cardinals and 2 holy knights in this room are the last allies I can gather for you. Whether you trust them is up to you." The Pope declared sternly, "Go forth, change the holy order, or change the world." Then Gray was summoned for a private conversation, filled with desperate pleas. "With just a few votes from you, I could be the next pope. After all, you influence the votes of most bishops in the southern continent." Darren forced a nervous laugh. "Of course, I'll meet some of your demands as well." He went on and on about his rights. "I'm sure you know most believers support revealing your identity. That wouldn't be good for you, but if I'm elected the new pope, that won't happen." Hearing this, Gray sadly lowered his head, recalling Lev's words after the symposium. "These are the messages the late pope left for him." "So what will he do next?" Gray calmly replied, "There's no rush. I want to see the current state of the Holy Order with my own eyes." He immediately agreed with a smile. "All right, let's decide later. We'll be on your side no matter what you choose." Gray sighed, reflecting on how strange Darren had seemed that day. Darren had been trying to persuade him, saying all he needed to do was vote for him. "You have nothing to lose." He hesitated, expressing his doubts. "I have a question. Why did you feel the need to reveal my identity?" He immediately looked flustered. "Isn't it obvious? No one can accept a lich becoming a paladin." Darren sighs, reminiscing about the past. "Do you remember the war from before? Do you know why Bender was imprisoned by the Holy Order? Was it because he invaded the House of Bekia's territory? No, it's because he conspired with vampires, something humanity will never accept." "So, do you think they'd accept a lich?" Gray clasped his hands together sadly, lost in thought. "To me, it seems you're quite accepting, considering you're negotiating with a lich." Darren nodded seriously, explaining that it was only because he had a broader view. "My thinking differs from the other cardinals. You have such a broad perspective," he insists. "I believe the other cardinals feel the same way. They can't target me just because I'm a lich. Speaking of which, what do I have to fear from them?" Hearing this, Darren fell silent, saddened and helpless, before reminding him in a low voice, "You built a transportation system based primarily on the Great Kelter Road Plan. As a result, the southern continent prospered, and while religious taxes should have increased, you did the opposite. You reduced them across the entire southern region. You also built free welfare facilities such as schools, hospitals, and relief stations, all of which undermined the church's foundation. How could they not resent him for that?" Gray smugly complimented himself. "But isn't that part of the Holy Order's responsibility? The clerics working at the welfare facilities should be proud of the services they provide." Hearing this, Darren was visibly annoyed. "But those services are free. I understand that the devout shouldn't care about monetary gain, but if simply believing in God could improve their lives, why would priests even need to join the Holy Order? We should have ideals, but we can't be detached from reality. After all, most people are ordinary and desire a better life." Hearing this, Gray sighed sadly, remaining silent. Darren flailed his arms in fear, wondering if he'd gone too far. He stroked his chin and chuckled. "My apologies. I was rude to interrupt. I didn't realize what you found most objectionable wasn't that I'm a lich, but money." He immediately stood up. "Let me ask you a question. Why do clerics working at free welfare facilities choose to become clerics in the first place?" Gray's eyes widened with murderous intent. "But I won't allow you to doubt or slander those truly dedicated to their sacred beliefs." Darren, speechless, turned pale, and he and the kitten went outside to survey the surroundings. It turned to him for confirmation. "You're just going to let him leave like that?" Gray shrugged. "What else did you expect me to do? Beat him up?" The kitten shook its head, startled. "Oh, there's no need for that. It's been a while since we've been alone, and I feel like you've changed." He sighs. "In what way?" It wags its tail, thinking, "Do I sense that you've matured? You always looked so burdened, as if carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders." Gray's gaze remained distant. "Perhaps it's because I only knew what I wanted to do in the past, but now I know how to do it. An old man once told me that whether it's justice or ideals, as long as that path leads to good, one will never be alone." He looked up to the sky, no longer burdened to carry everything alone. "I just need to lead the way and show everyone that such a path exists, and that will be enough." The kitten asked with a curious gaze, "So what do you plan to do next?" He maintained his stance, but his voice turned serious. "Don't worry, I'll wait until the funeral is over." On the 23rd day of the Holy Calendar, 1757, Pope Augustus was buried that night, and Gray charged forward on tendas. He confidently brandishes his sword, ready for action. Quickly, Gray unleashes a flurry of skillful strikes, a Templar knight in his element. The soldiers looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. When suddenly the ground shattered into hundreds of pieces, sending everyone into a panic. "What is this?" They stared up in astonishment. "What's happening?" Gray confidently raises his sword and approaches the soldiers. He bravely stepped forward and declared that in the name of the Holy Knight Gray, Mount Islanthine was under the control of the Silver Moon Society, then ordered them to drop their weapons. Panic erupts as the soldiers scatter, whispering that the Silver Moon has arrived. Annoyed, Antony leans in and asks if Gray is joking, as the Andets are attacking the Holy Mountain. Gray lowered his head, hesitating for a long moment. "The Cardinals. They're hunting the Cardinals." The Cardinals cried out, asking what he was trying to do. They were in utter chaos. Where was their god? "Have we been abandoned?" Sel frowned, pointing at the paper. "Here, here, and Ray collects a 10% road tax on all major routes. Revenue from here became the salaries of the clergy in the South, but it was only enough to cover basic living expenses." He noticed something strange and shouted, realizing someone was trying to escape. Gray approached a box and opened it, saying, "Did you think you could hide from us in the Yang?" Even the kitten joined in the counting. 23. 24. Suddenly, an explosion behind them sent everyone reeling. Elvis grits his teeth in anger. "You damn bastards, how dare you ambush us?" He roared in outrage. "You have no right to disturb the Holy Mountain," Levi coldly declared as he ran alongside. "But we do." He stared in disbelief. "We're under orders from Pope Augustus," Elvis growled in annoyance. "Levi, are you helping these Andets cause chaos?" Levi emphasized, "The Andets aren't the ones causing chaos here." He jumps right in. "You should know better than I do," Elvis shouts, clearly annoyed. "Shut up. I don't want to hear my name coming out of your mouth." Iroh silently observes his opponent, while Julian intently watches his every move. I raises his hand, agitated. "I never thought we'd fight like this." Julian wordlessly summons his weapon. The uncertainty of the future is what makes the world interesting. A guardian angel always stands by their holy knight. Even if it means defying the world, a guardian angel must obey. And so, their attacks send shockwaves across the heavens and earth. At the church, a storm is brewing, and the cardinals are left bewildered on the ground. What's happening? They look up at the ceiling, even more agitated. What now? When will this end? Even Kitten and Gray silently observe the situation. 32 in total, but 2 are currently missing. Both are papal candidates. Run steps forward boldly, announcing, "Are you looking for these two?" She smirked, holding the 2 cardinals. "Azalent is the base of the Holy Order, so naturally there are some secret passages you don't know about." Dominic quickly glanced up, reminding her. "June, have you betrayed the Holy Order?" She coldly replied. "That's a baseless accusation. Who here isn't a member of the Holy Order?" June confidently continued. "The saint personally appointed by Pope Augustus requested that all cardinals be summoned, so of course I had to help him." Angelo gritted his teeth in displeasure. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Gray calmly takes a step forward. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." He looks at all the cardinals and declares that tomorrow a new pope will be elected by vote as the saint personally appointed by Augustus. Gray takes a deep breath. "I must ensure that the new pope is one who adheres to the sacred doctrine, mustn't I?" From above, Catherine declares that the Silver Knights have set out to the residences of all the cardinals to bring back any written items or anything that seems suspicious. And she states, "We will review them all here." The cardinals gasped in unison, fear etched on their faces. "What? You're searching our homes? Who gave you the right?" Are you insane? There's never been a precedent for searching the Red Robe's residences in over 10,000 years of history. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're a messenger of the gods? You're just a lich, a damn lich. You think the gods will forgive you? Levi coldly cuts through the noise, stating that the gods do not object. Whether it's El becoming a holy knight or the current situation, the gods have remained silent. The cardinals looked on in dismay, not daring to utter a word, as Levi turned to remind them that he too would be investigated. Ray, the holy knights shouldn't be an exception either. The guardian angel Helena is on her way to you. She happily flits through the air, glad to avoid fighting. The angel is on the move. Gray calmly agreed. I don't object. Run smiled brightly. I suggest we test those who shouted the loudest first. There might be a surprise. Afterward, Levi immediately sat down to rest for a moment, staring into space as he spoke his mind. Elvis, if the honor of being a holy knight still burns in your heart. Levi enunciated each word with care. Let us witness what we have protected throughout the years. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Vian carelessly holds the chain. We received the chain of the angel from Berlina, who is watching nearby. Julian whispers to his companion that Berinda seems to be an elder and they should get on her good side. The soldiers uncovered piles of gold and treasure, laying it all bare before the cardinals, much to the cat's dismay. Good heavens, they insist on exposing your true identity, yet their own nature is more wicked than any demon, Gray declares loudly. Red Robe Rogrio, I've discovered your involvement in illegal drug trafficking. Over the past decades, your transactions have totaled 736 tons. Then, after a moment of thought, he continued. Cardinal Hunter, under the guise of witch hunting, you brutally tortured and murdered 16 innocent women. Upon hearing this, he trembled and hung his head, and the next name mentioned, Cardinal Hamia, froze him in place. Gray Tran True closed his eyes and looked down, his sadness evident in his voice. We found 8 slaves in varying states of consciousness in your basement. 5 human children and 3 elves. The youngest was only 6 years old. Levi reports that a total of 25 prohibited items were found in the homes of 14 cardinals. How terrifying. Elvis gritted his teeth, his anger reaching its peak. He grabbed Hamia's collar and hauled him up, throwing him like a piece of trash. Hamia could only suffer in silence, not daring to utter a word, as June approached and whispered. Elvis specializes in fighting illegal slave trades, which is why he's so angry. Elvis, a 48-year-old holy knight, has fought smugglers and dark mages on the front lines for years. He has witnessed the cruelty of human nature and firmly believes that all heretics must be eliminated from existence, but at this moment he doubts his abilities. The weary man opened his eyes, wondering who the real heretics were after 7 days of reviewing the evidence, as 2 soldiers quickly reassured the slaves. Everyone is free now, and you don't have to undress every time you see a man, kid. The dark side of the Holy See, spanning thousands of years, is slowly revealed, more horrifying than any high-security prison in any nation. No cardinal is innocent, Gray emphasized each and every word. He immediately and clearly swore an oath, Cardinal Antony. When he began to move into the Cardinal Corps, he bribed Cardinals Ancelo and Dominic. Here's the proof. He sadly lowered his head to the ground, admitting his guilt. Gray said nothing, turning to leave. He spoke coldly. All accusations have been settled. Now, Gray is lost in thought. A saint, 4 holy knights, and the drunkard from the tavern were brought here after the investigation began. Gray looked up at the ceiling. 3 angels. The time of judgment has come. The scales of justice will punish the corrupt. Shackled feet shuffle forward as the doors burst open, revealing 2 knights. Dominic, hiding behind his glasses, finally spoke. Do these brats really think they represent justice? Do you think you're living like a god among men? Dominic boomed. But the truth is, most people in this world don't desire justice. They're better off living in delusion. Dominic, struggling in his chains, continues, Since you've cornered me, I don't need to be lenient with you anymore. He raves with crazed eyes. Even if I have to go to hell, I'll drag you down with me. Gray remained silent, his eyes fixed on Dominic. Dominic's words filled Gray with unease, and the premonition came true the next day as a knight rushed in to report, kneeling before him. Captain, we have a problem, the knight shouted. Mount Azaland has been surrounded by a large army, overnight. Gray shot up from his seat, startled. What? I didn't detect any troop movements. He deduced it must be the Gustav Empire. Vivienne now looks up. Dragon riders. She sighs heavily in frustration. That's why I said it. But Vivienne's gaze remained as firm and confident as ever. Don't mess with the Gustav Empire. Julian could only manage a wry smile. All right, I understand. So, the 4 holy knights were raised by their guardian angels, so they have no major flaws. But they do have minor issues. The White Knight was recently dumped after juggling multiple relationships. and the Red Knight turned to heavy drinking after losing his guardian angel. The Black Knight enjoys excessively punishing criminals, and the Green Knight grinds his teeth in his sleep, recommending medical attention. Out of nowhere, a ferocious Gustav dragon roars. The messenger on its back declared loudly, "Holy Grey, I am an envoy of the Gustav Empire." He gritted his teeth, glaring a warning to the emperor, who had no intention of taking sides in the Pope's internal conflict, but the envoy's next words horrified the kitten. "However, your unauthorized armed conflict near the Gustav Empire's border has certainly crossed the line." He raises his head and commands, "But know this. Our emperor is quite impatient, so you had best come to Sandalphon and explain yourself to His Majesty." The kitten watched closely, sensing something was off about his eyes, and Grey immediately knew why. "He's from the Dragon Clan," she thought, startled. "What?" The messenger, unconcerned, continued to prattle on. A cardinal had sent His Majesty a book. He didn't care, and brandished it in front of him. His Majesty doesn't care about third-rate knight novels, but the idea that Holy Knight Grey might be a lich piqued his curiosity. Grey silently looked up for a long moment, saying nothing. He turned to confer with the kitten. "I need time to resolve the matters of the Holy Order before I can leave." The envoy immediately landed the dragon and shouted, "His Majesty knows this and has given you 7 days, or else dragon's breath would have melted your soldiers the night of the rebellion." Grey glares, his face hardening. "Are you threatening me? Are you angry?" The envoy sneered. "But this is your style, isn't it?" He chuckled, reminding him that he crushes the weak with power and proclaims his dominance over them. "Isn't that what you've always done? So what's the difference?" The envoy's eyes grew increasingly sinister. "I don't care if you're an angel or a demon." He reveals his true form before Grey, and if you can't accept it, we'll burn you to ashes. Gustav will show no mercy. The graveyard is gloomy and cold. Toto sits silently at his desk, pen in hand, his lips pursed in frustration. The two elves leaned in, tormenting his ears. "Why aren't you writing? Are you hungry or thirsty? We've given you everything you want, so why aren't you writing?" They both reminded him sternly that the entire Lich clan was waiting for the next chapter. Toto struggles to breathe as the two liches eagerly press forward. "You," he grits out, struggling to express himself. "You only." The two liches press, closing in. Toto slams his pen on the desk in frustration. "I don't know what to write anymore," he burst out, yelling. "Everything I write is based on the Holy Knight's requests." I don't know what he's been up to lately, so how am I supposed to come up with something to write? Two continued to shout. "Do you really enjoy these random fabricated stories? As a writer, I'm insulted." He threw things to the ground, refusing to write, and crossed his arms in protest. "Even if you kill me, I won't write a single word." The two liches quickly began to discuss. "He has a point. This strange place certainly isn't stimulating creativity." They smirked at Toto. "In that case..." A snap echoed. "Let's take a walk." Den triumphantly led the army. "Let's go." And so began the night parade of hundreds of leeches. 3 months later, in the Gustav Empire's capital, Sad, a subordinate approached the commander and reported, "Captain, rumors of you being a woman have spread everywhere these last 3 months. Some kings have even sent letters requesting you remove your hat." Grey calmly reassured himself, "Don't worry, keep your eyes forward. Sooner or later we'll have to face it." Meanwhile, the one on the throne anticipated Grey's arrival. He chuckled to himself, thoroughly excited. Welcome, little L, favored by both gods and demons. As soon as Grey appeared, 2 soldiers blocked the doorway with their swords, declaring, "Sorry, but His Majesty only wishes to see Saint Grey." Those behind him were indignant and wanted to rush forward. What was that? "Clearly, you're planning to arrest the captain." The soldier glared, his eyes bloodshot, and continued his orders. "You'll only be a burden if you come along." They angrily reached for their swords. "What did you say?" Grey asked, placing a hand on the soldier's shoulder to diffuse the situation. "Relax, everyone," he said softly and slowly. "Wait for me out here," the soldier sneered. "Good choice." The 2 soldiers quickly dropped their weapons and led the way. Saint Grey. Cytherine happily trailed behind him. "I'm just following my heart. An angel afraid of reptiles who wouldn't dare enter the city, and a demon waiting for her outside." As Grey entered, the dragons on the doors turned their heads to watch him, their eyes following his every move. But Grey didn't falter, confidently striding forward to meet the supreme Cydric on his throne. He rested his chin and chuckled dismissively. "Greetings, little L." He asked loudly, "Where are your angels and demons?" Cydric turns and points at the kitten. "And what about this cat?" He emphasized, or perhaps I should say, as Strick immediately began toying with it using magic. "Why is a ghost in the form of a cat here?" Gradually, the kitten's body seems to break apart before Gray's eyes. Annoyed, he glared and shouted, "Stop it!" Crick happily lowered his hand, saying it was just a joke. "Go on." The kitten gasped, startled. It screamed in the knight's arms, thinking it was about to die. The kitten gritted his teeth, unable to hide his fear. He was merely demonstrating his power. Ray nodded in agreement. "I know he's trying to tell me he's stronger and could easily defeat me." Cedric sneers contemptuously. "Not bad. You're more perceptive than I thought." Ray cut to the chase, telling him to get straight to the point. Cedric sighs heavily, exhausted. "I hate the Holy Order's regime. They're far too strict. Do you know why the Holy See established its headquarters in Gustav?" He shrugged derisively. "Because they want to threaten us with divine power." Cedric's eyes burned brighter than ever. "We've disagreed with the Holy See for 3,000 years, but you've managed to break that stalemate. Without the Holy Order to keep things in check, chaos will reign over this world. I have no interest in you." He held out his hand. "From now on, you can control the Holy Order. Do whatever you want and I won't interfere." Cedric sneers. "But in return, you can interfere with what we do." Gray calmly questions, including the bad deeds, to which Cedric chuckles. "Only weak humans distinguish between good and evil." Gray immediately draws his sword and declares, "As a knight, I cannot turn a blind eye to evil deeds." He smirks. "So you refuse my offer?" "Even if you're a dragon, I won't abandon my beliefs," he says, confidently drawing his sword. Hearing this, Cedric laughs heartily, amused. "Don't overestimate yourself. We have no intention of stooping to fight you. We know you're connected to the gods, and once the world discovers you're a lich, they'll scorn you and launch a crusade against you." Cedric glares. "I also know you have a pact with a demon lord, who for some reason has chosen to lend you his power." He grimaced, manifesting a final menacing image. "So I'll ask you one last time. You truly won't accept my offer?" Gray slowly raises his sword. "No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. I will not abandon my beliefs." Cedric laughs heartily and nods. "All right." Outside the city walls, the Silvermane Knights' temporary camp is set up. The knights cheer. "The captain is back." The knights approached him solemnly, asking, "Captain, what does the Emperor want?" He lowered his head and solemnly announced that they must prepare for a battle with Gustav, a statement that shocked the two knights. "A battle?" Catherine descends from above, kicking Gray. She grabbed him by the neck and pulled him up. Catherine angrily scolded, "Dalek, damn it! What did you and Emperor Cedric talk about?" He trembled, asking, "What's going on?" Vivienne quietly spoke up from behind. "This is bad." She sighed, recounting the events, and then Julian issued orders to the angels and used a wide area spell. The following words caused Gray to tremble, driving the knights of Undead guarding Mount Astaland into a frenzy as a black and red smoke ominously appeared above the Silver Knights' camp, watching from above. He smirked as if watching a game. Things were gradually becoming more interesting. The blonde god sighed wearily. The day had finally come. Then, the messenger rode a dragon to the palace and confidently declared that Emperor Cedric of the Gustav Empire had confirmed Gray as L. The messenger's following words left everyone bewildered. L. Gray had usurped the papacy and destroyed the College of Cardinals. He declared loudly, "We need an alliance now to fight L. Gray. All participants in the crusade will receive goodwill and rewards from the Gustav Empire. Grand Duke Bichia, which side will you choose?" The messenger then shouted the